Chapter 1. What is considered appropriate? Rong Yin slowly sat up. Cautiously, she lifted a corner of the blanket and gradually slid off the bed, avoiding a glance at the man beside her. Her fair, pristine feet met the cold floor, sending a shiver coursing through her body. Not pausing for a moment, she bent down to pick up the clothes scattered on the floor. A distinctive wrap skirt and blue jacket belonging to the club staff. Perhaps overwhelmed by panic, she fumbled about in a flurry. It felt as if a century had passed before she finally donned her attire. Rong Yin was drenched in sweat, her pale cheeks flushed with anxiety, her delicate yet resolute visage more alluring than the night before. She turned to face the man. Breathe. Take a deep breath. Remain calm. She must remain composed. It was merely an unfortunate incident, yet there was nothing to regret. Mr. Chi, would you prefer Alipay or WeChat? Rong Yin retrieved her phone from the disheveled blanket, only to find her device entangled with his. A thought crossed her mind, and her face flushed deeper. This was dire. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she extended her phone towards him. Qi Jinyuan made no move to accept it. He raised an eyebrow, the blanket draped casually over him, revealing a broad, handsome chest. Beneath it, the outline of defined abs was faintly discernible, with sharp marks etched across his torso that made Rong Yin momentarily squint. If she couldn't open her eyes, then perhaps it was better not to. She shut her eyes, placing the phone before him, awaiting his response. The room was enveloped in a heavy silence. Time passed, though she couldn't tell how long, until a cool voice broke the stillness. Is this your first time? Rong Yin was taken aback. Lowering her gaze, she nodded. Qi Jinjiwan's expression softened slightly. No wonder she seemed so clumsy, utterly unaware of how to proceed next, flustered and innocent. Then how much do you think is appropriate? Qi Jinyuan raised his gaze, locking eyes with Rong Yin. She was momentarily startled, quickly averting her gaze as her bright eyes dimmed. In his eyes lingered a deep-seated mockery. He looked down upon her. Did he not recall the events of the previous night, believing her to be akin to those women who, seizing the opportunity while he was inebriated, climbed into his bed solely to extort him once he regained consciousness? After all, everyone knew what Mr. Qi and the Qi family represented in its city. Power, status, an endless array of wealth and luxury. Yet that was not the reality. Last night, she had been on duty, assigned to the 608 private room, where the guests were the creme de la creme of the Tianwei Club's VIP clientele. Those young masters epitomized the power of an city, each hailing from illustrious backgrounds, exuding an air of invincibility. At the helm was Qi Jinyuan. Upon her entry, they had been engaged in a card game. When she stepped in, Qi Jinyuan had casually lifted his gaze. That glance had met Rong Yin's directly. His cold, resolute, and unyielding stare left her momentarily stunned, prompting her to quietly avert her gaze. She understood the rules of such individuals well and refrained from speaking out, instead remaining quietly in the corner, pouring tea and providing clean towels for each esteemed guest. Later, Qi Jinjuan's phone rang. As he answered, he beckoned her over from the corner. Rong Yin understood his implication. He had business to attend to and needed her to fill in temporarily. In the past, while serving these young masters, others had occasionally called upon her for a substitute, a skill intrinsic to the service staff in private rooms. Rong Yin was reluctant. Her card-playing skills were average at best. Her mother had forbidden her from gambling, and her experience had been limited to lessons from a manager after her time at Tianwei, yielding little proficiency. With other guests present, he could have summoned anyone else. Yet he had chosen her, leaving her with no option to decline. One of the tenets of Tianwei dictated that any requests within the scope of guest duties must be fulfilled, or else face financial penalties and collective reprimands. Reluctantly, Rong Yin occupied Qi Jinjuan's seat. The call lasted longer than expected, and she played 3 rounds on his behalf, losing all 3 nearly 70,000 yuan gone in a flash. Her hands trembled, and she dared not continue. As the 4th round commenced, play this card. Just as she was about to make her move, a pair of long, elegant hands swept past her ear, extracting a card from her grasp and playing it instead. As his hand withdrew, it inadvertently brushed against her earlobe, gliding through her hair. A faint scent mingled with a hint of smoke, not harsh or unpleasant, but rather captivating. He had evidently stepped out to smoke on the terrace, explaining his prolonged absence. Rong Yin did not turn back, maintaining her composed demeanor. After another round, it was her turn to play again. Torn between two cards, she heard the man's voice behind her once more. The second card. With his guidance, she played the second card, gradually regaining her confidence. The round concluded swiftly with Qi Jingyuan's assistance. The tide turned, and they won a substantial sum. Rong Yin prepared to vacate her seat. Qi Jingyuan gently pressed down on her shoulder. Continue. His phone rang again, and he turned to the terrace once more. The young masters exchanged glances, a hint of surprise evident among them. In hushed tones, they began to subtly assist Rong Yin with her cards, and by the time Qi Jingyuan returned, she had recouped her earlier losses and even made a profit. Pairing a man and a woman makes for easy work. Several young masters lamented, pulling out cash. Brother Yuan, you're too ruthless. Swap in a beauty like her, and we'd willingly lay down our arms. Beauty, tell us, are you a heart-stealing assassin sent by Brother Yuan? Rong Yin recognized their banter as mere flattery for Qi Jingyuan, playful jesting intended to amuse her. Thus, she offered a polite smile and stepped down once more. This time, Qi Jingyuan said nothing further. Rong Yin quietly returned to her designated corner, resuming her duties of brewing tea and pouring drinks, remaining busy until the gathering concluded. By the time they dispersed, it was already past 3 in the morning. Everyone had indulged excessively, several had lost consciousness. Rong Yin busied herself with the aftermath, contacting drivers for the inebriated guests, arranging transport back to their homes for those without drivers. The club provided cars, and in special circumstances, accommodations were arranged in the suites upstairs. Once the guests were seen off, Rong Yin returned to the private room, only to find Qi Jingyuan still present. His driver, Su Cheng, had already arrived. Yet for some reason, he had yet to depart. Yin, quickly, take Mr. Qi to the presidential suite upstairs to rest. Manager Yu was also present, shoving the room card into Rong Yin's hand, while Su Cheng assisted the inebriated Qi Jingyuan towards the exclusive guest elevator. Rong Yin had no time for contemplation, hastily following suit, entering the elevator, swiping the card directly to the top floor. Upon unlocking the suite, Su Cheng helped Qi Jingyuan inside, and Rong Yin prepared the honey water for sobering him up, ready to leave. Please bring some disinfected hot towels, thank you. She hurried to fetch the towels. When she returned, however, Su Cheng was nowhere to be found, and on the sofa, Qi Jingyuan had regained consciousness, his cold, piercing gaze fixed upon her. It was the gaze of a hunter surveying its prey. Chapter 2. Mr. Qi, you were drunk. Every pore in Rong Yin's body stood on end. She set down the towel and bolted towards the door. Just as she was about to escape, however, the man swiftly closed the door behind her, gripping her arm and pinning her against it. The overwhelming scent of alcohol assaulted her senses, nearly suffocating her. Rong Yin's hand was gripped tightly, causing her pain as she calmly protested, Mr. Qi, you are drunk. Yet the man tightened his hold, his breath hot and restless against her cheek. Have you done this before? As the implication of his words registered, Rong Yin's eyes ignited with indignation. Mr. Qi, I am a clean and innocent worker. Every penny I earn is through my own efforts. Please do not insult me. He scoffed. In a place like this, you speak of being clean and innocent? Rong Yin understood the frailty of her defense. Tian Weishan was a melting pot of individuals, a place where all manner of encounters transpired. Some seized such opportunities to capture the attention of wealthy patrons, while others secured lifelong fortunes. Yet many ended up losing both fortune and reputation. Though she was in dire need of money, the role of a private room attendant did not entail fulfilling clients' physiological needs, and the salary was above market rates. This was precisely why she had taken the job. Mr. Qi, please let go. Rong Yin struggled, the skin on her wrist marked by red imprints. For one night, you can set the price. Observing Rong Yin's fair countenance, rising and falling breath, the man's patience was wearing thin, his cheeks flushing deeper, even his eyes taking on a darker hue. Rong Yin paused. The price was up to her? Did that not imply she could extort a hefty sum? With that money, she would no longer need to toil endlessly. She could effortlessly purchase the burial plot, fulfilling her mother's dying wish. Could Qi Jingyuan's words be trusted? Noticing her hesitation, the man smirked, leaning in closer. Morning arrived. Rong Yin stood there, gazing at Qi Jingyuan. Last night, she had vaguely heard him call out a name, Shi. Who is Shi? A friend of his? Rong Yin pulled back her thoughts. His earlier words unsettled her. She gathered her emotions slightly. Mr. Chi, if I recall correctly, it was you who made the first move last night, and it was you who mentioned that I could set the price. So, what do you believe you are worth? Qi Jinyuan slightly lifted his gaze. He acknowledged it. Thus, he recollects everything from last night, fully aware that she did not act of her own volition. His disdain stems merely from belittling her status. He looks down upon her for working here, for being one of those impoverished souls. In a moment of inexplicable emotion, Rong Yin hesitated before resolutely stating a figure. 200,000. 200,000? Qi Jinjiwan's smile deepened at the corners of his lips. On what grounds do you deem yourself worthy of such an amount? Did she believe that experiencing a modicum of attention had elevated her worth, ensuring a life free from financial worries? At such a tender age, she misguidedly sought shortcuts instead of pursuing genuine merit. Nevertheless, he too bore some fault for what transpired last night. Originally, he had no intention of such events unfolding somehow. As the moment approached, he lost control and the incident occurred, leaving him with a tinge of guilt. He spoke softly. How old are you? Rong Yan's complexion paled as she lowered her gaze. 23. She was acutely aware that she was not worth 200,000. Rumor had it that such a sum could secure the company of relatively unknown emerging stars. How could a destitute fresh graduate like her compare? Thus, she found herself at a loss for words. Such inquiries pricked like needles. Yet she could not conjure a justification to escape the humiliation. Poverty was the original sin. Your WeChat, the man stated as he picked up his phone. Rong Yin paused momentarily, then opened her phone to display the payment code. Qi Jinyuan raised an eyebrow. Your QR code. Still engulfed in her emotions, she failed to recognize the impropriety of his actions, numbly opening her WeChat QR code and presenting it to him. Scan, add as a friend. Upon seeing the WeChat nickname A Yin, he casually inquired, "What is your name?" Rong Yin replied, A Yin. The attendants at such establishments often adopted stage names, refraining from divulging their true identities. Qi Jinyuan appeared somewhat taken aback, as it seemed she was reluctant to share her real name. After a few moments of maneuvering, 300,000 was transferred to Rong Yan's WeChat. Do not engage in such matters again. Resign and seek a respectable job. At 23, having recently graduated from university, she had a bright future ahead to earn a living. Why would she choose to toil in such a predatory environment? With her looks, if she were to unwittingly fall into the hands of those men, she would likely be left with nothing but remnants. Rong Yin gritted her teeth, gazing at the 300,000 that had just arrived. Was the extra 100,000 merely charity? She rejected charity, and even more so, disdain. Silently, she accepted the payment and promptly refunded the excess 100,000. I shall only take what I am owed, not a single cent more will I accept. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave. She strode briskly towards the exit. Just as she was about to exit the bedroom, she halted, turned to face the man, her eyes betraying a hint of defiance. Furthermore, I believe that earning money here makes me more noble than men like you who merely consume. Thus, there is no need for your unsolicited guidance, thank you. The sound of the door closing echoed behind her. Qi Jinyuan. This young lady possessed quite the sharp tongue and a formidable temper, a fierce little creature indeed. He smirked, refunding the extra 100,000. Did she not realize that she was engaging with a champion of banter? Rong Yin returned to her workspace to change clothes, then descended to take the bus back to her rented apartment. The apartment was a modest one-bedroom unit, sparsely furnished. The living room contained only a few simple pieces of furniture, with sunlight never gracing the window, and the bedroom was tiny, featuring just a bed and a wardrobe. Yet, the rent was quite affordable. Rong Yin took a shower. In the mirror, she beheld her slender frame, marred by numerous marks. She scrubbed vigorously, her skin reddening and stinging, yet the blemishes remained. Her eyes clouded with confusion, her spirits low. She had exchanged herself for money, receiving a sum of 200,000, a price typically associated with second-rate stars. She was uncertain whether to feel elated or despondent. If her mother were to discover that she had followed in her footsteps, would she storm into her dreams, demanding to shatter her skull? If, by chance, she were to find herself pregnant, it would only add to the absurdity of her situation. Rong Yin chuckled, a hint of irony in her smile. Ah yes, pregnancy. Last night, no precautions were taken if she were to unwittingly conceive. Casting aside her tumultuous thoughts, she hastily donned her clothes and made her way to the pharmacy downstairs. The pharmacy appeared somewhat dilapidated, grimy, fitting the style of the impoverished neighborhood. The clerk was a woman in her 30s, lounging about engrossed in a drama. After several attempts to get her attention, she finally raked her fingers through her hair, retrieved a pill from behind the counter, and tossed it to Rong Yin. 30. Scan it yourself.
Chapter 3, Fainting. Is this an emergency contraceptive pill? She asked, a hint of impatience in her voice. Can't you read what's written on it? Rong Yin glanced at the packaging and, indeed, the words emergency contraception were clearly printed. Relieved, she extracted the pill, filled a glass with water, and swallowed it. That eased her mind, yet a dull ache persisted in her lower abdomen. Since the morning, this discomfort had not abated. Perhaps it was the result of not eating on time, triggering a bout of gastroenteritis. A short rest would surely remedy it. Along the way, she purchased 2 steamed buns to settle her stomach, and upon checking her phone balance, a flicker of satisfaction warmed her heart. Only 250,000 left. With that amount, she could secure a burial plot at Jiuchuan Mountain for her mother to rest in peace. 250,000, a sum that, at her current salary, would take roughly 3 more years of toil to accumulate. However, if she received tips, a year might suffice. Since graduating, she had been meticulously budgeting, stretching every yuan, yet, despite juggling 2 jobs, the pace of earning felt agonizingly slow, so slow that it seemed her entire life was slipping by. After a quick bite, Rong Yin hurried off to her next workplace, a CAF named Sunday. Finally, she endured until the end of her shift, changed out of her work attire, and rushed to Tianyi. The commute between Sunday and Tianyi took an hour and a half. Sunday's hours were from 1 in the afternoon until 5:30, while Tianyi operated from 7 in the evening until 3 in the morning. With a gap of just enough time to change, she had no opportunity for a proper meal, often settling for bread or snacks from street vendors. Today, traffic was particularly congested, and Rong Yin almost arrived late. "Why did you come so late?" Su Jing exclaimed, quickly pulling her into the room as she noticed the supervisor approaching for a headcount. "I thought you might get caught," but halfway through, "Manager, you pulled her aside for a discussion." "I was terrified." "My apologies," Rong Yin replied, trying to steady her breath. "What's the matter? You look pale," Su Jing remarked, pouring her a glass of warm water. "I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach. Perhaps I didn't rest well." Her digestive system had always been sensitive or prone to sudden bouts of diarrhea. Maybe it would settle down soon, but today felt different. The pain was more pronounced in her lower abdomen. She had no time to dwell on it, finishing her warm water and returning to the work area to review the previous day's room service ratings and important notes. Tian ranked room service daily, offering a bonus to the top 3 service staff each month. To her surprise, Rong Yin found herself in first place. "You've never been out of the top 3. I was worried you might lose that bonus." Su Jing teased. Rong Yin chuckled. "Indeed, if I lost it, I'd be left hungry." Su Jing rolled her eyes. "Are you kidding? Do you really think you'd go hungry?" Rong Yin's earnings at the club were undoubtedly substantial. She was beautiful, consistently performed well, and rarely received complaints from clients. Even the difficult patrons were manageable for her, making it hard to believe she would ever go without food. With a radiant smile, Rong Yin replied, "Actually, I might." Su Jing felt a surge of exasperation as she snatched the mouse from Rong Yin's hand, switching the screen to the internal system where the previous day's top 3 tips were displayed. Room 608. 300,000. As per the club's policy, Rong Yin would receive 20% of that amount, meaning she had earned 60,000 in tips alone last night. Rong Yin was left speechless. This was her first time receiving such a hefty tip. It was astonishing. 300,000. For an average family, this might take a decade of hard work to earn, yet these wealthy young men handed it over carelessly. The disparity between the rich and the poor truly felt insurmountable. But why 300,000? Last night, Qi Jingyuan had given her 30,000, and now it was 300,000. Was he trying to humiliate her? Rong Yin quietly opened WeChat, navigating to her chat with Qi Jingyuan, only to discover that he had refunded the 100,000 she had transferred to him. Biting her lip, she took a deep breath, entered the amount of 100,000, input the password, and completed the transfer. Then, she exited the chat and deleted his contact. It was best to sever ties. She had no desire for lingering connections. Born in a dark alley as a despised illegitimate child, she was like an inconspicuous sparrow in a barren land. She only needed to fulfill her role as a sparrow. That night, Rong Yin was assigned to serve room 611. The guests were a group of newly wealthy coal miners with numerous demands and a penchant for rudeness. Despite her discomfort, Rong Yin endured, patiently pouring drinks, brewing tea, and smiling through it. All of these men lacked decorum. After a few drinks, they became overly familiar, but she managed to maintain her composure and finished her shift. As she left the room, her face was ashen. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled backward. A pair of warm hands caught her shoulders, and she fell into a broad embrace. The familiar scent wafted to her nostrils, compelling her to open her eyes, only to find a calm, deep-set face staring back at her. Qi Jingyuan, who else could it be? Accompanied by several familiar young masters. In that moment, darkness enveloped her again. This time, Qi Jingyuan wrapped his arm around her waist, fighting through the discomfort in her abdomen. Rong Yan steadied herself against the wall, maintaining a proper demeanor as she lowered her gaze. I'm sorry, thank you. At that moment, manager Yu happened to emerge from a nearby room. She approached Rong Yan, discreetly supporting her, and politely addressed Qi Jingyuan. I apologize, our employee was careless. I hope we did not inconvenience Mr. Qi. Qi Jingyuan patted the spot on his shoulder where Rong Yan had touched, as if it had been tainted. He scoffed lightly. It's no trouble, but if your staff continues to spill drinks on me, I might hesitate to return. The young master's laughter. Rong Yan's complexion grew even paler. She was about to speak when Su Jing suddenly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Rong Yan. Mr. Qi, esteemed guests, Yan did not mean to cause trouble. She is unwell tonight, likely due to a flare-up of her gastroenteritis, which caused her to faint. If she disrupted your evening, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. I'm willing to compensate in any way, whether it's paying for drinks or anything else, just please don't make it difficult for her. Chapter 4. Seeking medical attention. Rong Yan looked up, surprised by Su Jing's intervention. Upon withdrawing her gaze, she found Qi Jingyuan quietly studying her. His expression was cold yet deep, indifferent with a hint of scrutiny. Rong Yan quickly averted her eyes. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I will take responsibility for my actions. Please don't trouble Su Jing. Manager Yu quickly added, tonight, we will offer our esteemed guests a 20% discount. I truly apologize. No need. Qi Jingyuan responded, glancing at his clothes as he stepped forward. If someone is unwell, they should rest properly and next time, don't lean on people so easily. Manager Yu continued to smile apologetically as the group gradually moved away. Qi Jingyuan glanced at his right hand. Is something wrong, brother Yuan? Is your right hand uncomfortable? Qi Jingyuan withdrew his hand. It's nothing, just moments ago, he had wrapped it around her waist, such a soft waist, devoid of any excess, still warm with residual heat. It felt pleasant to the touch. After they left, Rong Yan could no longer hold herself up and slipped to the floor. Luckily, Manager Yu caught her. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the club tonight. Manager Yu shook her head and tossed her car keys to Su Jing. You drive my car to take her to the hospital, and do it quickly. Rong Yan attempted to refuse, but Manager Yu interrupted. If you don't want to delay work, you'd better get treated. If this happens again, I'll have to deduct your wages. Rong Yan remained silent, nodding in acquiescence. Su Jing drove skillfully, and they soon arrived at the hospital, heading straight for the emergency room. At 4 in the morning, the emergency room was relatively empty, the hallway sparsely populated with faces that reflected calmness, exhaustion, and numbness, much like Rong Yan 2 years ago. On the night her mother passed away, it was a similar deep night, similar emergency room. While cleaning at home, her mother had fallen down the stairs, striking her head. By the time they reached the hospital, it was too late. At that moment, her mother's expression mirrored the faces in the hallway, calm and exhausted, and numb, as if the sun would never rise again. Soon Rong Yan was called in. Su Jing happened to receive a phone call, and after assisting Rong Yan into the emergency room, she stepped outside. What seems to be the problem? Dr. Rong Yuan looked at the pale-faced young lady before him, momentarily taken aback. This girl inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity, akin to a long-lost friend. Strangely, her features bore a striking resemblance to his father. Glancing down at the registration form, he was further surprised. You share the same surname, Rong. The surname Rong was quite rare in Huagua. Rong Yan looked at the doctor, her scalp prickling. This man resembled her father in his youth, not a perfect match, but at least a 70% likeness. If her father had a son, he might look like this. Recalling her father made her eyes redden, her lips pressed tightly together. Never mind. What was she even thinking? Even if this man had any relation to her father, what did it matter to her? Her mother was merely a mistress kept by her father behind his legitimate wife's back. As for herself, she was nothing more than an illegitimate daughter who had never met her father since birth. An illegitimate daughter, unworthy of a father. She forced a smile and replied to Rong Yuanzhou. Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you, doctor, to share the surname Rong. No wonder. Rong Yuanzhou refrained from completing his thought and instead opened the computer system to begin filling out the medical record. Where does it hurt? Observing the girl's reddened eyes, he assumed he had frightened her, prompting him to soften his tone. Rong Yan took a deep breath and slowly began to describe her condition to the doctor. Is it this area that hurts, or here? Rong Yuanzhou gently pressed on her abdomen, and when he applied pressure to her lower abdomen, Rong Yan gasped in pain. Is there any bleeding below? Below, yes, the vagina. Rong Yan's face flushed crimson as she nodded. Just a little, but it's not significant. Have you engaged in any intimate activities recently? Rong Yuanzhou inquired further. Rong Yan, her face grew even redder, so much so that it seemed she might bleed from embarrassment. After a moment of biting her lip, she nodded. Was it intense? Do I really have to say? We need to understand the cause clearly to avoid misdiagnosis. Rong Yan's face resembled a cooked shrimp. She turned her head away and whispered in a barely audible voice, no, it seems like 5 times. Rong Yuanzhou furrowed his brow and turned to the next room. Shortly thereafter, a female doctor entered with some instruments. Rong Yan, right, come here. I'll perform an examination. Rong Yan had no choice but to follow the female doctor to the examination room. Following her instructions, she removed her pants and lay on the bed. After a while, she finally lifted her head. It's done. After getting up and tidying herself, the two returned to Rong Yuanzhou. You guessed correctly, there's a tear and acute inflammation. With that, she left Rong Yan. She never expected that seeing a doctor could lead to such social embarrassment. Had she known it was an issue in this domain, she would have gone to obstetrics and gynecology. Now she had encountered a male doctor. She truly wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Rong Yuanzhou frowned. Does it still hurt severely? Rong Yan nodded, her palms clammy with cold sweat. Today, I will give you a painkiller. Make sure to take your medication on time afterward. You heard Dr. Hao's advice. Avoid being too vigorous in this regard. Ensure your boyfriend is more cautious. Your body is quite fragile. If your immunity is low, injuries can easily lead to acute inflammation. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded. I understand. After receiving the prescription, she prepared to leave the room. Wait a moment. Rong Yuanzhou looked at her retreating figure, suddenly feeling a twinge of compassion. He scribbled a few notes on a piece of paper and handed it to her. My number. If you feel unwell later, you can call me. Rong Yan thanked him. After Su Jing finished her call, she returned and Rong Yan took her hand, leaving the emergency department. At that moment, Qi Jingyuan emerged from the elevator. Catching sight of her hurried figure, what are you looking at, young Master Qi? Rong Yuanzhou approached Qi Jingyuan and waved his hand. I asked that your patient. Qi Jingyuan gestured towards Rong Yan's departing direction. Yes, truly pitiful, so young and yet so naive. Her boyfriend lacks discretion and thought it was gastroenteritis. Rong Yuanzhou shook his head, lamenting. Qi Jingyuan's expression became somewhat unnatural. Is it that aspect? What else could it be? Acute inflammation. The young girl must have been in pain for quite some time. She really knows how to endure. Qi Jingyuan, wait for me. I'll ask Dr. Hao to cover for me, and I'll join you shortly. The Qi family and the Rong family have a cooperative relationship, and Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou have known each other for many years. Counting as acquaintances, they had originally planned to set off at dawn to visit a sick friend in a neighboring city, but unexpectedly encountered Rong Yan here. Chapter 5, meeting Qi Jingyuan again. Recalling those fragmented, chaotic images, although she was overly naive, she indeed made him experience an unforgettable sensation. It was neither good nor bad. It was simply inescapable. To think, to hesitate, to savor. Qi Jingyuan composed himself. He suppressed the inexplicable turmoil within his chest, took out a cigarette, and then remembered it was a hospital and put it away. He took out his phone and found Rong Yan's WeChat. It was then he noticed she had transferred him another 100,000. Raising an eyebrow, he promptly returned it. System prompt. Sorry, the other party is not yet your friend. You cannot return the transfer. Please click to add as a friend. Did she delete him? This little girl is indeed quite stubborn. He chuckled softly, exited the chat window, and turned off his phone, after returning to his rented apartment with the medication. It was already 6 in the morning. After taking the medicine and lying in bed, perhaps due to the painkiller, his head felt heavy, and he soon drifted off to sleep. When he woke up in the morning, the pain had subsided, and he felt invigorated, with a tremendous appetite. For the first time, he cooked himself some porridge and fried an egg. After finishing his meal, he hurried off to the CAF. Days passed in such a hurried manner. Work at the club continued smoothly. Manager Yu did not reprimand her for abruptly attending to a guest, stating it would not happen again, and everything returned to normal, until half a month later. She was assigned to room 608 again. A guest is coming to 608 tonight. Tidy up and head up quickly. Manager Yu instructed over the intercom. Manager Yu, Zheng Shu is working today. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go to 608. She replied. Zheng Shu was the regular attendant for room 608. They generally had their own designated rooms for service, unless the regular attendant had a more significant emergency or was on leave. Other substitutes would not be sent up. Rong Yan was afraid of encountering Qi Jingyuan. You have 5 minutes. Tardiness will result in a pay cut. What do you mean you can't go? However, orders are as solid as a mountain. Rong Yan understood the rules, took a sip of water, and immediately went to room 608. As soon as she entered the room, she breathed a sigh of relief, although all the faces were familiar. Qi Jingyuan was not among them. Feeling secure, she began to serve drinks, and when the music stopped, she selected dozens of their usual songs to keep the room lively. After selecting the songs, Rong Yan returned to the corner to brew tea. Her tea-making skills were exceptional and had been praised by the supervisor. She began learning the art of tea at the age of 6, mastering everything from identifying teas to understanding tea culture and brewing techniques. It could be said that it came naturally to her. A server from Tianweishan could only grasp the surface. How could they compare? As for why she learned tea, it was simply because her mother told her that her father loved drinking tea. By mastering this skill, it was akin to holding half of his life in her hands. How ironic. From birth until now, she had not even seen her father's face. At that moment, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou entered, looking travel-worn. We've been waiting for you too, brother Yuanzhou. The flight was delayed, wasn't he? Didn't you take your own plane? Is young Master Gu alright? Is it serious? The young man surnamed Zhou proactively relinquished his seat to Qi Jingyuan. However, Qi Jingyuan did not take the seat but instead found a random spot. It's serious. He'll likely be bedridden for half a year. His gaze swept across the table, as if searching for something. The crowd murmured in sympathy, discussing the young Master Gu. Unaware of Qi Jingyuan's scrutiny, Rong Yan, understanding the situation, stepped forward to refill tea. Qi Jingyuan was slightly taken aback, looked up to see her, and withdrew his gaze. This tea is quite good. Rong Yuanzhou looked up and met Rong Yan's eyes, surprised. It's you. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Dr. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, saying nothing further. He had not expected her to work in such a place. Suddenly recalling her visit for treatment, he fell into a moment of silence, his expression cooling a few degrees. Rong Yan understood what he was thinking, but she had no obligation to explain. After completing the tasks of pouring tea, serving drinks, and handing out towels, Rong Yan quietly retreated to the corner. As the young masters indulged in drinks, the atmosphere reached a peak, and they prepared to play cards. Rong Yan had already tidied up the card table, and soon a group of 6 or 7 gathered, while the others either sang, drank, or engaged in other games. Qi Jingyuan's phone rang and hung up, then rang again. Brother Yuan, why not answer it? What if it's urgent? Young Master Zhou observed the caller ID, knowing it was from home, and gently urged him. What urgent matter could there be? It's merely a reminder to arrange a blind date or to get married. At 30, Qi Jingyuan was flourishing in his career, yet his personal life remained unresolved, leaving his family quite anxious. Qi Jingyuan, feeling exasperated, pressed the answer button and stepped outside, while young Master Zhou gestured to Rong Yan. Come on, help Brother Yuan with the cards. Rong Yan could not refuse and ultimately complied. After one round of play, they won. If you had played this card earlier, we would have won even more. At some point, Qi Jingyuan appeared behind her, pointing at the card she had just played. My card skills are not as good as Mr. Qi's. Perhaps it would be better if Mr. Qi played instead? Sensing that familiar fragrance, Rong Yan felt a tightness in her chest and instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Qi Jingyuan held her shoulder. I still have some matters to attend to. You play. They continued playing until the end of the game. Whether they had let her win again or not, Rong Yan emerged victorious throughout, feeling exhilarated. Wow, beautiful lady, your card skills are incredible. Last time, we were the ones losing, and now it's our turn. One young master lamented. Tell us, did you secretly learn from someone? Could it be that Brother Yuan taught you the skills in private? If that's the case, I won't underestimate you in the future. I'm not familiar with Mr. Qi, please don't joke around. Rong Yan's charming smile was enchanting as she deftly navigated the situation, her gaze inadvertently flitting past Song Yuanzhou's face. A subtle smile, tinged with disdain, even a hint of mockery, graced her features. She reined in her laughter, saying nothing, though her hands trembled slightly as she tidied the table. Having consumed little alcohol that evening, she remained relatively sober as the gathering came to a close. Once she had seen the guests off, she returned to the private room, taking her usual seat, silently awaiting Qi Jingyuan, who was still on the phone on the balcony. The workday had ended. Yet with the guests lingering, her departure was hindered. After another half hour, Qi Jingyuan finally concluded his call and entered the room. He picked up the 3 empty glasses on the table, refilling them with liquor, drinking one after another. It appeared the call had not been a pleasant one. After finishing 3 glasses, he poured another 3, gazing into the distance, his eyes deep as a chasm. What is this? With the other guests gone, does the establishment no longer offer service? Rong Yan had no choice but to step forward, pouring him another drink and offering a warm towel. Another 3 glasses later, the flush of intoxication crept into his ears, and a hint of drunkenness colored his gaze. How are you feeling? He inquired. Chapter 6. A fair exchange. Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, then realized he referred to the incident from last time. It's nothing now. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Qi. The previous incident had been an accident. There was no intention to look down upon him. He seemed genuinely inebriated. His tone softened considerably as he brought up that morning's events. It's not solely your fault, Mr. Qi. My attitude was also an issue, though she didn't believe she was at fault. She was at work, and the customer was king. She had to say what the patrons wished to hear. After a brief pause, he asked, how long has it been since you graduated? 2 years. Why are you working here? I'm short on money. Now it was Qi Jingyuan's turn to fall silent. Many were in need of funds, and those who worked here merely sought to change their circumstances. They were all striving to make a living. He, born into privilege, had no right to comment or empathize. He did not press further, silently drinking, and by the time Manager Yu arrived, he was already quite tipsy, massaging his temples with his eyes closed. Ian, please escort Mr. Qi upstairs to rest. Manager Yu arrived just in time, handing over the room card for the upstairs suite. Rong Yan responded, go ahead. After you take Mr. Qi upstairs, you can finish for the day. Come in early tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. ISNT Master Su coming up. Last time, Su Cheng had accompanied her. Now she was solely responsible for escorting Qi Jingyuan. To be honest, she felt somewhat apprehensive. He is business. He just called me. You only need to take Mr. Qi upstairs. Alright, yet this was her job, and she truly could not find a reason to refuse. Rong Yan accepted the room card and nodded in agreement. She turned to look at Qi Jingyuan. He was still relatively sober, albeit a bit unsteady on his feet, and she followed him quietly, feeling relieved, exiting the elevator, swiping the card, and opening the door, as Qi Jingyuan stepped into the suite. He suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her inside, and the door closed with a resounding click. Everything happened too swiftly for Rong Yan to react. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself in the room. Her back against the door, facing the tall and imposing figure of Qi Jingyuan, their clothes brushed against each other, eliminating any space between them. Mr. Qi, what are you doing? Rong Yan attempted to maintain her composure. But the sight of the man before her rendered her incapable of staying calm. The enclosed space, the rapid beating of her heart, and the oppressive atmosphere heightened her anxiety to an extreme. Qi Jingyuan's gaze lingered on her alluring crimson lips, the porcelain of her cheeks flushed with two rosy blooms, his fox-like eyes gleaming brightly, transporting him back to that night. On that occasion, she had looked at him with the same expression, though that night, her eyes had carried a hint of intoxication, akin to a drug that had awakened the beast within him. Sensing the shift in his body, he asked, "Are we?" Rong Yan's mind exploded with confusion. What nonsense was he spouting? How could he say such things? He reached out, caressing her brow, his fingers grazing her eyelids with a lingering tenderness. "Since we've already been here once, why fear a second time? Besides, I'm willing to pay." Rong Yan replied, "Just like last time, the price is yours to dictate. A fair exchange, and we remain indifferent to one another." The enticing red lips trembled slightly, and instinctively Rong Yan took a step back, realizing there was nowhere to retreat. She steeled herself. "Are you drunk? Or, I'm very sobered." He was acutely aware of his desire for her. Over the past half-month, he had opportunities to be with other women, yet whenever he felt the need, the first image that surfaced in his mind was the night spent with her. He had thought it was merely a fleeting whim, believing he would forget in time, yet upon seeing her tonight, the beast within him stirred once more. His friends were astute enough to sense his subtle changes, deliberately keeping him until the end to create an opportunity for him. The atmosphere in the room was charged, the rising hormones rendering the air between them increasingly heated. Undeniably, Rong Yan felt a flutter in her heart. Upon the completion of this transaction, she would have the means to purchase a burial plot for her mother. She could fulfill her mother's dying wish, enabling her to leave the world in peace. She could also resign from the club and pursue her true aspirations. Everything seemed so idyllic, all her hardships could come to an abrupt halt. "Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not force you. You may leave at any time." With that, Qi Jingyuan released his hold on her. Rong Yan exhaled deeply. "Mr. Qi, let me reiterate, I will not cling to you obsessively. But I genuinely need the money. I hope you understand." Summoning her courage, she took a small step toward him, yet before she could speak her face had flushed all the way to her collarbone. "As you mentioned, a fair exchange, and we remain indifferent." Rong Yan was utterly exhausted, unable to recall when she had drifted off to sleep. Her body felt as though it had been dismantled. Opening her eyes, she found herself clutching something. It was Qi Jingyuan's arm. Rong Yan's face turned crimson as she cautiously withdrew her hand and stealthily got out of bed to dress. Just as she stepped down, her legs buckled, and she fell to the floor. The man on the bed let out a soft grunt, awakening to find her body marked with traces of their encounter. His gaze narrowed. Rong Yan hastily donned her clothes, and upon turning to see Qi Jingyuan awake, her heart raced and her face flushed. "Mr. Qi, would you prefer WeChat or Alipay?" Having experienced the previous encounter, Rong Yan felt more adept, yet the sight of the man before her, completely unclothed, left her inexplicably blushing and anxious. Unable to meet his gaze, Qi Jingyuan smirked lightly. "WeChat? Are you sure you can send it via WeChat?" It was only then that Rong Yan remembered she had seemingly deleted him. A silence enveloped the room, reminiscent of a tranquil bridge. After a lengthy pause, the man leisurely retrieved his phone, clicked on the chat, re-added her as a friend, and promptly transferred 300,000. "Mr. Qi, this time I will only accept 200. Rong Yan confirmed the payment and promptly returned 100,000. "Do you lack funds?" "I do, but I prefer to keep things as they are. I do not require charity." "Very well, it appears this young lady possesses a bit of stubbornness. Perhaps after experiencing the harshness of society, she will become more compliant." Qi Jingyuan did not press her further. This time, he accepted the returned 100,000 without complaint. Rong Yan transferred the funds to her bank card, and upon seeing the notification of the deposit, her spirits lifted immensely. She could soon fulfill her mother's dying wish, and she could lead a normal life once more. Chapter 7. The employer agrees. "Mr. Qi, as you anticipated, this may very well be our last meeting. From now on we part ways. I wish you a pleasant life, and may all your wishes come true." With that, she strode toward the door, her steps remarkably lighter than before. Who could blame her for feeling joyful? To finally put an end to her long-standing wish was indeed a source of great solace. She felt as though she had come back to life. Rong Yan visited the pharmacy to purchase contraceptive pills. After returning to her rental apartment, she took a shower and changed her clothes, just in time to receive a call from Lin Xiaoxiao. "Ian, are you free tonight to go out for dinner, barbecue?" Lin Xiaoxiao was Rong Yan's university roommate, and they shared a good rapport. After graduation, Lin Xiaoxiao received an offer from Shengshi Group and joined the Human Resources Department. Rong Yan had also applied to Shengshi, yet her application had seemingly vanished without a trace. Due to financial constraints, she ultimately chose to work at Tianweitian. "No worries, once I've established myself at Shengshi, I'll directly recommend you." Lin Xiaoxiao had consoled her at the time. Now 2 years had passed. "Xiaoxiao, I can't make it tonight. I need to head back to my hometown for a bit. Let us arrange another time. Alright then, I'll come find you to hang out when you're free. After hanging up the phone, Rong Yen proceeded to request leave from both the CAF and Tian Wadian. Upon hearing she wished to take leave, Manager Yu remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I had intended to discuss something with you in person today, but it's fine, focus on your family matters. Rong Yen inquired about the matter. There's an opening for a fixed server at room 608, and I've already signed you up. What? Rong Yen was completely taken aback. What's wrong? Are you not pleased? No, I just find it a bit sudden, Manager Yu. If I accept, what will happen to Zhang Shu, ISNT Shu, the fixed server for room 608? Manager Yu's tone turned somewhat cold. In. You need to consider whether you want this or not, rather than worrying about others. Why are you here? To earn money and to rise, not to do charity. Do you understand? Rong Yen fell silent. The system at Tian Wadian was ruthless. If she chose to become the fixed server for room 608, Zhang Shu would inevitably face termination. She did not wish to usurp someone else's livelihood without justification. Moreover, she had just declared to Qi Jingyuan that she would no longer see him. Finally, once the matters concerning her mother's grave were settled, she would resign. The distinction of being promoted to a private room would hold little significance. After much contemplation, she spoke calmly. I apologize, Manager Yu, but I wish to focus on my current responsibilities. Manager Yu was momentarily taken aback but soon replied, you need not rush to provide me with an answer. We can discuss this upon your return from vacation. Sometimes ambition and kindness cannot coexist. I can see that you are an ambitious individual, and I hope you come to understand this truth sooner rather than later. The call ended abruptly. Rong Yen hurriedly purchased a ticket back to her hometown. Her hometown was her mother's ancestral home, characterized by ancient earthen walls, surrounded by a fence adorned with blooming roses. She called out a few times for her grandmother and soon saw the elderly woman emerge from the kitchen. What brings you back, little girl? Aren't you supposed to be working in the city? Her grandmother scolded her fiercely. With only one daughter, her grandmother had never held affection for Rong Yen, viewing her as a reminder of her mother's disgraceful actions that led to her birth. Her grandfather had passed away early, and her mother had ventured out to work at a young age. By a twist of fate, her mother encountered Rong Xiang, fell in love with him, and became entangled with him despite his existing family, ultimately leading to a pregnancy. Initially, Rong Xiang promised to take responsibility, and her mother naively awaited his divorce. Days turned into weeks, then years, and 3 years later, instead of a divorce, she faced a breakup. In her frustration, her mother spent some money to bribe the media, publicly revealing her lineage to the Rong family and demanding child support, forcing her father into the open. The scandal erupted throughout the city, and the neighbors were all too aware of the situation. Her mother never received the support she sought, nor did her father return. Instead, she received a lawyer's letter, leading to her being blacklisted and struggling to find work. Their home was no longer habitable, doors were smashed, windows shattered, and they faced daily assaults of rotten vegetables and insults, branding her mother a vile woman who destroyed another's family, while Rong Yen was labeled a bastard child. Cursed with a bewitching appearance, even the vendors at the market refused to sell to them. In her rage, her mother would beat Rong Yen, blaming her for her very existence, lamenting that if only she had been a son, the Rong family would not have cast her aside, and her life would not have been so tragic. On one occasion, Rong Yen nearly lost her life had it not been for a neighbor passing by after school who sensed something amiss and rushed her to the hospital. She might have been a forgotten soul. The city no longer welcomed them, forcing her mother to return with her to their ancestral home. The townsfolk would not openly scorn them but would do so behind their backs, whispering cruel words and flinging excrement at their walls. To conceal the unsightly mess, her grandmother built a fence and planted roses. Now, the roses flourished, filling the garden with their fragrance, yet her mother was no longer there. Grandma, I'm back to collect my mother's ashes. I have money now, and I'm going to find Uncle Hu to buy a burial plot. On her way back, she had already spoken to Uncle Hu, who mentioned he would consult the owner before getting back to her. Just minutes before she entered the house, Uncle Hu had called her back. 600,000. The owner has agreed, with a heart brimming with joy. Rong Yen stepped inside, where her mother's portrait hung above, depicting a gentle, radiant woman. She knelt and bowed her head twice. Where did you get so much money, little girl? You haven't engaged in anything illicit, have you? I warn you, if you are like your mother, tempting married men, I won't hesitate to punish you. Rong Yen fell silent. Could Qi Jingyuan be a married man? If so, her sins would be grievous. Little girl, you seem nervous. Have you truly enticed a married man? Her grandmother's expression darkened, and she turned to grab a stick to strike Rong Yen. Caught off guard, Rong Yen received several blows. She fled, exclaiming, "No, Grandma, it's not true, not true." Then where did you acquire such a fortune, you disgraceful child? I'll break your legs today. Ignoring her pain, Rong Yen lunged to seize the stick, enduring more strikes in the process. This is all legitimate money I earned from my job. I worked on a project and received a commission. The company's project commissions are quite generous. Please don't think ill of me. She couldn't bear to meet her grandmother's gaze. Her grandmother, still skeptical, asked, "Really?" Rong Yan nodded vigorously. Her grandmother ceased her accusations, tossing the stick aside and heading to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles. "As long as you work diligently, earning 600,000 in 2 years is commendable, Rong Yan. Your mother was foolish to do such things. You must never follow her path, otherwise, I will be forced to take drastic measures against you." Chapter 8. The owner is the chief family. Rong Yan slurped her noodles, feeling tears welling up. After finishing her meal, she took her grandmother and her mother's ashes to the cemetery management office at Jiuchuan Mountain. Uncle, who was busy and had no time to speak with her, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, he finally emerged from the office in a hurry. "I apologize, today the owner is at the cemetery for a memorial. I was busy coordinating things. Have you prepared the funds?" Uncle, who regarded her, his eyes gleaming. This young girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother, possessing a natural beauty that, while not immediately stunning, became increasingly captivating upon closer inspection. Unfortunately, she appeared somewhat gaunt, her complexion lacking vitality. "I'm ready, Uncle, who will let us sign the contract, and I'll transfer the payment right away." Uncle, who quickly called over a young man by the printer. The young man promptly brought over the contract. After Rong Yan carefully reviewed it a few times and confirmed everything was in order, she signed and made the payment. Uncle, who then led them to the burial site. "Ah Yan, you have no idea how difficult it is to acquire this plot of land." Uncle, who sighed, "The owner doesn't lack money and is reluctant to sell. Such a favorable location is reserved solely for their family. It was only after I called and clearly stated that your chosen location is on the outskirts of Jiuchuan Mountain, far from their family graves, that he agreed to." Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. "I truly appreciate it, Uncle, who don't mention it. Your mother and I were old friends. Helping you is the least I can do." The scenery at Jiuchuan Mountain was indeed breathtaking. From the hillside, one could gaze out at the azure sea, vast and radiant. The mountaintop was adorned with trees, and the surrounding lawns were sprinkled with small, white flowers. The spot her mother selected was truly splendid. Holding the urn in one hand and supporting her grandmother with the other, Uncle, who noticed and took the urn from her, the three of them crossed the nearby lawn, where a crowd in formal attire gathered at a grave. Their demeanor somber. To her astonishment, the leader of the group was none other than Qi Jingyuan. "Uncle, who are those people?" "That is the owner of Jiuchuan Mountain, the Qi family. Today marks the memorial for the Qi family matriarch, and all the family members have come to pay their respects." Rong Yan was taken aback. So Jiuchuan Mountain belongs to the Qi family. The 60,000 I worked so hard to earn has ultimately ended up in Qi Jingyuan's hands? What a cruel twist of fate. Your family is quite remarkable. Surely he must be married by now. Uncle, who had not anticipated her sudden inquiry, "I'm not quite sure, but over the years I've attended memorials, I haven't seen him with a partner. If he hadn't brought a companion to such a significant occasion, it implied he was indeed unmarried." Rong Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She wished to avoid Qi Jingyuan's gaze and quickly averted her eyes, hastening her steps. However, just as she turned, Qi Jingyuan glanced back. At that precise moment, he slightly furrowed his brow, inquiring of the nearby cemetery administrator, "What are those individuals doing, Mr. Qi?" "Those are the ones interested in purchasing a burial plot," named Rong Yan. "Rest assured, we won't allow unrelated parties in without your permission." Rong Yan. So that was her name. Qi Jingyuan remained silent as the administrator continued. 2 years ago, she called the cemetery management office inquiring about the cost of a plot at Jiuchuan Mountain. As Jiuchuan Mountain is privately owned and not for sale. We explained the situation to her, yet she insisted that being buried at Jiuchuan Mountain was her mother's dying wish and pleaded for our assistance. That is why we later contacted you. Qi Jingyuan recalled the incident. Indeed, he had only mentioned a price to dissuade her yesterday. Uncle, who had approached him, revealing that she had managed to gather the funds, which surprised him. "Her mother has passed away?" "Yes, a tragic situation, according to director, who both mother and daughter were abandoned, with her mother raising her alone. 2 years ago, while cleaning at home, she accidentally fell down the stairs and, after being taken to the hospital, succumbed to her injuries. For a family like hers, 600,000 was an astronomical sum, yet she had somehow managed to gather it. Requiring the funds is one thing, but actually using it to buy a burial plot is another. That amount could have covered a down payment on a dilapidated house in Anqing." Qi Jingyuan fell silent. So her need for money stemmed from such circumstances. She was willing to endure hardship for the comfort of the deceased. A stubborn yet pure-hearted individual, a rarity indeed. Rong Yan placed her mother's urn in the burial site. The gravestone had yet to be engraved, and the photograph was not prepared, leaving it looking rather bare. She picked some white wildflowers nearby and placed them before the grave. "Mother, rest in peace. I will take good care of Grandma. Be obedient, and live life well." Rong Yan bowed 3 times. Her grandmother stood on the stone slab, turning her back to wipe away tears discreetly. There is an abundance of suffering in this world, and the most painful must surely be the farewell of a parent to their child. "The scenery here is lovely. You must be pleased. Today was too hurried. I brought nothing for you. Next time, I will bring your favorite osmanthus cake." The only response was the whisper of the wind. After paying her respects to her mother, Rong Yan led her grandmother down the mountain. Turning to look at the opposite hill, which appeared to house another burial site, she asked Uncle Hu, "Is that also a burial plot for the Qi family?" "No, that belongs to the Rong family." "Which Rong family? Is there another Rong family in Anqing?" "It's the Rong family of Rongxiang, the one associated with Rongsher Group." Rong Yan felt a chilling wave of realization wash over her. After a lengthy silence, she turned to her mother's tombstone and murmured, "So you chose this place for Dad." She was so attached that even in death, she could not let go of him. Rong Yan scoffed, thinking, what a fool of a mistress, so deeply ensnared in love to this extent. Rong Yan still had to arrange for the inscription on the tombstone, and it seemed it would take quite some time. She first sent her grandmother off on the returning bus, intending to handle everything herself before taking the last bus down the mountain. While waiting, her phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Miss Rong, this is the Human Resources Department of Shengsher Group. Are you still looking for a job? Can you come in for an interview soon?" Rong Yan sprang up from her seat. "Is this Shengsher Group?" "Yes, indeed. I can make time. Would next Monday work for you?" "I'll come for the interview." "That works. I'll send the interview details to your email shortly, so please check." Just as the call was about to end, Rong Yan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, may I ask if my resume was referred by Lin Xiaoxiao from your company?" There was a brief pause on the other end, as if they were checking something. "No, it's not. Didn't you submit your resume before? For the market management position, right? Your resume aligns quite well with our requirements, which is why we called you." "Okay, thank you." After hanging up, Rong Yan couldn't help but ponder. Was her resume truly suitable? Why 2 years ago had Lin Xiaoxiao told her that she did not meet the recruitment criteria, leading to her being eliminated? Something felt amiss at that moment. The engraver called for her attention. Rong Yan shook off her thoughts and hurried to attend to the tombstone engraving. Chapter 9. Buckle your seatbelt. By the time she finished, it was already 9:30. Unlike the valley below, the mountain grew dark early, shrouded in thick fog. She gathered her belongings and arrived at the bus station, only for a torrential downpour to commence, without an umbrella and the station being quite rudimentary. She hastily grabbed a large leaf to shield her head, but it proved useless. She quickly became soaked, and the bus showed no signs of arriving. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal Su Cheng's kind and concerned face. "Miss Yan, the rain is too heavy. Would you like a ride?" Rong Yan glanced at the back seat. Undoubtedly, Qi Jingyuan was sitting inside. Damn it, how could she keep running into him? Estimating that the bus would arrive soon, Rong Yan stiffened and politely declined. "No, thank you, Mr. Su. The bus should be here shortly. The bus 1T be coming. There's a breakdown on the road. I just saw the driver contacting someone for repairs. Broken down." "How can that be? This rain might not stop anytime soon, and being out here in the wilderness among graveyards. What if a ghost with unkempt hair appears and insists on keeping her company?" Rong Yan shivered at the thought. It seemed that Mr. Su was genuinely concerned, having sought Qi Jingyuan's opinion out of worry for her getting soaked. If that was the case, Qi Jingyuan must also know that it was not her persistence but rather the whims of fate. After expressing her gratitude, Rong Yan reached for the front passenger door. "Sit in the back. There's stuff in the front, and it's inconvenient." Looking down, she noticed several gift boxes occupying the front seat, forcing her to open the back door instead and sit down. The interior was warm, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. A familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils, yet she dared not glance at the person beside her. Quietly, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket to wipe the droplets of water from her face. Hands and hair, soaked to the skin, she struggled to dry off. Her white shirt clung to her body, revealing hints of the pink top underneath, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed, wanting to cover herself but lacking suitable clothing. Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed a stream of water trickling down the seat towards Qi Jingyuan. Rong Yan felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should not have gotten into this car. Even being frightened to death by a mountain spirit would be preferable to this social embarrassment. Apologizing, she took out a tissue to wipe the water. But just then, the vehicle took a sharp turn, and she found herself unsteadily colliding with Qi Jingyuan. "I'm sorry, I wasn't steady just now." Qi Jingyuan looked down at the person beside him, droplets of water clinging to her cheeks, her damp hair accentuating her porcelain skin, which appeared even more radiant without makeup. He averted his gaze. "Buckle your seatbelt." Rong Yan silently shifted back to her seat and fastened her seatbelt. "Miss Yan, where do you live?" The atmosphere in the car felt peculiar, but Su Cheng spoke up at the right moment, alleviating the subtle tension. "No need to trouble yourself. Just drop me off at the roadside when we get down." "Not a problem. We're not in a hurry." It's unsafe for a girl to be out alone at this hour. I heard that not long ago, a girl jogging at night was abducted by a passing car. And they haven't even found her body." Rong Yan felt a chill run down her spine. "Mr. Su, you really know how to scare someone." He had successfully dissuaded her, with someone looking out for her. She no longer needed to hesitate and promptly reported the name of her village. The car sped along. Qi Jingyuan inquired, "Why are you coming down so late?" Rong Yan replied respectfully, "I had some matters to attend to, which delayed me. Had I known it would rain, I would have stayed on the mountain for the night," implicitly suggesting that her encounter with him was not intentional. She genuinely had business to attend to. Qi Jingyuan perceived the underlying meaning in her words and slightly smirked. There's a towel behind you. Dry yourself off, thank you. Rong Yen turned around and took the towel, draping it over herself. Feeling warmth envelop her, after a long day, she was already fatigued, and the sudden warmth made her drowsy. Unintentionally she dozed off, her head resting perfectly on Qi Jingyuan's shoulder. Qi Jingyuan, he frowned slightly, adjusting her position. A few minutes later, she leaned back onto his shoulder again. This cycle repeated several times until he finally gave up. She seemed utterly exhausted, her features marred by fatigue. She appeared to be cold. Inching closer to him, wrapping her arms around his, clinging to him like a small pendant. After their previous encounter, she would often do this when she fell asleep, resembling a little kitten. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted. Rong Yen awoke with a start, groggily opening her eyes to find herself staring directly into Qi Jingyuan's gaze. You're enticing me, he declared, making a definitive statement. I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Rong Yen quickly withdrew her right hand. Her face turning crimson, she had a habit of cuddling with the large teddy bear her mother had gifted her for her birthday, which had accompanied her for over a decade. She had inadvertently treated Qi Jingyuan as her teddy bear. How could she have fallen asleep in the car? Looks like there's a rock slide ahead. I'll check it out, please wait here. Su Cheng suddenly stopped the car in an open area and took his phone to scout ahead. In such stormy weather, rock slides were common in mountainous areas, and if struck, it could be fatal. Su Cheng's caution was warranted, but leaving her alone with Qi Jingyuan felt quite unreliable. Should I go take a look too? Rong Yen turned to open the car door, only to find it locked. A sense of danger began to loom. Qi Jingyuan swiftly pulled her back, his hands weaving through her hair as he leaned down to capture her enticing lips. Rong Yan's body tensed instantly, instinctively hugging her arms to her chest, pushing him away. Mr. Qi, please don't. Rong Yan was flustered. How could he be so forward? Just then, the kiss abruptly halted. Qi Jingyuan's gaze fell on the marks on her arm. Clearly left by a stick, his eyes narrowed slightly. What is this? Rong Yan hastily adjusted her clothes, wrapping herself up tightly. It's nothing. Although her grandmother hadn't struck hard, it had still left marks, red, and likely to linger for several days. Qi Jingyuan seemed to understand something, rising from her. He straightened his clothes, his expression growing somewhat indifferent. I only wanted to inform you that this is the cost of enticing me. Rong Yan felt a pang of frustration. Her nose tinged with bitterness. Mr. Qi, I've already apologized, and besides, it was your misunderstanding. I didn't. Chapter 10. Being schemed against it matters not. I have already received my due compensation. Rong Yan. She felt an intense anger rise within her. She had been taken advantage of, and she couldn't win an argument with him. Encountering Qi Jingyuan was indeed her misfortune. She might as well consider it being nibbled by a pig. However, she had indeed fallen asleep first. So his retaliation seemed somewhat justified. No, how could it be justified? She couldn't swallow this resentment. Frustrated, Rong Yen sat there, and after a while, Su Cheng returned, stating everything was normal. The car continued onward, soon reaching the village entrance. Miss Yen, should I drop you off in the village? Su Cheng asked. No, thank you. A luxury car entering the village would spread rumors throughout the community by morning. She wanted to maintain a good reputation and avoid being caught in a web of gossip. After thanking him again, she opened the door and walked away without looking back toward home. The Rolls-Royce departed the village. Inside the car, Qi Jingyuan reclined against the back seat, the scent of Rong Yen still lingering in his nostrils. She was so clean, her fragrance merely that of shampoo, and her clothes, at least not like some women who made him feel physically uncomfortable with just a glance. The image of her delicate pink lips and alluring figure resurfaced in his mind. He had genuinely wanted to pin her down earlier and have his way with her. Sighing inwardly, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Let us go out for drinks. Now, same place, only by engaging in other activities could he divert his attention, gradually extinguishing the rising desire and calming his restless heart. Having arranged matters concerning her mother, Rong Yan returned to Ansheng. She first attended an interview at Shengshi before resuming her duties at the CAF Tianweishan. Just as she changed into her work attire, Su Jing pulled her aside. Yen, what on earth is happening? Are the rumors about you and Mr. Qi true? Rong Yan's mind exploded in a cacophony of thoughts, leaving her momentarily blank. What rumors? Did you not see? Someone posted on the club forum, claiming you deliberately seduced Mr. Qi, insinuating that he was endlessly patient with you. Seducing Qi Jingyuan? Wasn't it just about sleeping with him? Rong Yan clicked on the post, which echoed Su Jing's words, accompanied by screenshots of messages she had sent to Qi Jingyuan, messages devoid of any moral compass. However, these chat screenshots were fabricated. This indicated that those spreading the rumors were unaware of her true relationship with Qi Jingyuan and were merely concocting tales of her alleged seduction. Rong Yan pushed the door open. At this hour, the other attendants were gathered in the workroom, awaiting a meeting. Upon seeing her, the previously bustling chatter fell silent, replaced by a tense stillness. Many cast side glances at her, their expressions tinged with disdain, mockery, and a hint of jealousy. Yen, come here for a moment. Manager, you called her into the office. The forum allegations are false. Those photos are doctored. I have never violated club regulations by intentionally harassing a guest. Please trust me, manager. You methodically organized some documents. Have you added Mr. Chi on WeChat? Rong Yen fell silent. Do you dare to present your chat history with Mr. Chi for everyone to see? She remained mute. Her conversations with Qi Jingyuan consisted solely of transfers, nothing extraneous that would hold up against the fabricated chats circulating. However, seeing Manager Yu's demeanor, it seemed he had already suspected that she had added Qi Jingyuan on WeChat. She tentatively asked, I have added Mr. Qi. You don't seem surprised. Manager Yu chuckled. In this line of work, what is there to be oblivious to? Rong Yen, you are too naive. A realization dawned upon Rong Yen. So Manager Yu had orchestrated her 2 encounters with Qi Jingyuan. What was her motive? What benefit could she derive from it? Initially Rong Yen felt she did not understand this superior. Manager Yu lit a cigarette, the swirling smoke accentuating her alluring features. Do you remember the discussion we had a few days ago regarding the advancement to a fixed position at 608? I do, given the current situation. Even if you are innocent, the higher-ups will not promote you. Do you understand my implication? Rong Yen nodded. So the timing of the forum incident was because I obstructed someone's path, correct? Manager Yu's expression shifted to one of appreciation. She had indeed seen potential in her. Intelligent, perceptive, and well-versed in the rules. If nurtured, her future was boundless. I said Zhang Shu. I cannot answer that. The club would not go to such lengths for a trivial matter. Last time you mentioned Zhang Shu couldn't go to the 608 private room. Could you tell me why? Rong Yen sought clarity to eliminate any possibilities in her mind after a moment of consideration. Manager Yu replied, Zhang Shu fell ill. The club can no longer employ her. What illness? A sexually transmitted disease. She's contracted several of the more common types. Rong Yen fell silent. To have contracted so many STDs implied her extensive involvement with numerous men. She had been with the club for nearly 5 years, a veteran attendant, diligent and cautious. Now, afflicted by disease, she could no longer lead a normal life. By the way, I believe she is unmarried. What will become of her? Rong Yen, do not pry into matters that are inconsequential. This was both a reminder and a warning. Rong Yen nodded obediently, comprehending Manager Yu's intent and wishing to avoid trouble, yet she felt a pang of melancholy. Qi Jingyuan had been right. Resigning and seeking a legitimate job was indeed the way forward. This place devoured its own, leaving no bones behind. That day, while serving in room 611, Rong Yen found her mind wandering. Preoccupied with the forum incident and her potential resignation, the results of her interview at Shengshi would be revealed in 3 days, and upon success, she would resign without hesitation. However, before leaving, she needed to uncover the truth behind the forum allegations. After enduring the workday, she returned to the workroom, weary, where Su Jing had just finished changing. So how did it go? Did Manager Yu hold anything against you? Rong Yen shook her head. Indeed, who would stoop so low as to do such a thing? You were the most likely candidate for the promotion to 608, and now look. Suddenly Rong Yen recalled something. Who else applied for the promotion? Su Jing paused, taken aback. What made you ask that? I believe there were Lulu, Zhangyu, Shui Shengnan, and oh right, Suwen also applied. Rong Yen nodded thoughtfully. Among those names, Suwen seemed the most promising. A realization struck her, and she smiled. Su Jing. Thank you for taking me to the hospital that night when I fell ill. By the way, was there anyone else in the corridor when I fainted onto Mr. Qi? Chapter 11, Testing the Waters. Su Jing pondered carefully. I can't quite recall. I remember someone passing by, but I couldn't see who it was. I don't know if it was Su Wen or Lu Li.Su1. It must have been her. Su Jing's eyes sparkled with realization. Su Wen happened to be passing by and saw what happened. She felt jealous, so she set you up. It's definitely her. Rong Yen nodded, saying nothing further. Once outside the club, she called Manager Yu, inquiring about the same question. Manager Yu, who else applied for the promotion this time? Manager Yu quickly listed the names. The first few were identical, but one name stood out, Su Jing. So Su Jing applied too, correct? Yes, her performance has been average, so her chances are slim, but she met the criteria to apply. So what's the matter? Nothing, thank you, Manager Yu. After hanging up, Rong Yen returned to her rented apartment. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Fortunately, the CAF was not too crowded, unlike previous days filled with hustle and bustle. Allowing her a moment to breathe after work, she habitually arrived at TianYtian.as. The forum incident escalated. Various gazes fell upon her the moment she stepped through the door. Rong Yen feigned ignorance. Occasionally, she overheard vague, slanderous remarks, but she chose not to engage, greeting her co-workers calmly before returning to her tasks. Soon, 3 days passed. That noon, Rong Yen finally received the call from Shengshi Group. She had passed the interview and would officially start next month. Upon leaving her apartment, she felt as though she had been rejuvenated. Her eyes sparkled, her steps were light, and her complexion appeared much brighter. Arriving at the workroom, she called out to Su Jing, "What happened?" I asked Su Wen, and she said she didn't pass through the corridor that night. Su Jing, did you really see Su Wen? Rong Yen sipped her hot water, slowly speaking. Su Jing, in the midst of changing clothes, paused. I did see her, but she might be lying. Now, is that so? Is it possible? Su Jing halted her movements, scrutinizing her. What do you mean, Su Jing? Could you tell me why you concealed your application for the 608 promotion from me? Originally, there was no need for such concealment. She would inevitably find out. Su Jing's gaze turned steely. I mean no harm. I never intended to take your spot, I merely wished to earn more money. Is that so? Yet I distinctly remember that night in the corridor, besides the guests, only you and manager you were present. I reviewed the angles of the candid photos, they precisely aligned with your direction at the time. Later, I also checked the surveillance footage. Throughout the incident, only you and manager you appeared. Manager you had endorsed her. There was no reason for her to frame Rong Yan, that left only Su Jing. Su Jing stood up. So, you were trying to deceive me. What you told me last night was merely a test. You never believed me from the start. Rong Yan remained silent, tacitly agreeing. You stepping forward to defend me was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Your floor rarely encounters Mr. Qi and his associates, so you seized this rare opportunity. You didn't genuinely aim to speak up for me. You merely wished to leave an impression on those wealthy young men. Hoping they might notice your kind and considerate nature, fall for you, and elevate your status. She regarded Su Jing with calmness. Am I correct? Su Jing fell silent for a moment, a flicker of fear crossing her mind. I don't know what you're talking about. These are just your speculations. Indeed, it was speculation, but not far from the truth. When you approached that night, I caught a whiff of your perfume. It was quite expensive, and you rarely used it. Furthermore, you had retouched your makeup. If you genuinely intended to help her, would you have had time for that? The only truth is that you saw Qi Jingyuan first, rushed to the restroom to touch up your makeup, and were troubled about how to approach them when I fainted. Su Jing stood frozen in shock. She had not anticipated that Rong Yan would deduce all this. How meticulous and astute she was. She had underestimated her. Su Jing smiled and said, I have stated that all of this is merely your conjecture. You possess no evidence and cannot incriminate me. Rong Yan, you are merely indulging in verbal sparring. Rong Yan expressed her regret. Su Jing, for the past 2 years, I have sincerely regarded you as a friend, yet, I find myself betrayed. Su Jing scoffed. Friend? Are you joking? Rong Yan, we both know the true reason for our presence here. We are all striving for our futures. Why is it that your association with the powerful is deemed ambition, while my similar pursuits are dismissed as mere folly? Rong Yan retorted, I am not associating with the powerful. Su Jing shot back, your very appearance here signifies your reliance on those in power. Being beautiful in such an indulgent environment is a sin in itself. Rong Yan had survived these past 2 years partly due to luck and partly due to her cleverness and social awareness. But Su Jing did not have that luxury. She lacked both beauty and wit and had to rely solely on her own abilities to carve her path. She aimed to advance to room 608. If she succeeded in her promotion, she would have secured a significant victory, allowing her to spend time with Mr. Qi and his associates, thereby increasing her chances of being noticed. Once recognized, a mere share of their favors would enable her to escape her parasitic parents and gambling brother, freeing her from the burden of financial worries for life. To succeed in her advancement, she first needed to eliminate obstacles. Rong Yan was her greatest hindrance. She had to ensure that Rong Yan lost her qualification, thus enhancing her own prospects. Rong Yan, unwilling to continue the conversation, said, Do you know why Zhang Shu hasn't come to work? Su Jing remained silent but wore an expression of confusion. She contracted a sexually transmitted disease? Rong Yan revealed the path to wealth and status is rarely straightforward. One encounters either celestial beings or monsters along the way, and who can truly discern whether they are stepping into paradise or a bottomless abyss? Rong Yan departed, turning off the recording and making her way to Manager Yu's office. From the onset, she had not sought evidence but rather the truth. She was a person who insisted on clarity. Even in death, Rong Yan presented the recording to Manager Yu along with her resignation letter. Upon seeing the resignation letter, Manager Yu was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor softened suddenly. If this is about the forum incident, there's no need for that. I can find a way to resolve it. Rong Yan, you have ambition. Do not disregard the efforts of the past 2 years. Thank you for your care over these 2 years. But my decision to resign is resolute. Rong Yan replied. Manager Yu smiled. Have you found a better job? How about this? Whatever offer they made you, let me know, and I'll double it. I merely wish to take a break. There are no other job offers. Chapter 12. Can you drink with Zhou Xiao but not with me? How absurd. She's not foolish. If she were to reveal the job at Shangshi, who knows how many troubles she would invite upon herself. While Manager Yu is trustworthy, she must tread carefully. Rong Yan, reconsider. Perhaps I can grant you time off so you can rest properly? Rong Yan remained resolute. I have sent you the recording. You may choose to make it public or keep it private. At your discretion. I will not be coming in next week. If there is anything that needs to be handed over, please arrange it in advance. Thank you. Upon exiting Manager Yu's office, Rong Yan dialed the CAF's number to resign as well. The response was different than here. They easily agreed due to strong replacement options. There was little to transfer between the two jobs. She signed the necessary documents and confirmed the details of her forthcoming salary. Bringing the matter to a close, however, she intended to fulfill her duties during her final days. With Zhang Shu absent, Manager Yu recommended Rong Yan for room 608 once again, but this time she declined. Manager Yu, rather than investing energy in me, why not nurture some newcomers? Perhaps those who applied for advancement could be considered. Manager Yu appeared to ponder this and smiled. Rong Yan, you truly are ruthless. When Su Jing received news of being assigned to room 608, she was utterly stunned. It took her a full minute to regain her composure, trembling as she touched up her makeup and spritzed perfume. Finally feeling satisfied with her appearance before confidently heading to room 608. Her promising new life was about to commence. From this point onward, she would surely ascend to greatness. 2 hours later, Su Jing was unceremoniously discarded at the entrance of room 608. Her hand was burned, her chest stained with red wine, and her meticulously applied makeup was in disarray from tears. Upon receiving the news, Manager Yu, unable to consult the supervisor in time, witnessed her being thrown out by security. The reason cited was her inadequate service, harassment of guests, and poor quality, leading to her dismissal. Manager Yu called internally, "Are you satisfied now? But the people at 608 have already been riled up. You need to help me put out the fire." This was the last straw. Rong Yan began to touch up her makeup again. It wasn't that she couldn't tolerate Su Jing. She merely wanted her to realize that merely having the opportunity to enter room 608 did not equate to changing one's fate. Every time she had served, she had done so with utmost diligence, fearing any misstep. Why should Su Jing presume she was any different? Rong Yan entered room 608. As she pushed the door open, Qi Jingyuan merely glanced up before averting his gaze. Rong Yan took a seat in the corner, fully focused on brewing tea. As the cups of clear, sweet tea slid down throats, someone sighed, "This is the good stuff. What was that other rubbish? Even pigs wouldn't drink it." Someone soothed, "Alright, let's not bring up such disheartening matters, it affects the mood." Rong Yan smiled. "Yan will serve tea to the esteemed guests for the last time. Please feel free to request any tea you wish, and I will serve you with utmost dedication." Hearing this, young Master Zhou paused. "What is wrong? Who bullied you? Speak to me, Zhou Wei. I'll help you deal with them." Rong Yan replied with a calm smile, No, thank you for your kindness, young Master Zhou. I have family matters to attend to and must resign. I will no longer be working here." Young Master Zhou looked surprised. He poured himself a glass of wine. "Come, let us toast to your bright future." Rong Yan raised her glass, and amidst the crowd, Qi Jingyuan suddenly spoke. "Zhou Xiao, let's discuss the Moon Bay project together?" Young Master Zhou promptly set down his glass and went over. With the toast givers gone, Rong Yan naturally had no need to drink. She placed her glass down and quietly retreated to the corner. As the gathering dispersed, Qi Jingyuan remained the last. Rong Yan had already contacted Master Su, who said he would arrive in 2 minutes. 10 minutes had passed, and still no one came. Room 608 was spacious and luxurious. Leaving only her and Qi Jingyuan. "You plan to resign?" he inquired. "Yes." Qi Jingyuan leaned back against the sofa, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rong Yan stated politely, "I have contacted Master Su for you. He should be here shortly. If you have no other matters, I will take my leave now." Qi Jingyuan pushed 2 wine glasses toward her, the implication unmistakable. Rong Yan dutifully filled 2 glasses. Qi Jingyuan lifted one, gesturing toward her. Rong Yan's expression remained composed as she hesitated over whether to drink. Qi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, his gaze darkening. "What, you can drink with young Master Zhou but not with me?" Rong Yan explained calmly. "I did not drink with young Master Zhou either." Qi Jingyuan remained silent. The room fell into a tense silence once again. Rong Yan felt as though she were sitting on needles, discomfort creeping in. She stood to refill the drinks, but her right wrist was suddenly grasped, throwing her balance off, causing her to fall into Qi Jingyuan's embrace. He tightened his grip on her wrist, the faint scent of alcohol wafting over her face. Their lips nearly touched. Rong Yan fought to steady herself, narrowly avoiding the kiss. 1 million for a month. What, monthly service, do you understand? His gaze flickered as he looked at her alabaster neck and heaving chest. He seemed to have developed an addiction to her body, before he grew tired of her completely. A monthly arrangement was a reasonable and mutually beneficial approach. Rong Yan felt her head swimming. As if her reason was being overwhelmed by something uncontrollable, she broke free from his grip and slapped his face. "Of Mr. Chief, this is my answer. Do you understand?" Still unsatisfied, she picked up the wine on the table and splashed it across his face. "Do not presume that just because you possess good looks, you are superior. Though I may be poor, I still have my dignity. Thank you, but farewell." Enraged, Rong Yan stormed out of room 608 and departed from Tianwei. Subsequently, she completed the handover of her duties and processed her resignation smoothly. On her final day, a post went viral on the forum, containing the recording of the conversation between Rong Yan and Su Jing. "I have avenged you for that indignity, Su Jing. Have you truly considered not staying?" When she went to sign with Manager Yu, the manager attempted to persuade her once more. Rong Yan shook her head. "Thank you for your care over the past 2 years, but there is no need for me to stay." Manager Yu said nothing further and signed the document. "I wish you a bright future." After Rong Yan left, Manager Yu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, her expression darkened as she silently pressed the answer button. "Boss, yes, she refuses to stay. She is quite intelligent. Even if she did stay, she likely wouldn't comply with that request. So this time, I have failed in my task. Please punish me." Half a month later, Rong Yan officially reported to Shengshi. She clocked in, filled out forms, activated her online account, arranged her workstation, and familiarized herself with her colleagues. After a series of tasks were settled, the morning had already passed, the onboarding procedures were completed, and if there was anything she did not understand in the future, she could ask me at any time. The HR handling her onboarding was named Su Luo. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. After pondering, she voiced her curiosity. I submitted my resume to your esteemed company 2 years ago. At that time, someone informed me that my resume was discarded. I wonder why I was notified for an interview this time. Chapter 13. Is Shengshi a property of the Qi family? Is it? Let me take a look. Su Luo logged into the human resources system to check the records of Rong Yan's resume. I have indeed found it. Your application was submitted 2 years ago, and the reason provided was not suitable for this position. However, your resume is quite impressive and meets our recruitment criteria, which is why we decided to contact you this time. Could you assist me in identifying the individual who handled my resume back then? I apologize, but I can only tell you that her surname is Lin Lin. Rong Yan quietly opened the organizational structure of the system. Within the Human Resources Center, there are only 2 individuals with the surname Lin. One is Lin Lan from the Performance Center, whom Rong Yan does not know, and the other is Lin Xiaoxiao from the Recruitment Division. Of course, it is also possible that another Lin reviewed her resume and subsequently left the company. Let us go. I will take you to the cafeteria for a meal from a distance. Lin Xiaoxiao waved at her with a radiant smile. Rong Yan pulled her thoughts back and smiled brightly. Alright, Shengshi has its own cafeteria, CAF, and dessert shop, all of which are free of charge and are considered benefits for employees. As long as one does not take food away, one can eat to their heart's content. After serving their meals, the 2 chose a window seat where they could see the basketball court outside. Is this basketball court part of Shengshi? Yes, it is said that employees can exercise during their breaks, so there are people playing basketball at noon. Well, it seems a publicly listed company indeed has its grandeur. Yes, the food is quite delicious as well. By the way, Xiaoxiao, have you been in the recruitment department since you joined? Yes, what is up, in your department over the past 2 years, besides you, is there anyone else with the surname Lin? Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and shook her head. No. Why? Rong Yan smiled lightly. Oh, just curious. Therefore, it is highly likely that the person who dismissed her resume was Lin Xiaoxiao, who had promised to assist her with an internal recommendation. Her feelings were somewhat complicated and tinged with disappointment, yet those feelings were inconsequential. All she needed to know was what kind of person she was. In the future, she would safeguard herself. In the workplace, anyone can be a friend, and anyone can become an enemy. She would not place her hopes on anyone. By the way, I heard that the company president is coming for the new employee training this afternoon. Is that true? Rong Yan, concerned that Lin Xiaoxiao might detect something, began to shift the topic. That's old news. Isn't it? The training manual was printed months ago, and it is required for the president to personally attend the training on the first day of new employee orientation. However, the president is quite busy, so where would he find the time to attend? So, does that mean the president will not come? Not exactly. It depends on luck that he might attend 1 out of 20 sessions. Depending on his schedule. Rong Yan nodded slightly. In truth, she held no particular interest in this president. However, witnessing the excitement of the newly hired employees piqued her curiosity. What kind of remarkable individual could incite such enthusiasm? The president is incredibly handsome. It is said he is in his 30s and is still single. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Rong Yan's ear and whispered, now you know why there are so many beautiful women in the company. Rong Yan was taken aback. No wonder upon entering Shengshi, she felt as though she had walked into a royal garden. It was indeed an illusion created by the abundance of beauty. However, compared to you, they still fall short. Rong Yan shook her head. I am here to work, alright, my sole aim in life is to earn money. As for men, suddenly, the image of Qi Jingyuan flashed before her eyes. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. As for men, they would only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, nearly spitting out her food. In the afternoon, Rong Yan arrived punctually at the new employee training room. There were about 30 participants in the training, and Rong Yan arrived a bit late, nearly missing a seat. Only a few inconspicuous spots near the wall remained, and she took one. The first lesson was delivered by HR Director Linda, who spoke about the development history of Shengshi Group. Lin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind Linda. Rong Yan glanced around in confusion until she spotted Lin Xiaoxiao in the corner, who quickly winked at her. Shengshi has been established for 30 years, and its significant milestones have been compiled into a manual distributed to the new employees in training. As Rong Yan perused the manual, she suddenly felt faint. The Qi family, Shengshi Group is a subsidiary of the Qi family? And their president, gazing at the manual where the name Qi Jingyuan was inscribed alongside a picture of his noble yet aloof visage. Rong Yan felt a shiver down her spine. At that moment, the conference room fell silent. Rong Yan turned around to see a group of people dressed in dark suits entering the training room, and at the forefront was none other than Qi Jingyuan himself. Rong Yan lowered her head. I cannot see. Linda on stage appeared equally surprised and quickly took action to liven the atmosphere, handing the podium over to Qi Jingyuan. Qi Jingyuan was articulate and exuded an impressive aura. However, after only a few sentences, the audience was already sitting upright, brimming with excitement. Only Rong Yan continued to keep her head down, resembling an ostrich, wishing she could bury herself. After approximately 20 minutes, Qi Jingyuan began to call out names. He did not consult the roster but noticed the employee at the wall who had been keeping her head down and guessed that she was not paying attention, thus, he casually remarked, "You there?" Rong Yan, the person next to her, nudged her. She slightly raised her head and found a row of eyes fixed on her. "This is bad, truly bad. How did I scold him last time?" "Alright, do not think that just because you look good, you are superior." She had even slapped him and splashed wine in his face. Resolute, Rong Yan stood up, her expression stiffly smiling. President Qi, good day." Qi Jingyuan was taken aback, then realizing something, the corners of his lips curled into a mocking smirk. "Tell me, what should a company pay attention to when formulating strategies and tactics?" A small commotion arose in the audience. This question was not covered in the training. The president is indeed quite exceptional. Even his questions are profound. Rong Yan pondered for a moment. Strategy is akin to a compass for a ship, guiding it towards its destination. Therefore, the most crucial aspect of strategy is its direction. It must be accurate and precise. If the direction is incorrect, the path will deviate, and turning back becomes exceedingly difficult. Tactics can often be misleading, particularly when dissecting layers of structure, making it easy to misunderstand tactics and fail to convey execution commands precisely to the next level, thus affecting the completion rate of targets. During the formulation of tactics, one must pay attention to the scale and dimensions of decomposition. Managers must ensure effective communication, while the execution level must fully understand the rationality of tasks in conjunction with the actual circumstances at the front line. As her words concluded, applause erupted in the training room. Though she did not entirely comprehend, it was impressive nonetheless. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Initially, he intended to challenge her, but unexpectedly, she managed to respond adequately. Lowering his head, his gaze swiftly skimmed through Rong Yan's information, noting her position in the marketing department with a focus on operations management. Chapter 14, Action and Affection. No wonder, she is indeed a specialist in her field. Please take a seat. The intricacies of tactics are profound. They involve more than just what you have mentioned. Take the time to understand it thoroughly. Rong Yan nodded. Certainly, President Qi. The training continued. Qi Jingyuan had limited time and quickly summarized before leaving amidst a throng of admirers, with Linda following closely behind to see him off. Once outside the training room, Qi Jingyuan's expression turned stern. "Rong Yan, how did you manage to join the company?" Rong Yan, the girl who had just been questioned. Linda was astonished that the leader knew her name and said, "Please hold on a moment," before dialing the HR recruitment manager's number. A few minutes later, she returned to Qi Jingyuan's side. "President Qi." She entered through the regular recruitment process. "The company has been in need of marketing management talent for quite some time." Rong Yan submitted her resume, and hers was exceptionally impressive. She ranked first in both the interview and written tests. "A regular entry? Yes, President Chi.so." She resigned to come work at Shengshi, rather than pursuing a strategy of feigned disinterest to capture his attention in another manner. It was merely a coincidence. Noticing the boss remained silent, Linda quickly added, "I have sent Rong Yan's resume to your phone." Qi Jingyuan did not open it. "I was merely inquiring normally. There is no need for you to overthink it. Should she prove to be exceptionally capable, the company will retain her. If she is merely superficial, she will be dismissed." Linda nodded repeatedly. After escorting Qi Jingyuan into the elevator, she wiped the sweat from her brow and returned to the training room to continue the subsequent courses. After work, Lin Xiaoxiao invited Rong Yan to dinner. The two found a nearby barbecue restaurant, which was quite busy and the food was reasonably good. "What's wrong? You've seemed preoccupied this afternoon. Are you unhappy working at Shengshi?" Rong Yan shook her head. On the contrary, she was very pleased. The environment, atmosphere, and salary at Shengshi met her expectations, and she adored it here. However, she feared she would not last long. Qi Jingyuan recognized her. How could he possibly overlook her after the way she had spoken to him, slapped him, and splashed wine on him? Perhaps after dinner, she would receive a call terminating her employment. Had she known that the big boss of Shengshi was him, she should have remained calm and politely declined instead of resorting to violence. The backlash had come so swiftly. "What kind of person is Qi Jingyuan generally?" Rong Yan inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her in astonishment. "Are you insane? You dare to call him by his full name? You have some guts. What, is he that intimidating? You all don't even dare to mention his full name." Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Intimidating? I don't know. I haven't had the chance to interact with him. But every time I encounter him, I feel so nervous, as if I am covered in prickles. Just hearing you mention his full name makes me a bit fearful." "Rong Yan, why do you suddenly ask about the big boss? When he questioned you, you weren't charmed by him, were you?" Rong Yan waved her hand. "No way would I ever be interested in him. How can you speak like that? My ideal man can't possibly be compared to a dog." With his physique and visage, one cannot help but exclaim in admiration. The allure is palpable, undoubtedly the kind that could lead to 7 encounters in a single night. As Rong Yan recalled his demeanor in bed, she nodded in agreement. "Indeed, what do you mean by that? It sounds as if you've experienced it yourself." Rong Yan's ears flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze and devoured her food, a rosy hue gradually blooming on her cheeks. "Look at you, turning red from a mere jest. How will you manage when you start dating? Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, her expression one of exasperation. She picked up her chopsticks and served her meat, insisting, stop relying solely on vegetables, you need to eat more meat. You're far too slender. A little weight would enhance your beauty. As she gazed at the sizzling pork belly in her bowl, Rongyan suddenly felt a wave of nausea and rushed to the restroom to gag. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset again? Did you bring your medication? Rongyan shook her head, retching for a while until she felt a bit of relief. It's nothing. I just need to rest at home. Perhaps it was something I ate that was too greasy. The two returned to the dining area, just in time to catch the aroma of grilled intestines wafting from the neighboring table. Rongyan clamped her mouth shut and bolted to the restroom, violently expelling her stomach's contents. What's going on? You wouldn't be food poisoned, would you? Did you eat something undercooked? Rongyan was too weak to respond. And only after emptying her stomach did she feel slightly better. Her stomach was indeed unsettled, likely due to some underlying issue, and neither had the appetite to continue dining. They settled the bill and took a stroll in a nearby park. The fresh air outside alleviated her discomfort significantly, though the faint heartburn persisted. Lin Xiaoxiao, still concerned, insisted on driving her home. You live in a place like this? Upon seeing the dilapidated buildings, worn streets, and the precariously hanging sign of a so-called safe haven, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. The rent here is affordable. Affordable doesn't justify living in such conditions. Why don't you gather your belongings and move in with me? I have a spare room. We could share the rent. Rongyan pondered for a moment but ultimately declined. I've lived here for 2 years. It's not that bad, so don't worry. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't press further. If you feel unwell tonight, call me out. I can drive over in half an hour. Rongyan nodded in acknowledgement. Once home, Rongyan rummaged through every drawer, only to find her stomach medication had run out. The pharmacy downstairs was already closed, and her stomach seemed to be settling, so she decided to sleep it off, hoping she would feel better by morning. After freshening up and tidying her place, she lay in bed but found sleep elusive. It was already 11 p.m., and she hadn't received a call, which perhaps indicated she wouldn't be dismissed from her job, or maybe Qi Jingyuan intended to slowly ensnare her, torturing her with uncertainty? If that were the case, her days within the prosperous realm would be far from bearable. A sense of despair washed over her. Oh right, she realized she hadn't deleted Qi Jingyuan from her WeChat. She opened the app and scrolled through their chat history, then perused his moments. Well, it was indeed in line with his professional demeanor, devoid of anything personal aside from some business conference updates. She glanced at his profile picture, intending to enlarge it, but accidentally tapped the shake feature. Rongyan, why hasn't Tencent developed a recall feature for this function? She felt utterly humiliated, truly mortified. Despair enveloped her as she lay in bed, lamenting her penchant for unnecessary trouble. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she pulled out her phone and began typing. Mr. Qi, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions towards you. Your words provoked me at that moment, so, never mind, she thought. What if he had already forgotten about that incident? By sending this, wouldn't she'd be pushing herself further into a predicament? Delete, however, she accidentally hit send. Rongyan, recall. Yet, he responded almost instantaneously. Rongyan? She glanced at her sent message. Mr. Qi, I sincerely apologize for my feelings towards you. Your words provoked me at that moment, so, the word action had mistakenly been replaced with feelings. Chapter 15, An apology must be genuine. Rongyan panicked. I apologize, I made a typographical error. After a moment, he replied with a few terse words. An apology must be sincere, do you understand? Rongyan fell silent. What was there to misunderstand? Sincerity, what could embody sincerity more than what he desired of her? He wanted her. A chill coursed through her body as she read those words, scrutinizing them time and again, fearful of misinterpreting their meaning. She had read it correctly, he indeed meant that. She began to type. I'm sorry, Mr. Qi, I cannot comply with your conditions. Room 2203 at Tiantai Community. Not wanting to lose her job, she would go. Rongyan felt her scalp prickle, a cold shiver running down her spine. Workplace undercurrents. After striving to save enough to escape Tian, was she now to barter her body to retain her position? If this continued, Rongyan found herself caught in a web of conflict and turmoil, trembling as she typed several messages, only to delete them. At a loss for words, time seemed to stretch infinitely until he replied again. Focus on your work. Rongyan, what did this mean? Was it a sign to let her off the hook? A heavy weight suddenly lifted from her heart. Alright, the conversation concluded. Lying in bed, she was drenched in sweat in mere minutes. Tian room 608. Yuan, who are you chatting with to be so entertained? Shin Mingzhu approached Qi Jingyuan, a glass of wine in hand. Qi Jingyuan silenced his phone, the corners of his lips twitching slightly. Is there? There is. I saw it quite clearly. Shin Mingzhu replied with a gentle smile, her arm resting on Qi Jingyuan's shoulder as she teasingly inquired, could it be that a charming young lady has captured our CEO's heart? Qi Jingyuan leaned back, evading Shin Mingzhu's touch, silently swirling his wineglass, his obsidian eyes gazing into the distance. Beautiful indeed. As for her temperament, she resembles a feisty little kitten, which makes me unable to resist teasing her. Speaking of young ladies, it had indeed been quite a while since he had seen that enchanting beauty. Hadn't she resigned? What beauty are you referring to? Shin Mingzhu feigned casual curiosity, just a young beauty. Adept at playing cards and brewing tea, a spirited girl, isn't that right? Yuan Gu. Qi Jingyuan sat up, steering the conversation away. Shin Mingzhu's gaze flitted between the two, her intuition hinting at a connection between this young beauty and Qi Jingyuan. She smiled and approached Zhou Wei, pretending to be annoyed. What beauty? You must tell me, even though I've been abroad for a month, you all have kept secrets from me. Zhou Shao hastily continued with his game. I wouldn't dare. The others chimed in, but none answered her inquiry. Then do tell, who is this young beauty? Shin Mingzhu hooked her arm around Zhou Wei's neck. Zhou Wei quickly pleaded for mercy. Miss, I truly don't know who the young beauty is. I've only seen her once or twice, and I'm not clear on it. Shin Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively. If you want say, then forget it, she is probably not someone significant anyway. Jingyuan wouldn't take an interest. With over a decade of friendship, she figured her standing in his heart surpassed anyone else's. At the headquarters of Shengshi Group, Rong Yan arrived at the office early. She had slept poorly the previous night, half awake, her mind consumed with thoughts of Qi Jingyuan's response. At tea times, it was the room 2203 at Tiantai Community, and at others, it was focus on your work. The latter seemed to imply he was letting her off the hook, right? If not, what was he hinting at? Her mind swirled with various thoughts, rendering her unable to arrive at a valid conclusion. It was quite vexing. Soon, her colleagues trickled into the office. The marketing department comprised about 30 individuals, and Rong Yan belonged to the operational management division, primarily analyzing market data to derive business conclusions and support leadership decisions. Good morning, a Yan colleague Ran Xiaoyun breezed past, a fragrant cloud trailing behind her. Morning. The scent of perfume made Rong Yan feel slightly nauseous, but she forced a smile and greeted her. At noon in the cafeteria. Rong Yan had little appetite, opting for just 2 light dishes. Eating slowly. The afternoon training session went relatively smoothly, concluding right at 6. Rong Yan tidied her desk and returned to her workstation to continue reviewing the material she hadn't finished that morning. In her engrossed state, she lost track of time, and before she knew it, it was past 10 at night. As she descended the stairs, she encountered an elderly lady struggling with a cart filled with cardboard. Stuck at the drain, Rong Yan stepped forward to assist, pushing the cart with effort until it was freed. Thank you, young lady. The elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and toothless, managed to retrieve some oranges from the cart and stuffed them into Rong Yan's arms. I don't want them, Rong Yan protested, but the elderly lady had already taken off in her cart. Qi Jingyuan, just exiting a meeting, witnessed the entire exchange. Miss Yan is truly kind. This elderly woman passes by here every day. And over the years, only she has offered to help. Su Chang remarked. Qi Jingyuan remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes as he observed the girl against the night backdrop. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Skin as fair as snow, an oval face framed with fox-like eyes and cherry lips, perfectly natural, effortlessly beautiful. He had encountered many beautiful women, yet something about her beauty left a lasting impression. Rong Yan, clutching the oranges, returned to the entrance to await her ride. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Qi Jingyuan, who stood casually with one hand in his pocket, phone in hand, exuding an air of cool detachment. Mr. Qi, Rong Yan stammered, summoning her courage to approach him. She stopped 2 meters away, respectfully greeting him, her posture rigid. Qi Jingyuan responded with a nonchalant it was too late for any buses to be running. And Rong Yan opened her ride-hailing app, noting that the driver would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes, which should have felt brief, now stretched into an eternity. Would you like an orange? She asked. Her heart racing anxiously. In an attempt to fill the silence, she offered an orange she had received from an elderly woman to Qi Jingyuan, but he did not accept it. Oh right, this was given to me by a scavenging grandmother. Someone as proud and refined as him would never deign to consume such a humble fruit, she thought, feeling a wave of embarrassment as she withdrew her hand just as her hand retracted halfway. Someone snatched the orange from her grasp. Thank you. And no need to mention it, Rong Yan was taken aback. Although she had anticipated he would refuse it, his action warmed her heart unexpectedly. At that moment, the aroma of food wafted from a nearby fast food restaurant. Though Rong Yan had already dined, the scent stirred her stomach into turmoil, prompting her to cover her mouth and dash to the trash bin to vomit. A tissue was offered to her. Did you use protection? Qi Jingyuan suddenly recalled something, his dark eyes obscuring his emotions. Rong Yan thanked him, wiped her mouth, and with flushed cheeks, assured him, rest assured, Mr. Qi, I have taken emergency contraceptive pills. It's just that my stomach is a bit upset. Chapter 16 Then, let it be this one time. Qi Jingyuan nodded. The two fell into silence. Just then, Su Cheng's car arrived at the entrance. Qi Jingyuan entered the vehicle. As Rong Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, the window rolled down. Considering you gave me an orange, get in. I'll drive you home. Thank you, Mr. Qi, but I have already summoned a ride. It should arrive shortly. So there's no need to trouble you. Are you sure you want to argue with me about this, Rong Yan? Forget it, I could save a few dozen yuan on the fare, and there's no need to risk offending him again. Especially since I still need to work at Shengshi. With that, she opened the door, entered the car, and cancelled her order. The passenger seat offered a decent view, obscuring the face in the back seat, allowing her to relax slightly. Though her spine remained rigid, after Su Cheng inquired about the address, he slowly drove forward, with neither party initiating conversation. After an indeterminate duration, the car finally pulled up to the entrance of Anshin home. Rong Yan felt a wave of relief and hurriedly opened the door to exit. "Thank you for driving me home, Mr. Chi." "Goodbye." A voice from the back seat, laced with an unidentifiable emotion, interrupted. "Are you not going to invite me up for a while?" Hup! Rong Yan thought she misheard and turned to face the occupants in the vehicle. "What? You truly don't plan to invite me?" Qi Jingyuan smirked, appearing amused by the unfolding scenario. Rong Yan shook her head. "The place I live is too shabby. It would be beneath your status, so I cannot extend an invitation and risk embarrassing you." Qi Jingyuan exited the car. "That's fine. I don't mind." Rong Yan. Observing her discomfort, Qi Jingyuan's lips curled into a smirk. Initially, he merely intended to tease her and observe her reaction. Now, he found himself contemplating whether it would be acceptable to visit. Rong Yan felt utterly speechless. She did not wish to lead him upstairs, yet she found herself at a loss on how to refuse. Ultimately resigned, she decided to lead the way, guiding the man upstairs. Rong Yan resided in an old building. The dimly lit stairwell littered with debris, creating a dirty and cramped atmosphere. She was accustomed to the surroundings and found them manageable, but Qi Jingyuan was a different story, concerned he might stumble or injure himself and subsequently hold her accountable. She spoke up. "Mr. Qi, perhaps you should head back. This place is truly unsuitable for you." His voice, tinged with a nasal tone, replied, "No need." "All right then." They ascended to the third floor. Upon opening the door, Qi Jingyuan surveyed the tiny rental unit. It was dilapidated, bare, and shadowy, with minimal furnishings, yet it was impeccably clean. Not if the money spent on a grave plot had been invested in property, she could have had a proper shelter rather than residing here. How foolish, he mused. Rong Yan prepared a cup of tea for him. The cup was new, never before used. To assuage any potential disdain, she added, "I assure you, I haven't used it." Qi Jingyuan remained silent, quietly lifting the cup. The tea bore a familiar taste. Her brewing skills were commendable, though the tea leaves could not compare to those from Tianweishan. Feeling the atmosphere grow too tense, she sought to break the silence. "You must be hungry after working so late." "I am also feeling peckish. I'll boil some noodles." She needed an excuse to escape the living room. The refrigerator housed tomatoes and eggs, and Rong Yan decided to prepare 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. The enticing aroma soon filled the kitchen. "Do you often cook?" At some point, Qi Jingyuan stood at the kitchen entrance, the simplicity of the kitchen contrasting sharply with his attire, creating an oddly dissonant impression. Rong Yan nodded. "I've been cooking since I was a child." Qi Jingyuan recalled the story she had shared about being abandoned with her mother in Jiuquan Mountain and chose not to press further. Once the noodles were ready, Rong Yan served them in the living room, only for Qi Jingyuan to pick the eggs out from within. Initially tasting just a morsel, he found it to be unexpectedly delightful. Mildly astonishing, and he could not help but dive into the meal. He ate quickly, yet maintained an air of decorum, appearing quite gentlemanly and handsome. In no time, his bowl was empty, leaving Rong Yan somewhat astonished. Not wanting to be scrutinized while eating, she hastened her pace, finishing her noodles in a few bites before clearing the dishes and heading to the kitchen. Having dined and sipped tea, she wondered why he had yet to take his leave. As she cleaned the dishes, her thoughts were consumed with this question. Upon re-entering the living room, she found Qi Jingyuan seated on the sofa, idly flipping through a sketchbook beside him. "Did you draw these?" Rong Yan nodded. "Though I only draw after work, I assure you it has not interfered with my job, so please rest easy, Mr. Qi." She enjoyed painting as a pastime and had garnered a considerable following on Weibo. This sketchbook was filled with spontaneous doodles inspired by bursts of creativity. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you come sit with me?" Rong Yan stiffened. How could she dare approach him when he was seated there? Qi Jingyuan commanded, "Come here." Rong Yan feigned ignorance. Qi Jingyuan let out a light scoff. "Do you know what happens to employees who disregard their boss's summons in the workplace?" Rong Yan, with no other option. She forced herself to sit beside him. She truly did not want to lose this job. Qi Jingyuan appeared satisfied as he set the sketchbook down. "Regarding our previous discussion, I am reiterating the terms. 3 million. All-inclusive, what do you say?" Rong Yan froze, her expression turning resolute as she shook her head firmly. "Mr. Qi, we previously agreed that our transactions would remain separate and unrelated." She did not wish to become entangled. Even more so, she did not want to find herself in a predicament similar to her mother's. "I am your boss now, and I hold the leverage to renegotiate the terms." Rong Yan lowered her gaze. Remaining silent for an extended period. "You understand my meaning?" Rong Yan, "My patience is limited." Rong Yan clenched her sleeves, her nails digging into her skin, yet she felt no pain. After a long moment, she seemed to gather her resolve. Lifting her gaze to meet Qi Jingyuan's eyes, then, "Let it be this one time." Summoning her courage, she looked directly into his eyes. "Just this once, Mr. Qi, do as you wish. However, I implore you not to bring up the all-inclusive arrangement again, nor to use it as leverage against my employment. Let us truly settle this matter." Agreed. This time, she sought a clean break, unambiguous and thorough. Qi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, whether or not he would agree. He was uncertain, yet her rare assertiveness stirred something within him. His mood appeared to brighten as he raised an eyebrow. "Then you must show me your sincerity." Rong Yan gritted her teeth, after taking several deep breaths and mentally preparing herself. She finally mustered the courage to slowly, awkwardly sit beside him, her face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet his gaze. Qi Jingyuan's eyes darkened further. He placed his hands on the back of her head and leaned in to kiss her soft lips. Chapter 17. After a while, Qi Jingyuan carried her to the bedroom. What transpired afterward was a blur for Rong Yan. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep, utterly exhausted by the seemingly boundless energy of this man. When the alarm clock roused her, she found herself alone, the bed still warm, suggesting he had departed only recently. Rong Yan sighed in relief. She had no desire to face her boss in the morning. That would be far too awkward. This arrangement was far more preferable. After showering and tidying herself, she headed to the office. With the anxiety of potential workplace retaliation finally lifted, her spirits soared, and she felt as though she were walking on air. Today marked the final day of new employee training. Following the exam, Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The place was bustling with patrons, and while waiting in line, Rong Yan pulled out her phone to scroll through her social media, only to discover a transfer from Qi Jingyuan, 300,000 yuan. Her expression turned serious as she typed a message. Mr. Qi, I cannot accept this money. Please adhere to our agreement from last night. Thank you. She sent the message, returning the sum of 300,000. Qi Jingyuan replied, What agreement from last night? Rong Yan was taken aback. Hastily typing, the last time we spoke it was agreed that we would part ways with no further entanglements. You cannot use your position to threaten me. I will perform my duties diligently. Qi Jingyuan, is that so? I only recall that last night, my employee had the audacity to flirt with her boss and even dared to sit on her boss's lap. What do you think should be done with such an employee? Rong Yan? What did he mean by that? Was he attempting to deny their prior agreement? Just when she thought she had escaped his grasp, he was now turning the tables. The anger coursed through her, causing her lips to tremble. At that moment, Rong Yan reached the front of the line, forcing her to put down her phone and collect her meal, following Lin Xiaoxiao to find a place to sit. What's wrong? You look rather pale. It wouldn't be because your stomach is bothering you again, would it? Rong Yan, preoccupied with her thoughts, replied, Perhaps a little. You should take the time to see a doctor. Persistent nausea isn't normal. Make sure to take care of yourself to avoid any further issues. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the office, Rong Yan gazed intently at the messages sent by Qi Jingyuan, her frustration intensifying with each glance, and a sense of grievance swelling within her. Reflecting on their last encounter at Tianwaishan, she felt she should have slapped him twice as hard. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to block him outright. After a prolonged silence on his end, Qi Jingyuan, tapping his fingers on the table, stole a glance outside, pondering whether the little kitten might genuinely be upset. It was merely a jest, after all. He began typing, Just kidding, are you really angry? However, before he could send it, a senior executive knocked at the door, requesting to discuss the progress of the Moon Bay project. He set his phone aside, plunging back into work mode. Later, after work, Rong Yan hurried to a pharmacy downstairs to procure some stomach medicine. The same young lady was manning the counter, and she tossed the medicine onto the table. 58. Please scan. Upon picking it up, Rong Yan noticed the prominently displayed expiration date on the packaging. This won't do, it's expired. The young lady glanced at it, discarded it, and turned to fetch 2 boxes that were not past their prime. Suddenly recalling that she had yet to take precautions since last night, Rong Yan pointed to the emergency contraceptive she had used previously. Could you fetch me one of these as well? Thank you. The young lady snapped one off the shelf and placed it on the table. When Rong Yan checked the production and expiration dates, her blood ran cold. This one is expired too? The young lady shrugged. An expiration date is just that. I brought you ones that are valid. Was it merely a matter of expiration? She had taken it twice before, relying on this contraceptive. She had confidently concluded that her discomfort stemmed solely from her stomach, but if the previous doses had also been expired, then her current malaise might not be solely stomach-related. Moreover, she realized that her period had yet to arrive this month. After a moment's contemplation, she asked the young lady for a pregnancy test, hurriedly paid, and made her way home. Upon observing the 2 lines on the test, her blood turned to ice. She was indeed pregnant. This was truly happening, leading her down the same path as her mother. Fate had played a cruel trick. That night, Rong Yan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. When she finally dozed off, nightmares jolted her awake. In her dream, her mother, disheveled, sat at the edge of her bed, tears of blood streaming down her face as she clutched Rong Yan's hand tightly, demanding to know why she had not obeyed. She wept and yearned to explain, yet no words would emerge. Upon waking, her face was drenched in tears. Finally, Friday arrived. After wrapping up her work, Rong Yan frantically gathered her belongings to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao called, inviting her to dinner, but she was already en route home. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao, I have something to attend to today. Let's reschedule, shall we? No problem, take care of your matters first. We'll meet up when you're free. Traffic was congested on Friday, and by the time she reached the hospital, it was already late. She couldn't secure a number for the day, but the emergency department had just opened. To her surprise, the attending physician was Rong Yuanzhou. Instinctively Rong Yan turned to flee, but he spotted her. Here for a consultation. There's no queue right now. Come on in. After the examination, blood tests, and obtaining results, everything proceeded smoothly. When she received the diagnosis, she felt as though she were in a dream. Early intrauterine pregnancy, viable embryo. 6 weeks along. Rong Yuanzhou examined the report and reached a conclusion, despite her mental preparation. Rong Yan's eyes dimmed. What should she do? She was still on probation at work. If her company discovered her pregnancy, they would undoubtedly deny her permanent status. She was not married, and with only her elderly grandmother at home. Raising this child would be impossible, not to mention the risk of repeating the same mistakes of her past. A wretched woman, an illegitimate child subjected to scorn and ridicule, raised amidst endless derision and contempt. Noticing her hesitation, Rong Yuanzhou's expression turned serious. Why don't you take better care of yourself? Pardon, Rong Yan did not catch his words. I in such a workplace, and now, a woman's foremost priority is self-respect and self-love. If you don't cherish your own body, did your parents not teach you this? Rong Yan hung her head in silence, realizing he had overstepped. Rong Yuanzhou rubbed his forehead. I'm sorry, I just feel strongly about this. He found himself inexplicably concerned for this girl, seeing her unwell, working in such conditions, and now pregnant without a partner by her side ignited an unnameable fury within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. It's all right, you're right. This doctor, who bore a resemblance to her father, inexplicably evoked a sense of familiarity in her, making her feel that his words were genuinely for her benefit. Rong Yan lifted her head. As if making a profound decision, Dr. Rong, I cannot keep this child. Chapter 18, blind date. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she couldn't. Rong Yuanzhou clenched his fists. Was it unnecessary to inform the child's father? Rong Yan resolutely shook her head. She had made a pact with Qi Jingyuan, a transactional relationship, devoid of emotional ties. He might not accept this child. Furthermore, she did not wish to give the impression that she was using the child as leverage against him. It was best to handle this quietly, without anyone knowing, though medical advancements had improved. Surgery still carried risks, and emergencies could lead to lifelong infertility. Rong Yan nodded. I understand. When can the surgery be scheduled? Rong Yuanzhou checked the hospital's availability. Sunday afternoon. Dr. Li from gynecology will perform the operation. She's quite experienced, so you can rest assured. Rong Yan nodded again. Rong Yuanzhou prepared the surgical order. You need to pay today. You won't have to queue when you come on Sunday, thank you. Holding the order, Rong Yan prepared to leave. Rong Yuanzhou called after her, stepping forward with his phone in hand. Scan this and add me on WeChat. If you feel unwell or have questions, don't hesitate to contact me. Th. Thank you. Rong Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The kindness of strangers often touches the heart most deeply. She had felt little of it over the years, making it all the more precious. Exiting the emergency department, she left the hospital in a daze. As a Rolls-Royce parked, Qi Jingyuan stepped out and caught sight of her hasty departure. She seemed lost in thought, moving slowly, and accidentally bumped into someone who unleashed a torrent of curses. With reddened eyes, she apologized. This is medication for my aunt. There have been changes in dosage and administration, all detailed inside. Rong Yuanzhou, clad in a white coat, handed a bag of medicine to Qi Jingyuan. He had come to the hospital to fetch medication for his mother, never expecting to encounter Rong Yan. Is she your patient? Qi Jingyuan inquired. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, sighing. Yes, she came for a consultation last time due to excessive activity. This time, she ended up pregnant. The bag of medicine slipped from Qi Jingyuan's grasp and fell to the ground. Rong Yuanzhou picked it up and handed it back. You're a grown man. Can't you hold on to a bag of medicine? Qi Jingyuan gripped his shoulder. Are you certain she's really pregnant? Brother, I'm a medical doctor. Such a straightforward diagnosis won't be mistaken. Qi Jingyuan remained silent. Frowning, then what did you prescribe her? Medication to preserve the pregnancy. Medication to preserve what? She came in for surgery. Qi Jingyuan seized his wrist. You performed the procedure. Brother, this is an emergency department. We don't perform that kind of surgery here. Please have some common sense. Rong Yuanzhou shook off his grip, but added, however, I did schedule her for surgery. It will be on Sunday afternoon. Rong Yuanzhou felt a surge of irritation. Remembering the girl's forlorn figure only intensified his frustration, causing him to overlook Qi Jingyuan's unusual demeanor. Damn it, these scoundrels, one after another, seeking their own pleasure while ruining young girls' lives. Qi Jingyuan, I really want to punch someone. Rong Yuanzhou lit a cigarette but extinguished it upon realizing he was at work. By the way, there's a gathering tomorrow. Send me the location. I'll come by once I wake up. No time. Qi Jingyuan opened the door and got into the car, the Rolls-Royce gliding away. Rong Yuanzhou, who has offended this lord today to be in such a foul mood? He shrugged and turned back toward the hospital. Qi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, visibly agitated. Su Cheng silently drove, observing his boss's expression, and cautiously spoke, Sir, where to now? Back to Tingyuan or the old residence? There's a family gathering tonight. Qi Jingyuan glanced at his phone. Mrs. Lu's name flashed across the screen, calling and hanging up repeatedly, resulting in over 10 missed calls. The image of his mother, furious and cold-faced, interrogating him flashed in his mind. He rubbed his temples. Let's go back to the old residence. Understood. The car soon stopped at the entrance of the old residence. Upon entering, Qi Jingyuan found the living room stripped of its usual warmth, with only a few maids tidying up. You still remember to come back? I thought your soul had been ensnared by some little vixen. Making you forget tonight's family gathering, Lu Wenlan remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm, as she sat on the sofa, handing the medication to a maid. Qi Jingyuan removed his coat. Why didn't you answer my calls? Am I that bothersome? Qi Jingyuan, who do you think raised you through thick and thin? Don't tell me you believe it was your father who abandoned his wife for his first love. Here we go again. Every time he failed to meet her expectations, she would invoke his father to taunt him. Qi Jingyuan's expression turned wooden as he ascended the stairs. If there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs. Upstairs? Did I permit you to leave? Do you even regard me as your mother? After all I've done for you, is this how you repay me? Had I known you were such an ungrateful wolf, I would have left you with your father and seen if you could still grow up safely. Moral coercion. Lu Wenlan's go-to tactic. Qi Jingyuan had grown accustomed to this. He paused for a moment before striding towards the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, where he approached Lu Wenlan and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to discuss?" Lu Wenlan turned her head with an air of displeasure. She then turned and beckoned to Yi Yiling, who hurried over, calling out Auntie Lan while blushing as she gazed at Qi Jingyuan. A strong scent of perfume enveloped the air, causing Qi Jingyuan to furrow his brow. This was Yi Yiling, the daughter of Uncle He. Lu Wenlan's earlier sarcasm faded, replaced by a gentle demeanor. Mother knows you are a sentimental person, but you cannot dwell on Shishi forever. You have waited for her all these years, yet it seems you two are fated to be apart. Yiling is a fine girl, her family background and education are well matched with yours. When it comes to romance, one must consider compatibility. If you have no other matters at hand, why not take her for a stroll in the garden? The purple magnolias are in splendid bloom. It would be lovely to admire them together. Auntie Lan. Yi Yiling's face deepened in crimson. Qi Jingyuan let out a light scoff, nonchalantly replying, "If Missy wishes to see the magnolia flowers, she may have the maid guide her. I, however, have no interest in flowers. Furthermore, I was unaware of today's events in advance and have no intention of pursuing the daughter of the Yi family. If Miss He wishes to preserve the family's dignity, I kindly suggest she refrain from visiting in the future. Thank you." He donned his coat and departed. Inside, the enraged voice of Lu Wenlan echoed, accompanied by the sounds of objects being hurled. Qi Jingyuan paid no mind, dialing Su Cheng's number. "Young master, why are you leaving again so soon? You haven't even eaten yet." Lu Ma, trembling, emerged with a bowl of millet porridge, her concern evident. "You must eat something, after all, your stomach has never been strong." Qi Jingyuan's expression softened instantly. I in this cold, ruthless Qi family, which prioritized power and control, only Lu Ma genuinely cared for him. Chapter 19. Someone is looking for you at the village entrance. I'm not eating. I'll come back when I have time. Please eat a little. I made it fresh this afternoon and kept it warm. Waiting for your return. Don't blame your mother. She only wants the best for you. These years have not been easy for her either. Qi Jingyuan remained silent. The car had arrived. He patted Lu Ma on the shoulder and got in. His phone vibrated. "Brother Yuan, I heard your mother introduced you to the Yi family's daughter. My heart aches for you for a moment." Although Zhou Wei feigned sympathy, he was clearly relishing the drama. Ever since Old Man He was arrested, the Yi family had been in turmoil, scrambling to solidify their position through strategic marriages. Previously, they had aimed for families of prominence like the Zhou family, only to find no one interested. Now their ambitions had grown, setting their sights on the Qi family. With such a modus operandi, anyone entangled with them would surely be drained dry. Was Auntie Lan really Qi Jingyuan's biological mother? Why would she consider introducing him to someone from the Yi family? Qi Jingyuan scoffed coldly. "You seem well informed. Could it be that you have your sights set on the Yi family's daughter?" "Brother Yuan, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly." "Then why the urgency to call me? Is it merely to gawk at the spectacle?" Zhou Wei chuckled awkwardly. "But honestly, Brother Yuan, if a suitable match presents itself, you should seize the opportunity. Given Auntie Lan's style, who knows who she'll suggest next time?" Qi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, but he had never considered marrying anyone other than that person. Yet, there was indeed a promising solution to alleviate the current predicament. Ending the call, he opened WeChat. Rong Yan's avatar, a cluster of white daisies, radiated vitality, much like her own spirit. He recalled their last exchange. "Just kidding, are you mad? I completely forgot to send it out." He deleted those words and rephrased, "Are you pregnant?" After pondering briefly, he erased it again. "Can we chat tomorrow?" He clicked send. A system notification appeared. "You are not yet friends with this person. Please add them as a friend before sending a message." Qi Jingyuan. It seemed she was truly upset. How bold of her to delete the boss. Did she genuinely not wish to continue working? Qi Jingyuan paused momentarily before recalling the resume Linda had sent him not long ago, which contained her home address and contact number. However, the response was, "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later." Rong Yan had hurriedly packed her belongings and returned home. After a restful night at her hometown, she felt as though she had come back to life. The news of her pregnancy weighed heavily on her, casting a shadow over her spirits. "Taking a weekend to come back, now that you've got money, you're indulging yourself?" Her grandmother scolded from the doorstep, shooing away a sneaky cat while picking vegetables. Rong Yan silently washed the dishes in the kitchen, listening quietly. Despite her grandmother's fierce demeanor, she still sought solace at home during troubling times. "I'm not busy lately, I just wanted to check on you." The fare isn't expensive, and I can earn money again. That's not how you should spend it. Are you saying marriage and childbirth come free of charge? I'm getting old and can't help you much. But you must rely on yourself, understood, Grandma. After dinner, Rong Yan helped her grandmother in the fields until evening before heading home. On her way back, she unexpectedly ran into Aunt Lu, who wore a curious expression and smiled mysteriously. Rong, someone is looking for you at the village entrance. You should go see. Looking for me? Who? Rong Yan wondered as she made her way to the village entrance, where a crowd had gathered. Many familiar faces eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing her, someone in the crowd exclaimed her arrival, and various gazes fell upon her, curious, probing, skeptical, and mocking, much like how they had once regarded her mother. A luxurious Rolls-Royce stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated village, drawing the villagers' suspicion. Rong Yan felt a surge of anger. What was Qi Jingyuan doing here? Spotting her, he rolled down the window. His handsome face composed yet aloof. Rong Yan glanced down at her muddy shoes and the stains on her pants, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, yet she straightened her back. Mr. Qi, this isn't a convenient place to talk. Perhaps you could return and discuss matters after we head back to the city. While she could disregard the villagers' gossip, her grandmother was elderly and should not be subjected to stress. I'll give you half an hour to pack. With that, the window rolled up. Rong Yan gritted her teeth and hurried home under the villagers' scrutiny, taking a shower, changing clothes, and gathering her belongings. Grandma, a colleague from the company is looking for me. I need to return for a meeting. She hesitated to disclose Qi Jingyuan's identity, fabricating an excuse instead. Colleague, is he a man driving a luxury car? Rong Yan felt a pang of guilt. Someone had obviously spilled the beans to her grandmother. It's perfectly normal for a colleague to be a man. He comes from a wealthy family and drives an expensive car. What's wrong with that? Her grandmother fell silent, then began to admonish her repeatedly. You better behave, don't engage in dubious dealings, you must recognize your own standing. I understand, Grandma, I won't. Her grandmother emerged with a basket of eggs. Don't be stingy, eat and drink well, alright? Rong Yan smiled and embraced her. Wasn't it you who said I was wasting money because I suddenly had it? With her belongings in hand, she stepped outside. The Rolls-Royce remained parked, and the crowd of villagers grew upon seeing her. Some stopped her to inquire about the man in the car. Rong Yan casually replied that he was a colleague before entering the vehicle. The car set off at a leisurely pace towards the city. As night descended, Rong Yan's heart began to race. What was Qi Jingyuan thinking, calling her back on a weekend? Surely it couldn't be for company matters. If not that, then what could it possibly be? Rong Yan clenched her fists. After a long while, she finally spoke. Mr. Qi, next time you have something to discuss, could you please just call me directly? It would save you time and avoid unnecessary complications. Qi Jingyuan scoffed. Are you certain you could get through? Rong Yan quickly pulled out her phone, feeling awkward. I apologize. I've been busy since I got home and didn't check my phone. It ran out of battery. Qi Jingyuan fell silent again. 2 hours later, the car pulled up to an upscale shopping mall. Qi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out, leaving Rong Yan to exhale in relief. Thankfully, it wasn't he. What was she even thinking? After a brief moment of distraction, she followed him out, navigating through the bustling first floor. They took the VIP elevator straight to the top floor, arriving at an exquisitely decorated restaurant that clearly exuded opulence. Order whatever you desire, he instructed. Chapter 20. I have a responsibility. Rong Yan felt a pang of hunger as she glanced at the menu, her eyes widening at the sight of the cheapest steak priced at 988 yuan. She felt a wave of nausea and resolved to give her boss a good run for his money, promptly ordering the 9,888 yuan steak instead. Qi Jingyuan ordered a steak as well, accompanied by a vegetable salad, corn soup, and fresh fruit pudding. After placing their orders, they sat in silence. Rong Yan lowered her gaze, unwilling to offend her superior. Mustering her courage, she poured him a glass of water and offered him a napkin. Fulfilling her duty as an employee, Qi Jingyuan's piercing gaze softened slightly as he asked, Are you still upset about last time? Rong Yan shook her head. I'm just a minor employee. I wouldn't dare to be angry with the boss. You're overthinking it, Mr. Qi. Qi Jingyuan regarded her slightly pouting lips, raising an eyebrow. She claimed not to be upset, yet her emotions were clearly written on her face. At that moment, the server began to bring out the food. And soon their table was laden with dishes. While cutting his steak, Qi Jingyuan inquired, Don't you have anything to say to me? Rong Yan was taken aback. What could she possibly say about what had transpired in the rental room last time? She merely wished to bring matters to a swift conclusion. While he desired to maintain this transactional relationship for the long term, he inquired whether he was to elicit her stance on the matter. Rong Yan set down her knife and fork, her expression serene yet trembling as she spoke. I apologize, Mr. Qi, but I have made it unequivocally clear that I will never agree to a monthly arrangement. If you continue to press me, I will have no choice but to do what? It took her a considerable time to utter those two words. Resign. Qi Jingyuan appeared somewhat taken aback. Leisurely raising his head, Did you think I was concerned about this matter? What else could it be? Qi Jingyuan set down his knife and fork. Why did you not inform me about the pregnancy? The sound of Rong Yan's fork clattering to the ground echoed sharply. A nearby waiter hastily replaced it with a new one. Taking a moment to compose herself, Rong Yan explained, There was no need to mention it. You need not take it to heart, Mr. Chi. Why not? We had agreed that our dealings were purely transactional, with no further entanglements. You have paid, and the remaining matters should pertain solely to me. Rest assured. I will not implicate you. I will handle this matter discreetly and ensure no one is aware, so you need not worry about any repercussions. I asked that the reason you arranged the surgery behind my back? Rong Yan's eyes widened. How could he possibly know everything? Eat first. Though Rong Yan had little appetite, she did not wish to waste food, so she picked up her knife and fork, awkwardly attempting to cut the steak. Did he not know how to eat Western cuisine? She was clumsy with the beef. A male and female pair of customers passed by, snickering at her demeanor. What a disgrace to come here and embarrass herself. Does she even know what kind of place this is? A bumpkin. Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to meet Qi Jingyuan's gaze. Wait. Qi Jingyuan slammed his knife and fork down heavily. Waiter, what is the meaning of this? The steak is impossible to cut. Is this how you provide service? The waiter rushed forward to apologize profusely. The manager soon appeared, offering apologies and attempting to placate Qi Jingyuan. Furthermore, if your establishment continues to allow any riffraff to disrupt the dining experience, I will need to reconsider my investment in your establishment. The manager's expression hardened as he quickly dialed the owner. Moments later, the owner arrived with the two customers to extend apologies. I apologize, Mr. Qi. I was unaware it was you. Please forgive my indiscretion. Without lifting his eyes, Qi Jingyuan replied, you should apologize to her. The two hurriedly offered their apologies to Rong Yan. Their demeanor so accommodating that they would have willingly knelt before her. Once Rong Yan assured them she was no longer upset, the owner led the two customers away, promising to comp their meal. As Rong Yan looked at Qi Jingyuan, she felt a flicker of gratitude. The big boss was actually standing up for her. Perhaps it was merely due to the fact that she was with him. And her embarrassment reflected on him as well, yet it still moved her deeply. The plate before her was whisked away. Qi Jingyuan nonchalantly began cutting her steak, his movements graceful and fluid. In no time. He had neatly cut the beef and placed it before her. Eat. If it's insufficient, I can order more. Rong Yan quickly nodded. It's enough really. After their meal, they descended and entered the CAR. It felt as though a century had passed before they finally arrived at the entrance of Anshin Jiayuan. Rong Yan eagerly expressed her gratitude and opened the door to exit. However, a pair of hands grasped her wrist. Turning back, she found Qi Jingyuan's gaze deep and penetrating. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Bring your ID and household registration booklet. Rong Yan exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he did not intend for her to come upstairs. She merely wished to escape quickly to a place where she could breathe freely. With a brisk nod, she hurried away. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, she returned home, washed up, and fell asleep early. The next morning, as she stepped outside, the familiar Rolls-Royce was parked at the roadside. Approaching the vehicle, the window rolled down, revealing Qi Jingyuan's calm expression. Get in. Rong Yan opened the rear door and took her seat. Have you brought the identification photos? She nodded, somewhat perplexed. Mr. Qi, are we going to discuss something? I have matters to attend to in the afternoon and am unsure if I can make it. Qi Jingyuan replied coolly. Listen, I will only say this once. Rong Yan promptly retrieved her notebook. Prepared to take notes, embodying the essence of diligence, put the notebook away. She complied without hesitation. He locked eyes with her. Regardless of the previous arrangements, I bear responsibility for this child. You cannot unilaterally terminate the pregnancy. Rong Yan responded, alright, but what? She was momentarily astonished, doubting her own hearing. After confirming, she shook her head. Mr. Qi, while you indeed share responsibility for the child, I do as well. Do not wish to keep it. Why, may I speak candidly? What do you think? Then it is permissible to speak. Rong Yan thought for a moment and boldly stated, I am still on probation. Being pregnant makes it difficult to secure a permanent position. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. This company values competence above all. If you are exceptional, your pregnancy will not diminish your capabilities. Do you understand? I understand, so it is based on merit. I am still young and unmarried. I lack the means to support it and the energy to raise it. That is one reason, but not the fundamental one, correct? Qi Jingyuan's perceptiveness was commendable. He could always see to the heart of the matter. After a brief silence, Rong Yan calmly replied, Mr. Qi, you were not born in the countryside. You cannot fathom the weight of village gossip. If I were to give birth, the child would bear the stigma of being a bastard. Subject to scorning, abuse, and ridicule throughout their life. Rather than subjecting them to such a life, it is better not to bring them into this world. Did I ever suggest you become a mistress? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, retorting, if not, then what? A contract was tossed before her. Qi Jingyuan's tone was calm and detached. I will marry you. This marriage will not be publicized. You will bear the child. After 6 months, you may choose to divorce, and the child will belong to the Qi family, raised by them. I will provide you with a sum of money as compensation. Rong Yan perused the contract. A thick stack filled with detailed provisions. She could not help but marvel at the prowess of the legal team at Shengshi. Upon seeing the amount, she silently counted the zeros. 10, 100,000, 10,000. 100,000 million, 10 million, 200 million. To give birth to this child, he would provide her with 200 million. Rong Yan double-checked. Indeed, it was 200 million. She swallowed hard. You offer 200 million for me to bear this child. Are you not afraid? We will first conduct a paternity test after the child is born. If the child is not mine, you will receive nothing. If it is mine, the contract will be honored. I will give you 10 minutes to consider. If you agree, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately. 10 minutes. Could you grant me a bit more time to think? What is unclear? Rong Yen shook her head. Setting aside all else, the mere sum of 200 million was impossible for her to refuse, especially as the child within her was also hers. She genuinely wished for its safe arrival. Yet, this was her marriage, and she hoped to consider it carefully. If nothing is unclear, then let us proceed to obtain the certificate. The vehicle had somehow arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. And Qi Jingyuan stepped out, with Rong Yen following closely behind. Surprisingly, the Civil Affairs Bureau was open on a weekend. They were evidently making great efforts to boost marriage rates. The lines were short. And they were soon called to the counter. After submitting their documents, registering, taking photos, and receiving their certificate, everything transpired at an astonishing pace. As she held the red booklet in her hands, Rong Yen felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. She was married, just like that, in a most inexplicable manner. She was married. Qi Jingyuan was on the phone, striding ahead with purpose. Rong Yen observed his retreating figure and hurried to catch up. Hanging up, he glanced back at her. I have matters to attend to. Su Cheng will take you home. He handed her a card. Move your belongings to my place. The gate code is 0106, the same as the card's pin. Rong Yen was taken aback. Are we moving? It is quite convenient for me where I am now. Perhaps. Qi Jingyuan remained silent, maintaining his original stance. Rong Yen lowered her head. Very well, Mr. Qi, I will comply. However, I shall decline the card, since we are fulfilling a contract. It is best to maintain clear boundaries. Qi Jingyuan continued to observe her. Rong Yen felt unnerved under his gaze and hastily accepted the card. Buy whatever you need, do not hesitate. Understood, Mr. Qi. Qi Jingyuan mused. What a headstrong wife I have. The corners of his lips curled slightly, but he said nothing further as he entered another car, quickly disappearing from sight. In the car, Zhuo Ran gazed in astonishment at the red booklet in Qi Jingyuan's hand. You actually got married, to such a young girl. TSK. Don't you think you acted rather impulsively? Zhuo Ran queried. I have never seen you make such a bold and outrageous decision. Qi Jingyuan, unruffled, tucked away the marriage certificate. She is pregnant. I must take responsibility. Spare me. Mingzhu has liked you for 10 years, yet I have never seen you take responsibility for that relationship. Qi Jingyuan lit a cigarette, gazing out the window. Silent. He pondered that pregnant women should avoid secondhand smoke. He needed to quit smoking. Additionally, the contract stipulates that after the child is born, she may choose to divorce. Is it because you wish to give her the opportunity to decide? Believing you have trapped her with the child, Zhuo Ran, a renowned lawyer in the industry and a legal advisor for Shengshi, was also Qi Jingyuan's closest friend. Only he knows that this seemingly cold-blooded, calm, and wise corporate boss also harbors an undisclosed side. She is still young, and it is unfair to confine her life with a child amidst the swirling smoke, Qi Jingyuan explained in a nonchalant manner. Zhuo Ran smiled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Rong Yen followed Su Cheng to Anqing Garden. She possessed very few belongings, gathering only some essentials, while Su Cheng assisted her in loading them into the car, which then set off towards Anqing's most understated yet luxurious residential area. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce halted in front of a white villa bearing the name Tingyuan, the Nordic-style standalone villa. Ancient yet mysterious, was shaded by a towering phoenix tree at the entrance, and the lawn was adorned with some exquisite and rare potted plants. Su Cheng led Rong Yen inside. Madam, this is Wang Ma, he said, pointing to a kind and amiable middle-aged woman at the door. In the future, Wang Ma will be responsible for your and the sir's meals. He then gestured to another tall and spirited middle-aged man, saying, this is Steward Su. The cleaning and household chores of the villa would be managed by others who would come regularly but not reside there. Rong Yen nodded. Thank you all for your hard work. If there is anything unclear, I hope you will understand. Wang Ma and Steward Su were taken aback, quickly responding, Madam, it's nothing really. It's not hard at all. It was quite surprising that after all these years, the sir had brought back such a woman who was so polite and gracious, without a hint of arrogance. Su Cheng escorted Rong Yen to the second floor. The wooden, antiquated spiral staircase, the dazzling chandelier, and the exquisite yet tasteful decor surpassed any mansion seen on television by countless degrees. The villa was vast, and after several minutes of walking upstairs, they finally reached the door of the room. Madam, you will reside here from now on. Su Cheng placed her belongings down and stood at the door, awaiting further instructions. Rong Yen surveyed the room, a 2-meter-wide bed, a walk-in closet, a bathroom with a bathtub, a vanity area, and even a small study. Everything exuded understated luxury. She estimated that this single room nearly equaled the combined area of her 4 rented apartments. Being wealthy is indeed delightful. Time is somewhat tight. Your walk-in closet is only partially filled. In the coming days, other brands will also deliver items. Should you have any needs, feel free to inform Wang Ma or me, he added. Rong Yen glanced at the walk-in closet. Seasonal clothing for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, sleepwear, various styles of shoes and bags were already quite complete. There is no need to trouble yourselves. I can wear my own clothes. After giving birth, she would leave, and these things were not hers. So there was no need to purchase so many. This is the sir's instruction. Alright then. That single sentence left her with no room to argue. She dared not reason with Qi Jingyuan. Her gaze shifted, and she noticed the neatly hung men's clothing across from the closet. Is Mr. Qi's clothing also kept here? Su Cheng smiled. Of course, this is indeed the sir's room. Her breath suddenly caught in her throat. She hesitantly asked, was this arranged by Mr. Qi? The Su Cheng pondered for a moment. The sir did not mention moving to another room, so we moved here. Chapter 22, The Boss's Lunchbox. Rong Yan. Now her breathing became even more labored. Previously, she had only considered matters of marriage and childbirth, but she had forgotten one crucial aspect. Now that they were married, would they have to share a bed? The thought of lying beside Qi Jingyuan in the same bed made her feel inexplicably anxious, and she wished to leave this place immediately. However, Su Cheng added, the sir occasionally stays here. Sometimes he resides at Haitang Bay. Rong Yan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She did not wish to know what Haitang Bay was like or whether there were others present. Ever since obtaining their marriage certificate, she had been acutely aware of her mission, to give birth and secure 200 million. Thus, in another sense, Qi Jingyuan remained her superior. She had merely changed the nature of her work. As an employee, she understood her boundaries, what should be done and what should not be done. Adhering to her duties and fulfilling her KPIs was her only objective moving forward. Rong Yan cancelled her afternoon surgery. Su Cheng completed a tour of the villa with her. That evening, Wang Ma prepared 3 dishes and a soup: peppered beef, shrimp egg custard, braised lamb chops, and winter melon clam soup. After dinner, Rong Yan returned to her room. After freshening up, she gazed at the 2-meter-wide bed, feeling flustered. Would Qi Jingyuan come tonight? After a long internal struggle, she succumbed to her fatigue and fell into a deep sleep upon the soft, comfortable bed. Upon waking in the morning, she found herself alone, the bed cold. It seemed he had not returned. Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Su Cheng was already waiting outside, stating he would take her to work. Rong Yan felt a bit speechless as she sat in the Rolls-Royce, appearing at the company entrance. She would undoubtedly make the headlines tomorrow. Oh no, the headlines of Huagua. Sensing her embarrassment, Su Cheng thoughtfully suggested, there are several other cars in the garage. Would you like to switch? Rong Yan recalled the Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, and Maybach inside, but decided against it. It was all the same fate. If necessary, she could always get out early. Master Su, don't you need to pick up Mr. Qi? She inquired in the car. Mr. Qi has gone on a business trip to France. There is an important meeting that will last 3 days, and he will not be back in the country for the next week. Rong Yan was taken aback. No wonder he hadn't returned last night. He was on a business trip. If that were the case, the upcoming week would be a time for her to relax without the boss around. She felt a huge sense of relief. As she exited the car, Su Cheng handed her a black and white lunchbox. This is what the sir instructed. From now on, your meals will be the same as his, prepared by Wang Ma in the morning and brought to the company. Isn't there a cafeteria? There is no need to go through such trouble. The sir says that the food outside is not clean and is not good for the child. The ingredients at home are sourced from our own farm or airlifted from abroad. Rong Yan, very well, for the sake of the child, she could not refuse. At noon, Lin Xiaoxiao arrived at the marketing department seeking a lunch companion. Rong Yan set down the materials in her hand, feeling somewhat guilty. Sorry Xiaoxiao, I can't go to the cafeteria with you anymore. My stomach isn't well, so I'll be bringing my own meals. Wow, you can cook, how interesting, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. Let me see what you're eating. That might not be appropriate. What is inappropriate? Just let me take a look, let me observe your culinary skills. Unable to refuse her, Rong Yan reluctantly took out the lunchbox and opened it one by one. Although it had been packed in the morning, the dishes inside were still steaming. The moment the lid was lifted, a delightful aroma filled the entire office, drawing many curious glances. Wow, Yan, you brought your own lunch. It smells so good. What are you eating? It's so fragrant. I didn't expect someone in our department to be so virtuous. However, when everyone saw the food in the lunchbox, their expressions shifted from curiosity to shock. This was braised abalone, pan-seared beef ribs, corn and rib soup, and beside it was a small bowl of bird's nest. In. Did you win the lottery? Lin Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. Rong Yan awkwardly closed the box. Not really. I just thought I'd treat myself since my stomach wasn't feeling well. That is true. You are too thin and should replenish. At this moment, Ran Xiaoyun suddenly recalled something and pointed to the lunchbox on Rong Yan's desk. I remember now. Isn't this lunchbox the same as Mr. Qi's? She appeared somewhat excited, her face slightly flushed. Indeed, it's the same as Mr. Qi's. I saw the assistant bring this lunchbox to the top floor before. A colleague chimed in. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu, who was passing by, paused. She first glanced at the lunchbox, then followed the gaze to its owner, Rong Yan. Rong Yan pressed down on the lunchbox, forcing a laugh as she explained, I just bought it casually. It might just look similar. No way, it's clearly from the same brand. This brand is super expensive. There is some black technology involved. Just this box costs 4 digits and is a limited edition. Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed, her expression more shocked. Rong Yan awkwardly clarified, it might just be a replica. This is definitely not a replica. There is a logo here. I swear on my life, this is absolutely authentic. At this point, the way everyone looked at Rong Yan subtly shifted. A newcomer in the company, willing to spend a fortune on the boss's lunchbox, the implications were clear. Rong Yan clenched her fists. Momentarily at a loss for how to explain. At the entrance, Shen Mingzhu smiled gently. This is indeed a high imitation. It won't cost much. Instead of discussing lunchboxes here, it would be wiser to go get lunch early. If you wait too long, the ribs will be gone. The steamed ribs at the cafeteria are exquisite and always snatched up the fastest. Sister Mingzhu, welcome back. After exchanging warm greetings, everyone hurried out of the office. Shen Mingzhu looked at Rong Yan before giving her a soft smile. She casually picked up the label next to the lunchbox, fiddling with it, and said in a nonchalant tone, even if you bought the boss's lunchbox. It is fine, that is you're right, isn't it? Rong Yan did not know her well, but since others called her Sister Mingzhu, she followed suit. Hello, Sister Mingzhu, thank you for helping me out. No need to mention it. At your age, having some fantasies is normal, as long as you don't confuse fantasy with reality and hinder your promising future, it's all good. Do you understand what I mean? Rong Yan nodded. Was she hinting at her, suggesting that it was acceptable to like Qi Jingyuan but to refrain from excessive behavior, not to cling to him, lest she jeopardize her bright future? Just knowing is enough. Take care to eat well. Shen Mingzhu tossed aside the label, withdrew her disdainful glance, and left, stepping confidently on her 8-centimeter high heels. In the afternoon, Rong Yan sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao. Who was that Mingzhu from noon? You know Sister Mingzhu, she is the closest person to Boss Qi, the leading figure in the president's office, and the assistant to President Qi, the person no one in the prosperous world can afford to offend. It is said that she has known President Qi for over 10 years, and their relationship is exceptionally close. Some even say, Chapter 23 Shenyan Gage. What do they say? They say that they have long been in a romantic relationship. It is just that the window paper has yet to be punctured, but both families have tacitly acknowledged it. Marriage is just a matter of time. No wonder she would come to say those things to her. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yan, was that lunchbox you made yourself today? Rong Yan, yes. Why, Lin Xiaoxiao, it's nothing. I just thought it was so delicious that I'm a bit tempted. Could you possibly make me one tomorrow? Returning home after work, Rong Yan faced a table laden with exquisite and delectable dishes but hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Madam, is the food not to your liking? Wang Ma inquired as she added soup. Rong Yan shook her head. Wang Ma, please don't cook for me tomorrow. I can eat at the cafeteria. Wang Ma glanced at Steward Su, feeling a bit embarrassed. Madam, this is what the master instructed. We cannot cancel it without permission. Perhaps you could discuss it with him. Rong Yan took out her phone, only to remember that she had deleted his WeChat. Forget it, when faced with Qi Jingyuan. She was at a loss for words anyway. She might as well endure and eat. Then could you make me 2 portions tomorrow? Of course, no problem. Wang Ma cheerfully went to the kitchen the next afternoon. Rong Yan handed another lunchbox to Lin Xiaoxiao, and the two found a quiet spot to enjoy their meal. Wow, stir-fried broccoli with shrimp, tomato beef brisket, wild mushroom stewed free-range chicken, and fruits. She picked up a piece of food. Her eyes sparkling with delight, nodding repeatedly. A delicious, Yan, your cooking skills are phenomenal, but weren't you from the countryside? How could you make so many dishes? Rong Yan understood her thoughts. It was merely a test of the authenticity of her cooking. I didn't know how to cook before. But I learned by following recipes. What can I say? I'm just exceptionally clever. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. After a moment, she picked up something from the chicken soup. Could it be truffle? Wild ones are so expensive. Where did you get the money? Who said this is wild? It's cultivated, bought online. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, said no more, and focused on her meal. At that moment, a group of sharply dressed individuals passed by in the hallway. Rong Yan inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man leading them. He wore a white shirt, his complexion warm, with a smile playing on his lips, resembling Shen Yan from her memories. Rong Yan felt her blood surge. Her hand holding the spoon trembling slightly. Could it be Shenyan Gage? Has he also come to the prosperous world? Wasn't he a professor at the university? What could he possibly be doing here? No, it couldn't be. She rubbed her eyes, hoping to see more clearly, wishing it was him but simultaneously fearing it was. What are you staring at so intently? Nothing. Rong Yan averted her gaze, randomly stuffing food into her mouth. The once fragrant meal now tasted like bland mush. On the other side, as Shen Yan approached the corner, he suddenly halted, gazing in the direction where Rong Yan sat. What is wrong, Professor Shen? Is there an issue with the research report? Shen Yan smiled and shook his head. No, let us go to Yan. That fleeting moment, he thought he saw Yan. Ever since that incident, he had been unable to contact her. She had deleted him and stopped using her phone card. Even when she occasionally returned to her hometown, there was no news of her. She must have grown to resent him. Shen Yan lowered his gaze to the bracelet on his wrist, feeling a sudden pang of sorrow. Days passed in this manner. A month swiftly flew by. Over this month, Rong Yan had been well taken care of by Wang Ma, gaining a bit of weight, her complexion improving from a waxy pallor to a rosy glow, and her figure becoming more curvaceous. Throughout this month, she hadn't seen Qi Jingyuan at all. According to Su Chang, he had gone to Australia after finishing his matters in France, with an uncertain return date. Finishing up her tasks, she received a call from Lin Xiaoxiao. I'm waiting for you downstairs, come down when you're ready. Maybe I shouldn't go after all, that one do. The other party is bringing a male companion, I'll be alone, and it will be awkward, besides, there is nothing to do at home tonight, just treat it as a free dinner and keep me company. Okay, Lin Xiaoxiao was meeting a friend from the internet who mentioned bringing a friend along, so she thought of including Rong Yan. It was a chance to meet new people, after all, you're single too. And who knows, you might encounter your Prince Charming. Forget it, how could life be like a drama? Alright, but I'll only be responsible for eating. Everything else is up to you. Sure, no problem. The restaurant was one that the other party had booked, a well-known music restaurant with charm. Good food, and a lively atmosphere. Lin Xiaoxiao led Rong Yan to a quiet corner, and upon raising her eyes, she spotted a handsome man. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly greeted him. After taking their seats, they introduced themselves. The man was named Ichi, a doctor who had met Lin Xiaoxiao online, and they had been chatting for 2 months. Ichi had a reserved personality, appearing somewhat shy and occasionally blushing. While Lin Xiaoxiao was a typical social butterfly, their conversation flowed harmoniously. By the way, isn't your friend coming? Yes, here. He just got a call and went out to take it. Ichi glanced over. Waving at the newcomer, seeing Ichi, Shen also waved back. As his gaze shifted, he spotted Rong Yan quietly sipping juice in the corner. Rong Yan looked up, their eyes meeting in midair, and for a moment, she nearly spilled her juice. Are you alright? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly wiped the table for her. I'm fine. Rong Yan tightened her grip on her glass, silently drinking her juice. It's been a while. Shen Yan's ambiguous gaze lingered on Rong Yan. He hadn't seen her in so long that even in his dreams, she occupied his thoughts. If longing had a sound, it would surely be deafening by now. It has been a while, Shen. Teacher Shen. After greeting, Rong Yan continued to sip her juice, keeping her head down. Shen Yan's expression darkened slightly as he asked, how have you been these past years? Rong Yan nodded. Pretty well. Shen Yan nodded in return. That's good. The atmosphere between them felt strange, and Lin Xiaoxiao, unsure of what to say, seized the moment when they fell silent. Teacher Shen, I am also your student. Why did you only greet Yan and not me? Shen Yan smiled gently. Lin, long time no see. Next to them, Ichi appeared astonished. You two know each other? Of course, how could we not know each other? Professor Shen from a university. Oh no, he is now Professor Shen. He was so handsome, talented, and he overshadowed even the campus heartthrob. When they first enrolled, they were so curious about this Professor Shen that they paid a hefty price for a spot in his elective class just to observe him. Chapter 24. This is my sister. Who would have thought that this professor actually knew Rong Yan? Not only did he know her, but they had once been neighbors as well. It was said that when they were young, Rong Yan had nearly faced dire consequences from her mother, and it was Shen Yan who rushed her to the hospital in time, saving her life. What a small world. Lin Xiaoxiao, the social butterfly she was, effortlessly filled the silence with chatter, and everyone conversed amiably. Meanwhile, Rong Yan focused on her meal. Don't just eat. Have some more vegetables. Shen Yan placed a piece of boneless fish into her plate. Rong Yan looked up and caught sight of the bracelet on his wrist. Teacher Shen, that bracelet is lovely. May I have the link? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Shen Yan looked at Rong Yan. There is no link. It was a gift from a friend years ago, and I've worn it ever since. Oh, how unfortunate. Rong Yan remained silent, her mind elsewhere as she continued eating. Accidentally, her chopsticks picked up the piece of fish, and just tasting it made her stomach churn. Excusing herself to get some fresh air, she stood up and stepped outside the restaurant. The cool breeze gradually eased her discomfort. Watch out, a drunken man staggered towards her. Brandishing a bottle, Shen Yan quickly grabbed Rong Yan, preventing her from being hit. Rong Yan lost her balance, nearly falling into his embrace, but she steadied herself. Thank you. She freed herself from his grasp. Yan, have you really been well these years? Shen Yan's gaze was heavy, seemingly holding 1,000 unspoken words. I've been quite well, Teacher Shen. Shen Yan smiled wryly. If you were truly well, you wouldn't still call me Teacher Shen? In the past, I used to call you Shen Yan Gij. I was young and naive then, not understanding the distinctions of identity. Please don't hold it against me, Teacher Shen. Rong Yan lowered her head, a wave of bitterness rising within her. You see, you're still blaming me. Yan, about what I said that day. Teacher Shen, you don't need to say any more. I've read books, I understand reason. I know how to discern things, and I possess a modicum of pride and dignity. She interrupted him. As a daughter born out of wedlock, I truly am not worthy of Teacher Shen. Shen Yan chuckled bitterly. So, you don't resent me, you hate me, right? Rong Yan fell silent. Had it not been for that incident, she might have continued to hold feelings for him, feelings that would eventually fade away. However, that incident shattered all her pride and extinguished her affection, leaving her in a state where she could neither dare to like him nor allow herself to. In her childhood, Shen Yan also resided in that alley. His family was affluent, and their home was quite beautiful. During school days, she would pass by his door. One day, upon returning from school, he found her lying on the damp ground, bloodied from a beating by her mother, unable to utter a sound even in tears. Without a second thought, he intervened to stop her mother and rushed her to the hospital, saving her life. From that moment onward, she instinctively relied on him, following him around and affectionately calling him Brother Shen Yan. Shen Yan was kind. Unlike other children, he never bullied her, snatched her money, or called her a bastard. Instead, he patiently taught her to read and write, shared snacks with her, and stood up for her when others tormented her. He was like a ray of light, illuminating her bleak existence. Later, she moved back to her hometown with her mother, and they lost touch. It wasn't until their reunion in university that she discovered he had become a professor at a university. A legend in the institution, though he rarely taught, dedicating most of his time to research. Upon learning that Rong Yan was also at a university, he began to care for her as he had in their childhood. Giving her lessons, inviting her to business meetings, treating her to food, and accompanying her on shopping trips. Others often mistakenly assumed they were a couple. He would gently clarify, "This is my sister. Please do not joke around." You might frighten her. Realizing her feelings for him, Rong Yan, who had always been passive, began to transform herself. She started wearing dresses, applying makeup, straightening her hair, and even bringing him breakfast. Yet, their distance remained, oscillating between close and far. This state persisted until their senior year. One day, her mother fell down the stairs and was urgently rushed to the hospital, where time was of the essence for surgery. She searched high and low among relatives and friends, but not a single person was willing to lend her money. Her grandmother had scrimped and saved over the years, accumulating only 20,000, falling short by nearly 100,000. In desperation and confusion, she had no choice but to call Shen Yan. He did not answer. He was always busy and might not have even glanced at his phone. She hurriedly took a taxi to the laboratory, only to overhear a conversation between him and his colleagues. "That little girl, Yan, has clung to you for 4 years. Don't you find it bothersome?" a colleague joked. Shen Yan, fiddling with materials in his hands, replied, "Not at all. Is it your strong tolerance, or do you have other intentions?" At this, Shen Yan halted his actions and looked up at his colleague, smiling enigmatically. "Other intentions, perhaps, but with a family like mine, I must marry someone of equal standing. A girl like her, being a bastard, is probably..." He trailed off, leaving the implication unspoken, but his colleague understood all too well. "A Professor Shen, just a reminder, that girl may seem gentle, but she is incredibly proud. If you are not serious about a long-term relationship, it's best not to toy with her feelings. You should clarify things sooner rather than later." Shen Yan chuckled, rest assured. "She won't leave me. She adores me. As long as I beckon with a finger, she will return to my side." But then he faltered, unable to finish his thought, for he had caught sight of Rong Yan at the laboratory door. "Yan, regarding what was said earlier, I'm sorry, I heard every word loud and clear." Rong Yan's expression was icy and resolute, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of pain. It dawned on her that he, too, looked down upon her status. It seemed he regarded her as nothing more than a fleeting amusement. Yan, it's not as you imagine. Please let me explain. Actually, do you have even a sliver of affection for me? Or is it merely for this body?" Rong Yan grasped his sleeve, smiling as she met his gaze. "Then how about this? You give me 100,000, and I'll spend the night with you." Shen Yan was taken aback. "Do you realize what you were saying? What, is that not what you were thinking?" She inhaled deeply, stifling her tears. As long as Professor Shen was willing to transfer her 100,000, she would do anything, chat, sleep, whatever it took. Smack, his palm struck her cheek, his chest heaved violently, seemingly furious. "What, do you wish to be as debased as your mother? All these years, what have you learned from me?" She forced a smile. It appears Professor Shen is dissatisfied with this transaction. Turning away, she grabbed the arm of a passing male classmate. "Hey, would you accompany me for a night for 100,000? In the next moment, he scooped her up and tossed her against the wall. Her head struck the surface, and the tears she had held back all night finally cascaded down. She knelt before Shen Yan, clutching his pant leg like a beggar. "Professor Shen, I beg you, I only need 100,000. I truly only need that much. I will be obedient, I'll keep my distance from you, and we'll never meet again." In response, Shen Yan's voice was cold. "Get lost. I never wish to see you again." Chapter 25, at least medium rare. In the end, Rong Yan could not gather the 100,000. The hospital continued to attempt to save her mother, but her injuries were too severe, and she did not survive that night. She lost her mother and her love. Shen Yan looked at Rong Yan before him. "Yan, that night, I had no idea that the 100,000 was to save your mother. Nor did I realize you were at your wit's end, and the words you spoke were only in your grief, to provoke me, to test my reaction. I'm sorry, it's alright, it's all in the past. There is no need for you to dwell on it." Professor Shen, the wind picked up, and Rong Yan felt a chill. She turned to walk toward the dining area. At the corner, she happened to see Qi Jingyuan, Shen Mingzhu, and Rong Yuanzhou approaching from another direction. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Shen Mingzhu exclaimed, surprised to see Shen Yan. Rong Yan looked up and spotted Qi Jingyuan beside Shen Mingzhu. He is back. When did he return? She steeled herself and approached them, greeting politely. "Hello, Mr. Qi. Hello, Sister Mingzhu. Hello, Dr. Rong. Oh, it's you." Shen Mingzhu finally noticed the girl beside her brother and was a bit taken aback. "Do you two know each other?" Shen Yan explained, "This is my student Rong Yan." He then extended a hand to Qi Jingyuan. "Mr. Qi, I didn't expect to run into you here." Qi Jingyuan shook his hand in return. "Professor Shen, this is Dr. Rong Yuanzhou." Rong Yuanzhou nodded in acknowledgement. Their table felt somewhat cramped, prompting the waiter to upgrade to a private room, assigning them the largest VIP suite. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding scene, feeling somewhat dazed. She hadn't checked the calendar before going out today and felt that everything was going wrong. First she encountered her teacher on a blind date, and now she had run into her boss and superior. What a stroke of bad luck. Now a blind date had transformed into a social obligation. Causing her heart to race, she glanced at Rong Yan, who seemed lost in thought, her gaze cast downward as she drank her juice. The juice quickly reached its end. Without juice, how about some wine? This fruit wine has a low alcohol content. It won't get you drunk. Lin Xiaoxiao took the cup and prepared to pour wine for Rong Yan. Better stick with juice. Young ladies should drink less alcohol. Rong Yuanzhou quickly intervened. Fruit wine is still wine. How could a pregnant woman drink? This is simply disregarding me as her doctor. After he spoke, he took the cup from Lin Xiaoxiao and poured a glass of orange juice instead. Thank you, Dr. Rong. Rong Yan felt a warmth in her heart. Are you feeling better? Rong Yuanzhou had learned from the hospital that she hadn't undergone surgery, but this occasion was not suitable for asking. Much better, I can see that. Your complexion has improved, and your face looks fuller. Rong Yuanzhou joked. Rong Yan blushed, casting a guilty glance at Qi Jingyuan. It was all thanks to Wang Ma's excellent cooking that she couldn't help but gain weight. Shen Yan tightened his grip on his cup, his gaze flitting between Rong Yan and Rong Yuanzhou. Are you two very close? Very close, at least 8 parts familiar, right? Rong Yuanzhou feigned mystery. Rong Yan stifled a laugh. Lowering her head to continue drinking juice, Shen Yan remained silent, his eyes fixed on Rong Yan as if trying to ascertain the nature of her relationship with Rong Yuanzhou. Professor Shen, let us drink. Qi Jingyuan withdrew his gaze from Rong Yan, and Shen Yan quickly lifted his glass. So, you both are students of Professor Shen and happen to work at Shangshi. Once Shen Mingzhu grasped this connection. She leaned closer to Qi Jingyuan, beaming. Yuan, this gathering is quite interesting. And what about you, Mingzhu? Are you and Mr. Qi on a business engagement? Shen Yan inquired. A business engagement? More like a date, Shen Mingzhu playfully replied as she placed a piece of fish onto Qi Jingyuan's plate. Teasingly gauging his reaction. Yuan, pass me the wine. I want a drink. Qi Jingyuan handed her the bottle of red wine, gently advising, drink less. There is an important meeting tomorrow morning. You cannot afford to be intoxicated. Got it, you're so controlling. Look, my brother hasn't said anything. Shen Mingzhu playfully stuck out her tongue at him, savoring the red wine. Shen Yan chuckled. My brother can't manage you. I only hope that one day Mr. She will take you in hand, so I can have some peace. Qi Jingyuan frowned slightly at Professor Shen. Mingzhu and I are merely friends. I know, it's friendship above, yet romance below. Shen Yan was also probing. Everyone in their circle was aware of Mingzhu's feelings for Qi Jingyuan. But deciphering Qi Jingyuan's thoughts was quite a challenge. Qi Jingyuan's brow furrowed more deeply, and just as he was about to speak, Shen Mingzhu interrupted. Alright, enough about Yuan, he is quite shy, let us drink. Rong Yan had lost her appetite for food. She hadn't anticipated that a simple meal would yield such gossip about her boss. She felt a thrill of excitement after finishing their meal. They exited together. Lin Xiaoxiao had drunk a bit too much, and Ichi took her home first. Shen Mingzhu had indulged a bit too much in her drinking, swaying unsteadily as she leaned against Qi Jingyuan for support. Shen Yan retrieved the car keys, saying, Yan, get in the car. I shall take you home. My sister will trouble Mr. Qi for a trip. Professor Shen inquired if Qi knew Rong Yan's residence. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow and asked, does Professor Shen know where Rong Yan lives? This caught Shen Yan off guard. He glanced at Rong Yan, who quickly waved her hand. There's no need to trouble you, Professor Shen. I can take a taxi home by myself. Thank you. It's unsafe for a girl like you to go home alone. Allow me to drive you. Just send me your address. As he turned to get the car, he suddenly remembered that they had not been friends on WeChat for 2 years. And he had changed his phone number. Shen Yan froze in place. After a moment he said, please get in the car. That moment, a white sedan stopped in front of Rong Yan. The window rolled down, revealing Rong Yuanzhou's face. Get in. I'll take you home. Rong Yan observed the situation that if she had to choose between the two, she would decisively forego Shen Yan. Then I must trouble Dr. Rong. Thank you. She opened the passenger door and sat inside. As she watched the 3 figures recede, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Did you not undergo the surgery? Once the car was a distance away, Rong Yuanzhou finally asked the question he had long wanted to pose. No, have you come to terms with it? Rong Yan nodded. The child's father is aware and is willing to take responsibility. We have already registered our marriage. Rong Yuanzhou let out a sigh of relief. This could be considered a happy ending, and he no longer had to contemplate punishing the scoundrel. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, Dr. Rong. Now that you are pregnant, you should resign. A place like Tianwaishan is not suitable for you. Go home, take good care of yourself, and give birth to the child. Rong Yan smiled. I resigned a long time ago. I only went there out of necessity when I urgently needed money. Rong Yuanzhou smirked. In case of future emergencies, feel free to reach out to me. If it's within my capacity, I am willing to assist. Rong Yan was taken aback. She soon laughed, her nose feeling slightly sour and her eyes reddening. This person, who bore a striking resemblance to her father, had provided her with so much warmth. She found herself relying on him even more. Dr. Rome, are you this kind to all your patients, even willing to lend money? Chapter 26. The contractual agreement. Is this perhaps the benevolence of a healer? Rong Yen chuckled softly after dropping her off at Anshin home. Rome Yuanzhou drove away, and Rong Yen hailed a taxi to Tingjiyu, and not by the time she arrived home, it was already quite late. Upon entering, she was startled to find the composed and dignified Qi Jingyuan seated on the living room sofa. "Good evening, Mr. Qi," she greeted, stepping forward with utmost decorum, her respect palpable. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of me?" Qi Jingyuan lifted his gaze. Rong Yen shook her head. "I was just a bit surprised. I thought you were taking Miss Mingzhu home." "How is it that you arrived before me?" "I did not take her home. I had Professor Shin drive her." "What's the matter?" He looked at her, his gaze seemingly probing for something. Rong Yen replied, settling 2 meters away from him and casually picking up a piece of fruit from the table. However, she ate too quickly and began to cough violently. Qi Jingyuan set down the magazine he was holding and came over to pat her back. Whether it was due to the choking or something else, Rong Yan's face flushed crimson, her ears turning red as well. At that moment, Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen. "Sir, madam, would you like some supper?" "I can prepare it now." Being referred to as madam in front of Qi Jingyuan caused Rong Yen to choke again. Struggling to breathe, Qi Jingyuan continued to pat her back, finding the situation somewhat amusing. "No one is competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Once she managed to regain her breath, she looked at Wang Ma, who was watching Qi Jingyuan, while he was gazing at her. "Just tell Wang Ma what you'd like to eat," Rong Yen thought. So he is asking if I want supper. Warmth spread through her heart. This was the first time someone had asked her if she wanted to eat at night. In her growing years, when hunger struck in the middle of the night, her mother would only scold her for being a glutton, berating her for not eating dinner properly. Her grandmother would not have inquired either. For in the elderly's perception, supper was non-existent. Reflecting on it, no one had ever prepared supper for her, even if it was for the sake of the child. "I would like some noodles, Wang Ma. Could you please prepare a bowl for me?" She had been so preoccupied with the excitement of the evening that she hadn't eaten much and was genuinely feeling a bit hungry now. "All right, madam, just wait for me. It will take 20 minutes. Wang Ma's noodles were excellent, perfectly seasoned and cooked. Rong Yen diligently consumed them, finishing every last strand and even drinking the broth. Upon lifting her head, she found Qi Jingyuan watching her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she hastily collected the bowl and chopsticks and took them to the kitchen, wanting to escape his gaze. When she returned to the living room, Qi Jingyuan was no longer there, and she sighed in relief. She took a stroll in the garden, pondering whether Qi Jingyuan had retired for the night before heading upstairs. The master bedroom door was ajar, and she noticed Qi Jingyuan on the phone in his small study. She quickly retreated to the bathroom. After showering and changing, she tidied herself up before heading downstairs. Qi Jingyuan was having breakfast in the dining room, a laptop open in front of him as he appeared to be reviewing some reports. Chapter 27. The woman in Mr. Qi's car. "Madam, you are up." Wang Ma quickly served a bowl of porridge. Placing it before her, Rong Yan's ears flushed a deep red as she dared not lift her head. Focusing on her porridge, Qi Jingyuan placed a peeled egg into her plate. "From now on, make sure to add more nutritious and easily digestible food in the mornings. Porridge should be reduced." Wang Ma nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Qi, I can manage on my own." "You eat?" "How could I trouble the boss with peeling eggs?" "Madam, you should eat." "He does not eat eggs." Just as Rong Yen was about to hand the egg to Qi Jingyuan, she withdrew her hand. "Oh, but is lunch prepared?" "Yes, it is ready. I just handed it over to Master Su." Rong Yen quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Could you not bring lunch? I can eat in the cafeteria. Bringing lunch is too troublesome, and Wang Ma works hard enough as it is. The cafeteria meals are quite healthy." "Absolutely no issue." Qi Jingyuan regarded her hand. Rong Yen realized she had overstepped and quickly withdrew her hand. "I apologize, Mr. Qi. If you don't want to trouble me, let Su Cheng bring it over. You can eat upstairs." Upstairs, the CEO's office. If she went up to eat, how could she possibly continue at Shengshi? Absolutely not, definitely not. That would be even more troublesome. "I am perfectly fine eating in the cafeteria." Really? Qi Jingyuan's lips curled into a smirk. Madam seems to hold the cafeteria in high regard, preferring it over home-cooked meals. It seems they should boost their performance this month. Rong Yen, evading the subject, it appeared that she had no choice but to eat that boxed lunch. The thought was agonizing. At Shengshi headquarters, word had it that the big boss had returned and was in a foul mood. Ran Xiaoyun had gone out to buy a cup of coffee and returned with an excited expression, her face practically glowing with gossip. "What happened? What is going on?" Her colleagues all huddled around, eager for the latest scoop. "I am uncertain. It seems they suddenly summoned the cafeteria manager, claiming they needed to inspect something regarding food safety and nutritional balance. Ultimately, it resulted in an outburst, and even the head of the administrative department was reprimanded. I find the cafeteria quite satisfactory, but that is not the crux of the matter. What is truly puzzling is why the boss has suddenly taken an interest in the cafeteria. A triviality he has long neglected. Indeed, it is rather strange. A significant piece of news just reached me. As I was passing by the administrative department, I overheard that the head of the administrative department is currently processing his resignation. Likely due to this incident, the crowd gasped in unison. Ran Xiaoyan glanced at Rong Yan, who was seated at her desk, remaining unusually silent. Yan, isn't your friend in human resources? Does she know anything about the situation? Rong Yan shook her head. She works in the recruitment department. Dismissals fall under the purview of the personnel service department. It's a cross-departmental issue. Thankfully, our marketing department has not encountered any disturbances. Otherwise, we would be next in line for a major upheaval, Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed. Pooh, you raven, why say such things? It has been proven that one should refrain from careless talk as retribution arrives swiftly. In the afternoon, the marketing department was urgently summoned to the 12th floor, where the manager of the business management department, Gao Yuan, Rong Yan's superior, was also called up. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours. And when they returned, the expressions of everyone were rather grim. Everyone prepared for a night of overtime, as there was an urgent financing project requiring a market analysis report before Thursday. Gao Yuan gathered all personnel in the conference room to assign tasks. Xiaoyun, you are responsible for the market research data. Old Lu will handle the diagnostic report. Wu Tong, you excel at summarization and analysis, so you shall tackle the most crucial section. Everyone received their assignments and departed. Gao Yuan's gaze fell upon Rong Yan. You will organize the fundamental data and information from other departments and the target companies. Understood. This portion of work assigned to Rong Yan was the simplest. The materials and data were readily available, and she merely needed to collate the key and useful content for the group. Considering she was a newcomer, they had not asked her to directly participate in the project. Rong Yan did not complain but instead swiftly immersed herself in her work that day. The marketing department was a whirlwind of chaos. At 11 p.m. Rong Yan's phone suddenly rang. Madam, it is rather late. And you have not yet returned home. Have you encountered any dangers? It was the call from Steward Su. The company is working overtime. I cannot leave just yet. I may need to wait a little longer. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. After hanging up, Rong Yan continued to focus on her work. Qi Jingyuan returned to the villa, his gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Sir, are you looking for Madam? Asked Wang Ma, who had just come from the kitchen. Madam has yet to return. Steward Su just called to say she is working late. Qi Jingyuan's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural as he cleared his throat. Did I inquire about her? Wang Ma offered a considerate smile and refrained from responding. Having been with the Qi family for many years, she understood his temperament. He was accustomed to being disingenuous, and such matters he would certainly not acknowledge. I shall prepare the dishes. It will be ready in 10 minutes. Wang Ma bustled into the kitchen, and by the time she brought the dishes out, the living room was empty. Where is the sir? She inquired of Steward Su, who had just entered. I saw him leave with the car keys. Perhaps he is attending a drinking gathering. After laboring until 2 a.m., some foundational progress was finally made. And Gao Yuan allowed everyone to return home for rest, instructing them to come back early the next day. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, perhaps due to sitting for too long. She felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen, her complexion appearing somewhat pale. She did not rush to leave but went to the window for some fresh air, waiting until she felt better before packing up to depart. The office was now empty. She descended the stairs slowly and opened her ride-hailing app. A vehicle on the left side of the road honked and flashed its lights. A Rolls-Royce. Rong Yan approached. And Qi Jingyuan rolled down the window. Get in. All right. Rong Yan opened the door to the passenger seat, and the car slowly pulled away, swiftly disappearing from view. At the entrance of the Shangshur building, Shin Mingzhu, who had just come down, witnessed the entire scene. His sister Mingzhu, that was President Qi's car, wasn't it? Who is that woman? How is she in President Qi's car, and he is the one driving? The assistant Shin Xing remarked with a hint of envy. Shin Mingzhu smiled. Perhaps you misjudged. President Qi had business and left quite early. There is no way he would still be at the company entrance at this hour. But just now, Shin Mingzhu cast a cold glance. Shin Xing quickly fell silent, laughing. I must have seen wrong. My mind is muddled from working overtime. Shin Xing drove away, while Shin Mingzhu remained in place. Whether she had seen correctly, she was quite certain. That was indeed Qi Jingyuan's car, and without a doubt, a woman had gotten into his vehicle. But who could she be? Wasn't Qi Jingyuan known for his cleanliness? Even she seldom had the opportunity to sit in his car. That woman. Chapter 28. The umbrella. Shin Mingzhu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, while a flicker of jealousy and wariness surged within her. Once in the car, she sent a message to Linda. Dear, which departments are working overtime tonight? They have truly worked hard. Please send me the list, and tomorrow I shall treat them to coffee. In the car, Rong Yan stifled a yawn. President Qi, have you been working until now? She mused, realizing that being a boss was no easy feat, often involving business trips or late nights. Qi Jingyuan merely responded with a faint and then lapsed into silence. The car beeped as a reminder. He fixed his gaze ahead, instructing, buckle your seatbelt. No one replied, turning to find Rong Yan, who had been speaking just moments before, now fast asleep. Qi Jingyuan pulled over, turned to her, and fastened her seatbelt. As he withdrew, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his, her cherry lips brushing against his arm. Did she mistake him for the large teddy bear in her bed? He curled his lips in a smirk. His voice laced with affection. Little kitten. At Tingyuan, Rongyan descended the stairs, yawning. She had slept too little the previous night, and her head felt somewhat fuzzy. Pointing towards the master bedroom, she asked Steward Su, "What happened? Why have all the garments in the cloakroom been replaced?" She had previously stated that she would only wear her own clothes, and she had not touched any of those dresses, shoes, or bags. However, upon waking that morning, she found an entirely new collection, the style vastly different from what had been there before. "Madam, this was instructed by the Sir," Steward Su replied. "He mentioned that you did not favor those clothes and asked us to arrange for a new batch." "And what of the discarded garments, were they returned?" Steward Su chuckled. "Items purchased cannot be returned, they were disposed of last night and likely have already reached the landfill." Disposed of? During her 2 years at Tianwaishan, she had managed to grasp some understanding of brands. Those items collectively must have been worth at least $1 million. Just like that, they were thrown away? Rongyan clutched her chest. "Madam, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Ma inquired. Rongyan shook her head. She merely felt a pang of regret. "If I do not wear this batch of clothes, will you discard them and buy a new?" "Yes, Rongyan, perhaps I should just discuss it with him. I do not wish to wear these clothes, but I believe it would be better this way." They were united due to the child, and there is no need for entanglement incurring greater debts. Rongyan glanced around, but did not spot Qi Jingyuan. He was not in the bedroom. Has he already left? He mentioned there was a meeting and departed quite early. Good, that means I need not share a vehicle with him. By the way, how did I return last night? It seems I got into Qi Jingyuan's car, but what happened afterward? The Sir carried you back. You clung to his arm, insisting that you would not let the big teddy bear leave. Rongyan, what a disaster. Her face flushed as she buried herself in her milk. She was well aware of how clingy she could be in her sleep. But no matter how much she acknowledged it, she could not afford to offend her boss. Now she had inadvertently crossed him. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shengshi, rain began to fall. Su Cheng handed Rongyan the spare umbrella from the car. And upon arriving at the company, she plunged into her busy work. One moment revising materials, another attending meetings, and yet another drafting analytical conclusions. Utterly swamped, everyone, take a pause, while everyone was absorbed in their tasks. Linda approached the business management department, where Shin Mingju was seated next to her. "Everyone has been working tirelessly these past few days to complete the project. Sister Mingju has kindly treated everyone to coffee." Upon hearing this, the others immediately erupted in gratitude. "Wow, thank you, Sister Mingju. Sister Mingju is truly wonderful, so considerate. Sister Mingju is both beautiful and capable. No wonder President Qi trusts you so much." Uncertain which remark had pleased her, Shen Mingju's smile grew ever brighter. "In truth, I am merely a messenger. It is primarily President Qi who acknowledges everyone's hard work. Remember, it is President Qi whom you should be grateful for." "Understood." Everyone nodded vigorously. Soon resuming their praises for Qi Jingyuan, Rongyan continued her work quietly. Though she did not partake in their flattery, she wore a kind smile, for no one wished to offend the favored one of the leader. Shin Mingju's aide began distributing coffee. Ran Xiaoyan glanced over, her mouth forming an O. "Wow, isn't that Phyllis, the luxury brand of coffee?" Sister Mingju is quite generous. However, she found the taste rather ordinary, not as delightful as the complimentary coffee from Shangshi. Rongyan gestured for silence, and Ran Xiaoyan quickly complied, for Shin Mingju was approaching. "Why are you not drinking coffee? Do you not like it?" Shin Mingju inquired with a radiant smile, her gaze fixed directly on Rongyan. "Pregnancy precludes the consumption of coffee, hence Rongyan has entirely abstained from it." "Sister Mingju, I am truly grateful for your kind offer of coffee. However, I fear I may be unable to partake, as every time I indulge, it results in an upset stomach. I would hate to squander your generosity." Shin Mingju nodded slightly, her gaze drifting to Rongyan's lunchbox. It was the same style she had shared with Yuan last time. Adjacent to the lunchbox, a gray umbrella hung from a nearby rack, strikingly familiar. It was rather attractive and of commendable quality. Shin Mingju feigned nonchalance as she picked up the umbrella, only to suddenly notice 3 lines on the handle, resembling the character for river, causing her expression to turn icy. "Whose umbrella is this?" Rongyan rose. "It's mine, Sister Mingju." "Is there an issue with it?" "No, I was merely inquiring." She averted her gaze, smiling sweetly, yet her eyes remained fixed on Rongyan. The woman from last night also had long black hair, and her figure bore some resemblance. "If Sister Mingju fancies it, I would be delighted to purchase a new umbrella as a token of gratitude for the coffee you treated us to." "That sounds splendid. I shall eagerly await your umbrella." Shin Mingju lightly patted Rongyan's shoulder before twisting her slender waist and departing. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. What was that all about? She scrutinized an umbrella for ages, making it seem as if she were catching someone in the act. Ran Xiaoyun quipped. Rongyan lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty as she continued to analyze data. Shin Mingju's demeanor suggested she had recognized the umbrella belonged to Qi Jingyuan. Her unexpected invitation today likely concealed ulterior motives, perhaps to trace the threads back to her, but how had she suspected her? They clearly had no interactions. Had Qi Jingyuan inadvertently let something slip before her? If that were the case, what would she do next? Would she seek revenge, ostracize her, or choose to endure in hopes of pleasing Qi Jingyuan? If she genuinely harbored feelings for him, she would surely find the latter intolerable. Never mind, pondering such matters proved futile. Rong Yan refocused her thoughts, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, taking each step as it came. Chapter 29, Unfavorable Apparel. Emerging from the management department, Shin Mingzhu's expression turned frosty. Sister Mingzhu, what's wrong with that umbrella? Noticing her discomfort, the assistant, Jin Xing, quickly inquired. That umbrella belongs to a Yuan. Previously, she had seen Qi Jingyuan using it. During an occasion when he was inebriated, she had collected the umbrella and had noted the 3 lines on the handle, resembling the character for river. Ah, how does she possess President Qi's umbrella? Could it be that she and President Qi? A threatening glance shot her way, prompting Qin Xing to quickly amend his statement. Impossible, she must have snatched it when President Qi wasn't looking. He is far too generous to care about such a trivial item. She likely harbors a secret infatuation with him, hoping to keep it as a memento, not anticipating you would discover it. Is that so? Observing Rong Yan's demeanor, it was evident she was oblivious to the umbrella's true significance. Even suggesting she would buy one for herself, Shin Mingzhu snorted derisively, her expression filled with disdain. A woman so lacking in discernment, merely a fade, how could a Yuan possibly be attracted to her? The likelihood of her pursuing him was indeed greater, yet, her Yuan was certainly not the type to succumb to temptation. Let us observe her a bit longer. Have HR send me her resume. Understood. The hours dragged into a late night, nearly 10 p.m. Rong Yan felt utterly drained. However, her work tasks remained unfinished. She packed her belongings, laptop in tow, preparing to head downstairs. Sister, do you really need to work so hard? Seeing her with the laptop, Ran Xiaoyun rolled her eyes skyward. You look pale. Are you planning to work overtime again? I need to verify some data. It won't take long. Ran Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively. The new generation is so relentless. How are we, the predecessors, supposed to survive? Are we doomed to be washed away on the shores of time? Upon returning to Tingyuan, Qi Jingyuan had not yet returned. After dinner, Rong Yan settled in the living room to process data, discreetly crafting an analysis report. She had reviewed Gao Yuan and Wu Tong's analytical approaches. As a newcomer, she felt unqualified to voice her opinions, as doing so might offend someone, yet she found their report lacking and sought to express her perspective. Wang Ma entered with sliced fruit, noticing Rong Yan once again engrossed in her laptop, sighed. Madam, you already work hard enough. Don't forget you have another life to care for. Rong Yan absent-mindedly picked up a strawberry. This is delightful. Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. I can eat, run, and jump. How could it not be healthy? That is not the point. It's just that your husband's earnings could last a lifetime. Why not stay home, nurture the child, and avoid the hardships of work? Rong Yan lifted her gaze. She gently touched Wang Ma's hand. Smiling, Wang Ma, men may betray you, children may leave you, friends may turn their backs on you, but work will not. The knowledge you acquire and the money you earn are your own wealth. Therefore, a woman should always have her own source of income, irrespective of men, children, or friends. Do you understand? She felt fortunate that Qi Jingyuan had not forced her to resign during her pregnancy. Wang Ma smiled, somewhat understanding. My lady has such a beautiful smile. It's no wonder your husband is fond of you. Startled by Wang Ma's comment while eating a strawberry, Rong Yan chuckled but remained silent. Fond of her? Qi Jingyuan liked her? Impossible. It would be as if the sun rose in the west. By the way, Wang Ma, this strawberry is quite delicious. Could you wash some more? This is all I have. I'll order more for you tomorrow, and it should arrive next week. Rong Yan was bewildered. What? These strawberries weren't purchased from the supermarket? Wang Ma chuckled. Oh dear, madam, these strawberries can't be found in any supermarket. They must be air freighted from America, and only a few come at a time. What strawberries are so precious? They are no strawberries. Rong Yan, wait, in that brief moment, had she just consumed the equivalent of a villa? When Qi Jingyuan returned, the living room was still brightly lit. He paused, surprised, only to see Rong Yan asleep on the sofa, covered by a small blanket, with her laptop beside her. Sir, madam, Qi Jingyuan gestured for silence, instinctively slowing his steps as he approached her. The laptop remained open, displaying a market analysis report on the Seth financing project, and his expression shifted as he began to scroll through the content. Gradually, his demeanor grew increasingly serious. He furrowed his brow and pondered, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Suddenly, a phone placed on the sofa tumbled to the floor. Don't take my pig trotters. Rong Yan jolted awake, inexplicably shouting that phrase before her mind began to clear. Had she fallen asleep while working on a proposal, so her earlier dream about someone snatching her pig trotters had merely been a figment of her imagination? Qi Jingyuan handed her a tissue, and Rong Yan's face flushed as she hastily wiped the drool from her mouth. Did you dream of pig trotters, madam? Wang Ma inquired with a smile. Rong Yan nodded. It's been ages since I've had braised pig trotters. I might have dreamt that someone was trying to steal mine. In her childhood, her family had little money for luxuries, but every new year, her grandmother would have a pig slaughtered and save a trotters just for her. All the rest were sold for money. To her, those pig trotters had once been the most delicious delicacy in the world. It is nothing, just a dream. Wang Ma beamed with joy. Oh, how I adore seeing you like this, madam. Was this analysis report done by Gao Yuan? Qi Jingyuan asked. Only then did Rong Yan notice he was looking at her computer. Adhering to the principle of not stealing credit and avoiding offending her superior, she pondered briefly before responding. The ideas were provided by Manager Gao. The rest is a collective effort. Qi Jingyuan nodded. Acknowledging Gao Yuan's recent progress, impressed that he could produce such a piercingly insightful analysis report. Two key points had even been overlooked by the investment and financing department, nearly leading to irreparable losses for the investment. Fortunately, the people he had nurtured had not disappointed him. Rong Yan retrieved her phone from the floor, relieved it hadn't broken, otherwise she would have to spend a fortune on a new one. She mentioned she was going to wash up and turned to ascend the stairs, with Qi Jingyuan glancing at his watch before following her. After showering, she emerged to find Qi Jingyuan seated at the edge of the bed in his pajamas. Having presumably washed up in another room, Rong Yan felt a bit awkward lingering in the dressing room for a while before finally approaching the edge of the bed. She pulled back a corner of the blanket and curled up like a snail. Slowly covering herself completely, Qi Jingyuan set aside his magazine. Do you not like your clothes? She had donned her own pajamas, clean and neat, albeit somewhat worn. Right, the clothes. Chapter 30. Out of control. Rong Yan shook her head. President Qi, we agreed beforehand, after I give birth, you will provide me with 200 million. We are in an equal transactional relationship. You need not do anything extra for me, nor do I wish to receive additional rewards. It's best we maintain clear boundaries. Her clothing was merely an extra bonus. She felt she had not made any extraordinary contributions and thus did not deserve a bonus, if she accepted one. It would feel like a debt, a favor. She did not want to entangle herself with him, but if you dislike it, feel free to discard it tomorrow. Qi Jingyuan threw the book aside, pressing his lips together in displeasure. Rong Yan felt somewhat helpless. President Qi, let us sleep. As he tossed the blanket aside, Qi Jingyuan rolled to the far side of the bed, creating an immediate gulf between them. The interior is equipped with intelligent voice control. Upon hearing commands like time to sleep, the room's main lights promptly extinguish, leaving only the dim nightlight by the foot of the bed. Rong Yan reached out to turn off the light. Don't turn it off, she retracted her hand. It seemed her employer was not fond of complete darkness. He always kept a sliver of muted light while sleeping, as if a hint of illumination was necessary. Even if nothing could be discerned, however, Rong Yan preferred utter darkness. It was in the absence of sight that she found tranquility and serenity, just as she was on the brink of slumber. A pair of searing hands suddenly clasped her wrist, jolting her awake. You become quite skilled, he nearly spat, his words laced with pent-up emotion. With your capabilities, let's see if you can keep your job tomorrow. Rong Yan gasped. Mr. Qi, you, silence. He fixed his gaze upon her, his voice gradually dropping to a husky whisper. If you wish to work well in this flourishing era, wear those clothes for me tomorrow. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded repeatedly. I understand, she thought to herself, fearing for her life. After enduring a lengthy series of tribulations, she finally succumbed to a deep sleep. Qi Jingyuan stepped out onto the terrace for a smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, his gaze mirrored the encroaching twilight, indistinct, unfathomable, and elusive. Moments ago, he seemed to have lost control. Why had he lost control? He found himself perplexed. His fascination with her body appeared to have ensnared him. Had she not been with child, he might not have let her off so easily tonight. Through her, he understood the intoxicating allure of indulgence, a desire to continually explore, effortlessly ignited by her presence. Perhaps it was merely the thrill of novelty. He extinguished his cigarette, waiting for that initial excitement to wane, along with the feeling it brought. He awaited that day. In the morning, Rong Yan faced a dilemma in the wardrobe. The boss's demands were non-negotiable, yet she was loath to wear any of those garments. After much deliberation, she ultimately chose a set of untagged attire, clean and fresh, suitable for the workplace. A white silk chiffon blouse, curry-colored pencil skirt, paired with 5-centimeter white heels. Madam, you look exceptionally beautiful today, Wang Ma praised, her compliments generously uplifting. Rong Yan, while enjoying her breakfast, inquired, where's Mr. Qi? Has he left? Yes, he departed early this morning. Suddenly recalling something, Rong Yan set down her chopsticks. Wang Ma, is your master afraid of the dark? She noticed that whenever she was with Qi Jingyuan, he insisted on leaving a light on. Even in the absence of illumination, there had to be some form of glow. Wang Ma was touched by her attentiveness. Madam, you are truly observant. You have only been together for a short while yet have discerned this, while his mother has not noticed for all these years. Nearby, Steward Su cleared his throat, prompting Wang Ma to realize her faux pas and quickly fall silent. How could he be afraid of the dark? Qi Jingyuan is not the type to fear such things. Perhaps it stems from childhood experiences. Wang Ma sighed. Madam, you may not know, but he did not have a pleasant upbringing. The old master did not dote on him, nor did his mother. For years, he has relied solely on himself. Wang Ma refrained from elaborating further, and Rong Yan felt it inappropriate to probe deeper. Wow, you look quite stunning today. Upon entering the office, Ran Xiaoyun was utterly taken aback by her appearance. That figure. That face, that waist, if I were a man, I'd be utterly captivated. Rong Yan awkwardly tugged at her skirt. Just something I threw on. Not if you look this good in casual attire. Imagine how breathtaking you would be if you dressed up deliberately. Who knows, Mr. Chi might be utterly enchanted by you. Stop joking. Do you want to increase my workload? Why don't you handle my tasks too? No, I was merely jesting. Ran Xiaoyun dropped the topic and returned to her work. The entire marketing department buzzed with frenetic energy throughout the morning. At 2 in the afternoon, a seminar on the financing plan was scheduled, requiring reports from the marketing, investment, and finance departments, with Qi Jingyuan presiding. Several departments prepared as if facing an enemy. Upon entering the company, Wu Tong was already on edge, describing the seminar to Rong Yan. You wouldn't understand. Presenting at such a seminar feels like exposing your undergarments for all to critique. Do you grasp that sensation? Rong Yan did not comprehend, yet could feel the tension. Seizing a moment when Gao Yuan was free, she knocked on his office door, sending her analysis report from the previous night to his email. Manager Gao, I am new here and, under normal circumstances, should not be qualified to undertake such tasks. I am unsure if my work is correct, but I still wish to give it a try. Please take a moment to review it. If any content is applicable for this financing round, you are welcome to utilize it without hesitation. Gao Yuan glanced at her dismissively. Fine, you may return to your duties. Rong Yan hesitated. Do you have time to review it now? If there are any unclear aspects, I can. Rong Yan, everyone is busy preparing for this afternoon's seminar. Surely you can discern priorities. Gao Yuan's tone was amiable. Yet it was evident he did not regard her report seriously. Rong Yan nodded, understood. Exiting the office, she heard the door click shut, coinciding with Gao Yuan closing her PowerPoint presentation, not even glancing at the first page. A probationary employee ought not to be composing analysis reports. Did she think this was a marketplace? Rather than waste time on such trivial matters, he would prefer to ponder what dishes to choose at lunch and how to present at the afternoon meeting. Soon lunchtime arrived. To the previous day, Lin Xiaoxiao had insisted on tasting her cooking, claiming to be craving it, so Rong Yan had asked Wang Ma to prepare an extra portion. Why are you so beautifully dressed today? Do you have a date? Lin Xiaoxiao teased. Chapter 31, Shifting Blame. Not at all, just casual wear. She handed one of the lunchboxes to Lin Xiaoxiao, redirecting the conversation to the meal. Wow, braised pig trotters. How did you know I love this? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. The small box indeed contained braised pig trotters, tender and succulent, enhanced with soybeans and kelp. The aroma wafted forth the moment she lifted the lid. Making her mouth water. Last night, she dreamt of eating pig trotters, and now she had them to enjoy. Wang Ma was too kind. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Opening it revealed a message from Wang Ma. Wang Ma, madam. Is today's braised pig trotter to your liking? Rong Yan, absolutely. It is delightful, both fragrant and tender. Thank you, Wang Ma. Wang Ma, it's no trouble at all. I merely prepared the dish. It was your master who worked hard. He had someone deliver the trotters early this morning, saying they were for your lunch. Rong Yan was taken aback. Mr. Chi said that? Wang Ma, yes, he specifically mentioned it this morning. Her fingers paused over the screen as Rong Yan absorbed Wang Ma's last message. Her mind gradually warming to the realization Qi Jingyuan had heard her mumblings in her sleep. Did he truly care about even her dreams? Although she understood it was for the sake of the child. And that pig trotters were not an extravagant delicacy, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Accustomed to being overlooked and belittled, to suddenly have someone care about her dreams left her feeling somewhat disoriented. It was akin to being battered by a frigid, relentless storm for years, only to suddenly encounter a warm spring. The sensation of warmth enveloping her entire being was overwhelming. What's wrong, Rong Yan? Aren't you eating? Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in closer, initially intending to glance at her phone screen, but Rong Yan quickly shut it off. It's nothing at all. I just eat. What do you mean nothing? Look at how red your eyes are. TSK, could it be that some suitor is confessing to you? Is it Teacher Shin? Rong Yan immediately wiped the smile from her face. Don't be ridiculous, our relationship is purely teacher-student. Are you certain? Teacher Shin raised an eyebrow at me yesterday. Inquiring about your contact information, you didn't give it to him, did you? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Of course not. How could I give it without your consent? However, Teacher Shin is quite a catch, well-off, elegantly handsome. And with a good temperament. Rong Yan remained silent. She had no interest in romance. Her sole focus was on her work, earning a livelihood, delivering the child, securing 200 million, and achieving financial freedom to live the life she desired. After finishing her meal, Rong Yan returned to her office. The materials for the afternoon meeting were prepared, and Gao Yuan was brimming with confidence, believing this to be the best analysis report he had ever produced in his career. Everyone, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Once we successfully secure the project and earn the bonus, feel free to suggest any meal you desire. The team erupted in cheers. Gao Yuan strode confidently upstairs. Ordinary employees were not permitted to attend this meeting, and as a probationary employee Rong Yan was even less qualified. Well, a little idle time is beneficial for the mind and body. After all, if the manager isn't here, so why be so serious? Ran Xiaoyun patted Rong Yan's chair. Rong Yan smiled, setting down her mouse. What's up? do you have some gossip to share? What gossip could I possibly have? Tell me, do you think this proposal will pass on the first try? Rong Yen pondered for a moment. There is still hope. The report is quite perfect. Analysis, arguments, risks, and embellishments are all superb, but what? But the relevance is not substantial. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. I was just joking. I'm merely a novice. Surely you don't believe my words. Ran Xiaoyun chuckled. As the workday neared its end, Gao Yuan suddenly appeared at the door. His expression dark and brooding. Rong Yen was just heading to the pantry for water. In her haste, she collided with Gao Yuan as he rounded the corner, inadvertently bumping her head as his documents came crashing down upon her. What is the matter? Walking so clumsily, have your eyes grown on the top of your head? Gao Yuan's cold expression was met with a scolding. Rong Yen repeatedly apologized. Gao Yuan snorted disdainfully, circumvented Rong Yen, and turned to enter the office, slamming the door shut with a bang. Is everything alright? Oh dear, your forehead is already red and swollen. Ran Xiaoyun hurriedly assisted her back to sit down, while Wu Tong rushed to grab some medicine from her desk. It's nothing, I simply wasn't paying attention and bumped into him. It's not Manager Gao's fault. Rong Yen smiled reassuringly, though the movement tugged at her forehead, causing her to wince in pain. Ran Xiaoyun remained silent, as did the others, but they all understood that the report had apparently not gone smoothly. Not only had it not gone well, it might even have been quite disastrous. The wound had been disinfected, and it was estimated that the swelling would subside by tomorrow. However, with a bump on her forehead, it was rather unsightly. Wu Tong remarked, "It's fine. After all, I can't see it." At that moment, a notification of a new message appeared in the department chat. Gao Yuan, to everyone, no one is permitted to leave after work. Stay behind to await further instructions. We will start from scratch to reorganize the data and prepare a new plan. A meeting will be held in the conference room in 10 minutes, Ran Xiaoyun cried out in despair. My date, I've been looking forward to it for a month. Rong Yen began to organize the materials. Well then, rather than complain, it would be better to head to the conference room early to avoid angering Manager Gao. 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan wore a stern expression as he began to rearrange the work assignments. The division of labor was largely unchanged, but the methods and required materials had shifted, indicating a need to rethink the approach and redo the report. Manager Gao, what did General Manager Qi say? With the atmosphere having softened a bit, Ran Xiaoyun grew bolder and began to poke fun at the tiger. Gao Yuan cast a cold glance at Rong Yen. General Manager Qi remarked that the report was executed flawlessly, with excellent analyses, arguments, and risk assessments, but it lacked any reference points. He emphasized, not even a hint of one. A market analysis report devoid of references is utterly worthless. What they had slaved over for days and nights was nothing but trash. Ran Xiaoyun stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be so similar to what Rong Yen had said? It was almost as gratifying as hitting the jackpot on an exam. Rong Yen quietly took notes, not lifting her head even once. She was uncertain whether Gao Yuan had used her data. If he hadn't and was reprimanded, it was not her concern. However, if he had used it and faced criticism, she would bear some responsibility. Whether he had or hadn't, only Qi Jingyuan knew. As he had reviewed her report, was she really going to ask him? As she pondered, Gao Yuan spoke coldly again. The failure of this project rests heavily on those responsible for data organization. All data and conclusions stem from the foundational data. If the foundational data is poor, the conclusions will naturally lack relevance. Rong Yen, you graduated in this field, surely you understand this principle? Rong Yen quickly stood up. I understand, Manager Gao. It was my work that fell short, holding everyone back, and I apologize to you all. Chapter 32, A Chance Encounter. Gao Yuan's expression softened slightly. Alright, everyone go prepare. Rong Yen, I hope you do not make another mistake this time. Can you manage that? Yes, Manager Gao, back at her workstation. Rong Yen began to organize her thoughts. Ran Xiaoyun sighed. Why are you taking this so seriously? You're just responsible for data organization. What major mistake could you possibly make? This is clearly a way to deflect blame. And you're actually accepting it. Unable to vent her frustration on others, as they still needed to work, she chose to pick on this soft target, Rong Yen, who was still on probation. Rong Yen understood this logic all too well. However, she remained calm. It was merely a couple of criticisms. She chose not to take it to heart, having faced far worse disdain and slander throughout her life. This was but a trifle. Alright, let us hurry up and work. Let us do it for your long-awaited date, shall we? Ran Xiaoyun made an okay gesture. In the office, Gao Yuan opened Rong Yen's analysis report. As he perused it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment and depth. With a hint of unease, this report was produced by someone with no work experience. He couldn't help but recall Qi Jingyuan's exact words during the meeting. If you don't know how to prepare a report, you can consult someone in the department. I remember there as a probationary employee. You might ask her how to interpret the data, how to analyze it, and how to draw conclusions, rather than presenting me with a pile of rubbish. Gao Yuan fell into deep thought. How did General Manager Qi know there was a probationary employee in their department? He was incredibly busy and couldn't possibly keep track of such trivial matters. Moreover, some points he mentioned during the meeting were identical to those in Rong Yen's PPT. Wei Yiyuan was utterly perplexed. However, one thing he could ascertain was that Rong Yen, appearing gentle, was actually quite astute. Seemingly obedient, she had a wealth of ideas. At such a young age, she had already learned to work quietly without drawing attention, a promising asset for the workplace. The clock struck 10 as they continued to work overtime. Rong Yen found herself growing weary. As she descended the stairs, a dull ache began to throb in her abdomen, and her complexion paled. It took her a while to feel slightly better. She opened her phone and messaged Rong Yuanzhou. Dr. Rong, I am experiencing some abdominal pain. Is it serious? Should I go to the hospital? Wait, at this hour, he might already be resting. It would be rather presumptuous to disturb him this late. Rong Yen contemplated retracting her message. Yet, almost immediately he replied, at home. Is it convenient for me to come over? Shall we go to the same place as last time? He was referring to Anshin home. Rong Yen replied, it's already very late. I wouldn't want to trouble you. I can go to the hospital myself. Rong Yuanzhou. Address. Rong Yen hesitated, and he initiated a voice call. With a sigh, she hung up the call and sent him her location. Half an hour later, Rong Yuanzhou arrived at the scene, his appearance disheveled as he grasped Rong Yan's wrist and checked her pulse, breathing a sigh of relief. You're fine, it's just fatigue. You should rest well. You also understand traditional Chinese medicine, of course. Rong Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow. What, are you starting to admire me a bit? Rong Yen enthusiastically responded, giving a thumbs up. Dr. Rong is truly amazing. You're the most impressive doctor I've ever met, knowledgeable in both Eastern and Western medicine, a true polymath. Rong Yuanzhou found her praise quite gratifying. However, as he turned, he caught sight of the bump on her forehead. What happened to you? It has nothing. I accidentally bumped it while working. I've already applied some medicine. Rong Yuanzhou rummaged through his pocket for a while but couldn't find what he was looking for. Rong Yen, noticing this, pulled out a band-aid from her pocket. Is this what you were looking for? Rong Yuanzhou looked at the butterfly-shaped band-aid and chuckled. Quite unique. This was given to her by Wu Tong while she was applying medicine. Rong Yuanzhou prepared to apply it for her. Instinctively, Rong Yen took a couple of steps back. Stand still. He tore the band-aid open and carefully placed it on the swollen area, patiently advising her not to get it wet and to remove it after her shower. After applying it, he lowered his head and noticed Rong Yen was looking at him with a peculiar expression. That gaze seemed to be observing him while simultaneously peering through him, as if searching for someone else. What is with that look? Rong Yuanzhou ruffled her hair to break her gaze, feigning annoyance as he turned his head away. Rong Yen felt somewhat flustered. In that fleeting moment, she couldn't help but think how much he resembled her father. Would her father treat her this way? Would he patiently remind her, I'm sorry? Before she could finish, Rong Yuanzhou spoke first. Young Master Qi, why are you still at the office this late? Are you waiting for the beautiful Mingzhu? Rong Yen followed his gaze and saw Qi Jingyuan leaning against the passenger seat by the roadside, exuding an air of lazy elegance, akin to the noble youths described in literature. Handsome, aloof, and unattainable, Qi Jingyuan looked coldly at the two of them. Unexpectedly, she too could smile so brightly, and it was directed at another man. A wave of irritation and frustration surged within him as he stepped forward to confront them. What are you two doing here at my company's doorstep at this hour? Trying to pick up girls? Nonsense. By the way, where is your husband? Why hasn't he come to pick you up? My husband? Rong Yen stole a glance at Qi Jingyuan, feeling somewhat uneasy at he is a bit busy. I am taking a taxi home. What is going on? It's late. Given your circumstances, he should have come to fetch you regardless of how busy he is. That scoundrel can't possibly be shirking his responsibilities. Can he? What kind of person is he? He seems to be a man driven by lust, a typical animal of the lower half. How could he neglect his own wife? The word father nearly slipped from her lips but was abruptly replaced by husband. Qi Jingyuan sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Rong Yuanzhou, are you catching a cold? You're picking up Mingzhu while sick. You two must truly be in love. Qi Jingyuan, I really want to rip this kid's mouth apart. Rong Yen touched her nose, feeling a bit awkward. She dared not look at Qi Jingyuan's expression, fearing a nightmare. Give me his number. I'll have a word with him. But no need. Rong Yen quickly waved her hand. It was my decision to not have him pick me up. Thank you for your help tonight, Dr. Rong. But if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Wait a moment. Rong Yuanzhou pulled out his car keys. Get in. I'll give you a ride. Rong Yen. Just as Qi Jingyuan was about to speak, the grand entrance suddenly echoed with a voice. Shin Mingzhu sashayed over, her face lighting up with surprise. Yuan, what are you doing here? He is here to pick you up. Isn't that touching? Touching? I'm so touched. Shin Mingzhu's face was aglow with joy, her eyes sparkling. She then turned to Rong Yen, her expression freezing as she scrutinized her. You just got off work so late. Yes, Mingzhu Jie. Shin Mingzhu said nothing further. She found it hard to believe that such a coincidence could occur, just as she had to work overtime. She encountered Qi Jingyuan. Such seemingly fortuitous events are often the result of meticulous planning. This girl certainly knows how to play her cards well. Well then, Mr. Qi, Sister Mingzhu, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. Rong Yen said her polite goodbyes and swiftly boarded Rong Yuanzhou's car. The vehicle soon vanished from sight. Chapter 33. Do you dislike me? By the time she returned home, it was quite late. And Rong Yan was nearly exhausted. Madam, why are you back so late? Wang Ma asked, flustered. What's the matter? Wang Ma, sir, returned in a great fury. Please be cautious and do not provoke him. Understood. Rong Yan instantly sobered up. Pointing at the shattered glass strewn across the floor, did he do this? Wang Ma nodded. Rong Yan gasped sharply. Indeed, for someone of his stature, being called a scoundrel and a beast by a friend without the chance to explain would be infuriating. She crept upstairs and opened the door to find the man smoking on the terrace. Rong Yan slowly approached him. Mr. Qi, in truth, it was I who called Dr. Rong over tonight. I was feeling a bit unwell. And he came to take a look, so, she nervously swallowed. Could you perhaps overlook this matter for the sake of the child and not be angry with him? Qi Jingyuan let out a cold laugh. Extinguishing his cigarette in silence, you seem to trust him quite a lot at this moment. She was defending him. Dr. Rong is a very good person. He did not mean those words intentionally. He only came for the child's sake. He is quite responsible and possesses a strong sense of justice. Since he is your friend, could you not hold it against him? Qi Jingyuan remained silent, his expression growing increasingly dark, as though he was struggling to contain something. Rong Yan promptly fell silent. Damn it, why did it feel like she was dancing on a tiger's tail? One word, perilous. Do you care for him? After a long moment, Qi Jingyuan raised his head in irritation and scrutinized her. He seemed to have never contemplated this question before, such as whether she had someone she liked. Rong Yan pondered for a moment. Dr. Rong is an excellent physician. Enough. Qi Jingyuan closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to listen any further. Rong Yan dared not speak. Moments later, he opened his eyes, which were now icy cold. Do you dislike me? Rong Yan, dislike, is not quite the word, but he is her boss, the one who holds her fate in his hands. Naturally, she must be cautious and respectful in her demeanor. I have never disliked you. On the contrary, I believe you are a wonderful person, both as a boss and husband. Rong Yan paused, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. The term husband felt foreign to her. Would he be angry if she addressed him as such? Qi Jingyuan's eyes flickered. It was the first time he had heard her call him husband. It seemed to evoke a peculiar sensation, one he had never experienced before. Rong Yan secretly sighed in relief. Looking down, she inadvertently caught sight of his palm, where a long gash marred his thumb, bleeding profusely. She turned to grab the first aid kit, crouched down, and gently took his hand, cleaning the blood around the wound and disinfecting it. Suddenly recalling something, she felt in her skirt pocket and discovered a band-aid given to her by Wu Tong. She applied it to the wound. Qi Jingyuan stared at her intently. It was the first time someone had treated him with such tenderness and seriousness. Throughout his life, he had always managed his injuries himself or sought a doctor. The so-called members of the Qi family never even inquired about his well-being. He had always been the power and honor of the Qi family rather than their grandson or child. What happened to your forehead? He asked, lowering his gaze. I accidentally bumped into something. Does your stomach still hurt? She hesitated for a moment, recalling that she was the one who had mentioned feeling unwell earlier. It doesn't hurt as much anymore. Dr. Rong said it was nothing serious. Qi Jingyuan said nothing further, his gaze fixed on the band-aid on his hand, this oddly shaped band-aid. He wanted to tear it off, yet it seemed he also did not wish to remove it. What is going on? Seeing that his expression had softened considerably, Rong Yan felt a sense of relief. After washing up and heading to bed, she wished him good night, then embraced her large teddy bear as she gradually drifted into slumber. When she moved, she had brought the teddy bear along during the move. At first, she was hesitant to place it on the bed, but later realized that Qi Jingyuan showed no reaction, allowing her to boldly position it on her side of the bed. With the teddy bear beside her, she felt secure and was no longer afraid of cuddling her boss's true self at night. In a drowsy haze, she reached out and found herself enveloped in warm arms. A heated kiss landed on her cheek. Rong Yan sleepily opened her eyes. Mr. Qi, I'm so tired. Qi Jingyuan said nothing. Had it not been for her stomach pain, he would not have cared whether she was tired or not. He would have teased her twice. First, Qi Jingyuan withdrew his lips but kept his hand resting on her waist. Rest easy, sleep well, the woman murmured in response, turning over to embrace the teddy bear once more. All right, thank you, Mr. Qi. Qi Jingyuan. The woman in the office is deluded, thinking this is a work report. The next morning, the swelling on her forehead had diminished significantly. Rong Yan yawned as she arrived at the company, where she encountered Wu Tong and Ran Xiaoyun in the lobby. In front of them walked Qi Jingyuan and Xin Mingzhu side by side. Wow, from this angle, they really do make a perfect pair. A match made in heaven, Wu Tong exclaimed. Indeed, they are absolute soulmates. Otherwise, how could they have been together for over a decade? Ran Xiaoyun chimed in. But why have they never made their relationship public all these years? I think, you are both right. Rong Yan quietly trailed behind, eavesdropping. The three of them nodded in unison. Hey, that band-aid on Mr. Qi's hand looks a bit like mine, Wu Tong suddenly pointed out. Ran Xiaoyun replied. Sister, it doesn't seem shameful to buy the same brand of band-aid, but that band-aid was custom made by me. There is definitely no other like it. Wu Tong asserted firmly. This is absolutely my band-aid. Rong Yan looked up at the ceiling, feeling guilty, sipping water. Indeed, for someone like Mr. Qi, using such a style of band-aid feels somewhat disjointed. After pondering for a while, Ran Xiaoyun suggested, I think this band-aid is very likely from a woman. In a moment of urgency, a woman must have used it on mr.chi.to be able to apply a band-aid to Mr. Chi. Their relationship must be quite intimate. Sister Mingju. Sister Mingju doesn't seem like someone who would use this kind of band-aid. I believe it could very well be from another woman, Rong Yan, who was sipping water, choked, drawing the attention of Qi Jingyuan and Shen Mingju ahead. It's nothing, I just choked a bit. She quickly wiped her mouth. Shen Mingju observed Qi Jingyuan's reaction, and he merely averted his gaze, continuing forward. Is it really nothing? Your face is so red, like you have high-altitude sickness. No, it's more like you've done something wrong. Ran Xiaoyun teased accurately. Rong Yan rubbed her face. Is that so? Maybe I just didn't sleep well. The three of them playfully bickered as they ascended the stairs. Qi Jingyuan and Shen Mingju took the private elevator to the top floor. Inside the elevator, Shen Mingju glanced at the peculiar band-aid and chuckled. Since when did you start liking such things? Chapter 34. Are you really a couple? Qi Jingyuan cast a glance. Just a random application. Is that so? I remember that President Qi has always handled his injuries himself. No matter how severe, no one else could approach except for a doctor. While studying abroad, there was an occasion when he injured himself riding a horse, and his big toe bled profusely. She had wanted to help, but he had not allowed her to touch it, silently bandaging it himself. His proficiency in this regard was almost heart-wrenching. Shen Mingju's eyes flickered as she probed. This sort of thing doesn't seem like something you would have. Yuan, the elevator doors opened. Rather than waste words here, it's better to check if the meeting materials are prepared. Assistant Shen, what do you think? Shen Mingju's gaze darkened slightly. Understood. Mr. Qi, watching Qi Jingyuan's figure gradually recede, Shen Mingju clenched her fists. Was Yuan still angry about that incident, which made him so distant and difficult to read? But so what? He could only be hers. No one else was allowed to come close. She took out her phone, sent a photo, and called her assistant Chen Xing. Find out who has purchased this type of band-aid among the company employees. On Friday, she navigated through a busy day. After work, Rong Yan recalled the umbrella she had promised Shen Mingju. She opened Taobao and searched for the same style. The system prompted, "Sorry, there are currently no identical items available. However, we have recommended the following similar products." Rong Yan immediately felt uneasy. She asked the driver, Su Chang, "Su, did you buy this umbrella online?" The driver glanced at it and chuckled. "Madam, how could I afford such an umbrella? This belongs to the sir. He has used it for quite some time. It's a custom piece. Do you know how much it would cost to customize a similar one?" Su Cheng calculated briefly. Including labor and materials, it would probably be around 30,000. 30,000? For just one umbrella? It was a luxury item. No wonder when she mentioned gifting an umbrella to Shen Mingju, her expression had seemed a bit strange. Now it made sense. With a $30,000 item, it would be somewhat challenging to resolve this with her financial means. Rong Yan felt a headache coming on. "Madam, if you wish to customize one, you could ask the sir for assistance." Rong Yan quickly waved her hands. "No need, he is so busy. I wouldn't want to disturb him." Su, do you know the contact number of the customization master? Could you share it with me? Sure, I'll help you look it up later. Rong Yan thanked him, leaning back in her seat, continuing to feel overwhelmed. On the weekend, there was no need for overtime, with Qi Jingyuan absent from Tingyuan. Rong Yan seized the rare opportunity for freedom to indulge in a leisurely slumber, engage in painting, and stroll through the streets with Lin Xiaoxiao. Thus enjoying a delightful weekend that evening, she set the alarm for Monday, embraced her large teddy bear, and peacefully drifted into sleep. Upon waking, the daylight poured in brightly. Startled, she sat up abruptly, glanced at her phone, and was instantly filled with dread. Wang Ma, who turned off my alarm? I'm late. Wang Ma looked bewildered. Didn't the sir say you were on leave today to register? Why are you still going to the company? Register? Rong Yan opened her phone calendar and suddenly remembered. Oh, right, today she was supposed to go to the hospital for blood tests to facilitate later prenatal checks and hospitalization. How could she have forgotten such an important matter amidst her busy work schedule? She took out her phone, prepared to message Gao Yuan, when a thought struck her. You said the sir had taken leave? Yes, then the sir returned this morning, had breakfast, and is waiting downstairs, but he told us not to disturb you. Rong Yan was taken aback, puzzled by the implication. Was he planning to accompany her to the prenatal checkup? No way. She didn't want her medical visit to turn into a social obligation, having to gauge her boss's mood on the way. Sitting stiffly in the car, struggling to make conversation, Rong Yan went downstairs for breakfast. Qi Jingyuan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet, seemingly analyzing the stock market or some data. After finishing her meal, she approached the sofa respectfully. Mr. Qi, I can go to the hospital by myself. You're so busy, it's unnecessary for you to accompany me. Qi Jingyuan set down his tablet. Have you packed everything? Wang Ma handed over a bag. Everything is in here, let us go. He strode forth with his long straight legs, impeccably dressed in a suit, heading towards the parking area. Rong Yan hurriedly followed. The hospital for registration had been chosen in advance. The one where Rong Yuanzhou worked, which was relatively close and had strong overall capabilities with excellent medical staff. Perhaps Qi Jingyuan had made arrangements, as they were escorted to a private room where they signed forms. had blood drawn, and underwent routine checks, all swiftly completed. The doctor, surnamed Sun, was a warm-hearted middle-aged woman. Upon reviewing the report, she smiled. "Madam, you are expecting twins." Both Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yan were momentarily taken aback. Twins? Were they that efficient? Rong Yan recalled something. "Dr. Sun, but during my last checkup, it was still a singleton. That's normal. The development of embryonic cells can vary, and at that time, the gestational age was small. So it was perfectly fine not to detect twins." Rong Yan nodded. The thought of carrying two felt surreal. With twins, extra caution was warranted. Early and mid-pregnancy required monthly checkups, and crucial tests like NT, Down syndrome screening, and 4D scans were not to be missed. "Madam, you can scan my code to join the group. There are obstetricians in the group who will notify you of the checkup schedule, and you can consult them anytime if you have questions." "Thank you." Rong Yan scanned the code, and the group included only her and 3 doctors. "Dad can also join the group in case of emergencies." Qi Jingyuan took out his phone and turned to Rong Yan. "Scan my code. Add me on WeChat and pull me in." "Alright, please hold on." Dr. Sun looked at them with surprise. "You two, are you really a married couple?" Qi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan was stunned and then chuckled. "What? Doesn't it look like it?" "It's not that. Dr. Sun was just astonished to see a couple like you, expecting a child and only now adding each other on WeChat. How do you usually communicate?" Moreover, this expectant mother seemed to be responding to her husband with a polite, "Please hold on," as if reporting on work. Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed and casually mumbled a few words before leaving the hospital after the registration was completed. Qi Jingyuan had other matters to attend to, so he asked Su Chang to take her home while he took another car. Once in the car, Rong Yan added Qi Jingyuan to the group and, after pondering for a while, changed his contact name to a person who must not be offended. Just as she was about to exit the chat, a string of numbers appeared. Qi Jingyuan, save it. This was his phone number. Rong Yan, okay, received. She added it to her contacts, similarly noting it as a person who must not be offended. Rong Yan sent her number over. To be honest, she was a bit curious about how her boss would label her. She guessed it would likely be Rong Yan, formal, meticulous, and composed, fitting his style. Chapter 35, The Great Tiger and the Little Rabbit. Upon returning home, after having dinner, Rong Yan began working on a PowerPoint presentation in her small study. The department was busy, and although she had taken a leave of absence, it felt inappropriate to slack off. Besides, there was a second meeting scheduled for the following afternoon, so she needed to finish it early. She worked diligently until 8 in the evening. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she stretched and stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. An idea struck her, and she retrieved her computer, opened her drawing software, and began to paint. On the terrace, she depicted a fierce tiger, its claws stained with blood, while a small rabbit tended to its wounds. The rabbit's inner thoughts read, "If I take good care of him, he won't deduct my salary." Right after finishing the drawing, she colored it, exported it, and uploaded it. 10 minutes later, the post had garnered 20,000 shares and 5,000 comments, instantly trending. The fish on the shore returns. After 3 years, the fish on the shore is back. The comments section was filled with excitement. Even through the screen, she could feel the fans' fervor. "Oh my, a series of once-in-a-lifetime moments. Wow, wow, wow. The love story of the golden retriever and the little rabbit isn't finished, and now there's a little tiger? I want to see the golden retriever and the little rabbit. I want to see the golden retriever and the little rabbit too." The little rabbit has been secretly in love with the golden retriever for so long. When will she confess? Their bond is so heartwarming. I love it so much. Please draw the golden retriever and the little rabbit, fish. Rong Yan closed the comments and exited Weibo. She had loved painting since childhood, and during university, she began sharing her serialized drawings on Weibo. The little rabbit represented her, while the golden retriever symbolized Xinyan, capturing the moments of the little rabbit's unrequited love for the golden retriever. Embodying her poignant youth, perhaps due to the resonance it evoked among netizens, her Weibo following grew rapidly, accumulating over 3 million fans even after her 2-year hiatus. After experiencing that incident, she ceased her updates. There would never again be a love story between the golden retriever and the little rabbit, for the little rabbit's heart had become lifeless. Qi Jingyuan returned to Tingyuan late at night. Rong Yan was already fast asleep, her head resting on the desk, while the computer in the room remained illuminated. Qi Jingyuan carried her back to bed, then returned to the computer. The screen still displayed Seth's analysis report, but the insights and conclusions were markedly different from before, now imbued with deeper, more incisive content. Qi Jingyuan's eyes gleamed. He had thought the previous version was already excellent, yet she had managed to create an even greater surprise. However, why was she redoing it? The last time, she had concealed it from him, claiming it was a collective effort from the department, yet he hadn't seen that report during the meeting. He suspected that report had been prepared by Rong Yan in private. Gao Yuan had received it but paid it no mind. What about this version? Was it possible that Gao Yuan, feeling disgruntled after being reprimanded, had vented his frustrations on her, forcing her to complete it alone? Qi Jingyuan's gaze turned cold. It seemed Gao Yuan was becoming too comfortable in his position and was looking to stir things up. The next morning, as Rong Yan entered the office, she sensed a palpable tension. Oh, you're back, everyone is so busy, yet you took a day off. You really know how to enjoy yourself, remarked her colleague Yang Jia with a hint of sarcasm. Rong Yan felt a twinge of guilt and silently took her seat. It was best to ignore her, she had nothing to do with the situation yesterday, having provided the materials in advance, yet Yang Jia was clearly feeling resentful. Ran Xiaoyan comforted her, even sharing half of her sandwich. Rong Yan looked at her gratefully. After finishing her tasks, she knocked on Gao Yuan's office door. She sent him the new proposal she had created via email. Manager Gao, I was indeed delayed by some matters yesterday and had no choice but to take leave. Could you please take a look at the report and see if it's useful? Gao Yuan opened the report. His expression remained calm as he read through it word for word. Understood. You may leave now. Rong Yan nodded and exited the office. As soon as she left, Gao Yuan quickly copied the PowerPoint, changed the author to his name, and sent it to the Seth Project Group. After sending it, he tagged Xi Jingyuan and several vice presidents. Leaders, this is my new analysis report. I will present it again at the afternoon meeting. Please provide your feedback. Soon afternoon arrived. Gao Yuan ascended the stairs with his laptop. Rong Yan was preoccupied with how to gather 30,000 yuan when she suddenly received a call from Lina at the president's office, asking her to attend a meeting on the 16th floor. Without much thought, she replied affirmatively, then grabbed her laptop and headed to the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Shen Yan looked surprised. Yan, Rong Yan was equally taken aback. She stepped into the elevator and greeted him respectfully. Standing in a corner, which floor? I've already pressed it. The button for the 16th floor lit up. Shen Yan was also headed there. What a coincidence. Rong Yan remained silent. Shen Yan observed her, his gaze clouded. As if hesitating to speak, wait for me downstairs after work, I'll treat you to dinner. I can't go, teacher Shen, I'm sorry. At that moment, the elevator reached the 16th floor. Rong Yan clutched her laptop and exited. Locking eyes with Xi Jingyuan, who was conversing with several executives in the corridor. He looked at her and then at Shen Yan beside her before striding over. Professor Shen. Xi Jingyuan extended his hand toward Shen Yan. Mr. Xi, I sincerely hope that the SEIS project yields results today, and that our research lab can achieve significant breakthroughs with the new product. Shen Yan has already left. Rong Yan seizes the opportunity to slip away. This gathering belongs to the magnates, not to her. As a mere subordinate, it is best for her to keep her distance. Rong Yan entered the conference room and chose a discreet corner to sit in. Approximately 20 individuals attended this meeting, several of whom were high-ranking executives featured in the employee handbook, while the rest were from different departments, creating a rather imposing atmosphere. It seemed they were there to report. With Gao Yuan sitting far ahead, making it inconvenient for her to greet him. Once most of the attendees had arrived, Xi Jingyuan entered the conference room, followed by several executives and Shen Yan. With their arrival, the previously bustling room fell into an immediate silence, the atmosphere palpably tense. Xi Jingyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, taking a seat at the center, glancing at his watch before calmly stating, "Let us begin." According to the agenda, the reporting order was as follows: the Finance Department, the Investment and Financing Department, and lastly the Operations Management Department, meaning Gao Yuan would present last. The Finance Department's proposal was quite impressive. With flawless logic and data presentation. As an outsider, Rong Yan was awestruck by what true professionalism entailed. Feeling a mix of astonishment and admiration, the Finance Department received unanimous approval. The director let out a sigh of relief, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Next up was the Investment and Financing Department. Compared to the Finance Department, their proposal lacked a bit in rigor, and Rong Yan discreetly glanced at Xi Jingyuan. Noticing a slight furrow in his brow, how could she be here? The president's office was responsible for providing meeting services. Shen Mingzhu, in the adjoining workspace, caught a glimpse of Rong Yan through the glass. Is my observation correct? She and Mr. Qi seem to be wearing the same brand, and it appears, it might even be a couple's style. Chen Xing blinked in bewilderment. Rong Yan donned a gray blazer paired with a pleated dress. Embodying a blend of business savvy and delicate charm, Xi Jingyuan's attire consisted of a gray shirt and trousers, complemented by a dark tie, exuding an air of mature sophistication and palpable masculine tension. Indeed, these outfits were marketed as couples' attire in storefront displays. Shen Mingzhu's expression darkened, clearly having made the same observation. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, she mused, hoping her sister wouldn't overthink it. Coincidence? Hadn't she reviewed Rong Yan's resume? Noting her impoverished background, could someone like her possibly afford such a brand? Chen Xing fell silent, realizing that such a wardrobe might indeed cost half a year's salary. Spending that much solely to purchase a couple's outfit with the boss reflected a depth of cunning. How is the investigation regarding the last adhesive bandage progressing? The assistant hastily retrieved the records. I found a custom seller online who charged a bit. He mentioned he had only supplied one order, which was for someone named Wu Tong, who happens to work in operations management. Is she in the same department as Rong Yan? Chen Xing nodded affirmatively. Shen Mingzhu smiled, sensing that the situation was proving to be more intriguing than she had anticipated. The content from the investment and financing department dragged on interminably. Rong Yan felt increasingly restless, stifling the urge to relieve herself while also battling hunger. During pregnancy, one is prone to more frequent hunger and bathroom visits. While she could manage at work, how could she address her current predicament? It seemed she could no longer hold it in. Qi Jingyuan, with a casual glance, noticed Rong Yan, who was hunched over, her face slightly pale. Appearing somewhat faint from hunger. He averted his gaze and began typing a message on his phone. Moments later, Shin Mingju's phone lit up. Mr. Qi requests that fruit and snacks be prepared. Please have the downstairs fruit and dessert shop deliver them promptly. Understood, Chen Xing replied, leaving the room. Considering the timing, the snacks should arrive soon. Qi Jingyuan raised his hand in the meeting room. Let us take a 10-minute break before continuing. He then turned and exited. Rong Yan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurried to the restroom. The others remained in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. What was happening? Was the sun rising in the west? The notoriously stern Mr. Qi, who had previously threatened anyone who dared to leave the meeting early with termination, had now voluntarily called for a break? This was utterly astonishing. Upon her return to the meeting room, the atmosphere had shifted. Colleagues from the president's office were serving snacks and fruit. Mingju, can we actually eat this? There is no poison, right? Someone inquired. Shin Mingju smiled gently yet formally. You are a talent of the highest order. If you were to be poisoned, Mr. Qi would certainly hold me accountable. That is not the case. I merely found it rather perplexing. Look at this, first a break, now fruit and snacks. Is this truly the Mr. Qi I know? Others nodded in agreement, expressing their shared astonishment. Rong Yan turned to a colleague from another department. Is what they say true? The colleague nodded. Absolutely. Compared to previous meetings, today feels like a celestial banquet. Rong Yan couldn't help but smile. Regardless of whether it was a divine privilege, having something to eat was certainly delightful. However, when the snacks reached her, Chen Xing stared at the empty bag with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry, I miscalculated and there is one less portion. Rong Yan felt a twinge of disappointment but replied with a gentle smile. It is alright, I can manage without. I truly am sorry, please forgive me. Rong Yan reassured her again, yet the aroma of the fruit and desserts wafting through the air, combined with seeing others enjoying their snacks, only intensified her hunger. Never mind, she thought, I'll just endure it for now. As the meeting was about to resume, Qi Jingyuan re-entered the conference room, his gaze flicked to the corner where Rong Yan sat. Clutching her laptop, her eyes wistfully watching others indulge in their snacks, while her own space remained devoid of any treats, Qi Jingyuan frowned, immediately questioning, is this how the president's office operates? His remark left everyone bewildered. Shin Mingju, in the workroom, quickly set aside her notes and approached him. Mr. Qi, is there a shortcoming in our work? Are you aware of how many people are attending today? Yes, there are a total of 23 individuals. Then why was there one less portion of fruit and dessert? Shin Mingju lifted her gaze towards Chen Xing, who, feeling guilty, glanced at Rong Yan in the corner. Shin Mingju followed her line of sight and realized that Rong Yan's desk was empty. Understanding dawned upon her. I apologize, Mr. Qi, it was an oversight on our part. One colleague attended unexpectedly, and the purchasing staff was unaware, hence the shortfall. We will rectify this immediately. That won't be necessary. Qi Jingyuan took the items in front of him. Give them to her. Shin Mingju was taken aback. What? Qi Jingyuan locked eyes with her. I said give them to her. This time she was certain she hadn't misheard. He truly intended to give his fruits and desserts to the inconspicuous girl in the corner. Shin Mingju remained silent, accepting the box and placing it in front of Rong Yan. I apologize for our oversight today. Please forgive us. Rong Yan longed to say it was fine, but the words stuck in her throat. The 20-plus attendees in the conference room were all staring at her, the atmosphere more suffocating than before. Let us step out for a meal and then reconvene. Qi Jingyuan continued without looking up. Understood, Mr. Qi. With the boss's directive she had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, her seat was near the door, allowing her to exit without disturbing anyone. The president's office will face performance deductions, and this month's bonuses are cancelled. No evaluations for excellence will be permitted within 3 months, Qi Jingyuan added. Shin Mingju's expression faltered, but she nodded in understanding. Understood, let us proceed. The person at the front, responsible for the investment and financing report, had already lost feeling in his legs. Upon hearing the order, he trembled as he picked up the microphone to continue his presentation. Shin Mingju returned to her workspace. I'm so sorry, Mingju, I've caused you trouble. I merely intended to make her uncomfortable. Who knew she would curry favor with the president? I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm truly sorry. Chen Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. Slap, Shin Mingju struck her across the face. Do not take it upon yourself in the future. Can you manage that? Chen Xing nodded vigorously. For future meetings, I'll have Lena accompany you, if anything arises. Call me. Shin Mingju replied, maintaining her composure as she turned to leave. Alright. Chen Xing wanted to say more but ultimately chose silence, her gaze towards Rong Yan now filled with resentment. Chapter 37, Rong Yan. Radiant with light, Rong Yan finished her meal with a stiff neck. For some reason, she found it less satisfying than she had anticipated. Why did Qi Jingyuan lose his temper, if it was due to the president's office's oversight? Given the years of camaraderie between him and Shin Mingzhu, why didn't he address it privately instead of airing it in front of everyone? His outburst undoubtedly embarrassed Shin Mingzhu. Apart from that, it seemed there was little else that could warrant his anger. Had he quarreled with Shin Mingzhu? Was he using the meeting as an opportunity to express his frustration? Rong Yan felt she might have unraveled the truth. After tidying up, Rong Yan quietly slipped back into the conference room. The investment and financing report had concluded, and it was now the operations management department's turn, with Gao Yuan at the podium. Upon seeing Rong Yan return, Gao Yuan instinctively trembled. He had been unaware of her attendance, and now he had to present her materials. How could he not feel uneasy? Greetings, everyone. I am Gao Yuan from operations management. I will now present our report. He steeled himself and began flipping through the pages, explaining each one. Initially, Rong Yan thought Gao Yuan had incorporated some of her content, but as he continued, it became evident that he was. In fact, using his own PowerPoint presentation, only the signature was altered, changing Rong Yan to Gao Yuan. Is this report your work? After the presentation concluded, Qi Jingyuan examined the materials with an inscrutable expression. Gao Yuan, feeling guilty, glanced nervously at Rong Yan and stiffly replied, yes it is. Since there are employees from the operations department present today, why don't you address this question? Rong Yan, suddenly called upon, stood up with a forced composure. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she respectfully stated, Mr. Chief, this report was indeed prepared by Manager Gao, though other colleagues from the department also contributed significantly. Qi Jingyuan scoffed lightly. The answer was somewhat unexpected for him. Then, Manager Gao, could you elucidate how you derived the figure of 23? Gao Yuan suppressed his inner anxiety and responded, in reply to Mr. Qi, this figure is based on the business growth rate outlined in the SAES evaluation report. Is that so? Then please explain why the same business growth rate later shows as 15. As the PowerPoint transitioned to the subsequent slide, Gao Yuan was left bewildered. These critical figures were naturally derived from logical reasoning. If he had indeed prepared the materials, he would understand how the data was obtained. However, the crux of the matter was that this was not his work at all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Mr. Qi, may I step down to verify this further? Qi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze shifting toward Rong Yan. You may respond. Rong Yan felt a chill as his eyes bore into her. She stood tall and calmly articulated. The 23 is indeed the figure from the SAES evaluation report, but through our private market research and client feedback, we conducted a comprehensive analysis, integrating SAES's product characteristics, and discovered that SAES's business model has certain vulnerabilities. In other words, to secure a higher acquisition price, SAES may have colluded with the appraisal agency, optimistically projecting their revenue curve and exaggerating their business growth rate, the actual growth rate, as we assessed from various data points. Is 15. Rong Yan met Qi Jingyuan's gaze. A slight arch of his brow signified his intrigue as he continued, and what about the gross profit margin? What is your perspective on this figure? After a moment of silence, Rong Yan replied, SAES's financial reports indicate a gross profit margin of approximately 30%, categorizing them as a company with remarkably high gross profit assets in this field. However, upon examining their foundational data, I found that SAES offers 3 product categories. Among them, the newest product boasts a gross profit margin of 40%, while the other 2 older products struggle to achieve 15%. However, the sales volume of SAES's new products is exceedingly low due to a lack of core intellectual property. Thus, from a business composition standpoint, SAES cannot be regarded as an excellent asset company but rather as one burdened with deep-seated issues. They are in dire need of this financing to salvage their struggling brand, and I believe approaching negotiations from this angle could yield a lower valuation. Mr. Qi, that is my response. As the report concluded. Murmurs filled the conference room. Clearly, many found it difficult to accept these 2 incisive perspectives. Qi Jingyuan regarded her thoughtfully, eloquently speaking, exuding confidence and calmness. She radiated the captivating charm of a professional woman. A stark contrast to the obedient girl they were accustomed to. She possessed an unexpected dimension. Qi Jingyuan silently smirked, bringing his thoughts back to the present. He addressed the attendees. Does anyone have any thoughts to share? A vice president was the first to speak up. SAES has engaged in unethical practices. They have falsified data. These shrewd individuals have done nothing but deceive. If we consider a 15% market growth rate, their valuation is far from 20 billion. If we proceed with the acquisition, we must negotiate a lower price. Qi Jingyuan turned his gaze to Shin Yan. Professor Shin, what is your take on this? Shin Yan looked at Rong Yan, a smile of approval gracing his lips. The colleagues from the operations department have demonstrated exceptional acumen in identifying these 2 critical issues. I concur with the sentiments expressed. But one aspect requires attention. The core of our acquisition of SAES is to pave the way for Xingshire's new products, which is also the reason your company chose to collaborate with our research institute. I suggest we consider this direction more thoroughly. The attendees began to voice their opinions in turn. Each individual possessed their own stance and arguments, but it was ultimately up to the decision-makers to discern the nuances. This was a true test of the leader's capabilities and decisiveness. Rong Yan suddenly felt that perhaps Qi Jingyuan was not an easy position to be in either. After the meeting, it was already 7 in the evening. The proposal passed smoothly, but a re-evaluation was necessary, leaving the investment and financing department with much to occupy themselves. As Ron Yen gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, she noticed Gao Yuan waiting at the door. Claiming he wished to treat her to dinner, she promptly declined. Regarding the report, Gao Yuan pondered, realizing that if Ron Yen inadvertently escalated the issue, his position at Shengshi might be jeopardized. Ron Yen understood his concerns well. I won't take today's matters to heart, but if you plan to use my materials in the future, could you please inform me in advance, Manager Gao? Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. How about hotpot? There's a decent hotpot place nearby. I'll treat you. She cannot go, Manager Gao. She has an appointment with me. Apologies. Shen Yan appeared, standing behind Ron Yen and Professor Shen. You and Ron Yen. Gao Yuan realized that I shall not intrude. Enjoy your date. Goodbye, Ron Yen. She had not even said a word. Let's go. I know a good restaurant specializing in fish. You enjoy fish, don't you? I'll take you there. Shen Yan's demeanor was gentle, yet he exuded an air of insistence. Chapter 38, The Golden Retriever and the Little White Rabbit. Ron Yen calmly regarded him. Professor Shen, I no longer enjoy eating fish. There is no point in deceiving me, but I genuinely believe it's unnecessary. Shen Yan moved ahead, calling me Professor Shen is quite necessary. Ron Yen had no choice but to follow. She thought to herself, well, this is a good opportunity to clarify things. The restaurant served wild fish, quite pricey. And the ambience was rather intimate. Shen Yan ordered all her favorite fish dishes, including spicy and pickled varieties. However, Ron Yen lacked an appetite, only nibbling on some side dishes. Why aren't you eating fish? Shen Yan inquired. Ron Yen remained silent. Indeed, she had not eaten fish for a long time, and now that she was pregnant, the mere sight of fish repulsed her. She had mentioned this, yet he did not believe her. I remember when you were little, you choked on a fish bone, and I was frantic to take you to the hospital, only for you to remove the bone yourself, with blood filling your mouth. At that moment, I thought to myself, this little girl is incredibly tough. He quietly filleted the fish, removing the bones, and placed the pieces on her plate. After that, whenever we had fish, I would always deb one it for you because I never wanted to see you with blood in your mouth again. It hurt too much. Ron Yen clenched her clothing, her emotions surging within her. In her childhood, Shen Yan had truly been kind to her. Perhaps it was this kindness, this warmth, that made her fall for him and rely on him during her times of profound loneliness. Yen, can we truly not return to the past? Shen Yan gazed at her, his eyes filled with myriad emotions she could not decipher. Ron Yen swallowed back her tears. She smiled a serene smile. When we were kids, did you get into a fight with Wang Wu and his gang? Shen Yan looked up, astonished. How do you know? They called me a bastard, a piece of trash, a seductress, cornering me in an alley after school and slashing my skirt with a blade. You came to my rescue without saying a word. The next day, they were all beaten, their legs broken and faces bruised, and they never harassed me again. Later, I discovered that your hands were injured and your eyes nearly blinded. And I realized it was you who taught them a lesson. Ron Yen gazed at him, her eyes misty. Thank you so much for your care during those years. She raised her juice glass. Shen Yan reciprocated. If given the chance, I would still save you. When he lifted his glass, the cuff of his sleeve slipped, revealing a silver bracelet on his wrist adorned with several emerald beads, crafted by her own hands and gifted to him in their senior year. Yet, he might never uncover the secret behind that bracelet. Ron Yen poured herself another glass. Professor Shen, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Feel free to inquire. Ron Yen met his gaze. Why do you wish to reconcile with me? Is it because you do not want to lose Ron Yen, or because you do not wish to lose your sister Ron Yen? Shen Yan averted his gaze, lifting his drink and idly swirling it. These two questions are not the same. Ron Yen shook her head. They are different. As you know, Ron Yen represents love, while Ron Yen, the sister, symbolizes familial affection. Shen Yan drained his glass in one gulp. Yen, in my heart, you are simply Yen. You are unlike anyone else. I will protect you as I would a precious pearl. I do not want to lose you, nor do I wish to never see you again. Do you understand? His gaze was profound, concealing so much that she could not grasp. Ron Yen smiled like Mingzhu, so his affections for her were akin to those for a sister. What he desperately sought to reclaim was a sister, not a lover. Ron Yen lifted her glass to the juice in place of wine. This toast is for my brother Shen Yan, who once protected and cared for me. She poured herself another glass. This toast is to those years, pure and sincere. Once again, her glass was full, and her smile was candid and enchanting. And this final toast is to our past. From this moment on, Professor Shen shall be Professor Shen, and Ron Yen shall be Ron Yen. Shen Yan gazed at her, the light in his eyes dimming. Teacher Shen was still Teacher Shen, and Ron Yen was still Ron Yen. She remained unwilling to forgive him. Through her actions, she conveyed that she had calmly accepted the past and let go of that matter, yet their relationship would cease to progress beyond this point. From then on, he would be Teacher Shen, and she would be Ron Yen. The notion of Shen Yan as her elder brother would no longer exist. What remained between them was merely that of a teacher and student. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening, seemingly filled with regret. Yen, I will not sever ties with you. In my heart, you will always be Yen. The truth of Shen Yan's feelings remained unspoken, a sentiment he could neither articulate nor disclose. Teacher Shen, I have said what I needed to say. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Ron Yen picked up her bag and stepped toward the exit. Shen Yan hurried after her. Striving to compose his emotions, I will see you off. Rong Yan declined. I can take a taxi. There's no need to trouble yourself. Shen Yan opened the car door, stubbornly standing there waiting for her to enter. Rong Yan pretended not to notice, ordering a ride online, yet it remained unclaimed. The cars behind incessantly honked, urging her to move, creating a cacophony that filled the street. Shen Yan appeared unfazed, onlookers gathered, and even the driver in the back seat couldn't resist rolling down the window to express his grievances. Ultimately, Rong Yan could not bear it any longer and opened the car door to sit inside. Shen Yan's subtle triumph was marked by a gentle smile. Add me on WeChat and send me your address. Rong Yan's expression remained placid. I can navigate myself. There's no need for WeChat. Shen Yan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the car behind to brake late, nearly resulting in a rear-end collision. The driver rolled down his window, ready to unleash a tirade, while Rong Yan sighed and scanned the WeChat QR code. She had never seen him this helpless before. He seemed to have changed significantly over the past 2 years. Send me your phone number. Rong Yan promptly sent her number to his WeChat. Shen Yan felt a wave of relief, his mood brightening considerably. The roads were clear, and their journey proceeded smoothly. A golden retriever and a small white rabbit dangled from the rearview mirror. The rabbit nestled contentedly against the golden retriever, who, in turn, wore a smirk of indulgence. Rong Yan's complexion paled slightly. This was a gift she had crafted for him during her sophomore year. She had not anticipated that he would keep it until now. Adorning his car with it. I've held onto this all along, aware of her gaze, Shen Yan remarked. Once, during a business trip, I almost lost it. I searched for it for days, even offering a reward of 100,000 to retrieve it. Rong Yan withdrew her gaze, staring ahead. If it were lost, then let it be. It does not belong in this car. Shen Yan's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles turning white. At that moment, Shen Yan's phone rang. He donned his earphones and asked for the address, steering the vehicle onto another road. Chapter 39. Shin Mingzhu is CC. Apologies, I must first pick up my sister. She is intoxicated. Shin Mingzhu. Rong Yan immediately recalled the afternoon meeting. It seemed that Qi Jingyuan's attitude had indeed affected her, prompting her to seek solace in drink. The address led them to a bar vibrant and filled with the potent scent of alcohol. Rong Yan pinched her nose, trailing behind Shen Yan as they searched for Shin Mingzhu. Soon, they spotted Qi Jingyuan. Shin Mingzhu leaned against Qi Jingyuan's shoulder, utterly inebriated, mumbling incoherently. Good day, Mr. Qi. Rong Yan greeted respectfully. Qi Jingyuan did not respond but instinctively clarified. She is drunk. The waiter saw her call history and dialed me. Rong Yan nodded in bewilderment. Oh, alright. At that moment, Shen Yan returned after settling the bill. Professor Shin and my employee. Teacher Shin is my instructor. After today's meeting, he took me out for a nice meal. Rong Yan interjected, feeling inexplicably guilty. Shen Yan gazed at his drunken sister, a sense of sorrow washing over him. Unlike himself, she had been taken abroad by their father at the tender age of 6. Spending little time with family, leaving a lingering sense of guilt within the Shin family. Cc, wake up. Shen Yan gently tapped Shin Mingzhu's face. Rong Yan was taken aback. Teacher, what did you call her? Cc, what's the matter? It's her nickname. Rong Yan suddenly understood. Cc, the name Qi Jingyuan had called out while intoxicated, belonged to Shen Mingzhu. Once again, she had unwittingly stumbled upon a revelation regarding her boss. Qi Jingyuan intended to hand Shen Mingzhu over to Shen Yan for him to escort her home. But Shen Mingzhu clung to his arm, refusing to let go. Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yan. I still need to see my student home. Mr. Qi, please take care of Cc. It's fine, Teacher Shin. You can take Mingzhu home. She is more important. I can take a taxi. Rong Yan quickly asserted. No, you came with me. I must ensure your safety. How about this? You both get in my car, and I will first drop a yen off before returning home. No one objected. Rong Yan opened the passenger door, and after Qi Jingyuan placed Shin Mingzhu in the back seat, he did not exit the vehicle but closed the door directly. Shen Yan assumed he was concerned for Mingzhu and said nothing. Driving towards Anshin Jiayuan, Shin Mingzhu was utterly inebriated. Yuan, are you still angry with me? Her eyes appeared pitiful, brimming with tears. That matter, I truly did not intend to. I never meant to, cause her any harm. You must believe me. Yuan, why are you so harsh with me? Yuan, I am your Cc. I am your Cc. Look at me. Please do not like anyone else. That woman is not worthy of your affection. Shen Mingzhu babbled her drunken confessions. Qi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan, intrigued by the unfolding drama in the backseat, could not resist glancing into the rearview mirror, only to find Qi Jingyuan's gaze fixed on her. Their eyes locking, Rong Yan quickly diverted her gaze. How unfortunate. She had sought to eavesdrop on her boss's affairs but had been caught in the act. Would he be angry? Yet Qi Jingyuan squinted, his gaze profound. Remaining silent for a long while, surely he would not be upset. Given Shin Mingzhu's condition, it was indeed difficult to explain. However, Qi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, his mood somewhat agitated. Mr. Qi, everyone is aware of Mingzhu's feelings for you. Surely you understand this as well, but you. Shen Yan longed to inquire about his true thoughts. I am married. Shen Yan froze, believing he had misheard. What did you say? I am already married, Qi Jingyuan reiterated. Thus, my stance is clear. Professor Shin understands, does he not? This statement was directed at Shen Yan, yet Qi Jingyuan's gaze remained locked on Rong Yan. Upon hearing this, Rong Yan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the rearview mirror. Only to find herself once again meeting Qi Jingyuan's gaze. She felt a wave of discomfort and turned her head away. Qi Jingyuan actually admitted to being married. Why? Everyone had engaged in reading comprehension. Understanding the context from Shin Mingzhu's earlier remarks, it seemed there was some misunderstanding between her and Qi Jingyuan, and he was still upset. In his anger, Qi Jingyuan had revealed his marital status to provoke Shin Mingzhu. Once they reconciled, it would be easy to transition into a divorce. It fit perfectly. Yes, that must be a familiar trope often seen in dramas. Undoubtedly, Rong Yan found herself admiring her own cleverness upon hearing this shocking news. Shin Yan struggled to believe it. He scrutinized Qi Jingyuan for a considerable time, confirming that he was not jesting, and he sighed, "I understand, I will speak with her." He never imagined that after 10 years of love, Mingzhu would end up in such a predicament. Shin Yan's heart ached for his sister, Professor Shin. Qi Jingyuan observed the golden retriever and the small white rabbit entwined together, noting their charm and liveliness. "It looks familiar. I believe I've seen it somewhere before. Mr. Qi has a keen eye. It holds significant meaning for me. Oh, was it a gift from a beloved? It is from someone very special, someone important." Rong Yan averted her gaze, staring out the window. Someone very special, someone important could encompass parents, siblings, friends, or lovers, yet it was evident that he did not categorize her among those he held dear. If he did, he would have answered Qi Jingyuan's question directly. In this reunion, his heartfelt apologies and attempts at reconciliation stemmed solely from the fact that he had always regarded her as a sister. Rong Yan found herself wanting to laugh. Just moments ago, she was an observer of her boss's drama, and now she was caught in the middle of her own. It truly felt like poetic justice. The vehicle soon arrived at Anqing Jiayuan. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude, opened the door, and prepared to call for a taxi home. No need, Su Chang will arrive in 2 minutes. Qi Jingyuan stood beside her. Tall and handsome, Rong Yan stared at him in surprise, not expecting him to alight here as well, her confusion evident. "Mr. Qi, are you not taking Mingzhu home?" Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Why would I take her home?" "Well then, you still insist on being stubborn, huh?" Stubbornness often leads to unfavorable outcomes in dramas, inevitably culminating in a chase to win back a partner for a grand finale. The thought of Qi Jingyuan pursuing a romantic reconciliation filled Rong Yan with a sense of excitement. This revelation was far more thrilling than any television drama. Qi Jingyuan turned slightly, observing the expression on Rong Yan's face. She appeared contemplative at first, then enlightened, and finally broke into a smile. Qi Jingyuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "Sir, why not buy a bouquet for your girlfriend?" At the spot where they exited the car, there happened to be a flower stall run by a kind middle-aged lady. Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed, fearing an awkward silence between her and her boss, and quickly declined. "Auntie, we are not in the relationship you might think." Chapter 40, Promotion. The aunt chuckled, "Don't try to deceive me. You two are even dressed in couple outfits. If you are not a couple, then what are you?" Rong Yan hurriedly glanced at herself and then at her boss. Indeed, they are wearing matching outfits. Their garments were graciously gifted from a brand store, and it seems this couple's attire fortuitously coincided on the same day. How awkward. Even a 3-bedroom apartment feels cramped. She cleared her throat. "Auntie, really, there's no need for that. We are already married and do not require such purchases." The aunt, suddenly enlightened, smiled even more joyfully. "Now that you're married, it's even more reason to buy them. Sir, your wife bears the burdens of childbirth and household chores. Is it not exhausting?" Qi Jingyuan, a man of action, disregarded the aunt's comments entirely. After surveying the stall, he pointed to a pot of white daisies. "I'll take that one." The aunt was puzzled and greatly astonished. Who buys daisies for their wife? It is always roses, is it not? The roses were right before his eyes, yet he overlooked them, while the daisies, nearly invisible, caught his attention. The aunt had little to say, so she selected the most flourishing pot of daisies for him. Rong Yan scratched her head, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Qi Jingyuan was not accustomed to carrying cash. He glanced at Su Chang in the car, who promptly handed 100 yuan to the aunt. "No need for change." The aunt was overjoyed, clutching the 100 yuan as she beamed with delight. Qi Jingyuan handed the daisies to Rong Yan. Upon seeing the daisies, she expressed her surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Qi, I appreciate your generosity." Qi Jingyuan merely scoffed. The three of them got into the car and departed from Anqing community. In the morning, the first thing Rong Yan did upon rising was to water the daisies. To her surprise, the flowers thrived quite well, blooming several more little blossoms overnight. She returned to her small room, opened her notebook, and began to draw. The fierce tiger in her illustration pointed at the white daisies at the flower stall. "This one." The little white rabbit beside her muttered quietly, "How wonderful it would be if this pot of flowers were a bonus from the boss." With her drawing completed, she uploaded it to the platform and published it. Upon arriving at Shangshi, she was immediately surrounded as soon as she entered the office. After last night's events, what had transpired in the meeting had spread throughout Shangshi, but the rumors were far more outrageous than the reality. Rong Yan, irritated by their chatter, recounted the events of yesterday's meeting, causing the crowd to gradually quiet down. It was merely a typical work oversight. Where was the romantic entanglement? They preferred the notion of a romantic scandal instead. Only Ran Xiaoyun detected the intriguing details. She stealthily leaned closer to Rong Yan. are you saying that yesterday the boss not only ordered fruit and desserts but also allowed everyone to take a break? Rong Yan nodded. Is there a problem? A significant one, indeed. First, the boss has always prioritized work and has never allowed breaks. Second, I've been at Shangshi for many years, and this is the first time he has permitted dessert during a meeting. Something felt amiss. Surely there must be more to the story. Ran Xiaoyun excitedly sought out her gossip partner. At that moment, Yang Jie suddenly pushed the door open. Oh, our department's shining star has returned. You really brought glory to our team yesterday. How impressive, Yang Jie spoke with a hint of acidity, her gaze towards Rong Yan brimming with disdain. Rong Yan remained silent. Ran Xiaoyun could no longer tolerate it. Yang Jie, how can you speak like that? We're all in the same department, what of it? A mere probationary employee running off to attend a senior meeting, such underhanded antics, and now I can't even voice my concerns. Manager Gao is still here. What are you trying to claim? Yang Jie felt displeased and took her laptop to deal with work in another department. The atmosphere in the office grew somewhat awkward. Rong Yan calmly spoke up. Yesterday, it was Lina who informed me to attend the meeting. Please don't misunderstand. I believe it was Manager Gao's intention, as I prepared the foundational data and am more familiar with the situation. Upon hearing this, others remained silent but felt reassured. Don't take it to heart. That's just how she is. Ran Xiaoyun consoled. Rong Yan nodded. Aside from Gao Yuan, Yang Jie had the most seniority in the department and was the most likely candidate for promotion. Her concern over this matter stemmed from a fear of infringing on her own interests. After all, in the workplace, no one wishes to be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Rong Yan's phone rang suddenly. Rong Yan, could you please come up to the 16th floor? I need to discuss something with you. It was Lina on the line, her voice sweet. Rong Yan's phone had some audio leakage, and several people around her perked up their heads upon hearing it. Lina, did she mention what it was about? Not yet, but you'll find out when you come up. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rong Yan calmly put on her work badge, grabbed her laptop, and ascended to the 16th floor under the scrutinizing gazes of those around her. She was directly led to the president's office. The office was vast, with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows accentuating the luxury and brightness of the space, further amplifying the distance between her and Qi Jingyuan. Qi Jingyuan sat on a single sofa. Across from him were three individuals, Gao Yuan, HR Director Linda, and Wu, the head of the marketing center. Let us hear the opinion of the person involved. Qi Jingyuan stated, his gaze sweeping over her. Linda quickly explained, it's like this, Rong Yan. This morning, Manager Gao approached us, stating that the operations department is quite busy and wishes to promote an assistant. He recommended you. We would like to hear your opinion. Assistant, you mean deputy manager? Why would Gao Yuan promote me to deputy manager? After a brief moment of astonishment, Rong Yan regained her composure. First, I am grateful for the trust placed in me by all the leaders to offer me such an opportunity. However, I have not yet completed my probation period and have not achieved any significant results. Such a promotion would indeed be undeserved. I suggest that the leadership consider this matter carefully. Rong Yan, there is no need for modesty. Your report and data from the SAES project provided crucial insights for the company. Your abilities are evident. Perhaps you should try to believe in yourself and give it a go. The one speaking was Wu, the big shot from the marketing center. Rong Yan's superior. Rong Yan hesitated. She had not yet completed her probation and had only participated in one project. She was concerned that such a promotion would lack conviction. May I ask, will there be a salary increase upon promotion? Linda chuckled lightly, seemingly surprised by her inquiry. Of course, according to group regulations, a 50 salary increase is permitted. A 50% increase, that means an additional 3,000 yuan each month, then, under the condition that the SAES project is signed. And if my conclusions indeed create value for the company, I will accept this promotion. A brief silence enveloped the office. After a moment, Qi Jingyuan raised his head. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Thus, the promotion was officially decided. As Rong Yan and the others exited the office, she suddenly halted. Is there something else? Qi Jingyuan asked, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Rong Yan gazed at him. At that moment, Qi Jingyuan stood tall and aloof, exuding an air of nobility. Although they were merely meters apart, it felt as though centuries separated them. Unaccountably, she felt a sense of loss, a lingering melancholy. Mr. Qi, may I inquire? Was this promotion your influence behind the scenes? Not at all. He approached her, looking directly into her eyes. While I had such intentions, Gao Yuan brought it up first, and I did not intervene. Rong Yan exhaled a sigh of relief. It was well that it was the case. The nature of her relationship with Qi Jingyuan was complex and ambiguous, yet in her professional life, she desired to achieve her goals through her own efforts rather than relying on Qi Jingyuan. That is good. I hope in the future Mr. Qi can refrain from interference and let things unfold naturally. Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her response. Most individuals in their position would strive to climb higher by any means necessary. Yet here she was, wishing to rely on her own abilities. Nonetheless, she indeed possessed such abilities. Rong Yan, Shangshi is a place that values competence and rules. You must believe in yourself and in me. He was neither a leader who resorted to favoritism nor someone who underestimated her abilities, merely treating her as a pet to be coddled. He respected her and believed in her capabilities. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, hinting at her deep gratitude. Qi Jingyuan seemed genuinely different from other bosses, from other men. Despite his status and power, he remained discerning, calm in his judgments, and retained a hint of kindness. Rong Yan tucked away the tumultuous emotions within her heart and smiled. Yes, I believe in you, and I believe in myself. Having said her piece, Rong Yan prepared to leave when Qi Jingyuan called her back. Gao Yuan's sudden suggestion to promote you may have indicated something, Qi Jingyuan added nonchalantly, because I am aware that the report was prepared by you. Rong Yan pondered for a moment before realizing. No wonder Qi Jingyuan had challenged her in the meeting and posed those questions. He was essentially seeking confirmation, and Gao Yuan had evidently recognized this layer as well. This proposal for a promotion might be a form of testing her? I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Qi. Qi Jingyuan's hint was intended to help her discern the situation, preventing her from falling into traps set by others, and Rong Yan naturally understood her. Upon exiting the office and arriving at the elevator, she found Gao Yuan waiting for her. Yan, may I invite you to lunch today? Next to Shangshi, there was a Chinese restaurant, where Gao Yuan reserved a private room and ordered an array of dishes. The two engaged in casual conversation as they dined, with Gao Yuan inquiring if she had adjusted well to the department, whether anyone had bullied her, and if she needed assistance. Rong Yan answered each question. Yet Gao Yuan's gaze remained oddly intense, clearly indicating that he had more to say. Manager Gao, if you are concerned about the PPT matter, I have already assured you that I will not hold it against you. Please do not worry. She thought it best to maintain a harmonious atmosphere, as she could not afford to make things too awkward, lest it complicate future interactions. This matter was indeed a misstep on my part. And I am deeply grateful to you, Yan, for your magnanimity. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Gao Yuan has also presented his own stance, seeking reconciliation and the continuation of harmonious coexistence and collaborative efforts. Rong Yan nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, rest assured, I shall. However, Gao Yuan's gaze conveyed to her that there was more to discuss, that this was not yet concluded. Manager Gao, since we have been so candid with each other, there is no need for concealment. Please feel free to inquire about anything. I assure you that I will answer truthfully to the best of my ability. Is it truly acceptable? Gao Yuan hesitated, unsure whether to voice his thoughts. He feared offending someone if he asked the wrong question, yet, if he remained silent, an unease would linger, and he worried about missteps in their professional interactions that might displease influential figures. There is indeed a question that must be posed to you. Last night, I dined with friends at Anqing Jiayuan, where there is a delightful old restaurant. We inadvertently observed something. He struggled to articulate his thoughts, casting a tentative glance at Rong Yan. We saw you with General Qi. Rong Yan was taken aback. Was Gao Yuan nearby last night? Had they inadvertently crossed paths? Noticing her astonishment rather than denial, Gao Yuan became increasingly convinced. I witnessed General Qi gifting you a potted flower, and you both entered the same vehicle. Rong Yan exhaled in relief. She was grateful that Gao Yuan chose to inquire directly rather than capturing their encounter and spreading rumors. After all, she and he had experienced minor friction over the PPT issue. Had he been malicious, he might have seized this opportunity to undermine her. Yet, how to explain her relationship with General Qi? To speak the truth was certainly out of the question, if news of Qi Jingyuan's marital status were to leak. The ramifications would be significant. She needed to fabricate some other rationale to placate him for the time being. After much contemplation, a clever idea struck her. In truth, I did not intend to conceal this matter. It is General Qi who prefers to keep it under wraps. So, do you understand? Gao Yuan nodded vigorously. I understand. Yet suddenly realizing something was amiss, he looked sharply at Rong Yan. Are you implying that General Qi is your uncle? Then why do you not bear the Qi surname? Rong Yan sighed. It is a distant relation, quite convoluted. Our ancestors were close, but due to my family's decline, we fell out of touch after our fortunes waned. My elders requested General Qi to look after me. General Qi treats me as family, which is why he gifted me flowers. At present, I reside with the Qi family. Gao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Realization dawning upon him. So that's how it is. This revelation clarified many prior ambiguities. At the first seminar, General Qi's mention of Rong Yan was natural, as they lived in proximity and he had seen her materials. At the second seminar, his inquiry into whether she authored the PPT stemmed from knowledge of its true creator. During the meeting, General Qi's fury over a missing box of fruit wine had led to the punishment of his confidant, Shen Mingzhu. While he had shared his own fruit pastries with Ringji and at that moment, Gao Yuan had found it peculiar but had not given it further thought, and now, it all made sense. Rong Yan was General Qi's niece, after all, and he naturally had to look out for her. Oh my, how foolish he had been to usurp credit. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt as though his ancestors had smiled upon him, allowing him to survive this encounter. However, I must ask Manager Gao to keep this a secret. If this information leaks, General Qi may very well. Rong Yan made a gesture across her throat. Gao Yuan quickly assured her, I understand completely. I will keep my lips sealed. Manager Gao, did you advocate for my promotion for this reason? Rong Yan inquired. Gao Yuan responded candidly. Yan, if I said there were no ulterior motives, You would surely not believe me, however, I merely provided an opportunity. Whether you can maintain this position hinges upon your own abilities. Do you understand? Rong Yin nodded in agreement. Chapter 42. He is already married outside the private dining room. Chen Xing, who was passing by after a meal, overheard the entire conversation. The restaurant's private rooms were partitioned by screens, lacking soundproofing. Upon catching sight of Rong Yin inside, she was immediately compelled to glean the full story. Returning to the office, Chen Xing promptly dialed Shin Mingzhu's number, relaying every word she had overheard. Is what you said true? Shin Mingzhu's voice on the other end was laced with incredulity, having indulged a bit too much the previous night. She had taken a day off and had only just awakened. Indeed, I heard it clearly. I would stake my life on it. Should there be any falsehood, let lightning strike me. But isn't Rong Yin's family quite impoverished? How could Yuan have such destitute relatives? That is hard to ascertain, as they are distant relatives, quite convoluted indeed. It is possible they have fallen on hard times in recent years, prompting them to seek assistance from the Qi family. Shin Mingzhu found this reasoning plausible and nodded. Understood. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, her eyes sparkling with renewed vitality. The events of the previous meeting had compelled her to question the relationship between Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yin. She had been so heartbroken and unable to accept it that she had resorted to drowning her sorrows. Awakening from her stupor, she now realized that it was all a misunderstanding. Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yin were actually uncle and niece. If that were the case, everything fell into place. Rong Yin riding in Qi Jingyuan's car, using his umbrella, and the special band-aid of fruit and pastries, all of it was because she was his niece. She had mistakenly identified her adversary all along. How absurd, truly absurd. With this thought, Shin Mingzhu burst into laughter. As she chuckled, a sudden thought struck her. She opened the company system, located Rong Yin in the organizational structure, and sent her a message. Ian, thank you for your kind intentions. There is no need to buy that umbrella for me. I have some excellent cosmetics from a brand here. I shall bring you a set another day. Since Rong Yin was a niece, it would be prudent to cultivate a positive relationship. Once that bond was established, she could extract more information about Qi Jingyuan from her. Rong Yin, preoccupied with how to gather 30,000 yuan, suddenly received a message from Shin Mingzhu. After reading it twice, she still found it quite peculiar. Why was Shin Mingzhu suddenly so amicable? No need to buy an umbrella, and now she was offering to personally gift her cosmetics. It was all very strange. Could it be that Qi Jingyuan had explained something to her, and thus she had decided to befriend her? After pondering for a long time without arriving at an answer, Rong Yin chose to let it be. Regardless, she had saved 30,000 yuan. Any opportunity to save money was a good one, and she would eventually discover the reason behind it. After much hesitation, she finally responded to Shin Mingzhu. Thank you, Mingzhu Jiet, I appreciate your generosity. If there is anything I am lacking in my work, please do not hesitate to guide me. Shin Mingzhu replied, no problem at all. In the afternoon, Shin Yan returned home just as Shin Mingzhu was changing her outfit and applying makeup. Bursting with energy as she prepared to head out, Shin Yan caught her arm, inquiring, where are you off to? Brother, I am going to see Yuan. I have something to discuss with him and wish to invite him for dinner tonight. Shin Mingzhu smiled radiantly, showing no signs of the heartbreak from the previous night. Shin Yan's expression darkened. After a long moment of deliberation, he sighed, Mingzhu, I have something to tell you. Once you hear it, you must remain calm, understand? Shin Mingzhu chuckled. What is going on? Why so serious all of a sudden? Last night, I accompanied General Qi in seeing you home. During the drive, he mentioned something to me. What was it? He said he is already married. Mingzhu, do you understand what he meant by that? His marriage signifies that he wants me to persuade you to let go. He has found his own path, and you cannot remain stagnant. Do you understand? Shin Mingzhu was momentarily stunned, then laughter bubbled forth. Brother, today is not April Fool's Day. This joke is not amusing at all. As she observed Shin Yan's serious demeanor, her smile gradually faded, her complexion paling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he be married without my knowledge? I am his assistant. When was the wedding held? When were the rings purchased? Who were the guests? I haven't heard a whisper of it. He must be deceiving you, brother. He is only trying to provoke me. Shin Mingzhu's face became increasingly grim. She turned on her heel and marched toward the parking area. I don't believe it. I will confront him directly. Shin Yan sighed and hurried after her. Qi Jingyuan had no social engagements or business dinners today, and Shin Mingzhu was well aware of his schedule. Driving swiftly, she headed straight to the headquarters of Shengshi. At this hour, he should still be at the office. Shin Yan hailed a cab, trailing closely behind, relieved that the driver was skilled enough to keep up as they arrived at Shengshi headquarters. At the entrance, Qi Jingyuan and Shin Mingzhu stood facing each other. Several employees, finishing their overtime, sensed the tension between them and curiously observed the scene, some even hiding to capture it on their phones. This is not the place for conversation. Let us go to our usual spot and sit down to talk, Qi Jingyuan suggested. Turning to enter his Rolls-Royce, Shin Yan climbed into Shin Mingzhu's car. After work, Rong Yin had been waiting in the car for Qi Jingyuan. While passing the time, she had dialed her grandmother, thus failing to notice Shin Yan and Shin Mingzhu or the commotion that had transpired. As the car drove, it did not head toward Tingyuan. General Qi, are we headed somewhere else? Qi Jingyuan remained silent. Rong Yan decided to keep her own counsel as well. That it mattered not whether they returned. The child she carried was also his, and he would not allow them to go hungry. At this moment, following him was sufficient. Half an hour later, the car halted at Tianwaishan Club. Rong Yan was bewildered. Why are we here? The car door was opened from the outside by a waiter as Qi Jingyuan alighted, with Rong Yan hurriedly following suit. Before them stood the grand and luminous entrance of the clubhouse, where rows of waitstaff bowed in greeting, warmly welcoming them. Some patrons recognized Rong Yan and paused momentarily. Mr. Qi, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Please do come inside. Manager Yu enthusiastically approached, guiding the guests toward their usual private room. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Rong Yan beside Qi Jingyuan, and she was momentarily taken aback. Though she quickly masked her surprise, they were ushered into room 608, where Suwen was preparing tea in Rong Yan's customary spot, and a dozen individuals occupied the sofas, with Shin Mingju and Shin Yan seated in the center. The moment the door swung open, all eyes turned in their direction. Brother Yuan, come in and have a seat. Zhou Wei was as exuberant as ever, quickly rising to greet them. Upon spotting Rong Yan, he exclaimed in delight, little beauty, you and Brother Yuan. He abruptly shifted the topic. Please come in. What brings you here? Qi Jingyuan inquired, somewhat surprised. I invited them, Shin Mingju replied, fiddling with her wineglass. We are all friends, so of course we should gather together. Indeed, Brother Yuan, another chimed in. Sister Mingju mentioned you had an announcement to make, and since we were in the next room, we decided to join. It has been ages since we all gathered. We won't leave until we are thoroughly inebriated. The others echoed their agreement. Chapter 43, Confrontation. Qi Jingyuan regarded Shin Mingju, who returned his gaze. They both understood each other's thoughts. Shin Mingju had summoned the others, clearly concerned that he might deceive them. Wanting witnesses among their circle, there were several outsiders present as well. Should he dare to announce his marriage, the news would inevitably spread like wildfire by the next day. However, if the announcement were false, he would bear the consequences alone. The reputation of the Qi family, its enterprises, and the stock of Shengshi would all be at stake. Her intention was clear, he would not dare to utter a falsehood. Qi Jingyuan took a seat at the center of the table, with Rong Yan quietly settling beside him. Having come along with him, the others had seen Rong Yan to varying degrees and shared a mutual understanding. Shen Mingju's gaze remained fixated on Qi Jingyuan, showing little interest in his companion, while Shen Yan appeared genuinely surprised. Rong Yan was merely a junior employee at Shengshi. How could she be associated with Qi Jingyuan in such a clandestine manner? His penetrating gaze lingered on Rong Yan, drawing the attention of others, yet she remained engrossed in her food, oblivious to the scrutiny. At that moment, Suwen approached with tea, and upon seeing the cup before her, Rong Yan instinctively said thank you. Suwen's hand trembled slightly. She looked at Rong Yan, then at Qi Jingyuan beside her, her expression one of astonishment. Bring some healthier snacks, Qi Jingyuan instructed coldly. Understood, Suwen replied, retreating to prepare the order. I'll explain the situation. Shin Mingju suddenly stood up. Tonight, my brother informed me that Mr. Qi himself told him he is married. I was shocked to hear it. After so many years of friendship, he didn't even mention his marriage, so I called everyone to hear the truth from Brother Yuan himself. The room erupted in a flurry of chatter. The young gentlemen were all astonished. Brother Yuan, is it true? Have you really married? It must be a joke. This is more shocking than the end of the world. When did you get married? Where? I didn't receive an invitation, by the way. Brother Yuan, where's your wedding ring? They clamored, their curiosity piqued about what kind of woman could capture the heart of someone like Qi Jingyuan. Shin Mingju's expression began to clarify. It seemed everyone, like her, found it hard to accept. This revelation was far too sudden, too deliberate, and even now, she struggled to believe it. Qi Jingyuan's demeanor remained indifferent as he pushed the pastries towards Rong Yan, lightly scoffing. What, you find it hard to believe that I am married? Whether you believe it or not, I am indeed married. However, due to various considerations, the news has not been made public and I am unable to disclose her identity for now. I kindly ask you all to keep this matter confidential. Of course, Brother Yuan has admitted it, so it must be true, they murmured, feeling as though they were in a dream. The group, initially stunned, soon began pouring drinks, declaring they would celebrate Qi Jingyuan's departure from singlehood, vowing to drink until they were inebriated. Meanwhile, Rong Yan quietly savored the cake, seemingly genuinely hungry, engrossed in her meal, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Qi Jingyuan was the center of attention. Everyone was discussing his marriage, and few noticed his gesture of offering the cake to Rong Yan. Shin Yan did notice, however, and his gaze remained fixed on Rong Yan, as if trying to decipher her very essence. At that moment, Zhou Wei approached with a drink, pouring a glass for Rong Yan. To celebrate Brother Yuan's newfound marital status, you must finish this drink. Little beauty. Zhou Wei's smile carried a deeper implication as he extended the glass towards her. Rong Yan hesitated, contemplating how to refuse, but before she could, Qi Jingyuan took the glass from her hand. She cannot drink. With a simple gesture, he downed it in one go. Rong Yan resumed her focus on her food, feeling a gaze upon her. She looked up to meet Shin Yan's intense stare, dark, probing, and perplexed. Yet Rong Yan had no time to engage. She returned to her meal. Shen Mingzhu, stiffened and pale, could no longer contain herself. Despite hearing it from the horse's mouth, she still refused to believe it, maintaining her final pride. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Since Ai Yuan claims he is married, I shall believe him, but I need to consult Auntie about some details. She dialed Lu Wenlan's number. The room fell silent. Even Rong Yan paused her meal, casting a glance at Qi Jingyuan before directing her attention to Shen Mingzhu's phone. The phone rang several times before it connected. Mingzhu, you called? What's the matter? Came Lu Wenlan's voice, polite yet distant. Lu Wenlan treated Shen Mingzhu with a degree of respect, partly due to her decent family background, her long tenure working with Qi Jingyuan, and the fact that she had endured his notoriously foul temper for over a decade. Aunt Lu, I need to ask you something regarding Ai Yuan. What now? Lu Wenlan's expression soured at the mention of her son, revealing no trace of maternal concern. Ai Yuan told me he has gotten married. I was wondering if there is anything I, as his assistant, should prepare for the wedding. I lack experience in this regard, so I thought to consult you. What did you say? He got married? When? Where? Who did he marry? Why hasn't he mentioned it? This unfilial son. The call abruptly ended. Shortly after, Qi Jingyuan's phone rang. He answered it, putting it on speaker. Fixing his gaze on Shen Mingzhu, I heard you are married. Is this true? Lu Wenlan seemed in good spirits today, not erupting in rage immediately. Yes, it is true. Who did you marry? Why didn't you inform the family? I didn't have the chance. Once the company is less busy, I'll bring her home to meet you all for dinner. Lu Wenlan scoffed. Fine, I understand. You will need to speak with your grandfather yourself. The call ended. Qi Jingyuan appeared unfazed by this outcome, as if he had anticipated it all along. His mother, Lu Wenlan, had been urging him to marry solely to secure her grip on the family's shares through grandchildren, not out of concern for whom he married or who he chose to be with. The room fell into a heavy silence. I don't believe it. You are deceiving me. Qi Jingyuan, you have gone too far. Shen Mingzhu could no longer hold back her emotions and fled the room in tears. Chapter 44. The hidden marriage of the CEO. Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yan, hesitating, but ultimately chose to chase after his sister, concerned for her well-being. It seemed that the night was no longer suitable for celebration, and the other young gentlemen, witnessing the scene, quietly departed back to their own rooms. Thus, the farce came to an end. In room 608, only Qi Jingyuan, Rong Yan, and Suwen remained in the corner. Rong Yan set down her utensils, gazing at Qi Jingyuan, unable to suppress her curiosity. Aren't you going to chase after her? Shen Mingzhu seems truly heartbroken. Surely you feel some pain too. Why prolong the suffering? Qi Jingyuan snapped back to reality, glancing at the barely touched dessert before him. That don't you like it? Rong Yan nodded. It's too sweet. When I worked here, I envied the guests who ordered such desserts, as they looked delicious. Now that I've tried them, I realize they aren't as wonderful as I imagined. Let us go home for dinner. Home? He truly wasn't going to console Shen Mingzhu, yet, as a mere employee, she had no standing to comment on her boss's affairs. If he said they were going home, then home it was. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and followed him out of the room. Was that really Ai Yan? Once they left, several waitstaff approached Su Wen. Su Wen nodded. Yes, it was her. A look of disbelief spread across their faces. How could she be with Mr. Qi? What is their relationship? Do you know? Su Wen shook her head. What kind of relationship could it be? Given her background, Mr. Qi would hardly look favorably upon her. At most, she might be an assistant or a mere staff member, or perhaps a kept mistress. The crowd's expressions were tinged with disdain, alongside a subtle undercurrent of jealousy. Who is Mr. Qi, after all? If he deigned to acknowledge her, even as a mistress, her life would be set without worry. Their disdain was genuine, and so was their jealousy. They were mere guests in a world apart, and it would be wise to avoid discussing the affairs of the guests, focusing instead on their own responsibilities. As Su Wen suggested, others remained silent, dispersing. I suspect she is merely a mistress. Indeed, she must be relying on her looks. Once her beauty fades with age, I doubt Mr. Qi would still want her. There were even rumors on the forum about her harassing Mr. Qi. He is likely just momentarily captivated by her beauty, of which there are many, and will soon forget her. Su Wen shook her head at these comments. From her understanding of Rong Yan, she would never resign herself to being a mistress. Mr. Qi had told her about going home for dinner, and considering their discussion about marriage today, another speculation arose. Yet, why should the affairs of others concern her? She only needed to focus on earning money. Shen Mingzhu had not shown up for work. Having taken a half-month vacation, various gossip began circulating within the company, and news of Qi Jingyuan's marriage spread like wildfire. Gao Yuan sought to understand the internal situation from Rong Yan. When questioned, she feigned ignorance. Gao Yuan, bewildered, remarked, "Aren't you Mr. Qi's niece? How can you know nothing?" Rong Yan replied, "Distant relative." Turning away, she messaged Qi Jingyuan, "Our department has caught wind of the marriage rumors. Should we clarify?" After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, "On a business trip, for half a month." Rong Yan quickly replied, "Understood," yet she couldn't help but think it was quite a coincidence. Both Shen Mingzhu and Qi Jingyuan were away for half a month. It seemed he was still concerned for his beloved and had gone to accompany her. Rong Yan couldn't help but click her tongue. True love. In the afternoon, news about the Shangshur Corporation trended across major platforms. Shangshur CEO married. Shangshur CEO secretly married. Upon hearing the news, Rong Yan clicked on the trending topics. The top 2 posts directly from Shangshur. Point 1 was from Qi Jingyuan's official Weibo, married. Thank you. All of the official Shangshur account retweeted. Mr. Qi wishes to lead a quiet life with his wife. Please do not disturb. Thank you. The comments section erupted with excitement. I really want to see what Mrs. Qi looks like. 1. What kind of remarkable family background, physique, and intellect could possibly deserve my husband? Many speculate it's his assistant. They've reportedly known each other for over a decade. It seems feelings may have developed over time. Over time? Please elaborate on that. Rong Yan, Qi Jingyuan truly lives up to his name. When she asked if he wanted to clarify the rumors, he straightforwardly admitted it, open and candid. Once the news broke, Shangshur's stock prices soared. A man like Qi Jingyuan, now married, would only bolster market and investor confidence. In this regard, Shangshur emerged victorious half a month later. Shen Mingzhu returned to Shangshur. The first thing she did was visit the management department to present cosmetics to Rong Yan. Here, I promise to bring you cosmetics. Use them well, and you'll be radiant. Shen Mingzhu, wearing sunglasses, appeared to be in good spirits. Rong Yan quickly expressed her gratitude. Noticing Shen Mingzhu's improved condition, Rong Yan sighed in relief, surmising that Qi Jingyuan had devoted time to making her happy, and their relationship had returned to normal. Let us work well, and we can arrange to have a meal together when we have time. Rong Yan nodded. After Shen Mingzhu left, colleagues rushed over. In. When did you become so close with Sister Mingzhu? Ran Xiaoyun's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Rong Yan was at a loss for words. She herself was unclear why Shen Mingzhu had gifted her cosmetics, but she couldn't refuse a gift from a superior and thought of returning the favor with another gift. Do you know how much this set of cosmetics is worth? Wu Tong, knowledgeable about such matters, glanced and remarked, it seems to be around 30,000. The crowd gasped in unison. Rong Yan, 30,000? It appears that while an umbrella may not be necessary, money must still be spent. Her wallet would soon be empty again. In the afternoon, a message was sent in the company's SAI project group. The due diligence for the SAI project was completed, contracts were signed, and the investment was a resounding success. To thank everyone for their contributions, the company decided to organize a team-building vacation at Yunqi Valley Resort. The group erupted in joy. This is wonderful. We can go out and have fun. Haha, a company-sponsored trip. Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed, jumping with excitement. What, can we go too? Rong Yan inquired. Of course. We all contributed to this project. We'll leave work early today, head home to pack, and leave for the vacation tomorrow afternoon. Before long, the office was empty. Rong Yan gathered her things and prepared to head downstairs. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly found Shen Yan standing at the door. After half a month apart, he seemed somewhat fatigued, but his eyes lit up with a smile upon seeing her. Let us go, I'll take you to dinner. Rong Yan declined. No need to trouble yourself, I can go home to eat. Today, you must come with me, Shen Yan insisted, pulling her wrist without a word, leading her into the elevator straight to the parking garage. Chapter 45. Please do not slander him. Without heeding her resistance, he shoved her into the car and started the engine, revving it up. Su Chang stood in a daze, observing the scene. That he had come to pick up Rong Yan after work, waiting in the garage, only to see her forced into Shen Yan's car. For a moment, he was bewildered by the situation. On the other end of the line, Qi Jingyuan seemed to have said something, and Su Cheng quickly replied, Sir, it seems Madam cannot return for dinner. I saw her get into Professor Shen's car. Rong Yan was furious. She rarely felt this angry. Shen Yan was well aware of the disparity in physical strength between men and women. She simply could not resist, yet he treated her this way, showing a lack of awareness. The car stopped at a mall, and Shen Yan continued to pull her along to a restaurant. What do you want to eat? I'll order for you. He retained the gentle demeanor. She remembered the very image that inspired her trust. Rong Yan was indeed hungry, and after casually ordering a couple of dishes, she fell silent. The food arrived swiftly, and as she dug in, Shen Yan continued to serve her fish, carefully removing the bones and placing it on her plate. She did not move a muscle throughout. In. Must you be this way? Shen Yan asked, somewhat helpless, his eyes reflecting a hint of hurt. Professor Shen, I've made my stance clear. You don't want to lose me as your sister, and I don't wish to reclaim my former self. Our paths diverge, so there is no need to restore our past. After saying this, Rong Yan resumed eating fervently. Shen Yan gazed at her, momentarily at a loss. Why make things difficult for yourself? You know in your heart that you care for me. Shen Yan was certain that she harbored feelings for him. Love and hate coexist. Her refusal to forgive him was merely her inability to overcome her inner struggles. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks. Professor Shen, if you remain entangled in these thoughts, then we have no need to maintain even a student-teacher relationship. Just then, the overhead lights dimmed unexpectedly. A waiter wheeled a cart toward them, on which rested a cake adorned with candles. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Though somewhat wounded, Shen Yan joined in singing the birthday song. Rong Yan was taken aback. She pulled out her phone and opened the calendar. Momentarily speechless, today was in fact her birthday, a detail she had completely forgotten. Shen Yan, had he actually remembered? Yan, quickly make a wish. Shen Yan's gaze was warm. Rong Yan stared at the cake, momentarily at a loss. She had never celebrated a birthday, nor had she ever received a cake on this day. This was her first. In her university days, Shen Yan would buy her birthday gifts but was always too busy to celebrate with her. Consumed by his research, and now, was he trying to make up for something? Yan, quickly make a wish. Seeing her stare blankly, Shen Yan prompted her once more. Rong Yan diverted her gaze, closed her eyes, and wished, "May my little ones be born healthy and safely, may my grandmother live a long life, may I enjoy good health and success in my career, and may Qi Jingyuan." Why did he suddenly come to mind? Never mind, since he did, I wish for Mr. Qi to prosper in business and achieve all his desires, and perhaps he could grant me a more generous bonus at year's end. With her wish made, Rong Yan blew out the candles. She intended to cut 2 pieces of cake to thank the waiter, but the knife was too soft, and she struggled to apply the right amount of pressure, resulting in an uneven cut. "Let me show you, hold it like this." Shen Yan stepped behind her, guiding her hand as they exerted force together, finally managing to cut the cake. "Thank you, Professor Shen." After finishing cutting the cake, Rong Yan swiftly withdrew her hand. The warmth dissipated instantly, leaving Shen Yan feeling a pang of loss. Ignoring the discomfort in his heart, he smiled and asked, "What did you wish for? Was it about me?" Rong Yan shook her head. Shen Yan was unconvinced, peering into her eyes. "Yan, lying isn't what good children do. Your eyes cannot deceive." Rong Yan fell silent. At the moment of her wish, she had indeed not thought of Shen Yan. Had she done so, she would have wished for him to relinquish his feelings for her and put an end to this absurdity. After the meal, Shen Yan insisted on taking her to see a movie. Rong Yan refused. "The tickets are already bought." "Are you sure you don't want to go?" "The tickets are bought. Isn't it normal not to go?" During her university years, she once purchased 2 movie tickets with the intention of inviting him to watch a film together. Regrettably, she waited for him for the majority of the evening, but he never arrived. Rong Yan insisted on returning home, and Shen Yan did not argue further, deciding to escort her back. "Why don't you respond to my messages?" he inquired in the car. Ming Zhu was in low spirits. He had been by her side for the past fortnight, yet he remained worried about her. Every 2 or 3 days, he would send her a message, but she never replied. "I apologize, but my WeChat responses are entirely my prerogative." Yan, please don't be this way." Shen Yan abruptly slammed on the brakes, his expression darkening. He struggled to control his temper, rubbing his temples as he posed a question that had been weighing on his mind for half a month. One he had also asked through WeChat. "That night, why did you follow President Qi to Tianwai?" Rong Yan took a deep breath. "I work at Shangshi. What is wrong with following my boss?" Yan, do not deceive me. President Qi had treated her to desserts and shielded her from alcohol. Although Shen Yan had not interacted with him extensively, he was aware that Qi Jingyuan was not the type to offer assistance without ulterior motives. He harbored a distinct interest in Rong Yan. Qi Jingyuan is not as benevolent as you imagine. He is aloof and dismissive. Keep your distance from him, lest you find yourself in trouble. Do you understand? Ming Zhu has been with him for a decade and has yet to see a favorable outcome. What makes you think you will fare any better? Rong Yan chuckled. So, you believe that since President Qi does not regard Ming Zhu, he would certainly not take an interest in me, a mere illegitimate child, correct? His implication was subtle, yet Rong Yan discerned it. Shen Mingzhu, despite her advantageous family background, had not secured a positive outcome. What hope did she have as an illegitimate daughter? Shen Yan choked on his words. That is not what I meant. Rong Yan's demeanor remained composed as she countered. Mr. Shen, I am unaware of the entanglements between President Qi and Sister Ming Zhu. But the Qi Jingyuan I know is not as you portray him. He never looks down upon anyone based on their status. Please do not defame him. Thank you. Bang! Shen Yan struck the glass of the driver's seat, shattering it instantly, shards embedding into his flesh, blood flowing profusely. What, does mentioning his flaws anger you? Do you trust him that implicitly? He was genuinely enraged, losing control as she passionately defended Qi Jingyuan. Contrarily, the prickly Rong Yan was not at all endearing. Rong Yan was taken aback. She gazed at his blood-soaked hand and exclaimed, "You have truly lost your mind." She then opened the door and pulled him from the driver's seat. Chapter 46. The boss loses his temper. Rong Yan could drive, though she did so infrequently. The hospital was nearby, and taking someone there was no trouble at all. She settled into the driver's seat and slowly started the car. Coincidentally, this hospital was where Rong Yuanzhou worked, and today just so happened to be his shift. How did it come to this? Rong Yuanzhou stared at Shen Yan's hand, finding it somewhat incomprehensible. Shen Yan concocted a casual excuse, his gaze heavy as it fixated on the distant Rong Yan. Recently her face had filled out a bit, her complexion improved, making her more beautiful than before. Did Qi Jingyuan perhaps have a slight change in attitude towards her because of her looks? Such a man had seen all types of women yet had never shown genuine interest in anyone. However, with Rong Yan, that was not permissible even for mere amusement. It was absolutely out of the question. After dressing the wound, Shen Yan stepped outside to take a call, while Rong Yuanzhou approached the dazed Rong Yan. Your teacher is quite peculiar. Why does he always seem to be staring at you? As Rong Yuanzhou spoke, a realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Could it be that he is the father of your child? Rong Yan replied, Dr. Rong, must you have such a wild imagination? Rong Yuanzhou exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Have you been feeling unwell lately? Rong Yan shook her head. What about your appetite? My appetite is quite good. Though I still experience occasional acid reflux and heartburn. Rong Yuanzhou grasped her wrist to take her pulse. These are all normal pregnancy symptoms. You are young and in good health. The baby is developing well. So there is no need to worry. Rong Yan nodded. Shall I drive you home? Rong Yuanzhou began to remove his white coat, sneaking out again. There are other doctors nearby. What is there to fear? He glanced at his watch. There is a decent late-night eatery nearby. Shall I take you to try it? Rong Yan shook her head. Mr. Shin is injured and cannot drive. I should take him home. He had indeed cared for her over the years, and she felt she could not abandon him. But if you take him home, how will you get back? I can just take a taxi. Rong Yuanzhou deemed this unacceptable and removed his white coat again. Let us go. I will drive him home first, then take you back. Despite Rong Yan's repeated refusals, Rong Yuanzhou remained adamant, as stubborn as a mule. Rong Yan had no choice but to relent. I in the car. Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yuanzhou, then at Rong Yan, his eyes betraying an inscrutable emotion. Dr. Rong and my student seem to have a better relationship than I had anticipated. He recalled their first meeting, where it was also Rong Yuanzhou who had driven Rong Yan home. Rong Yuanzhou smiled at Rong Yan in the passenger seat. Of course, apart from family, she is the one I worry about the most. Is Dr. Rong married? Shen Yan's gaze turned icy. Not yet. Why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. Given Professor Shin's demeanor, I assumed you might already be married or have someone special in your life. Shen Yan instinctively looked in Rong Yan's direction before quickly averting his gaze, concealing his emotions. Not yet. Rong Yuanzhou nodded. You ought to hurry. There is no rush. Take your time. Rong Yuanzhou chose not to pursue the topic further and instead engaged in casual conversation with Rong Yan. After dropping Shen Yan off, Rong Yuanzhou then took Rong Yan to Wanqin Jiayuan. After a long night of commotion, Rong Yan was utterly exhausted. As she exited the car, her eyes felt heavy, nearly unable to stay open. Since she did not have work the next day, and with Qi Jingyuan away on business, she planned to head to the vacation area in the afternoon, spending the night at her rental. Returning home in the morning to gather her things, Rong Yan found this plan quite agreeable. She pulled out her phone and messaged Wang Ma. Wang Ma, I will be resting at the rental tonight and will not be returning home. I will come back in the morning to collect my things. Good night. After sending the message, she ascended the stairs and lay down, falling into a deep sleep. She slept soundly until dawn. Stretching, Rong Yan instinctively reached for her phone. 20 missed calls? All from Wang Ma. Rong Yan was taken aback, suddenly realizing something as she opened WeChat. The message she had sent to Wang Ma last night bore a glaring red exclamation mark, indicating it had failed to send. They must have been quite worried last night. Rong Yan, not bothering to tidy up, grabbed her phone and bag and hailed a taxi straight to Tingyuan. The atmosphere at Tingyuan felt somewhat oppressive. As she approached the door, she did not hear Wang Ma or Su Guanzhi's voices, nor were the lights on. Unease gripped her heart, and she hurried inside. Wang Ma stood at the door, a look of desperation on her face, and upon seeing her, exclaimed as if she had seen a savior, My lady, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, we might have lost our lives. I apologize. I was too tired last night and fell asleep at the rental. I tried to message you, but it failed. Rong Yan showed her the message. I only discovered it this morning. Wang Ma sighed in relief. As long as you were safe, that's what matters. We are fine. But the master, Rong Yan's heart sank. President Qi has returned. He came back yesterday afternoon. Wang Ma sighed again. He is currently in the study upstairs. You must explain yourself well. Do not argue, understand? Is it really that serious? As her gaze shifted, Rong Yan noticed a cake on the coffee table, accompanied by a gift box. This is from the master. We only realized yesterday was your birthday when we saw the cake. The box is a souvenir he brought back from his business trip last night. Wang Ma sighed again. Madam, it was the first time I witnessed the master lose his temper like that. He forbade us from calling you or sending anyone to find you, staying alone in the study all night. Rong Yan, this is bad. The big boss had truly lost his temper, and she was in dire straits. With a sigh, Rong Yan trudged upstairs. The study door was slightly ajar. As she pushed it open, the room was thick with the smell of smoke, the air hazy, and books and shards of glass littered the floor as if it had been ransacked. Qi Jingyuan sat on the sofa by the window, smoking. Without turning his head, he coldly stated, Did I not tell you not to come in? Rong Yan instinctively halted, a sense of dread washing over her. Fidgeting her hands, she attempted to articulate her thoughts, her tone sincere. I apologize, President Qi. I returned late because The tension in the sofa's back suddenly stiffened. Qi Jingyuan's voice turned frigid. Leave. The words she had prepared lodged in her throat. She did not dare provoke his anger. Since he wanted her to leave, it would be better to wait until he had calmed down before explaining. Then I shall not disturb you. I will take my leave. Rong Yan turned and walked toward the door. Bang! A powerful hand closed the door just before she could reach it, locking it and pinning her against the door. His familiar method had become alarmingly proficient. Chapter 47, Anger. Where do you think you are going? To find Shen Yan or Rong Yuanzhou? Rong Yan was taken aback by his question. Why would I seek them out? He grasped her hand tightly. causing her wrist to throb with pain, his gaze as frigid as ice. What's this? Last night, weren't you quite busy, first with Shen Yan and then with Rong Yuanzhou? I had no idea Miss Rong was so popular. Rong Yan choked on his words, momentarily angered. That was all an accident, not as you imagined. An accident, Qi Jingyuan scoffed. Were you contemplating whom to remarry after our divorce, Shen Yan, Rong Yuanzhou, or perhaps some other man? Mrs. Qi certainly has a grand plan, enjoying what's in the pot while eyeing what's in the bowl. If you desire it so much, why return it all? He tightened his grip, causing Rong Yan to wince in pain. Observing her lips gradually losing color, he gritted his teeth. Who spent the night with you last night, Rong Yuanzhou? Rong Yan shook her head. No, what did they do to you? Did they kiss you, embrace you? Or, the mere thought of her with another man was unbearable, a fiery anger igniting within him, threatening to consume him whole. He lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the sofa in the study. Let me make this clear, do not even think about it. After a lengthy silence enveloped the study, Qi Jingyuan gazed at her pitiful demeanor, suddenly awakening to the absurdity of his actions. He closed his eyes. Massaging his temples. Last night, teacher Shen injured his hand, and I took him to the hospital. Later, Dr. Rome kindly offered us a ride home. He dropped me off at Anshin home, but I was too exhausted and just rested at the rental. Why didn't you inform Wang Ma? I messaged Wang Ma, but the message failed to send. Amidst the earlier chaos, Rong Yan's phone had fallen to the ground. Qi Jingyuan picked it up, and the screen displayed her conversation with Wang Ma. The last message was the one she had sent last night, punctuated with an exclamation mark. Qi Jingyuan felt overwhelmed by the foolishness of his actions. Why had he allowed himself to become so enraged as to hurt her in such an uncontrolled manner? He was not typically a person prone to rage. I'm sorry, I don't blame Mr. Qi, it was indeed my oversight. If I hadn't been so tired and had checked, this misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. I will make sure to return home on time in the future, and if I can't, I will inform you in advance. Qi Jingyuan observed her brows and eyes, slowly extending his right hand. Rong Yan instinctively recoiled slightly. She feared him. Without hesitation, Qi Jingyuan cradled the back of her head, pulling her into his embrace, inhaling her fragrance. Rong Yan was taken aback by the hug, unsure of where to place her hands. Next time, don't do this, otherwise I'll break your legs. Understood? Of course, he had no intention of actually doing so, he merely sought to startle her, for he never wished to experience that feeling again. Rong Yan shrank back slightly, obediently nodding, her politeness and understanding almost maddening. Alright, Mr. Qi, I understand, there won't be a next time. She was the sort of person who learned from her mistakes. Finally, Qi Jingyuan allowed her to take a shower. The sound of rushing water filled the air, and steam began to rise in the bathroom. Rong Yan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, letting out a sigh. She reassured herself that work seldom went smoothly. Securing 200 million was undoubtedly no easy feat. It was natural for the boss to lose his temper occasionally. A minor reprimand was part of the job. She ought to accept it with equanimity. However, she sensed that something was amiss. Her mood did not improve despite the resolution of the issue. Thoughts of Qi Jingyuan's anger lingered in her mind, like a stone lodged in her chest. Heavy and uncomfortable, outside the master bedroom, listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Qi Jingyuan felt a twinge of irritation and pulled out a cigarette, yet, recalling something, he silently put it away. Damn it, he had lost control again. Why had he lost control? Unlike the last time, this loss of control felt even more alien, leaving him feeling powerless, and a hint of fear began to creep in. Why was this happening? After pondering for a long while without clarity, he could only attribute this emotion to a man's possessiveness. She was his wife, thus subconsciously she belonged to him, when another man approached her. It ignited his desire to possess her, as if his boundaries had been infringed upon, rendering him disoriented and furious. It must be this way. Qi Jingyuan closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Thankfully last night, he hadn't completely lost his reason. Managing to retain some restraint. If he had harmed her or the child in her womb, damn it, he wished he could slap himself twice. After Rong Yan finished her shower and changed, she went downstairs for dinner. Qi Jingyuan sat across from her, quietly peeling an egg and placing it on her plate. Rong Yan recalled Wang Ma mentioning that Qi Jingyuan did not eat eggs or related foods. So she took a nearby sandwich and placed it on his plate. In return, Qi Jingyuan effortlessly picked up the sandwich and began to eat it. The corners of Rong Yan's lips began to lift. It was peculiar how his acceptance of the sandwich brought her a sense of satisfaction. Witnessing this harmonious scene in the dining room, Wang Ma was overjoyed. Indeed, only Mrs. can manage a man like him. A thing must be subdued by another. Wang Ma planned to throw the cake out to avoid any potential arguments over past grievances. Rong Yan coincidentally saw this and hurriedly stepped out to stop her. The cake was ordered yesterday. The weather isn't hot, it should still be fine. How about we eat it and avoid waste? Wang Ma glanced at Qi Jingyuan's expression. Qi Jingyuan remained impassive. Didn't we eat cake yesterday? Rong Yan meticulously began to unwrap the cake. No, last night, they had only let the waiter cut 2 pieces. She and T touched the rest. Qi Jingyuan said nothing further, observing Rong Yan joyfully cutting and sharing the cake through the dining room glass. She took the largest piece for herself, distributing ample portions to Wang Ma and Steward Su, even sharing a piece with the wall painting in the living room. which made Wang Ma beam with delight. Qi Jingyuan smirked slightly. In truth, she needn't exert herself so to amuse him, merely stating that she hadn't eaten was enough to please him. Initially, he had intended to take a bus with everyone. However, upon seeing the Porsche parked at the door and Qi Jingyuan waiting inside, Rong Yan sighed and decided to message Gao Yuan. What, are you coming with uncle? Chapter 48 Hostility. Rong Yan sent a crying emoji. Yes. Keep it a secret for me. The other party quickly replied with an okay, I'll handle it, don't worry. Just as Rong Yan was about to respond, a white tote bag was handed to her. What is this? Just take it. Why ask so much? Qi Jingyuan's expression was somewhat awkward, his head not lifting. The driver, Su Chen, glanced at his boss's expression and chuckled. Madam, that's a birthday gift from the sir. Quickly see if you like it. A birthday gift. Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, taking the bag and retrieving the box inside, opening it to reveal an Apple 3-piece set, the latest iPhone, iPad, and MacBook, all the latest models with the highest configurations, which had initially been sold out. Rong Yan bit her lip, packing the gift back and handing it over. I'm sorry, Mr. Qi, I cannot accept such a generous gift. It is too valuable. Qi Jingyuan's expression softened slightly. Just keep it, if you don't I'll throw it away. Do you think of this as junk? Rong Yan, do you consider this junk? Boss, Rong Yan found it difficult to comprehend his thought process, but since he had said so it would be impolite not to accept it, especially since he truly could throw it away. A mere few thousand was insignificant. He had already discarded clothing worth over $1 million once. Seeing her accept it, Qi Jingyuan returned his gaze to his reports. Rong Yan felt bored. She wanted to sleep. Due to her pregnancy, she was particularly drowsy and soon dozed off. As they neared their destination, Rong Yan awoke to Su Cheng glancing at the rearview mirror, noticing something was off. Sir, why does your face look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Jingyuan kept his eyes closed, pressing his hand to his chest. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Stomach, if it's acute, the pain can be excruciating. Su Cheng quickly parked the car, assisting Qi Jingyuan out. The Yushi Valley Resort had a medical room, but the doctor's competency was uncertain. Rong Yan followed anxiously, dialing Rong Yuanzhou's number. The call connected swiftly. What, someone is ill? Where? The Yushi Valley Resort. Dr. Rong, do you know of any reliable doctors nearby? I can find a hospital, but I'm unsure if they are trustworthy. You're ridiculous. That's Qi Jingyuan. Not if the doctor is unreliable and he loses his temper. How will I manage my salary? Don't search anymore. Come to the medical room. I am at Yushi Valley. Qi Jingyuan lay on the examination bed. After diagnosing him, Rong Yuanzhou concluded, you've consumed something stale and irritating, causing acute gastritis. Stale food. Rong Yan immediately thought of the cake. But that didn't make sense. Qi Jingyuan had only taken a small bite, while Su Cheng, Wang Ma, and she herself had consumed more than he had, yet they were fine. She looked at Su Cheng, who coughed. Well, the sir drank quite a bit last night. Rong Yan suddenly understood. Her first drinking hurt his stomach, then eating stale cake triggered the gastric inflammation. Rong Yuanzhou filled out the medical form. I'll prescribe some medication. Take it on time, and for the next few days, maintain a bland diet, avoiding anything cold or spicy. Understood? Rong Yan instinctively nodded. Understood. Rong Yuanzhou looked at her in surprise. He chuckled softly, ruffling Rong Yan's hair. I am conversing with young Master Qi. What do you know? Rong Yan felt a touch of embarrassment, her cheeks slightly flushed as she averted her gaze. However, you must also take care, Rong Yuanzhou remarked, picking up a piece of paper to write. The barbecue at Yunshi Valley is exceptional, especially the seafood, but there are certain things you must avoid. Do you understand? He drafted a detailed list, handing it to Rong Yan. The list meticulously outlined what was permissible to eat, what was not, and how certain foods could harm the baby. Truly a testament to his thoughtfulness. Rong Yan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Rong, for your trouble. There is no need for such formality with me, Rong Yuanzhou replied with a gentle smile, once again affectionately tousling her hair. This gesture carried a hint of indulgence, prompting Rong Yan to shyly turn her face away. Instinctively glancing at Qi Jingyuan's expression, Qi Jingyuan's eyes were cold. He scoffed, his chest constricting with a sense of irritation. Dr. Rong, are you this considerate with all your patients? Rong Yuanzhou candidly shared his sentiments. Not necessarily. But for IN, she deserves to be treated with special care. As for why she was special, he couldn't quite articulate. His words carried a more ambiguous and affectionate tone. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, Qi Jingyuan's gaze resembling a layer of frost, his chest tightening further. Wait a moment, Ayan, how is it that you brought him here? Qi Jingyuan questioned. He was the CEO, while Rong Yan was merely a small employee. Even if it was a team-building retreat, their connection was tenuous. Why had she shown up when he fell ill? Rong Yan, Qi Jingyuan, clearing his throat. Qi Jingyuan was about to speak when Rong Yan interjected. It's like this. The bus was full, and coincidentally Mr. Qi drove, so he kindly gave me a ride. Rong Yan felt a pang of guilt, her face slightly reddening. Rong Yuanzhou understood, yet he sensed something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. I truly appreciate young Master Qi for taking care of our IN on the way, Rong Yuanzhou said, preparing the medication dosage and method before handing it to Qi Jingyuan. Who hesitated to accept it? He scrutinized Rong Yuanzhou, a hint of skepticism in his expression. What right did he have to express gratitude on behalf of Rong Yan? What's the issue? Rong Yuanzhou asked with a smile, waving the list and the medication before him. Qi Jingyuan still did not take it. Su Chang, sensing the awkwardness, hurriedly stepped forward to accept it. Indeed, there is an issue. Rong Yan is my employee. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you for your concern about her diet, Dr. Rong? Rong Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Whatever you wish, it's all the same to me. He turned away to drink some water, falling silent. The atmosphere in the ward felt peculiar, charged with an inexplicable tension. Having received the medication and medical advice, there was nothing else to be done. At Rong Yan's subtle cue, Su Cheng assisted Qi Jingyuan in leaving the infirmary. It's been explosive today. Rong Yuanzhou chuckled softly, shaking his head. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed Qi Jingyuan's hostility. Having known him for many years, it was a first. What could possibly be troubling this esteemed individual? Was it a quarrel with his mysterious wife, causing him to vent his frustrations on Rong Yuanzhou? Amusing, Rong Yuanzhou removed his white coat. He was not there to work at Yunqi Valley but rather to vacation with his family. Had it not been for Rong Yan's call, he wouldn't have stepped foot in the infirmary at all. Now that matters were settled, he needed to find his family and indulge in some leisure. Chapter 49. You were leaving. Qi Jingyuan's room was on the top floor of the hotel. The most luxurious suite, complete with a living room, a bathroom, and even a small kitchen. After helping him lie down, Su Cheng poured water and handed the medication to his boss. Rong Yan, meanwhile, received a phone call. Yan, where have you been? There's no one on the bus. It was Lin Xiaoxiao calling. I'm a bit tied up at the moment and will be late. Xiaoxiao, are you all here too? Rong Yan responded. Somewhat surprised, the primary participants for the Seth project were from the investment, finance, and marketing departments. Human resources had not been mentioned in the team building roster, so why was Lin Xiaoxiao there? The company has assigned personnel from the human resources department for logistical support. And I was fortunate enough to be included. Just between us, I pulled some strings to arrange for us to share a room. Really, of course, I was going to surprise you, but after searching for a while, I couldn't find you. Yan, when will you be back? I have something to discuss with you. Rong Yan glanced towards the room. Can it wait a bit? I'll return as soon as I finish up here. I'll be waiting. Hurry back. After hanging up, Rong Yan returned to the room. Qi Jingyuan had just finished his medication, and although the pain seemed persistent, he remained attentive, clearly hearing everything she said in the living room. Whose call was that? He inquired, his voice low and magnetic, even more appealing than usual. It was a friend. She is also here at Yunqi Valley and mentioned needing to discuss something with me. Rong Yan replied, casting a glance at Su Cheng. Mr. Qi, if there is nothing else for me to do here, I'll take my leave. Qi Jingyuan's expression instantly turned cold as he scrutinized her. You intend to leave? Rong Yan felt a bit bewildered. With Su Cheng there to attend to matters, was her presence truly unnecessary? Did the boss think the illness and the cake she had cut were somehow connected? Making her responsible, such clarity in accounting indeed. Would it be acceptable if Su Cheng looks after Mr. Qi for now and I handle my friend's business before returning? Rong Yan proposed to Su Cheng. Su Cheng glanced at his boss, uncertain if he should agree. If you're leaving, just go. Don't linger here. Qi Jingyuan shut his eyes, turning away, ignoring Rong Yan. She found herself at a loss, but seeing his demeanor, it appeared he intended to rest. Surely she couldn't remain and disturb his recuperation. That would only exacerbate matters. She exchanged a glance with Su Cheng, who pretended not to notice. I won't disturb your rest any longer, she said politely, turning to leave the room swiftly. Moments later, a loud crashing noise erupted from another room, a cacophony of sounds. Who on earth is being so reckless? It was astonishing that someone would dare to break something in such an expensive hotel. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao's room was on the 6th floor, adjacent to Ran Xiaoyun and Wu Tong's room. This hotel has a hot spring, and I brought 2 swimsuits, since we still have some time before the evening gathering. Let us go soak for a bit, Lin Xiaoxiao suggested eagerly, handing one of the swimsuits to Rong Yan. Try it on. You called me over just for this? Rong Yan replied, slightly taken aback. What is wrong with that? Lin Xiaoxiao pressed. While there was no issue per se, Rong Yan felt an inexplicable discomfort, but she couldn't quite articulate why. Lin Xiaoxiao urged her to change. Taking the swimsuit, Rong Yan headed to the bathroom. Suddenly recalling something, she sent a message to Rong Yuanzhou. Dr. Rong, may I use the hot spring? It wasn't mentioned on the list. Rong Yuanzhou replied almost instantly, I wouldn't recommend it. But since your condition has been stable, you may go, just don't exceed half an hour. Rong Yan replied with an okay. The hotel's hot spring sourced its water from the mountainous natural springs, making it both healthy and rejuvenating. When Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived, colleagues from the investment and financing departments had already gathered, but they were in a nearby pool. What is wrong? You look troubled. Lin Xiaoxiao observed Rong Yan, however, was somewhat absent-minded, failing to grasp a single word. Apologies, I zoned out for a moment. What did you say? I was asking if you've seen Teacher Shin. He is here for the team building as well. And he inquired about you when he got off the bus. Shin Yan was also involved in the Seth project. It was no surprise that he was on the team building list, as his research team's data was crucial for the development of Xingshir's new products. Yan, have you reconciled with teacher Shen? Rong Yan shook her head. I mean, if you still have feelings for him, perhaps you should consider rekindling things. He comes from a good family, is handsome, and is well educated. Such a person is rare, so don't miss out. Rong Yan drifted off again. What did you say, Lin Xiaoxiao? She reached out to feel her forehead. You're not running a fever. Are you? Why are you so scatterbrained? Rong Yan paused, contemplating something, then asked Lin Xiaoxiao where the nearest supermarket was. Huh? What do you need a supermarket for? Are you buying something? I think there's one just outside the hotel. But it's not very big. If there's a supermarket, perhaps they sell vegetables. Rong Yan suddenly perked up, rising from the water and wrapping herself in a towel. You go ahead and soak. I need to take care of something first. Indeed, there was a small supermarket at the entrance to it. Wasn't large, but it had the fruits, vegetables, and meat she needed, all relatively fresh, after purchasing the ingredients. She hurried back to the hotel, just in time to see Shen Yan and Shen Mingzhu exiting. Is that Rong Yan? What is she doing buying groceries? Is she planning to cook here? Shen Mingzhu found it utterly baffling. Unable to suppress a laugh. How ridiculous. Even on a trip, she is cooking her own meals. Does she think this trip is fully funded by the company, or is she trying to save a few pennies? Truly embarrassing for Yuan. Shen Yan observed the items in her hands, meat, vegetables, and millet, indicating she was likely preparing to make porridge. He felt a slight sense of relief. She had not been seen all the way, leading to the assumption that she had not arrived. But fortunately, as for buying groceries, he was not particularly concerned. Perhaps it was merely her own craving prompting her to purchase them, seeking the hotel's assistance in preparing a meal. Rong Yan swiped her card, and the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. During the check-in process, Su Cheng handed her one of the room keys, and as Rong Yan entered the room, darkness enveloped her. The door was shut, and there was not a sound to be heard. Was Qi Jingyuan resting? Had Su Cheng departed? Rong Yan stealthily made her way to the kitchen, quietly closing the door behind her as she began to wash the meat, chop the vegetables, boil water, and prepare porridge. How unfortunate. Even on a team-building outing, she had to cook. However, given that Qi Jingyuan was unwell, he needed something light. It wouldn't do for him to take his medication on an empty stomach. Normally, he treated himself quite well, proving to be a competent employer, and in reciprocation, she could not be so ungrateful. Chapter 50. Hand in hand, she merely wished to repay a kindness. She did not like being indebted to others, regardless of who they might be. After adding the vegetables and meat, the fragrant aroma of the porridge soon filled the air, seeping through the cracks of the door and into the room. Qi Jingyuan shifted positions and opened his eyes. Was someone cooking? Su Cheng? No, Su Cheng only knew how to drive. After so many years in the Qi household, he could hardly boil instant noodles, let alone cook. Who could it be? Surely, no, it couldn't be her. That heartless little creature must have been engrossed in fun with her friends, completely oblivious to his well-being. Indeed, any random cat or dog would hold more importance to her. Qi Jingyuan exhaled coldly, feeling that such a disrespectful employee deserved a salary deduction, a hefty one at that. He threw aside the covers, carefully avoiding the mess around him, and stepped out. The kitchen light was on, the door slightly ajar, and there was Rong Yan, her head bowed as she busied herself, the pot before her bubbling with fragrant steam. It truly was her. She was making porridge for him. She had not been gone long. Rather, she had gone to buy the ingredients and returned here to prepare porridge for him. In all his years, no one among his closest kin had ever cooked for him. They only ever demanded and took. This woman, in that moment, a softness struck his heart, creating the illusion of having grasped happiness. It turned out that one day, he too could experience such joy. The porridge was cooked to a soft, sweet perfection. Rong Yan took a small taste, finding it quite agreeable, surpassing expectations. Qi Jingyuan would surely not find fault with it. She smiled slightly as she ladled the porridge into a bowl, intending to carry it to the living room to cool. However, upon turning, she was startled to find Qi Jingyuan standing at the door. Mr. Qi, when did you wake up? I made some porridge. Would you like to try it now? Qi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze deep and penetrating as it fixed on her. Rong Yan felt uneasy under his scrutiny, thinking he must not be hungry, so she placed the porridge back in the kitchen. If you're not hungry, you can eat later. Just as she set it down, her wrist was suddenly seized. He swept her into his arms, laying her gently on the soft bed. Qi Jingyuan enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, his warm lips kissing her cheek with a tender, lingering sweetness. After a long while, he murmured softly, "Go to sleep. You're pregnant. Don't enter the kitchen again next time." Rong Yan, still dazed, replied, "All right, thank you, Mr. Qi." When she next awoke, her phone was ringing incessantly. Instinctively, she answered it. "Yan, where have you been? The gathering is about to start. Hurry over." Rong Yan glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. In a flurry, she sprang from the bed, noticing that she was alone. Qi Jingyuan had already dressed and was standing at the door. Seeing her awake, he approached, cradling her face in his hands and lightly pecking her lips. "If you're tired, sleep a little longer." "I'm not tired at all. I still want to enjoy a grand meal." Rong Yan got out of bed, only to be met with the sight of a complete mess, shattered glass, broken cups. Everything was in disarray. So that was the source of the noise from the room. Goodness, the unpredictable mood of the boss. His temper seemed a touch too volatile. No need to worry. Someone would come to clean it up later. Rong Yan hastily changed her clothes and tidied her hair, only to notice the mosquito bite on her neck. How excessive. Blushing, she muttered a couple of complaints, tugging at her collar to cover it. If it were to remain visible, she would undoubtedly suffer social embarrassment tonight. Emerging from the room, she discovered Su Cheng had also arrived, holding a thermal container. Standing behind Qi Jingyuan. Let us go. Qi Jingyuan extended his hand toward Rong Yan. She hesitated, momentarily perplexed by his intentions. Yet, without regard for her confusion, Qi Jingyuan assertively grasped her hand, enveloping her small, chilly fingers in his warm palm. Instantly, a wave of satisfaction filled him. He had not anticipated that holding her hand could elicit such a delightful sensation, a feeling entirely foreign to him. What of novelty and joy. He smiled, his mood inexplicably lifted. Rong Yan walked alongside him, her face aflame. Could it be, had Qi Jingyuan lost his mind? Why would he hold her hand in public? What if someone noticed? Su Cheng trailed behind, silently observing the scene, inwardly marveling. It was indeed the wife. Just an hour ago, the boss had appeared to be in a ravenous mood, and now how quickly he had been pacified by her presence. Yunxi Valley, though named a mountain, was by the sea. It was abundant in seafood and fruits, offering a plethora of culinary delights. Tonight's gathering was set at an exquisitely decorated barbecue restaurant by the seaside. The establishment featured KTV and reserved tables, and with no one else present, the atmosphere remained relatively tranquil. In the midst of the event, Qi Jingyuan received a phone call, allowing Rong Yan to release his hand intentionally, creating a 50-meter distance. Only after Qi Jingyuan settled amidst the raucous crowd did she quietly approach Lin Xiaoxiao. Where have you been? Why did you arrive so late? Sorry, I was held up by some matters. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in, a mysterious look in her eyes. You didn't sneak off to meet some handsome guy, did you? Rong Yan, feeling guilty, diverted her gaze. No, don't say such things. My uncle happened to be here, and I came in his car. I was just handling some of his affairs. Uncle? Rong Yan nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately lost interest. After all, what was there to discuss about an uncle? Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan shifted the topic, inquiring about her progress with Qi. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. It's about the same. I feel like he doesn't really like me. Our circumstances are too different. It's uncertain whether we can be together. She sighed again, taking a swig of strong liquor. Rong Yan patted her shoulder in comfort. What's wrong? Aren't you going to drink with me? Lin Xiaoxiao reached for the wine to pour for Rong Yan. I can't drink. My stomach isn't great. Once I've recuperated, I'll join you for a night of revelry. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. As Rong Yan began to eat, she realized she was somewhat hungry. Aside from toasting Qi Jingyuan and the executives at the main table, she primarily focused on her food. Qi Jingyuan occupied the central position at the main table, flanked by two executives, with Shin Mingzhu and Shin Yan seated diagonally across from him. His gaze swept around the room until he spotted Rong Yan at the adjacent table. The woman speaking with her seemed somewhat familiar. He had seen her at the music restaurant before. Could this be the friend she had insisted on meeting? Qi Jingyuan scoffed, feeling a twinge of displeasure. What is the boss looking at? Someone beside him inquired. Noticing his repeated glances in that direction, Qi Jingyuan withdrew his gaze. Nothing. He beckoned to Su Cheng behind him. Su Cheng immediately understood and poured the porridge from the thermal container into a bowl, offering it to Qi Jingyuan. Before leaving, Su Cheng had followed the boss's instructions to bring the porridge Rong Yan had prepared in the thermal container to the gathering. Yuan, in such an important setting, you're actually drinking porridge? Surely you're not trying to avoid alcohol? Shin Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, her smile radiant. In her gaze, there remained a profound affection, a sentiment she had been unable to relinquish for a decade. During her half-month vacation, Shin Yan had never left her side, providing counsel, yet she found it impossible to let go. Since she could not forget, she resolved to look forward. She loved Qi Jingyuan, the essence of him. Regardless of his marital status, her love had always been for him. If she loved him, she would continue to love him until he divorced, until he saw her in his eyes, until he accepted her. She believed that, as a person, she would ultimately wait for that day. Miss Shin, Mr. Qi is experiencing some stomach discomfort. The doctor advised a light diet, so he cannot join everyone in drinking, Su Cheng explained from behind. Shin Mingzhu stood and poured a glass of milk, expressing concern. Then drink this. It's good for the stomach. Qi Jingyuan thanked her, his eyes barely lifting. He focused intently on the porridge, savoring it bite by bite. His expression serious. The little cat, though slender, possessed remarkable culinary skills. A simple bowl of porridge had been transformed into a soft, flavorful dish that suited his palate perfectly. Noticing that Qi Jingyuan had disregarded her, Shen Mingzhu felt a tinge of embarrassment, her eyes gradually reddening. Shin Yan also began to take note of the porridge, vegetables, meat, millet. This porridge was identical to the ingredients Rong Yan had purchased earlier in the afternoon. A sudden jolt of realization struck him as he glanced in Rong Yan's direction. Perhaps feeling hungry, she had been engrossed in her meal, somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding commotion. She is always like that, quiet, understanding, and courteous, seemingly accommodating to everything, yet in reality, she is quite stubborn. Once she has made up her mind about something, she never looks back, just like her feelings for him. By the way, the direction where Ian is located happens to be the same direction where Qi Jingyuan had been frequently glancing to is he looking at Ian. Upon realizing this, Shen Yan felt a sudden pang in his heart. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? Shen Yan withdrew his gaze, gripping the cup in his hand tightly, and looked at the kanji in front of Qi Jingyuan, smiling gently as he said, "This kanji is quite good. Mr. Qi is it the handiwork of a housekeeper at home?" "No," Qi Jingyuan replied succinctly. "Then it must be a cherished confidant. How thoughtful of her to know how to make kanji." Shen Yan observed Qi Jingyuan's expression. "I can't help but wonder what kind of woman has caught your eye, Mr. Qi. I'm truly curious." This question echoed the sentiments of many present, and several individuals perked up their ears to listen. Qi Jingyuan curved his lips slightly and raised his teacup. "Professor Shen, let us toast with tea instead of wine. To you." The meaning was quite clear. Do not pry. He would not answer. Shen Yan had no choice but to lift his wine glass, thus terminating the topic. The absence of gossip left many feeling disappointed, except for Shin Mingzhu, who sat diagonally across, clenching her fists. Her eyes reddened as she bit her lip. She downed several cups of wine, staring at the bowl of kanji as if she were gazing at a rival she had never met before. So it turns out, it was that woman who made it. Seeing him enjoy it so contentedly, as if savoring a delicacy of the world, made her wonder if she was so unworthy in his heart that he wouldn't even spare a glance at her own milk. Or perhaps that woman was so exceptional that he could no longer see any other woman. In that moment, Shen Mingzhu felt a wave of jealousy that threatened to consume her. Shen Yan, for the time being, was not in the mood to concern himself with his sister. His gaze shifted back and forth between the kanji, Qi Jingyuan, and Rong Yan, feeling a heavy discomfort in his chest, and he too drank several cups of wine. Qi Jingyuan, Rong Yan, he must uncover the truth about their relationship. Shen Yan lifted his wineglass and stood up, heading toward Rong Yan's direction. Rong Yan had already had her fill. The seafood here was truly excellent, though there were many things she could not eat, which left her somewhat regretful. "Miss Rong, I thoroughly enjoyed our previous discussion regarding the project. Would it be convenient for us to connect on WeChat?" At that moment, Xiang Yang, a colleague from the Investment and Financing Department, approached Rong Yan with a glass in hand. Mingshire has its own office tools that can accurately locate all colleagues, so there's no need for WeChat, and it would not affect communication at all. It was evident that Xiang Yang had ulterior motives. Rong Yan showed little reaction, but Lin Xiaoxiao grew excited and hurriedly leaned in to whisper in Rong Yan's ear, Add him quickly. I've heard his family assets are in the millions, and he is in business. He's not short on money. Such a catch is hard to find. Moreover, he is also quite handsome, a charming, sunny young man." Rong Yan was reluctant to add him. She only wanted to focus on her work and have children, with no intention of engaging with any man, just as she was about to refuse. Shen Yan approached, standing protectively in front of Rong Yan. "Xiang Yang, Ian does not like to add strangers on WeChat." "I'm sorry." Xiang Yang looked at Shen Yan. "Due to their involvement in new product research, their acquisition was directly related to it, leading to a degree of familiarity between them. He was a young professor with considerable prestige in the academic world, admired by many, even by the great CEO Qi. However, Xiang Yang was an exception. He smiled, a bit mischievously. "Professor Shen, what is your relationship with Miss Rong? Why are you making decisions for her?" Shen Yan's expression darkened. "I am her teacher." Xiang Yang grasped the implication. "But teachers shouldn't meddle in whom their students choose to befriend, should they? Don't you think?" Shen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Rong Yan took out her phone and opened the QR code. "You can call me Ian." Xiang Yang was elated. "Xiang Yang, as in upward for Xiang and sunshine for Yang. Ian, how about I treat you to a meal sometime?" Rong Yan nodded slightly. "That would be fine." Xiang Yang walked away, jubilantly bragging to a few colleagues, "I just got her WeChat, huh?" Shen Yan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Rong Yan, who was quietly eating fruit, not even lifting her head. Suppressing his anger, he sat down beside her and spoke in his usual gentle tone. "Ian, promise me, if Xiang Yang asks you out, will you refuse him?" Rong Yan smiled, her expression calm. "Teacher Shen, what do you think?" Shen Yan's expression turned sour in an instant. He gazed into her eyes, a wave of intense emotion rising in his chest. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Lowering his voice to avoid drawing attention from their colleagues, he insisted, "Ian, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Xiang Yang is not a good person. I've seen him with other women before. He treats relationships as mere games, so you must not be swayed by him." Rong Yan looked at him, finding his concern somewhat absurd. "Teacher Shen, whether I like him or want to interact with him is my own affair. Why must you fret over it, Ian? I've told you, I regard you as my brother. I cannot turn a blind eye to you." Rong Yan's smile brightened, for he truly knew what words could hurt her the most. He attempted to grasp her hand, but she evaded him. He wanted to say more, but with so many colleagues around, it was simply inconvenient. Shen Yan pulled on Rong Yan's wrist, intending to take her to a quieter place to talk, but accidentally tugged at her sleeve, which slipped, revealing the red mark on her neck. His mind exploded with a sudden realization, as if something had snapped. He focused intently on that mark, his fists tightening, his gaze turning dark and fierce. "Come with me." He pulled Rong Yan toward the seashore. Qi Jingyuan had been watching as Shen Yan and Rong Yan departed. Afterward, his eyes clouded with a mist, and he became somewhat distant and aloof, merely responding to others' remarks without engagement. His mind was elsewhere, consistently fixed on that direction. I heard Mr. Qi is getting married. Congratulations. Vice President Wen Yusheng raised his wine glass. Unsure which young lady had caught Mr. Qi's attention, Qi Jingyuan smirked slightly. I have never cared about her background. Wen Yusheng was taken aback. Then it seems to be true love, such a background, such conditions. Such origins, it's already quite rare that he doesn't seek marriage for benefits. He never expected Qi Jingyuan to be this kind of person. Dinner had nearly concluded, and it was time to change venues. Qi Jingyuan continued to gaze in that direction, yet still saw no sign of the two returning, and an inexplicable sense of irritation began to rise within him. He excused himself to smoke. Slowly walking toward that direction, Rongyan and Xinyan were at an impasse. Xinyan remained relentless, thinking of her intimate actions with a certain man. He couldn't help but go mad. Who exactly left that mark on your neck? Telling he felt an urge to confront and harm him. Rongyan remained composed. Teacher Shin, I've already said, this is my affair. Is it? Qi Jingyuan, he pressed, unwilling to relent until he received an answer. This afternoon you made kanji for him, was it him? Rongyan did not wish to engage in such pointless conversation. What significance did his questions hold, if it were out of a brotherly concern for his sister? Then she had no obligation to explain herself. Think what you will. Rongyan turned to leave. Xinyan reached out to grasp her, but a pair of hands intervened, blocking him from Rongyan. Professor Shin, do not bully her. Qi Jingyuan regarded him, his eyes conveying both warning and threat. This time, Xinyan's demeanor shifted from gentle to confrontational. He met Qi Jingyuan's gaze, releasing a wave of hostility. Mr. Qi, by what authority do you defend her, as an employee? Or, Professor Shin, do you not think you are overstepping? Or do all teachers care so much about their students' private lives, vowing not to relent until they uncover the truth? Xinyan was momentarily speechless. He clenched his fists, the wound on his left hand bursting open from the pressure, blood dripping down. He seemed oblivious to the pain. My relationship with Ian is not what you think. Professor, no matter what your relationship is, you cannot make things difficult for her. As a partner, I advise you to keep your distance from her, otherwise I won't hesitate to terminate collaboration with your institution. With that, Qi Jingyuan took Rongyan by the hand and strode away. Xinyan watched their retreating figures, an uncontrollable fury swelling within him. What had that man done to her? Had they kissed? Was it merely a kiss? Or was there something deeper? No, even a kiss was unacceptable. Nobody could touch her. Xinyan's expression darkened ominously. He must uncover that man's identity. The new venue was an expansive private room. It was large and open, suitable for singing or playing cards. A few sang, others played, while the majority lacked any musical talent. Thus, someone proposed a game of truth or dare. One could either choose truth or dare, and those who refused both would have to drink 3 cups of alcohol. Qi Jingyuan entered the room first, surrounded by others. As he took the central position, Rongyan deliberately lagged a few steps behind, creating distance between them. Ian, over here. Ran Xiaoyun's loud voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Rongyan felt somewhat embarrassed. Scanning the room, she realized there were only 2 seats left, one beside Qi Jingyuan and the other next to Ran Xiaoyun. Rongyan glanced at Qi Jingyuan, who was engaged in conversation with the vice president, and quietly made her way around, sitting beside Ran Xiaoyun. Ian, what a quick reunion. As soon as she took her seat, she discovered that the person on her right was none other than Xiang Yang. Moments ago, he had his head bowed, utterly oblivious. This spot was specifically reserved for you by Xiang, and to my surprise, you actually took a seat here. How harmonious. Ran Xiaoyun wore a look of intrigue. Stop talking nonsense. Rongyan nudged her. There is a saying by Xinyan that rings true. Indeed, she added Xiang Yang on WeChat merely to provoke him, with no intention of delving deeper into his life. In Chapter 53, Truth or Dare, Xiang Yang was quite considerate, pouring water and offering fruit. Much to Ran Xiaoyun's incessant clicking of her tongue, Rongyan felt a twinge of awkwardness, preparing to find an opportune moment to decline his advances. Just then, a new round of the game commenced. The pointer landed squarely on Xinyan, the last person to arrive. His expression was grim, fists clenched, the bandage on his left hand stained crimson with blood. He appeared to be enduring something. Upon seeing the pointer, he paused for a moment and declared, I choose truth. The colleague responsible for questioning inquired, Professor Shin, what has been the most unforgettable moment of your life thus far? Xinyan's gaze flickered for an instant. A rainy night 4 years ago. Crash. Rongyan slipped, losing her grip on her cup, which toppled over, spilling water across the table. The host, sensing the scent of gossip, grew momentarily animated. Could you elaborate on what made that night so special, or who you were with? Xinyan's demeanor darkened as he replied with a smile, I cannot. Rongyan lowered her head, calmly dabbing at the spilled water with a tissue, though her hands trembled slightly. 4 years ago, that rainy night, she had inadvertently gotten drunk. She had called Xinyan, who came to her rescue, and in her hazy state, she had wrapped her arms around his neck, yearning to kiss him. He had evaded her, saying, Ian, you are intoxicated. I cannot do anything that you might regret. His mention of that rainy night was a reminder that the man who had left marks on her neck might have merely taken advantage of her vulnerability. Rather than being a true gentleman, Rong Yan found it somewhat absurd, even amusing. Xiang Yang, seated nearby, inquired about her well-being, but she merely shook her head. At that moment, she longed for a drink. Soon, another round began. After the pointer spun several times, it halted before Shen Mingzhu. She gazed at the pointer, longing to choose a dare. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to express her feelings to Qi Jingyuan and discern his sentiments. Yet she hesitated and ultimately declared, "I choose truth." The questioning colleague brimmed with excitement, reading from the card, "Sister Mingzhu, is the person you wish to spend your life with present here?" Shen Mingzhu's tender gaze fell upon Qi Jingyuan. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she solemnly stated, "Yes, I am unwavering in my devotion to him." Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Sister Mingzhu was openly confessing her feelings for the formidable President Qi. Such a passionate declaration was truly rare. No wonder President Qi had been unable to resist keeping her by his side for all these years. Rong Yan echoed a gasp of surprise. She had not anticipated Shen Mingzhu's courage to voice such sentiments before an audience. Clearly her feelings for Qi Jingyuan ran deep. Qi Jingyuan, however, displayed little reaction. He fiddled with his wineglass, his expression indifferent. As though Shen Mingzhu's words had not registered with him, yet, his gaze repeatedly drifted towards Rong Yan. Seemingly involuntarily, silence reigned, a refusal to respond, while Shen Mingzhu stared at Qi Jingyuan for an extended moment. Yet he remained utterly unresponsive. Her eyes filled with hurt as she downed the wine on the table in one swift motion. The pointer began to spin again, this time landing in front of Qi Jingyuan. The audience held their breath, the excitement palpable. Qi Jingyuan, appearing somewhat distracted, glanced at the pointer and lightly smirked. "I choose truth." The excitement among the crowd peaked. The big boss had opted for truth, while Sister Mingzhu had also chosen truth. It was astonishing that the big boss would do the same, presenting a unique opportunity for explosive gossip. The next questioner, having the chance to pose a sensational query, was none other than Wen Yusheng. Amused, he approached the task not out of curiosity, but as a favor to a friend. He asked, "President Qi, is there a special reason behind your sudden marriage?" A killer question. Shen Mingzhu looked on with eager anticipation. While the rest of the attendees were equally curious to uncover the details behind this marriage, Qi Jingyuan smirked, toying with his glass, and seemingly casually stated, "Because she is pregnant." Crash, Rong Yan lost her grip on her glass once more. However, this time, aside from Shen Yan, no one paid her any mind. They were all reeling from the shocking news. President Qi's wife was pregnant. My goodness, clearly they had been in love, and the arrival of a little one had prompted a natural decision to marry. What a well-kept secret. Who was this mysterious woman? Their curiosity was piqued. Shen Mingzhu evidently did not foresee this revelation. Her mind went blank, fixated solely on the words he had uttered. She is pregnant. The realization hit her like a tidal wave. She couldn't accept it. She had held on to a glimmer of hope that perhaps his marriage to that woman was a matter of convenience. A business arrangement devoid of love. That Qi Jingyuan would never truly be with her now. All her dreams lay shattered. Tears streamed down her face, which she discreetly wiped away, raising her glass to drink deeply. After several glasses, her sorrow remained unrelieved, and she turned her tear-filled gaze toward Qi Jingyuan, asking, "Do you love her?" Once again, silence enveloped the room. In Chapter 54, her drink, I replace. Qi Jingyuan leisurely toyed with his glass. His expression laced with nonchalance, as he countered Shen Mingzhu's question, "What do you think? If I didn't love her, would I have allowed her to become pregnant, or chosen to marry her?" Another blow. Shen Mingzhu could no longer endure it. She stood and exited hastily. Shen Yan cast a glance at Rong Yan before following suit. "Oh my, thank goodness I was here. Otherwise, I would have missed this monumental gossip. And I would regret it for a lifetime." Absolutely riveting, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered excitedly into Rong Yan's ear. A chill ran down Rong Yan's spine. For Lin Xiaoxiao, this was mere gossip. For her, it felt like a dangerous game of infidelity that risked exposure. Each inquiry directed at Qi Jingyuan made her feel guilty, fearing Shen Mingzhu would suspect her of meddling in their affair. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In the next round, the pointer spun halfway before stopping at Rong Yan's position. She could not choose truth. She was uncertain of what questions others might pose. The previous players who had chosen truth had faced uncomfortable inquiries, and she wished to avoid such complexities. Taking a deep breath, she opted for a dare of the questioner, a colleague from the finance department. Was unfamiliar with the game and simply read from the card, "Please kiss the fifth person to your left." The fifth person. The others counted, and then a collective freeze. The fifth person was none other than Qi Jingyuan. Rong Yan was to kiss the big boss? Good heavens, this was too exhilarating, far too exhilarating. What kind of wild party was this? Liao Yuan was equally stunned. The thought of an uncle and niece together was bewildering. Just contemplating it was overwhelming. Rong Yan felt as though she might perish from embarrassment. If she kissed Qi Jingyuan, she would undoubtedly land on Shen Mingzhu's blacklist and become the subject of gossip. She could not allow that. She resolutely refused. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled apologetically and calmly stated, "I'm sorry, but I cannot complete this dare. President Qi is married. This is inappropriate." Someone the crowd jeered. "It is just a game." But Rong Yan reached for the bottle, filling 3 glasses beside her. "I respect the rules of the game. I will drink these 3 glasses according to the game's rules." If one failed to complete a truth or dare task, they were to drink 3 glasses of alcohol. Just as she was about to lift her glass, Shi Jingyuan interjected, "There is no need for my considerate employee to drink. I will take her place." He poured himself 3 glasses, one by one, calmly consuming them. "I'll take her place. Wow, the big boss is truly remarkable. I can't believe he even drinks on behalf of his employees. My goodness, Shi Jingyuan is just sitting there. He feels discomfort in his stomach, a subtle ache, yet all of this is still preferable to having her drink." Rong Yan tightly grips the wineglass in front of her. A hint of worry in her heart. Shi Jingyuan has just been diagnosed with acute gastroenteritis, and suddenly he is down 3 glasses of alcohol. Can he endure this? What's wrong? You look so troubled. What are you thinking about? Lin Xiaoxiao inquires. Rong Yan shakes her head, silently sipping water. The game lasts until the late hours before concluding. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao return to their room. Lin Xiaoxiao, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, is somewhat inebriated and falls into a deep slumber as soon as she gets into bed. Rong Yan first takes a shower, and just as she steps out, someone knocks on the door. Su Cheng stands at the entrance with her luggage. "Madam, I have brought your belongings. Please let me know if anything is missing, and I will arrange for the hotel to procure it." Rong Yan glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, still on the bed. "Nothing for now, thank you." Su Cheng prepares to leave but pauses after a few steps, hesitantly asking, "Madam, the sir drank some alcohol this evening. Would you like to check on him?" When Shi Jingyuan is unwell, he rarely allows anyone to approach. Su Cheng thinks perhaps the madam might try. Rong Yan ponders for a moment, then returns to her room to grab her phone. When she emerges, Su Cheng has already departed, and she heads straight to the top floor. "In, what brings you here?" Just as Rong Yan is about to swipe her card, Lin Xiaoxiao appears behind her. Swaying slightly from drunkenness, startled Rong Yan quickly hides the card behind her. I just couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll, wanted to see the moon on the top floor." Lin Xiaoxiao gazes at the ceiling of the penthouse. Not to mention the moon, not even a breeze can find its way in the silence. It is the quiet of tonight's Cambridge. It's too late to look for the sun. "Let us go back to sleep." Lin Xiaoxiao links her arm with Rong Yan's, leading her back to the 6th floor. Arriving at the top floor again, 3 hours have passed, ensuring no one is following her. Rong Yan swipes open the suite door and quickly slips inside. Phew, why does this feel so thrillingly clandestine? Shi Jingyuan lies on the bed, the room dimly lit by 2 wall sconces. The person on the bed seems to have vomited and looks somewhat unwell. His brow furrowed. Rong Yan senses something is amiss. She touches his forehead. Goodness, he has a fever. Noticing someone beside him, Shi Jingyuan slightly opens his eyes. Upon seeing Rong Yan, his back stiffens, and he stares at her intently. "You, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing? You're burning up, and your stomach still hurts." She takes out her phone, preparing to call Rong Yuanzhou. However, Shi Jingyuan grabs her hand, hanging up the call, his eyes fixed on her as he asks again, "Then what are you here for?" Clearly this person is a bit muddled from the fever. Rong Yan turns to leave. Shi Jingyuan pulls her hand, his voice tinged with urgency. "Where are you going?" "To get water, to help cool you down. We need to lower your temperature first. We can't just let you burn like this." Shi Jingyuan releases her hand. Rong Yan assists Shi Jingyuan to lie on his side. Twisting a warm towel to gently wipe his back, neck, and arms, she attends to him with great care and patience, as if treating a precious treasure. Shi Jingyuan gazes into her eyes, suddenly feeling an absurd notion: if he were to keep her by his side for a lifetime, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, this is the first time anyone has treated him with such care and concern. "Have you taken your fever medication?" Shi Jingyuan nods. "Have you taken your stomach medication?" He nods again. He truly knows how to take care of himself, having taken his medicine on time, lying in bed quietly waiting for recovery. Somehow, it seems both endearing and pitiable. A feeling akin to pity stirs within her as she gently asks, "Does your stomach still hurt?" Shi Jingyuan nods once more. Rong Yan quickly pours him some warm water to drink and gently massages his stomach to alleviate his discomfort, seemingly enjoying her nurturing touch. He shifts onto his side, burying his head in her embrace, inhaling her fragrance. Rong Yan feels somewhat flustered at this gesture, is overly intimate, nestled against her, his voice is muffled, as if filled with air. "You and that Professor Shen, your relationship seems to be more than just student and teacher." Chapter 55. Shen Mingzhu blocks the door late at night. Why bring up Shen Yan? Rong Yan momentarily finds herself at a loss for words. Remaining silent for a long time, sensing the hesitation in her embrace, Shi Jingyuan slowly lifts his head, his gaze deep and icy. "What, you don't want to talk about it?" He sounds somewhat frustrated. Teeth clenched, this little thing, surely she is not really involved with Shen Yan. Perceiving the anger from the person in her arms, Rong Yan hastily clarifies, "He was my neighbor before, but then he moved away. In college, we happened to attend the same school. Due to our previous neighborly relationship, he treated me like a little sister and has always looked out for me, so he remains concerned about my life." Shi Jingyuan precisely captures the crux of her words, his tone tinged with jealousy. "Childhood sweethearts," Rong Yan calmly explains. "No, just an ordinary neighborly relationship. In truth, they hadn't been neighbors for long. But aside from him, none of the other neighbors could truly be considered neighbors, as they never acknowledged her, and some even treated her violently. Is that so?" Indeed. Shi Jingyuan falls silent for a long while. If Xin Yan's concern for her was merely that of an older brother, then he should not meddle in her affairs, especially not so frequently. After all, he is not lacking in sisters. If he harbors ulterior motives, then that is even less acceptable. Qi Jingyuan would ensure he understands the consequences. A hint of ruthlessness flickers in Qi Jingyuan's gaze. After a long pause, Rong Yan reaches out to touch his forehead. It is no longer hot, indicating that the fever has subsided. She breathes a sigh of relief, tucking him in. You should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head down now. Sleep here, he commands. That is not possible. What if Lin Xiaoxiao wakes up in the middle of the night and finds me gone? How could I explain everything from tonight? She feels that Qi Jingyuan is particularly clingy tonight. Qi Jingyuan's face hardens as he releases her hand, rolling to the far side of the bed, clearly quite upset. Rong Yan, unable to think of anything else, turns and walks toward the door just as Qi Jingyuan is stewing in silence. Waiting for her to appease him, he sees his wife running away, feeling both anger and regret, and quickly rolls off the bed, wanting to pull her back. As Rong Yan is about to open the door, she suddenly slams it shut. She looks at him with a panicked expression, her face full of guilt. What should we do? Sister Mingzhu is here. She is right outside the door, looking for you. The next moment, a knock sounds at the door, accompanied by Shin Mingzhu's drunken sobs. Ayuan, open the door, please. Rong Yan visibly panics. She is sweating profusely from anxiety. Qi Jingyuan scoffs lightly, leaning against the wall with one hand blocking her beneath him, and leans closer to her. What is wrong? Are you so flustered just because she is knocking? Of course I'm flustered. That is Shin Mingzhu. If she finds out I'm in Qi Jingyuan's room, I won't be able to explain myself no matter how many mouths I have. Mr. Qi, how about I hide, and you open the door to explain? Calm her down. Qi Jingyuan raises an eyebrow. Why should I explain anything to her? Rong Yan, indeed, when men turn cold, they are truly heartless. Looking at tonight's chaotic scene, it seems that the misunderstandings between him and Shin Mingzhu have yet to be resolved. Who knows how long this will go on? It truly is a torment. What? Are you very concerned about my relationship with her? The knocking at the door continues incessantly, and Rong Yan feels increasingly anxious. Mr. Qi, now is not the time for this. Why isn't at the time? He smirks, thinking this little one has misunderstood. I believe it is necessary for me to prove something. With that, he leans closer to her. The people outside seem to have heard the commotion. After a brief silence, the knocking grows even more fervent. Ayuan, what are you doing? Is there a woman in your room? Open the door, open the door. In the stillness of the night, the knocking sounds exceptionally jarring. After a long while, Rong Yan feels exhausted. She no longer has the strength to step out through that door. Qi Jingyuan carries her off to take a shower. There is plenty of time ahead. He must endure waiting until she gives birth to their child. They have all the time in the world. Suddenly, he feels a pang of regret regarding the divorce clause in the contract. The escape route he left for her. What if she truly asks for a divorce at that time? What should he do then? For now, Qi Jingyuan suppresses the rising agitation and unease, holding her tightly as he drifts into a deep slumber. In the morning, Rong Yan freshens up and stands at the door. Hesitating, unsure whether to open it, she fears that Shin Mingzhu might still be outside. If she opens the door, wouldn't she be caught red-handed? Unable to watch any longer, Qi Jingyuan walks to the door. Looking at Rong Yan, and gestures towards the bathroom. Rong Yan immediately understands his intention, gives an okay sign, and rushes to the bathroom, locking the door to hide herself. As soon as she does, Shin Mingzhu barges in. She glances around the living room, sees no one, and then heads straight for the bedroom and kitchen. After finding nothing, she begins searching under the curtains in bed. After thoroughly checking every possible hiding spot without success, she turns and fixes her gaze on the bathroom. Qi Jingyuan stands in front of her, calm and authoritative. Mingzhu, that is enough. Shin Mingzhu breaks down, her voice hoarse. Not enough, it's absolutely not enough. Yuan, you know my feelings for you. Why did you do that last night? You and that woman, you and her. Just the thought of him being with another woman last night drives her to the brink of madness. Qi Jingyuan watches her with a calm demeanor. Mingzhu, that is enough. When you first expressed your feelings, I rejected you, and every time thereafter has been the same between us. We have always been just friends. No, I do not believe it. I do not believe it, Shin Mingzhu exclaimed, collapsing into tears. She yearned to push aside Qi Jingyuan to ascertain the identity of the woman within, yet Qi Jingyuan stood resolute like an immovable mountain. The situation had reached an impasse. With a deep exhale, Qi Jingyuan retrieved his phone and dialed Shin Yan. A few minutes later, Shin Yan ascended the stairs. Professor Shin, please take good care of your sister. I have already made my position clear. I owe her nothing and will not pursue a relationship with her in the future. I ask that she refrain from intruding upon my private life. Shin Yan's gaze was steady as he nodded. Understood. He cradled Shin Mingzhu and led her downstairs, but upon exiting, a familiar ringtone suddenly echoed from the bathroom within the room. Chapter 56. Rong Yan changed her phone. That ringtone, he had previously heard it on Rong Yan's phone. Shin Yan's mind went blank as he halted in his tracks, turning to meet Qi Jingyuan's penetrating gaze at the doorway. In that moment, there was provocation, hostility, and a silent warning. With a sullen expression, Shin Yan averted his gaze, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the crimson mark on Rong Yan's neck. Gritting his teeth, he assisted Shin Mingzhu into the elevator. Meanwhile, Rong Yan hurriedly attempted to return Lin Xiaoxiao's call. After confirming that the two had departed, she sighed in relief and emerged from the bathroom. Did you hear what I said just now? There was indeed nothing between him and Shin Mingzhu. He had long declared their relationship as solely platonic, to which Shin Mingzhu had agreed. What did you say? Rong Yan inquired, perplexed. I couldn't hear anything in the bathroom. It was all a buzz and the sound was faint. Did I miss some gossip? Qi Jingyuan's lips twitched slightly. It's nothing. Unwilling to relent, he returned midway, exasperatedly tousling her hair, leaving her in a disheveled state before storming off. That little thing is truly infuriating. Rong Yan returned to the 6th floor, where Lin Xiaoxiao was in the midst of her morning routine. Where have you been? You didn't answer your phone, and you didn't come back to sleep all night. I was almost ready to call the police. Rong Yan averted her gaze, nervously explaining, I came back to sleep last night, but I woke up early this morning to go for a jog. A morning jog? Lin Xiaoxiao scrutinized her pajamas and slippers. You went jogging dressed like that? Rong Yan stammered, feeling awkward and unsure of where to place her hands and feet. She stretched lazily, attempting to change the subject. Oh, I'm so hungry. I wonder if the hotel breakfast is any good. Let us hurry and get ready to try it. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Upon returning to her bedside, Rong Yan discreetly patted her chest. Sighing, how long must she endure this clandestine affair? It was truly arduous. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the tote bag beside her bed, containing the birthday gift from Qi Jingyuan, an Apple product trio, earlier that morning. She was uncertain whether Shin Yan and Shin Mingzhu had heard her ringtone. If they had, they would soon suspect her. But what if she changed her phone now? Acting promptly, Rong Yan began to remove her SIM card. When had she become so affluent, able to afford an Apple Trio, especially the top configuration? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced over, astonished. You won it in a supermarket lottery? I did. Rong Yan replied nonchalantly. Wow, your luck must be extraordinary to win something worth tens of thousands. Rong Yan fell silent. With her phone now replaced, she prepared to tidy herself up and head out for breakfast. There were no team-building activities scheduled for the morning, allowing for personal leisure. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao visited the beach to enjoy the sea breeze and frolic in the water. Xiaoxiao, do you remember what happened last night? Rong Yan ventured tentatively on their return. What? Did I sleepwalk last night? Did something happen that I don't know about? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened, instantly becoming inquisitive. Rong Yan hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. Thankfully, it was fortunate she didn't remember, otherwise she would have had to explain her late-night visit to the top floor, which would have been quite the challenge. In the afternoon, the team organized activities such as tug-of-war and jungle exploration. These activities were unsuitable for a pregnant woman, so Rong Yan opted to take a leave of absence and catch up on sleep in the hotel. After waking, she proceeded directly to dinner. The evening featured a lavish buffet at the hotel, and just as Rong Yan had filled her plate, Ran Xiaoyun waved her over. I am over here. Rong Yan was about to head over when Shin Mingzhu suddenly blocked her path. Come this way. I need to ask you something. Unable to refuse, Rong Yan reluctantly carried her plate into the room. Aside from Shin Mingzhu, Shin Yan was also present. Gathering her courage, Rong Yan sat down as Shin Mingzhu bluntly stated. You know Hua Yuan's wife is right? Tell me, and I will grant you anything you desired. I know your family is not well off. If you need money, just name your price, and I will do whatever it takes. Mingzhu, Shin Yan interjected hastily, his gaze darkening, revealing his displeasure. Yan, you need not respond to her. His gaze shifted to the new phone on her table. When did you change your phone? This was the opportunity Rong Yan had been waiting for. She quickly explained, I changed it several days ago. My old phone broke and was unusable. Shin Yan fell silent. If Hua Yan had indeed changed her phone, then the person in the bathroom that morning could not have been her, but rather another woman. Could it truly be someone else, or was she merely attempting to cover her tracks? After all, her and Qi Jingyuan's behavior last night was undeniably suspicious. Shin Yan felt a surge of frustration as he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Yan, do not concern yourself with my brother. At this moment, you are my only ally. I have treated you quite well, haven't I? Please tell me who that woman is. Shin Mingzhu's emotions flared. She was in Yuan's room last night, so it is highly probable that she belongs to Shengshi. Rong Yan recognized the name. Who could it be? Mingzhu, do not pressure Yan. How can you be so certain she knows? She is Qi Jingyuan's distant niece. She resides in the Qi household. How could she not know? Shin Mingzhu blurted out. This revelation left Shin Yan in shock. He stared at Rong Yan for a long moment, seemingly processing the news. You and Qi Jingyuan are related. Qi Jingyuan's protection of her, preventing her from drinking, bringing her to extravagant venues, perhaps her presence in Qi Jingyuan's bathroom that morning could be explained by their familial connection. Everything seemed to fall into place, yet, if their relationship was merely that of uncle and niece, then who was the man who had kissed Rong Yan and left marks upon her neck? Was it Rong Yuanzhou? In an instant, the elation Shin Yan had previously felt dissipated, replaced by another conflict. Rong Yan felt a headache coming on. Hadn't Cao Yuan promised her confidentiality? How did Shin Mingzhu find out? Was he working for Shin Mingzhu? No wonder she had gifted her such expensive cosmetics and changed her attitude to befriend her. It was all because she had discovered this connection. What a disaster. One lie required another for cover, and now it had truly spiraled out of control. Rong Yan pondered how to respond in Mingzhu. This is not merely a matter of money, it pertains to President Qi's private affairs. And I lack the authority to comment. If he is unwilling to tell you, how could I dare to speak? Then just give me a hint. What is her surname? How old is she? What does she do? Rong Yan shook her head. I truly apologize, I cannot disclose that information. Shen Mingzhu appeared somewhat dejected. However, Shen Yan's mood had improved significantly, his voice softening. Why didn't you tell me sooner that you have this relationship with President Qi? Chapter 57, Meeting Rong Xing. Professor Shen, I am not obligated to inform you, Rong Yan replied calmly. Shen Yan fell silent, his gaze flickering with unidentifiable emotions, having managed to navigate past two difficult individuals. Rong Yan exited the room, returning her tray to the recycling area, preparing to leave the hall. Just then, Qi Jingyuan approached from another direction, and they collided head-on. Surrounded by several senior executives, he was engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the phone in Rong Yan's hand, he recognized it as the Apple product he had gifted her, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. Rong Yan greeted him politely. Good day, President Qi, and made to leave. Yet, Qi Jingyuan called out to her, your tea brewing skills are commendable. Since we have a business meeting, could you lend a hand? He feigned seriousness. Although in truth, he simply wished to see her. Rong Yan nodded. I will be there shortly. With no pressing matters at hand, she figured it would be a pleasant way to pass the time. The business meeting included esteemed guests from abroad as well as prominent domestic tycoons. Upon entering the room, Rong Yan made her way to the tea station, where a server was already preparing tea. With little to do, she merely assisted. When the server was called away, Rong Yan, feeling a sudden urge, decided to brew tea herself. At that moment, a guest approached the tea station and took a sip of the tea Rong Yan had brewed. This tea is quite good, he remarked, noting its slightly bitter taste followed by a sweet aftertaste. Rong Xing set down the teacup. Rong Yan did not look up but casually replied, this should not be authentic Taiping Hokue. Real Taiping Hokue has a subtle roasted aroma, a smooth and sweet aftertaste, and tastes even better. Rong Xing was taken aback. You know about tea? A little, she admitted. Rong Yan opened the tea canister and prepared another variety. Her movements deft and fluid, leaving Rong Xing somewhat impressed. He slowly took a seat, watching her as she quietly brewed tea, reminiscent of the elegance of his past love. Yulan. Moments later, the tea was ready. Rong Yan poured a cup and presented it to him. Please enjoy. Yet, upon seeing the man before her, she froze in place. Rong Xing. Before her stood Rong Xing, her biological father. In her memories, he appeared so youthful. Yet in reality, he had aged, with strands of white hair at his temples and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose. He was the man whom her mother, Yang Yulan, had loved for a lifetime. A love so profound that even death could not sever it. The moment Rong Yan lifted her gaze, Rong Xing also discerned her features. In an instant, he seemed lost in thought. The cup in his hand fell with a shatter. Scattering into fragments. This action drew the attention of others in the parlor. Qi Jingyuan looked up to see Rong Xing and Rong Yan gazing at each other, both expressions tinged with astonishment and peculiarity. He narrowed his eyes slightly and approached, saying, Chairman Rong, that is an employee of our Shengshi. Rong Xing quickly regained his composure, masking his emotions. Chairman Qi's company truly nurtures talent. It is quite surprising that she possesses knowledge of tea art. After speaking, he savored the tea that Rong Yan had offered. To Hong Pao, Rong Yan nodded, concealing the tumult of feelings within her. It pales in comparison to the mother tree de Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. But it can still be considered good tea. My mother used to adore de Hong Pao. Rong Xing set down the cup. Miss, did you learn this tea from your mother? Yes, for my father loved tea very much. The hand that had been swirling the cup abruptly stilled, and Rong Shiheng's dark eyes deepened. Oh, may I inquire who your father is? Rong Yan retracted her trembling hand, replying calmly, he has passed away. Although she had once envisioned the scene of meeting her father, now that the moment had arrived, as she realized she harbored anger and resentment, Rong Xing remained silent. He stared at Rong Yan for a long while. Then suddenly extended the cup toward her, asking, may I have another? Rong Yan refilled it, and Rong Xing took slow sips, lingering over the taste as if reluctant to part with it before finally setting the cup down. Your tea reminds me of a departed friend. I knew and loved her, and we were supposed to spend a lifetime together. However, due to family circumstances, I had to choose to divorce her. Later, I married another. And she left with her daughter, after many years. I wonder whether she is well, and whether her daughter is well. Rong Yan trembled all over, her nose tinged with acidity, tears threatened to spill, yet she suppressed her emotions and calmly said, parting ways, each to find joy. Since a choice has been made, let us look forward. Rong Xing remained silent, gazing deeply at Rong Yan, his eyes seemingly filled with unspoken words. After a long pause, he turned to Qi Jingyuan and signaled. Then merged into the crowd. Rong Yan watched the direction in which she departed, her hands continuing to tremble. Suddenly, her hand was grasped. Qi Jingyuan's voice was soft, why don't you go rest? You needn't be busy here. Rong Yan nodded, setting down her tools before leaving the parlor. She lay on her bed, her mind incessantly replaying the expression in Rong Shiheng's eyes when he looked at her. A mix of dejection, loss, and hatred intertwined, clouding her every thought. So this was the feeling of encountering a father for the first time, like a stranger. She had awaited the unattainable paternal love, yet found neither compassion nor regret in his gaze. He hadn't even recognized her. They were indeed just strangers. Wait, what had he said? He mentioned having to divorce her for family reasons. He had loved her mother first, married her first, so her mother was not the mistress. Realizing this, Rong-Yen suddenly sat up, pulling out her phone to call her grandmother. "What's wrong, dear? It's late. Why are you disturbing me? Grandma, are you hiding something from me? Was my mother truly the mistress? Did she really ruin someone else's family? Please tell me, what's the truth?" There was a long silence on the other end. What prompted this question? "I met Rong Xiang today," her grandmother sighed. "That shameless man. Don T listened to his nonsense. Your mother is indeed the mistress, utterly shameless. After all these years, do you still not know what sort of person your mother is?" With that, her grandmother abruptly hung up. No, that couldn't be right. If her mother wasn't the mistress, then she must have a divorce certificate to prove it. Why, when they were condemned and scorned, had her mother said nothing to defend herself? Yet if she was, why would Rong Xiang say such things? Was he lying? Why would he lie and deceive her, a complete stranger? Rong-Yan's mind was a tangled mess, still lost in her thoughts when a knock on the door broke her reverie. "Open up." Qi Jingyuan stood at the door, quietly gazing at her. "You let me in for a moment." Chapter 58. A man hidden in the room. Rong-Yan opened the door wider, allowing him entry. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to a party organized by her colleagues, and given her personality, she likely wouldn't return until the early hours. It was fine for him to come in and sit. Qi Jingyuan surveyed the modest room with 2 beds. It was relatively tidy, but compared to his own, it was lacking by a significant margin. His presence made the once pleasant standard room appear somewhat diminished. His image and demeanor outshone even the most renowned stars, rendering such a standard room unworthy of his status. Qi Jingyuan observed her expression. He handed her a bag. Rong-Yan opened it to find thinly sliced steak, perfectly grilled, accompanied by pasta and a warm glass of milk. Her eyes sparkled instantly. A midnight snack. Qi Jingyuan avoided her radiant gaze, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Yes, with food to distract her. The sorrow momentarily faded. The beef was cooked to perfection, and the pasta was delightful. Qi Jingyuan truly had an eye for good food. You and Rong. Just as Qi Jingyuan was about to inquire further, a sudden beeping from the door interrupted them. Lin Xiaoxiao had returned. Why was she back so soon? In a flash, Rong-Yan had no time to react. She set down her chopsticks and pulled Qi Jingyuan toward the bathroom. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered and stepped back, drawing the heavy curtains and stuffing him inside. "Don't make a sound, please." The next moment, the door swung open. Rong-Yan spun around in a flurry, awkwardly smiling as she greeted. "Xiaoxiao, what brings you back so quickly?" "I left my mask in the bathroom and came back to get it." Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something was off about Rong-Yan but couldn't quite articulate what. Rong-Yan sighed in relief. Thankfully, she hadn't hidden him in the bathroom, or they would have been found out. After retrieving her mask, she asked Rong-Yan, "Aren't you coming with me? It's quite lively tonight. A masquerade ball, and without the leaders. It's been a blast." "I'll pass. I didn't sleep well last night and plan to catch up on some rest." "Have fun." "Alright then." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't press further. But as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. "You're not hiding a man in here, are you?" Rong-Yan exclaimed. "Absolutely not. How could you say that? You seem so guilty." "I was just teasing you." Rong-Yan stood speechless. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, patting her shoulder as she glanced at the midnight snack. "Enjoy your meal. You look so tense." Lin Xiaoxiao exited the room, once assured she wouldn't return unexpectedly. Rong-Yan lifted the curtain, letting out a deep sigh. Qi Jingyuan appeared displeased, pursing his lips. "Am I so unpresentable? You can't even let your friends see me? Is it so shameful to show me to the world?" Rong-Yan was taken aback by his words, wondering what had prompted such a statement from him. "Forget it, you silly fool, you don't understand anything." Qi Jingyuan suppressed his frustration, unsure of why he felt this way. His anger flaring up momentarily. It seemed he wanted a label from her, to be acknowledged, to be presented before others. Upon reflection, he found it absurd. At 30, he had carved out his own path, becoming a prominent figure in Ansheng. Did he truly need such a label? How ridiculous, he sighed softly, ruffling her hair before turning to leave. For now, her spirit seemed lifted. The matter of Rong Xiang could wait for another day. He didn't want to see her smile vanish so quickly. Nor did he wish for her to dwell on unhappy thoughts before sleep. That night, Rong-Yan slept soundly. Upon waking in the morning, she found Lin Xiaoxiao's bed still in disarray. Had she partied too hard and not returned all night? Rong-Yan dialed her number, but it rang for ages without answer, so she decided to wash up first and try calling again later. After washing up, Lin Xiaoxiao returned. "What is going on? You just got back. Are you alright?" Rong-Yan asked. "It's nothing. I had a bit too much to drink last night. They didn't know my room, so I got a room at a nearby hotel and crashed." Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze was somewhat evasive. Rong-Yan nodded, saying nothing more. They were all adults and responsible for their actions. As long as she was safe, that was enough. The morning was reserved for a hiking activity. With the return trip to Ansheng scheduled for the afternoon, Rong-Yan wasn't suited for vigorous exercise, so she sought a reason to take a leave, planning to buy some local specialties nearby and then head back once they returned. The specialty shop was a bit far from the scenic area, and Su Chang offered to drive her, which was convenient for stowing her purchases to is that you, as Rong Yen focused intently on selecting items from the shelf. She felt a shadow loom beside her and looked up to find Rong Xiying standing next to her, also browsing the goods. "Hello, Mr. Rong." After a night of contemplation, she had regained her composure. "How did you know my surname is Rong?" Rong Xiying appeared rather astonished, his gaze fixated on Rong Yan as though he sought to penetrate her very essence. "Your name was indeed present on last night's guest list, and I distinctly heard others refer to you as such. So, does this imply that Miss has been observing my actions throughout the evening?" Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, then offered a serene smile, calmly elucidating, "I am accustomed to observing the behavior of guests. It is an intrinsic aspect of my professional conduct." Mr. Rong need not overthink it. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, Rong Yan turned to the cashier to settle her bill. Rong Xiying followed suit, stating, "I shall cover this lady's expenses as well." Rong Yan firmly declined, yet Rong Xiying, without uttering another word, produced his credit card and handed it to the cashier, processing the payment with remarkable efficiency. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and turned to depart when out of nowhere a bucket of icy water was hurled towards her. Drenched in fury, in an instant she was soaked to the skin. "It is you. That vile woman, who has seduced my father." Rong Yuanqi scrutinized her coldly, the woman before her now resembling a drenched rat, utterly devoid of elegance and dignity. "Aki, what on earth are you doing?" Rong Xiying admonished his daughter with a stern countenance. Feigning seriousness, "What am I doing? You were just purchasing something and exchanging flirtatious glances with her. Do you not see me and mother at all? Humph, I no longer love you." Rong Yuanqi turned on her heel and stormed away. Rong Xiying muttered an apology before hastening after his daughter, anxiety etched across his face. "Aki, what trouble have you caused this time?" At that moment Rong Yuanzhou approached from another direction. The family was on vacation together, and their father had come to purchase local specialties for their mother. Aki insisted on accompanying him, as he found the ride alone rather dull, and thus he came to observe to his amusement. He found his sulking sister before him, who has upset our Aki. Chapter 59, Is your real name Rong Yan? Upon seeing Rong Yuanzhou, Rong Yuanqi pouted, on the verge of tears. This distressed Rong Xiying immensely. He hurried to his daughter's side, gently and patiently explaining, "How could your father ever forsake you and your mother? You are my precious darling. I merely exchanged pleasantries with a work acquaintance. You mustn't wrongfully accuse your father." Rong Yuanqi huffed, still ignoring him. "Aki, remember that necklace you admired? I will buy it for you when we return. Please do not remain angry with your father, alright?" Rong Yuanqi's eyes brightened. "Really? Did you not previously say that 300,000 was a bit excessive? But for me, Aki, it is not at all too much." Rong Shiheng's eyes shone with tenderness. Only then did Rong Yuanqi calm down, glancing at the drenched Rong Yan. "Are you truly just work acquaintances?" "Of course, I am. I do not even know her name, but she is rather. What if she wishes to seduce father? Nowadays, such women are quite wicked, always seeking to dismantle others' families. Father, you must keep your distance from her and not fall for these shameless women." Rong Xiying nodded, letting out a sigh. Rong Yuanzhou began to piece together what had transpired. He then looked up and, upon recognizing the woman not far away, was taken aback and approached for confirmation, exclaiming, "Yan, how come it is you?" Rong Yan was purchasing tissues from a waiter, leisurely drying herself off, yet, despite her efforts, she was thoroughly soaked, and could only manage to wipe her face and hair to appear slightly less disheveled. She looked at Rong Yuanzhou and then at the affectionate father-daughter duo in the distance, laughing. "You are his son?" Rong Yuanzhou found the question peculiar, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. He simply nodded. "That is my father." "Rong Xiying, and that young lady is your sister?" Rong Yuanzhou nodded again. "Her name is Rong Yuanqi, and you are called Rong Yuanzhou." Rong Yan let out a small laugh, yet, the sting in her nose betrayed her. Tears rolling down her cheeks, how vexing. Since mother's passing she had wished to shed no more tears. Why then, was she unable to contain them now? "What is it? Are you injured? Let me have a look." Rong Yuanzhou, concerned for her, stepped forward to inspect her. Seeing her drenched, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Then, he took her wrist to check her pulse. Rong Yuanqi, observing this, suddenly marched over and shoved Rong Yan aside. "What? You wish to seduce my father, and now it is my brother's turn. I tell you, keep your distance from him." Rong Yan, momentarily unsteady, stepped on the water beneath her, losing her balance and nearly falling. Just in time, a pair of hands steadied her, enveloping her in an embrace. "Are you all right?" Qi Jingyuan inquired. Rong Yan nodded, gazing up at the suddenly present Qi Jingyuan. "What brings you here?" Qi Jingyuan offered no response. Unceremoniously tossing Rong Yuanzhou's jacket to the ground, shedding his own suit to wrap around her securely, Rong Yan chuckled. "I am not that cold nonetheless." Were it. He stood protectively in front of Rong Yan, his presence imposing, exuding an air of authority. "Is the Rong family truly of such significance that they dare to bully my people? It seems you have grown quite bold, no longer wishing to collaborate with the Qi family." The three were momentarily taken aback. He claims Rong Yan is his. Oh, indeed, Rong Yan is an employee of Shengshi, which is tantamount to her being his. Mr. Qi, I apologize. There appears to be a misunderstanding. It was my daughter who in her ignorance, caused this trouble, and I apologize on her behalf. Rong Xing rushed forward, his demeanor courteous and sincere. He could not afford to offend Shi Jingyuan, as many projects in Ansheng were inextricably linked to the Qi family. Shi Jingyuan scoffed, since it was Miss Rong who caused the disturbance, there is no need for Chairman Rong to intervene. Let Miss Rong personally apologize. Rong Yuanqi was incensed, feeling wronged, and thus compelled to argue. It was this shameless woman who first seduced my father and then exchanged glances with my brother. What is wrong with me splashing water on her? If given another chance, I would douse her twice. Only then did Rong Yuanzhou grasp the situation. He knew Rong Yan well, she could never seduce anyone. Yet his father, old habits die hard. He patiently explained to his sister, Aki, Rong Yan is already married, how could she possibly seduce father? Moreover, she is. He hesitated midway, restraining his words. You acted without discretion, splashing her with water and shoving her. Do you realize how dangerous and unacceptable that is? And now, apologize to Rong Yan. Rong Yuanqi remained obstinate. What of her being married? That woman was also married to father once, and she was pregnant, yet did not she also take him away? These women are utterly shameless. They all silence. Rong Yuanzhou could no longer contain his anger. This is a matter of principle. Your treatment of Rong Yan is unequivocally wrong. Apologize, do so immediately. Rong Yuanqi looked at her brother. Her lips quivering in distress. After several deep breaths, she glanced at Rong Yan, stubbornly tilting her head, stiffly uttering, I am sorry, I wrongfully accused you. Having said that, she turned and ran away in tears. Rong Yan, I apologize, my family has spoiled my sister. Today, she was in the wrong. I will arrange for her to apologize to you properly another day. Rong Yan's expression remained placid. There is no need. Please go after your sister. Rong Yuanzhou regarded her with a deep, lingering gaze, ultimately unable to set aside his concerns for his sister, and departed. Rong Xing also prepared to leave. Midway, he suddenly recalled something. Halting in his tracks to turn back to Rong Yan, Yuanzhou referred to you as Ian. Is your real name indeed Rong Yan? Rong Yan felt her blood run cold. She clenched her fists. Her brow furrowed, and after a long pause, managed to utter a single word, yes.so it is you. Rong Xing looked at her, his throat tightening as memories long buried surfaced, overwhelming him to the point of speechlessness. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned to leave. Rong Yan returned to the hotel. She first took a hot shower, changed her clothes, and drank the ginger soup that Shi Jingyuan had instructed the hotel to prepare. To stave off a cold later upon emerging, she found Shi Jingyuan on a phone call. They had intended to acquire that piece of land, and he was instructing the person in charge not to expect even scraps from the deal. There are many companies more qualified than them. My Qi family does not lack for cooperation. Yuanzhou, do not even think of calling him a friend. Friends do not warrant such concessions from me. Shi Jingyuan hung up the phone and turned around to find Rong Yan waving at him, smiling. Hello, Mr. Qi. The icy demeanor and fury in his eyes faded, gradually replaced by a barely perceptible softness. You have finished. Are you feeling any discomfort? Chapter 60, Mutual Testing. Rong Yan shook her head, indicating she felt no discomfort. Shi Jingyuan quietly scrutinized her expression, since encountering the Rong family, her demeanor had remained subdued. Seemingly indifferent, as though nothing mattered to her, or perhaps, she merely sought to conceal her inner fragility, presenting a facade of strength. Your connection to the Rong family, may I refrain from discussing it for now? Her voice trembled slightly. That is permissible. Whenever you are ready to share, I shall be here to listen. On the return journey, Rong Yan opted for the bus, and Shi Jingyuan made no objection. Sir, is this appropriate? After all, the lady is pregnant, and the bus is crowded and noisy. Su Cheng is concerned about its impact on her condition. Allow her to take the bus, with friends accompanying her and colleagues to converse with. Her spirits will surely lift. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. Shi Jingyuan looked up. As the window rolled down, Qin Mingzhu scanned the vehicle but found no sign of the woman, leaving her puzzled. Is that woman not with him? What's the matter? Shi Jingyuan inquired, putting away his tablet. Qin Mingzhu quickly averted her gaze, offering a faint smile as she tentatively asked, Yuan, my car broke down, and my brother isn't driving. May we take your car back? Carpooling? Shi Jingyuan frowned slightly. He harbored a mild aversion to sharing his vehicle with acquaintances, yet one was a friend of over a decade, and the other was Rong Yan's teacher and neighbor. Shi Jingyuan shifted inward, saying, Professor Shin can sit in the back. You may occupy the front seat. Qin Mingzhu, momentarily taken aback as she was about to enter the back seat, forced to chuckle. Isn't there much difference? I wish to avoid any misunderstandings with my wife. Qin Mingzhu's grip on the car door tightened gradually. After a moment's pause, she composed herself and opened the passenger door. Shin Yan naturally settled beside Shi Jingyuan. As the car glided along the road, Shi Jingyuan remained engrossed in the reports on his tablet, while Qin Mingzhu discreetly observed him through the rearview mirror. It was only as they neared the city that Shi Jingyuan set aside his tablet and rubbed his temples. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Yan smiled softly and nonchalantly remarked, I only learned yesterday about your relationship with Ayan. Mr. Qi, my apologies. Shi Jingyuan's hand paused mid-rub him and Rong Yan. He scrutinized Shin Yan's expression, contemplating whether he was attempting to deceive him or if he had genuinely uncovered the truth regarding his connection with Rong Yan. He averted his gaze, suppressing his suspicions. Oh, who informed you? During dinner with Ayan yesterday. It came up in conversation. Shen Yan, intent on probing further, observed Qi Jingyuan's reaction, uncertain of the veracity of the information. Rong Yan had brought it up yesterday at dinner, but last night she had emerged from that room, where she was accompanied solely by her brother. Yet given their prior agreement, would Rong Yan voluntarily divulge this information? He doubted it. Therefore, was Shen Yan probing him? What did she say? Qi Jingyuan fiddled with his tablet, seemingly weighing his options. What further clarification is needed? Is it not true that Mr. Qi and Yan are uncle and niece? Suddenly his hand faltered, and the tablet tumbled to the ground. Astonishment mingled with a sense of absurdity in Qi Jingyuan's gaze. Did she tell you we are uncle and niece? Well, it wasn't directly from Yan that I overheard her chatting with Gao Yuan when I inquired yesterday. Yan tacitly acknowledged it. Shen Mingzhu anxiously interjected. Yuan, please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of prying into your privacy, merely seeking clarification. What was her brother thinking? After finally having the chance to interact, why inquire about such matters? What was there to ask? If it displeased Yuan, it would surely tarnish her image in his eyes. Qi Jingyuan silently retrieved the tablet, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. She and Gao Yuan claimed they were uncle and niece? Perhaps it was time to speculate. Gao Yuan must have caught wind of something and questioned Rong Yan, who, fearing the truth, crafted this excuse, uncle and niece. How imaginative of her. If he hadn't kept a watchful eye, this charade would have been exposed. It would be intriguing to see how she would explain it all. Qi Jingyuan massaged his temples, feeling a headache coming on as the situation seemed to escalate into increasingly absurd territory. Mr. Qi, is it possible that you and Yan are not uncle and niece? Shen Yan observed the unusual expression on Qi Jingyuan's face, one of irritation mixed with a hint of amusement. A truly strange sight, Qi Jingyuan countered. Why does Professor Shen wish to know this? What is your curiosity regarding my relationship with Rong Yan? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, but he turned around, rubbing his hands together, and with a warm smile offered an explanation. I was merely making casual conversation. Qi Jingyuan fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he leisurely added, indeed, our relationship is as you described. However, considering her career development, we have not publicly acknowledged it. She possesses a certain pride, wishing to rely on her own abilities rather than mine, so I ask you to keep this confidential. Shen Mingzhu nodded in agreement. Of course. Shen Yan also nodded, affirming Qi Jingyuan's perspective that Rong Yan indeed carried a degree of pride. With this confirmation, Shen Yan felt reassured that it wasn't Qi Jingyuan. As long as it wasn't him, the next person he intended to probe would be Rong Yuanzhou. On the bus, Rong Yan had remained mostly silent, while Lin Xiaoxiao beside her seemed equally downcast, lacking any desire for conversation. Xiang Yang and Ran Xiaoyun attempted to engage her with a few questions, but upon sensing her disinterest, they retreated to their own seats. Upon returning to Wanqing, Rong Yan began to repack her belongings. You're heading out again so soon after returning, ma'am? Wang Ma inquired. The weekend is approaching. I plan to visit my hometown. If my husband asks, please inform him, she replied. After returning to the city, Qi Jingyuan had gone directly to a business meeting. He was busy with Cheng Cheng's car, and she chose not to disturb him. Rong Yan carried her belongings out. This was a luxurious residence in an affluent area, making it challenging to hail a cab. After a lengthy wait, someone finally accepted her request and drove her to the bus station, arriving back at the old house, adorned with blooming roses. It was already late at night. After knocking for quite some time, her grandmother finally opened the door. Why are you back again? Can't you stand being in the city? Or have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Her grandmother scolded. Rong Yan set down her luggage and quietly observed her grandmother, feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze. Her grandmother averted her eyes. You handle it yourself. I'm going to bed. Grandmother, what really happened between my mother and Rong Xiang? Are you truly not going to tell me? Tell you what, don't you already know? It's all the same. Your mother brought this upon herself, knowing he had a wife and still chose to be a mistress, giving birth to you, a cursed child, ruining her life. These old matters have already been settled. Do you still wish to dredge them up? Chapter 61. The truth. Rong Yan remained silent. Rong Xiang had said that he married and then divorced her mother. Rong Yuanzhou had claimed that the woman also got married and became pregnant, stealing their father away. If what Rong Yuanzhou said referred to her mother, then their accounts were fundamentally aligned. Rong Xiang had married her mother, resulting in her birth. What was truly going on? Rong Yan glanced toward the innermost room, the one her mother had occupied before her passing. Turning, she made her way inside, rummaging through everything. Ever since her mother had passed, she had avoided entering this space, as though by not stepping inside, her mother would still be alive. Emerging the next morning as she used to prepare breakfast for her. That moment, as she opened the door to the long-sealed room, her eyes began to moisten. The space was immaculate, just as it had been while her mother was alive. The bed's quilt was neatly folded, the very one she had cherished, and in front of the bed sat a vanity adorned with a mirror and some basic toiletries. Rong Yan gently touched these items. The flood of memories overwhelmed her. She was engulfed in nostalgia. When her mother was alive, she hadn't treated her particularly well, often due to her father's influence and the circumstances of her birth. She would lash out at her, berate her, and subject her to emotional neglect, yet, on her birthday, her mother would cook longevity noodles, save money for her education, and plaster her achievements across the walls. She had never offered compliments but always concealed her affection in subtle gestures. Emerging from her reverie, Rong Yan began to search the room thoroughly, hoping to find something that might shed light on the affair. After searching for most of the day without success, she felt fatigue wash over her. Sitting on the bed to rest, she suddenly felt something hard beneath her hand. Lifting the bedspread, she knocked on the bed frame, discovering a metal box hidden beneath. With great effort, she managed to extract the box from its hiding place. It was unlocked, easily yielding to her touch. Inside, she found little: a marriage certificate, a green divorce certificate, and some other items. The marriage certificate was dated 4 years before Rong Yan's birth, while the divorce occurred 2 years after. This indicated that her mother sought alimony just after her divorce from Rong Xing. Rong Yan gazed at the photograph of her mother. She was beautiful, smiling in the marriage certificate, yet devoid of light in the divorce photo. Rong Yan traced her fingers over her mother's image, tears welling in her eyes. The box also contained 2 bank cards. One bore a label that read, Yan Yan's Carefree Fund. Attached was a transfer receipt with a long string of zeros. Rong Yan counted, her eyes widening in disbelief. This card held 10 million. The other card was labeled Savings for Yan Yan. Attached was a passbook with thousands of deposit records, representing her mother's savings over the years. At the very bottom of the box lay a diary penned in her mother's handwriting. Rong Yan skimmed through it, pausing at a particular entry. I have divorced. The Rong family took away Zhou, leaving me with only Yan Yan. From now on, we must lead our own lives separated from each other. Zhou, who was Zhou? Her mother's mention of separation indicated that this Zhou was also her mother's child. Zhou, surname Rong Yuanzhou was her biological brother. Rong Yan's hands trembled as she gripped the diary. In a state of urgency, she flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning the content until she reached another entry. The Rong family has found me. The family is embroiled in a public scandal, and this incident has had significant repercussions. If it continues, the Rong family may very well face bankruptcy. They proposed that if I were willing to acknowledge my role as the mistress, to keep the secret for a lifetime, and to create a scene according to their demands, they would grant me 10 million to secure a comfortable life for myself and Yan Yan. Mistress, my relationship with Rong Xing preceded both our romance and marriage. When did I become a mistress? Yet, having divorced him, I will never earn enough to amass 10 million in this lifetime, but I cannot allow my Yan Yan to suffer. For her sake, I must swallow my pride and accept this 10 million. But Rong Xing, how could you be so heartless? Ultimately, I misjudged you. The final sentence was somewhat scrawled, revealing the deep sorrow and anger of a mother at that moment. Rong Yan's hand trembled as she looked up and caught sight of her grandmother by the door. In that instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Was it not for my sake that my mother agreed to the Rong family's request? Masquerading as a mistress to secure a nurturing fund, diverting the media's attention, and resolving the crisis for the Rong family, and that fund for Yan Yan's well-being was merely the compensation bestowed by the Rong family, 10 million. Grandma sighed, I had no idea where your mother was hiding. We searched for 2 years without success, only for you to find her years ago, when Yang Yulan suffered severe injuries and was rushed to the hospital. Rong Yan was frantic about the medical expenses. The old lady hurried home, intending to retrieve her card to pay for the bills, yet she couldn't find it. Grandma, mother isn't a mistress. And I am not an illegitimate child, am I? She wept bitterly, desperately seeking an answer. For so many years she had been slandered, treated differently, bullied, and forced into heartbreak, all because of this answer. Grandma stroked her head. Of course not. Your mother and Rong Xiang were in a free love relationship. After confirming their feelings, they decided to get married. However, the Rong family, being what they are, could not accept those of our humble status. They pressured your father into divorce, and he, unable to withstand it, chose to comply. He took your brother away and later married into a business alliance. Your mother created a scene as instructed by the Rong family and received 10 million. After that, he never came to see you again, and you were completely severed from the Rong family. Grandma sighed again. It is all a tragic fate, but what about my brother? Did mother ever see him afterward? Ultimately, he is her own flesh and blood. How could she just abandon him? Your mother often visited your brother's school secretly to see him. Unlike you, he grew up in luxury, living well, and the lady of the Rong family treated him with great affection. Therefore, your mother feels even more heartache for you. Following her, you gained nothing, and she agreed to the Rong family's terms out of concern for your suffering, never imagining you would be looked down upon for being an illegitimate child. Living like a rat in a sewer. Mother, how heart-wrenching. Originally intended for my daughter's well-being, yet she inadvertently pushed her into another pit of fire. But Grandma, I am not an illegitimate child, I am not. After all these years, I can finally clear my name. Chapter 62. Qi Jingyuan stands up for her. Yes, you are not. Grandma knew. Yet, after all these years, both mother and daughter had been nailed to the pillar of shame as a mistress and an illegitimate child. Who would still believe they were not? Even she sometimes felt dazed, wondering if her daughter truly had become a mistress, ruining someone else's relationship. But for Rong Yan, who had endured alternative scrutiny since childhood, This was ultimately an unwarranted calamity. She was the most pitiful and the most innocent. Rong Yen rose early. She went to the market to check the balances of two cards. Point one held the principal amount of 10 million. Plus 4 million in interest. The other had around 300,000, totaling approximately 380,000 with interest. Rong Yen transferred the funds to two newly opened cards, depositing 500,000 in one, while placing the remainder in the bank for a fixed term. As she presently had no need for it, gazing at the balance, she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. Overnight, she had become a small fortune owner, which felt quite ironic. Upon returning home, she handed her grandmother the card with 500,000, urging her to indulge in better food and clothing, reminding her not to hesitate in spending as they now had plenty of money. Initially reluctant to accept, Grandma eventually did when Rong Yen insisted. After arranging matters at home, she began packing to return to the city. Suddenly, neighbor Aunt Lu entered. Rong, someone is looking for you at the village entrance, that handsome man from last time. Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. Rong Yen was puzzled about why Qi Jingyuan had come here, suspecting that perhaps Wang Ma had informed him, and he was passing by to pick her up. With her belongings ready, Rong Yen took the opportunity to bid farewell to Grandma. Rong, what is your relationship with that man? Is he pursuing you? Why does he keep coming to the village? On the way, Aunt Lu couldn't resist her curiosity. Rong Yen merely replied nonchalantly, a friend. He may have something to discuss. Does he have several properties? Is he married? Why don't you introduce him to my daughter Hohat? Rong Yen evasively responded, he is probably married. Upon reaching the village entrance, just like last time, a crowd surrounded them. Seeing her, Qi Jingyuan got out of the car, took her luggage, and placed it in the trunk. As Rong Yen prepared to get in the car, some voices in the gossiping crowd stood out as particularly grating. What is the nature of this man's relationship with Rong? How could a mistress like her attract such a wealthy man? The speaker was none other than Aunt Lu, who had just attempted to pry into Rong Yan's affairs. Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Oh, could she be following in her mother's footsteps? TSK, a family legacy indeed. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Oh, don't say that, it's embarrassing to even mention it. What her mother did, I can't hold my head high in any other village. I reckon Rong has likely slept with this man. After all, parents are the best teachers. Another wave of laughter followed. Then, the man must pay a right, a couple of hundred at least. More than that, 50 is the maximum. Outside princesses usually charge around that. The laughter grew even more raucous. Rong Yen gripped the door handle tightly, taking several deep breaths before turning to face the crowd. A tall, imposing figure stepped in front of her. Shielding her from the derisive, repugnant faces, Qi Jingyuan looked down at the woman before him, a smile laced with a hint of coldness. Hello, I am Yan's husband. Your concern for her is greatly appreciated. Aunt Lu was taken aback, her face flushing awkwardly. The onlookers were stunned. Mouths agape. What did you say? You are Rong's husband? Rong Yen is married, and to such an outstanding, seemingly wealthy man? Is there a problem? No, the individual awkwardly shrank back, having not anticipated that he was the legitimate husband. They now felt embarrassed, realizing their earlier remarks might have been overheard. The villagers may lack shame, but they still possess a sense of dignity. Thinking they were in an ambiguous relationship, they dared to make light of the situation, but now, the real deal had arrived. A few felt their faces burn with embarrassment. Aunt Lu, however, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. She gazed at Qi Jingyuan as if he were gold, beaming with delight. You must have misjudged her. This girl is quite promiscuous. Her mother specialized in seducing men, and she is merely an illegitimate child. Why would a wealthy man like you marry an illegitimate child? Illegitimate child? So what? Aunt Lu was momentarily stunned. What? I cherish her. I willingly spend on her and do not care about her identity. What does it matter? Aunt Lu stammered, laughing awkwardly. Well, I was just looking out for you. Marrying a pure-hearted girl who could bear you several strong sons would be much better, Qi Jingyuan sneered. The pure-hearted girl you speak of wouldn't happen to be your daughter, would it? Caught off guard, Aunt Lu became even more flustered. In my eyes, your daughter isn't even worthy to carry her shoes. Do you think I would look at her? Aunt Lu felt insulted, her expression darkening. Not just you, but you, and your lot. You all are unworthy. What of being an illegitimate child? To me, she is a treasure. If anyone dares to speak a word against her again, don't blame me for turning hostile. The villagers, aware of Qi Jingyuan's formidable presence and the threats he posed, immediately fell silent, shrinking back. Qi Jingyuan beckoned Su Chang, please enlighten everyone about the law regarding defamation and slander. Su Chang promptly complied. According to the laws of Huagua, those who insult or defame others will be sentenced to up to 3 years in prison. Detention, or deprivation of political rights for life. Sir, do you need me to contact the corporate lawyer? Upon hearing the possible sentencing, the villagers began to panic. If they went to jail, their lives would be utterly ruined. They looked at Qi Jingyuan, fear etched on their faces, wanting to speak but hesitating. I advise everyone to manage your own affairs. If anyone spreads rumors about my wife again, we will proceed with legal action. With that, Qi Jingyuan took Rong Yan's hand and entered the car. The vehicle soon disappeared from the village entrance. The villagers let out a collective sigh of relief. He wouldn't really sue us. Would he? Someone voiced their concern. The others remained silent, unsure of just how far this man could go. In the car, Ji Jingyuan seemed still unsatisfied, his anger not yet fully dissipated. Rong Yan gazed at him, finding him somewhat endearing, and smiled. They were scolding me, yet I didn't take it to heart. Why are you so angry? Ji Jingyuan's eyes were deep and profound. You truly didn't take it to heart. Chapter 63, Rong Yan is simply the best. Rong Yan withdrew her gaze, feeling both candid and somewhat helpless. I've heard such words since childhood. I've long since grown accustomed to them. Born to scorn, criticized in school, berated wherever I go, it has only improved since I started working among strangers. If I were to take it all to heart, would I even still be alive? But today, having just learned the truth about my origins, those words suddenly felt sharp, as if I truly could not bear to hear them. Ji Jingyuan looked into her eyes. It was only now that he realized how much she had suffered in silence. Facing disdain, rumors, and injustice. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. In the next moment, he cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. From now on, you need not endure. He spoke each word with utmost seriousness. If others insult you, you retaliate. If others strike you, you hit back. If you create a colossal mess, I will stand by you and take the blame. In this world, aside from me, no one shall bully you. Rong Yan stared into those eyes, her nose inexplicably tinged with emotion. In all these years, no one had ever spoken such words to her, not even Shen Yan. She laughed, but tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice quivering. Ji Jingyuan, they say I am an illegitimate child, that I am unworthy, that I do not deserve. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, without a hint of doubt. In my heart, no one is more deserving than you. Rong Yan, you are simply the best. You are worthy of all the beauty this world has to offer. Therefore, do not feel sorrow or despair, and certainly do not belittle yourself. The computer powered on. She opened the drawing board. The brush glided smoothly, sketching the increasingly frequent appearances of the great tiger. In the beautiful eyes of the little white rabbit, tears shimmered, as the great tiger cradled the little white rabbit's face. Speaking earnestly, in my heart, no one is more deserving than you, little white rabbit. You are simply the best. Upon finishing the drawing, Rong Yan gazed at the scene depicted for a long while. Then she exported it, uploaded it to the platform, and posted it online. Raising her eyes, she caught sight of the pot of flourishing daisies, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, having been away for a few days. She nearly forgot about them. Rong Yan hurriedly took the watering can, carefully tending to them, loosening the soil, and later felt it insufficient, transferring them to a larger pot with richer soil. I hope you can grow strong against the wind as well. Rong Yan smiled at the flowers. The comic she published today shattered historical records in the comments section. Oh my, the great tiger is truly so gentle, I'm about to fall for him. The great tiger is both a domineering CEO and gentle. I can hardly remember my golden retriever. Who needs a golden retriever? The great tiger is far more appealing. Stop, I'm about to cry from the warmth of the great tiger. Why don't I have a great tiger? Boo-hoo. In the evening, her grandmother called. The news had spread throughout the village that Rong Yan had married a wealthy husband who supported her, making it impossible for her grandmother to remain unaware. Rong Yan patiently explained, yes, he is my husband, and we are indeed married. I did not seduce him, nor does he have a family. We are a legally recognized couple protected by the laws of Huagua. His family is decent, with 3 or 4 houses, I suppose. We do not live with his parents, and he also has a job. Her grandmother, as if conducting a household registration, inquired for 2 or 3 hours, only hanging up once she was satisfied that everything was in order. 3 or 4 houses, not bad, she mused. Ji Jingyuan scoffed softly. Such conditions were not even comparable to Su Chang, who drove him around. It was absurd for her to say it so casually. Rong Yan felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry, I cannot tell her your true situation. She has always feared that I would become a mistress or marry a wealthy man. Worried I might end up like my mother. Cast aside, finding an ordinary person with slightly better circumstances is her greatest wish. Ji Jingyuan picked up a magazine. It's alright. So that was why she had previously declined a monthly arrangement. Rong Yan observed Ji Jingyuan's profile. She bit her lip and cautiously approached him from behind, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. Mr. Qi, may I trouble you with something? She said softly, feeling somewhat shy. Ji Jingyuan smirked. Go ahead. My grandmother insists on hosting a couple of tables for the wedding in the village. I've repeatedly refused, but she remains adamant. This marriage was originally a transactional relationship. He would surely dislike such ostentatious banquets. However, her grandmother was her only family, and her greatest wish was to see her married. I know you are busy and I shouldn't trouble you with this, but I told my grandmother that if we were to host, we should keep it modest, avoiding any unnecessary fuss. Would that be acceptable? She observed Ji Jingyuan's expression, that he merely replied indifferently, fine, let it be as you wish. Rong Yan bit her lip, wanting to laugh yet hesitant. She continued to rub his shoulders and massage his back, a bit shy. There is another matter I need to inform you about in advance. Ji Jingyuan set down the book, rubbing his temples. He squinted at her, a smirk playing at his lips. What is it? Rong Yan felt embarrassed. Well, during the time at Anshin Garden when I was buying flowers. Ya Yuan happened to see me. I worried that the news of our marriage might spread and create a negative impact, so I told a little white lie unexpectedly. This got back to Shin Mingzhu and teacher Shin. So, she scratched her head, feeling a bit flustered. Now they all think you are my uncle and that I am your niece. Silence. An oppressive silence. Rongyan felt anxious, daring only to sneak a glance at his reaction. I really had no other choice at the time. Now that things have escalated, it's a bit hard to backtrack. If necessary, you may need to help me maintain the ruse to avoid exposure. If they were found out, it would be a disaster. Qi Jingyuan sneered. Uncle and niece. Rongyan felt even more guilty, lowering her head. Distant relatives. Why not cousins? Cousins, uncles, and nieces. Aren't they all relatives? What is the difference? Qi Jingyuan continued to dwell on this issue, lifting her chin. Explain why it's uncle and niece, rather than cousins. Do you dislike that I'm older than you? He was 7 years her senior, and he had never cared about age before, but now it seemed to sting slightly. There was a hint of fear that she might disdain him. Rongyan. What kind of convoluted logic was Qi de Boss employing? She had merely offered a casual excuse, so why was he so fixated on it? It was entirely normal for him to be older than her. However, seeing him so concerned about age made her wary of saying the wrong thing, fearing he might become upset. Rongyan considered. Actually, I just said it casually without much thought. Cousins and siblings are more likely to reveal the truth. Uncle and niece are less likely to raise suspicion. Chapter 64. His tenderness. Who would suspect that an uncle and niece had any inappropriate relationship? That would be a violation of public morals. Subject to societal condemnation, Qi Jingyuan, he was truly on the verge of losing it. As anger turned to amusement, he feigned a gesture to tap her forehead. What are you thinking all day long? Uncle and niece, how could you come up with that? Rongyan, fearing his hand, slipped away the moment he reached for her. Qi Jingyuan extended his hand. Come here. Rongyan hesitated. Didn't you hear your uncle's command? Come here. Rongyan, a picture of embarrassment, shuffled for quite some time before finally approaching him. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Jingyuan pulled her close, gazing into her sparkling dark eyes. I already know about this matter. That afternoon when I returned, Xingyan inquired about it. Rongyan's heart skipped a beat. What did you say? Qi Jingyuan chuckled lightly, a look of resignation on his face. What else could I say? Naturally, I defended my wife's lie. Rongyan let out a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was still intact. Qi Jingyuan's gaze remained unwaveringly fixed on her, growing increasingly profound. You have tarnished my reputation. Am I not entitled to recover some losses? Rongyan's face flushed instantly. He slowly leaned closer to her. Rongyan's mind raced. Uncle and niece, that doesn't seem appropriate. Be ye quiet. He raised his hand, lightly patting her, but not applying any real force. It only left a slight tingling sensation. Qi Jingyuan brought her to bed, tucking her in, pushing back the loose strands of hair from her forehead. Enveloping her in his embrace, closing his eyes. Sleep. Rongyan, what was the matter with him, displaying such kindness? Was the sun rising in the west today? Yet he was clearly. She felt her cheeks warm as she gazed at his brows and eyes. Are you going to sleep now? Qi Jingyuan opened his eyes, tracing her brows and eyes with his fingers, chuckling. What, you're not going to sleep? Rongyan rolled to the side, pulling the blanket up to cover her face securely. Feeling her heart racing. I'm not. Don't say such things. It's not true. Qi Jingyuan chuckled softly yet he held her close, inhaling her scent. Alright, sleep. Feeling the warmth from his abdomen, Rongyan's lips curved into a smile. It seemed he was concerned about the child. Qi Jingyuan appeared to be even more tender than before. When had he begun to change quietly, so subtly that she nearly failed to notice, holding the large teddy bear? Rongyan was enveloped by a familiar scent that brought her a sense of comfort, leading her to drift off to sleep unknowingly. After she had succumbed to slumber, Qi Jingyuan remained awake. He let out a quiet sigh and got up to take a refreshing cold shower. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, Qi Jingyuan suddenly felt a surge of interest, scrutinizing himself from head to toe. Not neglecting even the corners of his eyes or his forehead. It seemed he had aged a bit. Surely she wouldn't truly find him old, would she? Exiting the bathroom, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhuo Ran. Am I getting old? Zhuo Ran was taken aback by the inquiry, finding it quite absurd. Who would have thought that the ever-confident Mr. Qi would have a day of self-doubt? It was utterly bizarre, growing somewhat irritated. Qi Jingyuan replied, forget it, don't answer, I'm going to sleep. It was utterly ridiculous that he had even thought to ask such a question. In that moment, he felt as though he were possessed by a ghost. In the morning, Rongyan descended to have breakfast. Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen, carrying a box of food. Mr. Qi, as per your instructions, we've prepared only one box meal today. Is it for you or for madam? For me, she eats at the canteen. Rongyan lifted her head from the bowl, astonished and delighted. Really, the canteen has been revamped, and it's safe and hygienic now. You can choose whatever you like. Overjoyed, Rongyan hurriedly poured a glass of milk for the boss and handed him a spoon. Thank you, Mr. Qi, I promise to eat well. Qi Jingyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Sit down and eat. Rongyan felt a bit shy, watching him drink the milk she had poured, her cheeks flushing. Oh, okay. Nearby, Wang Ma chuckled heartily, finding madam utterly adorable. As Rongyan pondered, she began to feel that something was amiss. No wonder Qi Jingyuan had suddenly reformed the canteen and dismissed the head of the administrative department. It turned out it was all because she wanted to eat at the canteen. Before ensuring the food safety, he hadn't mentioned anything. Realizing this now, Rong Yan felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her. She gently touched her abdomen, warmth blossoming in her heart. Babies, even though you have yet to enter this world, it seems your father loves you even more than I had imagined. At noon, Rong Yan cheerfully headed to the canteen. What a transformation! The dishes appeared to be more exquisite and cleaner. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Wow, there are more varieties of meat dishes, and look, they even have my favorite pig intestines. Each dish even has a clear ingredient list. Look at this. The crab dish even notes, pregnant women should eat less, but this is practically a dedicated pregnancy menu. The employees of Shengshi were equally astonished, never expecting the canteen reform to reach such heights. While it had been decent before, there had always been some pre-prepared or semi-finished products. But now those were nowhere to be seen. Soon, the topic of the canteen reform soared to the top of the company's internal network hot search, breaking historical records for likes. You really have great luck, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, enjoying the plump, springy shrimp, clearly of exceptional quality. Look at you, who used to bring lunch, suddenly not bringing it anymore, and the canteen food has improved. Incredible, this meal is simply a perfect pregnancy diet. Balanced and healthy, Rong Yan felt a twinge of guilt. She discreetly took out her phone and messaged the untouchable person. Will this canteen reform increase the operational burden? The reply came almost instantly. Already thinking like a boss lady? Not bad. Rong Yan blushed. That's not it. It was merely her professional instinct. She always thought of costs, sales, and data first. Having formed the habit, when there was no further response, she closed her phone and continued eating. Before long, her phone notified her of a new message from the untouchable person. Untouchable person, Ayan, who is this untouchable person? Unintentionally, Lin Xiaoxiao caught sight of the notification. Rong Yan opened the message, reading, "Don't worry, I can afford it," and smiled. The untouchable person is simply someone you can't provoke. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at her. I feel like something is off with you. Chapter 65. A colleague hitches a ride. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Rong Yan, who was puzzled. What seems off? You've been smiling mysteriously and blushing lately. You wouldn't happen to be in a relationship, would you? That's not true. Rong Yan tucked away her smile, cleared her throat, and changed the subject. You should resolve your lifelong affair with Ichi sooner rather than later. 3 days later, in the afternoon, HR sought out Rong Yan to formally inform her about her promotion. With the announcement set to be made later that day, the process for her formal employment would also commence simultaneously. Her contributions to the SEIS project were evident. She had been a vital part of this acquisition project, and according to company regulations, she was eligible for early formalization and a promotion with a raise. Just as she stepped into the office, she heard Yang Jia's sarcastic voice. "Oh, Deputy Manager Rong is back. Congratulations on your promotion." Others lifted their heads, their gazes filled with scrutiny and suspicion, but lacking any genuine congratulations. Rong Yan returned to her desk and saw the appointment document in the public inbox. After a moment of silence, she began familiarizing herself with the new product information, contemplating how to proceed with her upcoming tasks. Noticing Rong Yan ignoring her, Yang Jia's irritation intensified, slamming her folder down loudly. Some people are just remarkable. They can get promoted before even being formally employed. What great talent. I can only look on and envy. Yang Jia, we're all in the same department. Can't you be a bit more courteous? Ran Xiaoyun interjected, unable to hold back. I'm speaking up for everyone. The chances for promotion should be higher for the rest of us, so why should she, a newcomer, surpass us? Exactly, someone else whispered in agreement. Ran Xiaoyun was incensed. During the SEIS project, wasn't Tian the one who worked the latest hours? Didn't she produce the final report with substantial conclusions, and who previously claimed her foundational data was the most organized, clear, and logical they had ever seen? What, are you unhappy because her efforts have been recognized? Yang Jia fell silent, her face cold as she pounded on her keyboard. Colleagues passing by frequently glanced in. Rong Yan pulled at Ran Xiaoyun's sleeve, who patted her shoulder in comfort. Before long, it was time to clock out. To celebrate Rong Yan's promotion, Gao Yuan proposed a departmental dinner. Yang Jia was initially reluctant but, fearing being deemed unfriendly, eventually agreed. After dinner, Ran Xiaoyun suggested going for karaoke. Since Gao Yuan had footed the dinner bill, Rong Yan felt it was only fair to cover the KTV expenses. On her way to the private room, she unexpectedly ran into Xiang Yang, who was out with a few friends and happened to be at the same KTV. Congratulations on your quick promotion. Xiang Yang had seen the company-wide announcement, and his eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Rong Yan, the implication clear. Rong Yan understood his meaning, and after a moment of silence, she opened WeChat to message Qi Jingyuan, Dear, I am at the KTV on Shihuan Road. I might leave soon. Will you come pick me up? Xiang Yang was taken aback. You have a boyfriend now? Rong Yan nodded slightly, smiling. Yes. Xiang Yang suddenly appeared disheartened. Seeing her youthful age, he had assumed she was single, only to discover she already had a boyfriend. Then I want to interrupt your department gathering. I'll head back. With a sigh, he turned and returned to his friend's room. As soon as Xiang Yang left, Rong Yan quickly retracted her message. Qi Jingyuan was so busy, He probably hadn't heard the voice message after finishing their songs. It was already late at night. Colleagues gradually departed, leaving only Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun at the entrance. Late at night, hailing a cab was difficult, and after waiting for a long while with no available rides, Rong Yan was about to switch taxi apps when a Porsche flashed its lights at the curb. She paused for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. Qi Jingyuan, he had received her voice message and had genuinely come to pick her up. He must have also heard her say dear. Her heart inexplicably raced, and Rong Yan's face flushed. My ride is here, I'll be leaving now, please be careful on your way back. It's hard to get a cab at this hour. Why don't you share a ride with me? I live just up ahead. It's only a 10-minute drive. Ran Xiaoyun looked at her with pleading eyes. Rong Yan's expression grew slightly awkward. Are you sure? What is wrong with you? I even defended you today, and now you're unwilling to share a ride. Ran Xiaoyun feigned angered. It wasn't that Rong Yan didn't want to let her hitch a ride. It was that the driver was Qi Jingyuan himself. If Ran Xiaoyun found out, wouldn't she'd be utterly shocked. Fine, let us get in the car. Rong Yan opened the door to the front passenger seat, and Ran Xiaoyun eagerly followed her. Glancing at the car's emblem with awe as she joyfully settled into the back seat, Qi Jingyuan looked at the person in the back seat, then turned to Rong Yan. Confusion evident on his forehead, Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed. She is my colleague, and she wants to share a ride. Qi Jingyuan let out a light snort, saying nothing further as he slowly started the car. Ran Xiaoyun observed the two in the front. The driver's silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. She felt she had seen him somewhere before. He looked quite handsome, but it was too dark to see his face clearly. She wondered about his relationship with Yan. Driving a Porsche, he must be quite wealthy. As they approached their destination, Qi Jingyuan broke the silence and inquired of Ran Xiaoyun, is it the entrance to that community ahead? Ran Xiaoyun nodded affirmatively. Yes, just pull over. In the next moment, as she gazed at the man behind the wheel, a chill coursed through her veins. It was only after exiting the vehicle and watching it drive away that she regained her senses. Trembling hands composing a message to Rong Yan, the one driving just now. It couldn't be President Qi, could it? Rong Yan replied, without a doubt. What, Ran Xiaoyun, actually hitched a ride with President Qi. He, with his invaluable hands, driving a Porsche, delivered me right to the community entrance. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, she finally reacted. No, what is your relationship with President Qi? Why would he come to pick you up in the middle of the night? Something was amiss, very amiss. Having spent many years in Shangshi, aside from Sister Mingzhu, no one else had ever been granted access to President Qi's vehicle, excluding her little joyride. Rong Yan remained silent for a moment before responding. I am his niece. A distant one. Show, it's a secret. Ran Xiaoyun was once more struck by lightning. Niece, the niece of President Qi was actually in their department. Good heavens, how astonishing! After careful reflection, she realized she had indeed not offended Rong Yan. And her heart gradually settled. All right, fine, I promise. After sending the message, Rong Yan glanced at the driver, feeling a twinge of guilt. Uncle and niece, as if sensing her mischief, Qi Jingyuan bluntly pointed it out. Rong Yan felt uneasy, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper. This is the best excuse I could come up with. It was all I could say. Qi Jingyuan scoffed twice, with his talent for fabricating excuses. It seemed someone was becoming increasingly adept at using this particular alibi. Now, they could even say it without a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 66. Are you familiar with Qi Jingyuan? Upon returning home, Qi Jingyuan went straight upstairs. Rong Yan, fearing he was upset, hurriedly followed him. As the door opened just a crack, he yanked her inside. Comfort me. His brows furrowed, emotions inscrutable, and the atmosphere shifted palpably. How do I comfort you? In a soft voice, he asked. What did you say earlier? Repeat it. Could he possibly be referring to that term of endearment? It was a phrase uttered casually to dismiss Xiang Yang, and now he wanted her to say it again. She found herself unable to utter it. Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan slipped into a small room. I have something to attend to. Why don't you rest for now? Escape. Qi Jingyuan entered the study, gripping the arms of the chair. No worries, take your time, say it word by word. Rong Yan's face flushed. I said it casually, can we just overlook it? No. Rong Yan, gazing into his dark eyes. She understood that he would not relent until she complied. After much mental preparation, she finally said, Dear. Hearing those 3 words, the natural smile graced his lips, satisfaction flooding his chest. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Was this possessiveness at play? If so, then his possessiveness seemed even stronger than he had imagined, and it was only effective on this woman before him. The following morning, Rong Yan arrived at the office to find Ran Xiaoyun sitting there in a daze. Upon seeing her, her eyes sparkled slightly, and she remarked, I was just wondering if everything last night was real, like a dream. Did she really ride in a car driven by President Qi, a once-in-a-lifetime experience? What do you mean, real or not? At that moment, Wu Tong walked in. Nothing. Ran Xiaoyun quickly diverted the conversation, winking at Rong Yan and turning back to her work. They had recently begun developing a new product and needed to analyze the data and reports. Promptly feeding them back to the product department, Thus, they were quite busy. Some data was in the lab, specifically at Xinyan's place. Rong Yan mustered her courage to message him. Xinyan was quite professional, promptly sending the experimental data and other materials to her email, also suggesting dinner together that evening. Rong Yan declined. Dr. Rong has invited me to dinner tonight, so I can't. Xinyan stared at those words. Feeling increasingly irritated, Yu and Rong Yuanzhou, after much hesitation, he deleted the message and typed a new one. Alright, let's reschedule, I have something to give you. Rong Yan did not respond further. She was eager to review the report and analyze the data, lacking the mood to engage in a prolonged exchange with him. By the time she emerged from her work-induced haze, the office was nearly empty. The outside lights dimming, checking the time, it was 6:30, and she hurriedly packed her things to head downstairs. Rong Yuanzhou sat in the car, and upon seeing her, rolled down the window and waved her over. Rong Yan felt somewhat dazed. In the past, she would subconsciously think of her father whenever she saw Rong Yuanzhou, imagining how kind he would be upon meeting her, how he would make amends. Perpetually expressing his regret. Now knowing his true identity, only heartache remained. He was her biological brother, yet they were like strangers. What's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Are you feeling unwell? Seeing her take a long time to get into the car, Rong Yuanzhou asked. Nothing, I might have just zoned out. The car stopped at a private restaurant. While waiting for the elevator, Rong Yan casually inquired, Dr. Rong, how is your mother treating you? Very well, he replied with a gentle smile, his face radiating happiness. My mother is kind, considerate, generous, and the best person in the world, truly the best mother. Rong Yan fell silent. A part of her heart felt torn on a prick of pain. Are you happy living in the Rong family? Why wouldn't I be happy in my own home? Rong Yan chuckled softly. Well, being at home must certainly bring joy. What's wrong with you? Why are you so distracted, asking such odd questions? Rong Yan shook her head, just curious, asking casually. The elevator arrived quickly, and they ascended to the 4th floor, entering a private room. As the door swung open, they found two others inside, Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanqi. Upon seeing her, Rong Xiang immediately stood up and nudged Rong Yuanqi beside him. Rong Yuanqi wore a sullen expression but ultimately stood as well. About that day, I owe Miss Rong an apology. It was my sister's fault for wrongly accusing you without understanding the situation, and I sincerely regret it. Today, we are treating you. Please enjoy yourself. Rong Xiang gently patted Rong Yuanqi on the shoulder. Rong Yuanqi appeared more composed than that day. Her anger diminished. It was my mistake. I apologize, Miss Rong. Yet, a hint of resentment lingered in her eyes, along with a trace of menace. Rong Yan smiled, pulling out a chair and sitting down slowly. If Miss Rong is not genuinely apologetic, then it is unnecessary. Yuanqi, what are you doing? Brother, do you not love me anymore? I've already apologized. What more do you want? She is just trying to make things difficult for me. You help her instead of me. I won't talk to you anymore. Rong Yuanqi pouted like a petulant child. Rong Yuanzhou, helpless, hurried to console his sister. Rong Yan remained silent, sipping water leisurely, finding the affectionate sibling dynamic before her rather glaring, and she turned her face away. Rong Xiang quickly interjected to ease the tension. The dishes are all served. Let us eat. As they began to eat, the tension momentarily dissipated. Rong Yuanzhou picked up a piece of chicken and placed it on Rong Yan's plate. Yan, are you very familiar with Qi Jingyuan? Not really. Why? Rong Yuanzhou chuckled, finding it somewhat absurd. He has halted the land that our Rong family had set its sights on. Rong Yan recalled that after being splashed with water last time, she had overheard Qi Jingyuan on the phone discussing land and partners. It seemed it was directed at the Rong family. A warmth filled her heart. Qi Jingyuan had promised to protect her, and he was indeed doing just that. I am not familiar with him. Perhaps the halt has something to do with other reasons. I think so too. The meal was rather unenjoyable. Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanzhou were constantly catering to Rong Yuanqi's feelings, serving her food, coaxing her to eat, and praising her for being innocent and lovely, urging Rong Yan to be understanding. Rong Yan felt like an outsider, sitting there, watching the familial affection and sibling camaraderie before her, and it left her feeling somewhat nauseated. She excused herself, claiming a stomachache, and headed to the restroom. When she emerged, she found Rong Xiang washing his hands, seemingly waiting for her. How is your mother doing these years? The water from the faucet was somewhat cool, and Rong Yan instinctively considered withdrawing her hand. She casually replied, she has passed away. Rong Shihang's back stiffened. After a long moment, he sighed, all these years, it has ultimately been my fault towards you both. Rong Yan clenched her fists, her face pale. What she longed to hear was never an apology. Chapter 67. With you here, I fear nothing. Rong Yan recalled the grievances and disdain endured over the years, ultimately feeling a sense of unwillingness. Her mother was not a mistress, and she was not an illegitimate child. Over the years, did you ever explain on our behalf? Did you ever consider what we went through? We were pelted with rotten vegetables, with stinky eggs. Where were you when I was forced to drop out of school? What were you doing? Rong Xiang hung his head silent. Rong Yan laughed, finding it somewhat ironic. You enjoy a blissful life with your children around you. Don't call me that. It disgusts me. Taking a deep breath, Rong Yan suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, striving to remain calm. Perhaps it is best we do not meet again. Let us act as strangers. As she turned to leave, a resounding slap struck her face. You shameless woman, what were you saying to my father? You claim you didn't seduce him, unbeknownst to her. Rong Yuanqi had appeared behind her, the sting on her cheek left her momentarily dizzy. Yuanqi, have you lost your mind? Aki, how could you resort to violence? Quickly apologize to Anyan. Rong Yuanzhou emerged, swiftly seizing Rong Yuanqi's hand. I won't apologize, that wretched woman is seducing our father. I overheard their conversation, and he called her Anyan so affectionately, that shameless harlot. Just watch me. Rong Yuanqi lunged at Rong Anyan. In retaliation, Rong Anyan raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Unsatisfied, she struck again. Rong Yuanqi covered her face, astonished. You hit me, you actually hit me. I've never heard a harsh word in my life, and yet you dare to strike me. Rong Yuanzhou, filled with concern, hurried to examine his sister's injuries, casting a reproachful glance at Rong Anyan. Anyan, how could you resort to violence? Aki is still young, can't you show her some understanding? What, it's acceptable for her to hit me, but not the other way around. Rong Yuanzhou was momentarily at a loss, realizing his subconscious bias. He looked at Rong Anyan with a hint of regret. I'm sorry, you need not apologize, after all, I'm not your sister, and I don't require your constant appeasement. Rong Anyan, unwilling to entangle herself with this family, prepared to leave, yet Rong Xiying blocked her path, appearing torn. Miss Rong, I apologize. Originally the intention was to mediate and reconcile, but the situation had spiraled out of control, and it seemed that the feud with the Rong family would not be resolved anytime soon. Perhaps Chairman Rong should manage his daughter better. If she continues to slander others, it won't merely be a matter of slapping. After finishing her words, Rong Anyan turned to leave. Father, why are you apologizing to her? She's up to no good. She wants to destroy our family. Father, are you infatuated with this vixen? I will inform mother right away. Smack. Rong Xiying raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Rong Yuanqi's face. Rong Yuanqi froze, staring incredulously at her father. Dad, how could you hit Aki? Even if she is at fault, she is still our kin. Rong Yuanzhou, heartbroken, rushed to check on his sister's condition. From now on, don't seek trouble with her. If I find out you're still bothering her, don't blame me for disregarding family ties. Understood? Perhaps it was the intensity of Rong Shiheng's tone that frightened Rong Yuanqi into silence for a long while. She couldn't comprehend why her father favored this woman so. To the extent of striking her own daughter, he had never laid a hand on her in all her years, and this was the first time. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at her father, unable to suppress her pent-up grievances, and she ran away in distress. As Rong Anyan descended the stairs, she received a message from Qi Jingyuan. Where are you? Rong Anyan glanced at the name of the private dining establishment and sent her location. Are you coming? I'm nearby, 2 minutes away. In the afternoon, Qi Jingyuan was playing golf with several international investors and would be dining in the vicinity in the evening. They had just wrapped up their drinking session, making it a perfect time for him to come over. Not a moment too soon, a Porsche came to a stop before her. Rong Anyan opened the door and slid inside. What happened to your face? 5 bright red fingerprints marred her slightly swollen cheek, and Qi Jingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Rong Anyan glanced at her reflection in the mirror, pursing her lips slightly, feeling a tinge of grievance. Rong Yuanqi hit me. Qi Jingyuan began to unbuckle his seatbelt. What are you doing? Returning the favor. Rong Yuanqi was a woman, and he couldn't strike her, but he could certainly deal with Rong Yuanzhou, a form of brotherly repayment. Rong Anyan quickly stopped him, chuckling. She didn't get away unscathed. I hit her back and even added another slap. Qi Jingyuan was pleased. The little kitten finally revealed her sharp claws, refusing to remain perpetually docile. How clever of you this time, knowing to resist. Is it not because of your teachings? With you here, what do I have to fear? Qi Jingyuan found this very gratifying, watching her bright eyes as emotions began to swell within him. Oh, you listen to my teachings? This statement felt a tad intrusive. Rong Anyan's ears flushed slightly as she gazed at Su Chang, who was driving, choosing not to respond to Qi Jingyuan's words. Suddenly, she realized something. She seemed to be increasingly dependent on Qi Jingyuan. This feeling was unsettling. Relying on others could lead to disappointment. The last person she wanted to depend on was Shen Yan. When she discovered he looked down upon her, it shattered her faith, leaving her feeling despondent. Qi Jingyuan, he was a more unique presence than Shen Yan, and he was still her boss, making dependency unwise and impossible. If she leaned on him recklessly, the cost would be far greater than before. Therefore, Rong Anyan, you must guard your heart closely. Never allow yourself to be ensnared. As Rong Yuanzhou comforted Rong Yuanqi and prepared to leave for home, he happened to see Rong Anyan getting into the Porsche, which sped past them. He recognized the car as Qi Jingyuan's. He had seen him driving it before during an outing. Why was Rong Anyan in Qi Jingyuan's car? She had just claimed to be unfamiliar with him. If that were true, why would he come to pick her up? And at Yunqi Mountain Resort, Rong Anyan had also ridden in Qi Jingyuan's vehicle. Wait, didn't Qi Jingyuan have a mild case of obsessive cleanliness? He never allowed unfamiliar people in his car, not even Shin Mingzhu. Rong Anyan and Qi Jingyuan. Yuanzhou, what's wrong? Noticing Rong Yuanzhou lost in thought, Rong Xiying couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing. Rong Yuanzhou retracted his gaze, Suppressing the wave of displeasure and irritation surging within him as he turned to fetch the car upon returning home, Qi Jingyuan brought a first aid kit to tend to Rong Anyan's injuries. Rong Anyan felt somewhat uncomfortable, awkwardly retreating a bit, reaching for a cotton swab. I can handle it myself. She failed to grasp the cotton swab. Qi Jingyuan effortlessly evaded her hand, using a cotton swab dipped in medication to gently apply it to her swollen cheek. You and the Rong family. Chapter 68. Trapped by emotion. Rong Anyan fell silent, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly reluctant to speak. Qi Jingyuan continued, unperturbed. Rong Yuanqi, the second daughter of the Rong family, renowned in social circles, proud and domineering, with a flamboyant personality. She was pampered by her family, accustomed to getting her way. Rong Xiang, graceful and charming, loved his wife and daughters, but was also fond of the charms of other women. Consequently, his younger daughter felt an acute lack of security. Always fearing that outsiders would steal her father and brother away, leading to many conflicts with women who had good relationships with them, Qi Jingyuan put away the cotton swab. So do you know what to do next? Rong Anyan remained silent. Qi Jingyuan was indicating that if she wished to avoid entanglement with Rong Yuanqi, she must maintain distance from Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Xiang, she harbored resentment, finding it difficult to forgive and naturally wished to avoid him. However, Rong Yuanzhou, he was her own brother, the closest person to her in this world outside of her grandmother. If she were to sever this familial bond, it would pose some difficulty for her. Seeing that Rong Anyan did not respond, Qi Jingyuan's expression darkened, his lips pressed together in discontent. Suddenly Rong Anyan recalled something and looked up to ask, do you know the second daughter of the Rong family quite well? You seem to have a clear understanding of her personality and past actions. Qi Jingyuan paused, thoughtfully studying her, making Rong Anyan feel somewhat shy, prompting her to avert her gaze. I was just asking casually. Qi Jingyuan smirked. I haven't dined or conversed with Miss Rong more than 5 words during our brief encounters in public settings, yet, you and Rong Yuanzhou, your relationship is far more profound than mine with Rong Yuanqi. He understood very well what kind of person Rong Yuanzhou was. He had never seen him care so deeply for any woman. In his eyes Rong Anyan was truly special. Rong Anyan seemed reluctant to sever ties with Rong Yuanzhou. She chose silence in response to his earlier insinuation. Reflecting on this, the earlier joy he felt due to her slight concern faded, replaced by an inexplicable irritation. He placed the cotton swab and medication back into the first aid kit. Shutting the lid forcefully, you should rest. I have some matters to attend to. Qi Jingyuan swiftly donned his jacket and left, slamming the door behind him. Rong Anyan, what just happened? Why did he suddenly become angry? As Qi Jingyuan exited, he dialed Zhuo Ran's number. Let's go out for drinks now. At the bar, Qi Jingyuan downed drink after drink without restraint. Zhuo Ran watched in astonishment, quickly intervening, chuckling. Who has provoked our esteemed President Qi? It wouldn't be a spat with Xin Mingzhu, would it? Qi Jingyuan showed no reaction. Zhuo Ran, realizing, asked, not Miss Mingzhu, then it must be that little girl from home. Qi Jingyuan paused, downing another glass in one go. That's right. Zhuo Ran was secretly astonished. This little girl was quite formidable. He had known Qi Jingyuan for over 20 years, and this was the first time he had seen him in such a state. It was as if he was ensnared by emotion. However, Zhuo Ran never pried. He simply poured more drinks, keeping Qi Jingyuan company as they drank cup after cup, knowing that was all he needed to do. That night, Qi Jingyuan did not return. Rong Anyan, clutching a large teddy bear, felt an inexplicable emptiness, unable to sleep. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to a restless slumber. As morning dawned, Rong Yan awoke with a yawn and surveyed the living room. Qi Jingyuan was absent, and Wang had already prepared breakfast and packed it into a box. Today was the day for her prenatal checkup, a significant examination, the Tang test, which the doctor had advised needed to be done on an empty stomach. Thus, Aunt Wang had prepared breakfast in advance for her to take along, allowing her to eat once the examination was completed. Qi Jingyuan had inexplicably been in a foul mood last night. Surely he would not accompany her to the checkup. Rong Yan pondered silently, her mind wandering. While Qi Jingyuan was not present, Su Chang was. Upon seeing Rong Yan emerge, he promptly went to fetch the car, ready to drive her to the hospital. On the way, Rong Yan glanced at Su Chang, several times on the verge of speaking but ultimately refraining. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, their bond was primarily due to the child, and as a mere subordinate, she felt unqualified to interfere with her superior's schedule. In the hospital corridor, she unexpectedly collided with Rong Yuanzhou, here for a prenatal checkup, given the unpleasantness of the previous night and having just learned of her close ties with Qi Jingyuan. Rong Yuanzhou's demeanor was somewhat detached. Rong Yan nodded. Are you here for work? No, he replied. I'm accompanying Aki for her examination. She mentioned feeling a bit unwell due to her menstrual cycle. Only then did Rong Yan notice the list in his hand. The gynecology and obstetrics departments were on the same floor and in the same direction. It was entirely plausible that he had brought Rong Yuanqi for her appointment and encountered her by chance. Does Dr. Rong accompany Miss Rong whenever she falls ill? Rong Yuanzhou, taken aback by her inquiry, instinctively nodded and replied with a smile. Indeed, Aki was born premature and has always been frail. It was for her sake that I chose to pursue a career in medicine. Hoping to alleviate her suffering. At times, I wish I could bear her pain in her stead. He sighed, a mixture of fondness and helplessness evident in his expression. Rong Yan offered a faint smile. Miss Rong is truly fortunate to have such a caring brother. A twinge of melancholy stirred within her, tears threatened to swell in her eyes. If only her brother had always been by her side. Perhaps she could indulge in childish whims, basking in his favor and indulgence, comforted by his presence during illness or distress, even in mischief. He would be there to mend the chaos. Having a brother. How wonderful that would be. Rong Yuanzhou seemed to sense her thoughts, glancing behind her. Where is your husband? Is he not accompanying you for the checkup? Rong Yan collected her thoughts and awkwardly explained. He is a bit busy, so busy every time. Rong Yuanzhou scoffed. Rong Yan remained silent, the irony of the situation not lost on her. It was indeed a coincidence that she had often found herself alone during her visits to the hospital. No matter how eloquently she explained, it was unlikely to alter Rong Yuanzhou's perception of her so-called husband. Qi Jingyuan had already been irrevocably labeled as an irresponsible man, yet he had consistently accompanied her for previous checkups. Save for this instance, at that moment Rong Yuanzhou's phone rang, and after a brief exchange, he stated he would be there shortly and hung up. Chapter 69. Are you still angry? Aki is looking for me. Rong Yuanzhou hesitated. I'm fine, you should go attend to your matters, Rong Yan replied, retracting her lingering gaze. Her brother, after all, was not her family. The events of last night were Aki's fault, and she apologized on her behalf. Aki had merely been overly concerned about her relationship with their father, leading to misunderstandings regarding him. When you have time, let me treat you to a meal. There are some matters I wish to discuss. Rong Yan nodded. Rong Yuanzhou, clutching the list, jogged away. After watching him disappear from sight, she turned and headed towards the outpatient office. Upon entering, she found Qi Jingyuan seated on the sofa. Hearing the noise, he lifted his gaze slightly. Yuri here, your husband has been waiting for you here for over half an hour, the doctor remarked as he entered the office, smiling. Please take a seat. Over half an hour? Qi Jingyuan, he arrived early? Rong Yan stepped in, closed the door, and sat before the doctor, her lips curling upward unintentionally. As usual, they were in the VIP lane, bypassing the queue. Dr. Sun completed the paperwork swiftly, and Rong Yan followed instructions to have her blood drawn for tests. The results arrived quickly, indicating everything was normal. You can rest assured, after 16 weeks, the baby will gradually begin to move. Mother should pay close attention, Dr. Sun advised. Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yan's abdomen had begun to swell slightly. Though the curve was still modest and, due to her slender frame, remained largely unnoticeable, the thought of carrying two little lives within her felt wondrous. She subtly glanced at Qi Jingyuan, who was intently observing her abdomen. His gaze intense. He appeared quite surprised. Indeed, once all necessary inquiries were made, Rong Yan exited the office first, while Qi Jingyuan lingered behind, seemingly with further questions for the doctor. Rong Yan settled at the entrance, enjoying her breakfast when a shadow loomed before her. Have you completed the examination? Rong Yuanzhou handed her a cup of warm water. Scanning her surroundings, Rong Yan noticed the absence of Rong Yuanji and looked at Rong Yuanzhou in confusion. She was picked up by our father. There is nothing wrong with her health, just some mild menstrual cramps. Rong Yuanzhou noticed something on her hair and reached out to remove it. How about you? Everything is normal, Rong Yan replied. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, visibly relieved. He had matters to attend to and could not linger, so he prepared to depart. After a few steps, he turned back, recalling something. If your husband is not worthy of your lifelong trust and you find yourself unhappy, you may consider divorce. In today's world, divorce is not a significant matter, and there is no need for psychological burden. Rong Yan was taken aback by his words. She had never contemplated divorce before. Just as she was about to respond, he had already melted into the bustling crowd. Qi Jingyuan emerged from the office, coincidentally catching the latter part of the conversation. Unhappy, divorce, each word seemed to challenge his limits of patience. Dancing provocatively upon his dignity and self-worth, he let out a cold chuckle, eyeing the astonished and awkward expression on Rong Yan's face. What is this? Are you considering listening to Dr. Rong's advice and getting a divorce? Rong Yan stammered. It's a matter of life and death. How had he overheard that statement? How was she to explain now? Dr. Rong merely misinterpreted. He didn't mean anything by it. She trailed behind Qi Jingyuan as they descended the stairs. Unable to suppress her need to clarify, Qi Jingyuan remained silent, the atmosphere around them chilling to an almost unbearable degree. Isn't he your friend? You should trust him, he retorted coldly. Halting abruptly, Rong Yan nearly bumped into him, lifting her gaze to meet his eyes, as if sensing something. So, your anger stems from what? Is it because of Rong Yuanzhou? Yesterday, his inexplicable rage had left her pondering its cause. Today, everything had seemed fine until she encountered Rong Yuanzhou and heard those words, triggering his discontent. Thus, she speculated that perhaps his anger was indeed directed at Rong Yuanzhou. Was it because she had grown too close to Rong Yuanzhou, thereby bruising his ego? After all, she was still Mrs. She, his wife. Maintaining amicable relations with other men could potentially undermine his reputation. Yes, that must be it. Hearing her words, Qi Jingyuan stiffened. His annoyance was indeed related to Rong Yuanzhou, but how could he admit that? Was he truly angry at his brother for being friends with his wife, for her closeness with him surpassing that of her own husband? That reasoning sounded absurd. Qi Jingyuan hesitated to respond. Taking a step to leave, that he is my brother. Just as he was about to move, Qi Jingyuan halted once more. What? He turned back, and Rong Yen met his gaze, reiterating, he is my brother, my biological brother. Biological brother. In an instant, Qi Jingyuan comprehended everything. Given Rong Shiheng's character, it was hardly surprising that he had a mistress or two. She bore the surname Rong, and previously claimed to be an illegitimate daughter. Thus, any friction or conflict with the Rong family was likely rooted in matters of identity. How foolish he had been, failing to connect the dots earlier. Had he really been feeling jealous of her own brother? Was he truly envious? Perhaps not. It was merely his possessiveness rearing its head, unable to maintain his facade. Does Yuanzhou know? Once he grasped the situation, he instinctively softened his tone. As for face, well, it's still a bit hard to swallow. Had he indeed shifted from addressing him as Dr. Rong to simply Yuanzhou, men truly were fickle. Rong Yen shook her head, explaining, he doesn't know yet. I only recently discovered it and haven't figured out what to do. So please don't mention it to him, this is your matter. I won't interfere. Rong Yen gazed into his eyes, the tension in her demeanor easing significantly, though her expression still bore a hint of displeasure. It was vastly improved from earlier. A smile graced her lips, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, a touch of shyness evident. So, are you still angry? The man, feigning indifference, retorted, who said I was angry, yet the smile playing at the corners of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Ah, so you're not angry? Not angry at all, he replied, masking his emotions. Life was indeed filled with complexities. Rong Yen understood this well. As Monday arrived, she descended the stairs, yawning. Ever since becoming pregnant, sleep had eluded her. Leaving her perpetually fatigued, Qi Jingyuan was having breakfast, an unusual sight as he had yet to leave. Good morning, Mr. Qi. Rong Yen took a large sip of milk and began munching on a sandwich. Her mind hazy with the realization that she would be sharing a ride to work with him. Chapter 70. The notion of appropriateness. Working alongside her boss, she was expected to start an hour early, while others clocked in at 9. But not only that, she also needed to stay the night to accompany him to sleep. Considering the evening hours, her work hours were undoubtedly excessive. As Rong Yen's thoughts spiraled chaotically, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Qi Jingyuan. You lingered in Dr. Sun's office longer than usual yesterday. Is there an issue with the child, or something else? Don't overthink it, the child is fine. I'm merely inquiring about something else. With a sigh of relief, Rong Yen felt that as long as it wasn't about the child, it was manageable, yet his inquiry regarding the obstetrician undoubtedly related to the child and herself, raising questions that he couldn't dare to ask in her presence as an expectant mother. What was it about? Can you share? Qi Jingyuan raised his gaze, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you truly wish to know? Rong Yen nodded, eager to understand anything concerning the baby or herself. Qi Jingyuan looked out the window, his fingers rhythmically tapping his knee, as he casually remarked, I asked the doctor what precautions to take during the second trimester. Rong Yen's face instantly flushed crimson, stiffening. She awkwardly turned her head to glance at Su Chang, who was driving. Oh, what's wrong? Don't you want to know how the doctor responded? Qi Jingyuan chuckled. Rong Yen continued to stiffen, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in, feeling too embarrassed to hear more. No, not really. This was information she felt she could forego. Qi Jingyuan pretended not to hear her protest. Continuing unabashedly, the doctor stated that moderate exercise during the second trimester is beneficial for fetal development as long as precautions are taken to avoid vigorous activity. Rong Yen maintained her silence. It was better to feign ignorance than to suffer social embarrassment. However, I've been pondering since leaving the office, what exactly constitutes appropriate? Observing Rong Yen's flushed cheeks, Qi Jingyuan smirked. Rong Yen, how infuriating. Was he still going on? Did he have no sense of shame, no awareness of decorum? In the next moment, the man leaned closer, his familiar scent enveloping her, disrupting her normal breathing rhythm. He fixated on her ear, lowering his voice. Tell me, do you think our previous encounters could be deemed appropriate? Rong Yen, she glared at him, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. As she met his gaze, filled with both shame and indignation, Qi Jingyuan erupted into laughter. Su Cheng, driving, couldn't help but smile at the scene. After years of working alongside his boss, it had been ages since he'd witnessed such a genuine laugh, ever since meeting his wife. Qi Jingyuan seemed to smile more often. Su Cheng felt a mix of sentimentality and admiration. That night Rong Yen would come to understand his interpretation of appropriateness. She drifted into a deep slumber, watching the sleeping figure of the small kitten beside him. Qi Jingyuan felt invigorated. Were it not for her condition, he might have been less lenient. Encountering her was like succumbing to a potent poison, an addiction that only deepened with time, growing more intense, more consuming. Qi Jingyuan felt a twinge of helplessness, realizing he might require more time to rid himself of this possessive yearning. At the Shangshur headquarters, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt. Rong Yen retrieved her employee badge. Preparing to swipe in when the formidable Wu Wenchuan, the head of the marketing center, approached. Passing by her, a waft of fragrance brushed her nose, the scent emanating from him. Since becoming pregnant, she had become especially sensitive to scents. Recognizing that it belonged to a woman's perfume, she greeted him casually and swiped her card to enter. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Yang Jie suddenly pressed the button. Apologizing as she stepped inside, Rong Yan's nose twitched slightly as the familiar scent wafted over, identical to Wu Wenchuan's fragrance. Could it be that the perfume Wu Wenchuan wore was the same as Yang Jie's? In the morning departmental meeting, Gao Yuan assigned tasks, instructing Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun to follow up on the new product, with a data report due by next Friday for submission to the marketing center. Rong Yan nodded, having gathered most of the foundational data, though some aspects required confirmation from the research institute. However, Yang Jie voiced her dissent. Manager Gao, I have been overseeing the new product from the beginning. I object to this arrangement and wish to continue managing this project. Gao Yuan, however, showed no inclination to entertain her objections, firmly rebutting her claim. Yang Jie, all you need to do is heed my instructions and complete your assigned tasks. When you were following this new product, the initial model had yet to be established, so it hardly counts as oversight. Let Rong Yan take charge this time. No, I disagree. Yang Jie pressed on, unwilling to relent. Gao Yuan frowned. He wasn't being protective. During the previous weekly meeting, it had been declared that the new product responsibilities would fall to Rong Yan. She had already processed significant data, and abandoning the project midway was not an option. If Yang Jie had objections, she should have raised them during the initial assignment. Her current opposition seemed to stem from a desire to undermine Rong Yan. Gao Yuan stated calmly, Yang Jie, I do not need to justify my decisions to you. I will reiterate, the new product is assigned to Rong Yan. Do you understand? Yang Jie persisted. I have objections. I refuse to comply with the arrangement. Gao Yuan felt a headache coming on. And then tell me, what do you propose? Quite simply, a fair competition. Yang Jie appeared confident, smugly declaring, from now on, I will collaborate with Rong Yan on the new product project, each relying on our capabilities to produce a concluding report, whose proposal is accepted will determine who continues to oversee the subsequent work. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened. Wait, is this a competition? Indeed, a competition. We shall let the data speak for itself, let our abilities shine, and whoever offers the most insightful contributions that add value to the new product development will have the right to proceed. Gao Yuan frowned, hesitating over whether to agree, yet Rong Yan calmly raised her hand, meeting Yang Jie's provocative gaze. All right, I accept. Yang Jie achieved her objective, excitement glimmering in her eyes. Truly, she was a novice. Unaware of the depth of experience and connections she had in Shangshi from her prior involvement in numerous projects and reports, how audacious to accept the challenge. Chapter 71. The girlfriend, however. Accepting was indeed the optimal choice. By doing so, she would have the opportunity to pull Rong Yan down from her deputy manager position, thereby creating a chance for herself. Very well, let us see the results next Friday. We shall speak based on our merits. With that, Yang Jie gracefully exited the office in her high heels. Once everyone had left, Gao Yuan called out to Rong Yan, are you truly willing to compete with her? Yang Jie has led numerous projects in her years here. Her capabilities are formidable. You could find yourself at a disadvantage. Rong Yan smiled. It seems Yang Jie is a worthy opponent. That only makes it more interesting. Manager Gao, rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. You have a meeting with the finance department in 5 minutes. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. With that, Rong Yan turned and exited the office. The reason for her calm demeanor was that she had recognized Yang Jie's clumsy attempt at a trap from the outset. She was eager to observe what kind of scheme Yang Jie intended to employ. Are you really going to face off against Yang Jie? In the afternoon, Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun headed to a university's research institute to liaise with Shen Yan regarding research data. Ran Xiaoyun, unable to contain herself any longer, finally asked, even though you are the niece of Chairman Qi, public competitions at Shengshi require notifying all staff. Chairman Qi would not show favoritism. That he wouldn't, given Qi Jingyuan's approach to business. He would choose the option that best serves Shengshi rather than favoring personal connections. Suddenly Rong Yan recalled something. You mentioned that the outcomes of the public competition would be communicated to everyone. What consequences would befall those who lose? Ordinary employees face salary reductions, while management may be demoted by a level, Ran Xiaoyun explained. Just thinking about it is mortifying. After finally being promoted to deputy manager, to be reduced to an ordinary employee would not only be a slap in the face for Rong Yan but also for Gao Yuan. The gossip around Shengshi would undoubtedly be scandalous, and if one were to win, what rewards would they receive? No rewards. Since this is a self-initiated competition, there are no prizes. Very few at Shengshi opted for such self-destructive measures. As no one could guarantee victory, yet Yang Jie appeared confident, indicating she had a trump card capable of decisively defeating Rong Yan. The car stopped at the entrance of a university. Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun exited the vehicle. Shen Yan stood in the shade, seemingly waiting for them. Dressed in the lab coat of the research institute, he looked up as they approached, a warm smile gracing his face. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. I thought Professor Shen would be an old man. But he is such a young and handsome guy, is he seeing anyone? Rong Yan replied, probably not. As they followed Shen Yan into the research institute, the familiar surroundings of the institute greeted them. The plaque at the entrance remained unchanged, but the equipment and instruments inside had multiplied, and the adjacent classroom had been converted into a research room, indicating substantial progress in their research over the past 2 years. Rong Yan felt a sense of nostalgia wash over her. 2 years ago, at this very entrance, she had listened to the words spoken by Shen Yan, coupled with her mother's grave injury. Despair engulfed her momentarily, and now, after 2 years, returning to this threshold felt akin to having a scab torn off, reopening wounds that reminded Rong Yan of that excruciating night. On that fateful evening, her dignity, love, and pride had all vanished. It turned out that Professor Shen's sudden engagement was merely to fetch his girlfriend. Only then did Rong Yan notice the several figures seated in the dimly lit office adjacent to the research lab, including Wen Yusheng, Shen Mingzhu, and Qi Jingyuan, along with a few unfamiliar faces. Today, Qi Jingyuan had come with several executives to consult with Shen Yan's research team regarding some data issues in the new product development. And unexpectedly, Rong Yan had also arrived. He raised his gaze, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light as they flicked over Shen Yan and Rong Yan, the girlfriend. It was indeed a novel term, although he had not looked directly at Qi Jingyuan. Rong Yan instinctively felt a surge of anxiety and hastily clarified, Professor Shen is my mentor. We are here for a work-related meeting. Shen Yan quickly concurred, yes, everyone, please don't frighten her. The others were uncertain about the nature of their relationship. It being in a public setting, they chose to remain discreet and silent. Qi Jingyuan let out a soft snort, his lips curling slightly, emotions unreadable. His gaze fell upon a trinket on Shen Yan's desk, a golden retriever and a little white rabbit figurine, smooth and clean, suggesting it was often touched. He recalled a similar charm hanging in Shen Yan's car. This object seemed to hold a special significance for Shen Yan. The discussion between Shen Yan and the group was not yet concluded. He assigned Xia Xuan from the lab to accompany them, stating that any queries could be directed to her. Before entering the conference room, Rong Yan was there for work, and regardless of whom she was interfacing with, her focus remained the same. She lowered her head, examining the research materials in her hands to verify several critical data points. Anything unclear, she circled, seeking Xia Xuan for confirmation. This value was pivotal for the current product's development. However, the subsequent dozens of experiments had yielded no breakthroughs. Why was that? Xia Xuan was somewhat taken aback, surprised that she had pinpointed the core issue so swiftly. It's due to the material selection. The material chosen for this round can achieve this value only at its limit. It was selected precisely because it allows for the most controlled costs, maximizing the savings for the new product. Rong Yan understood, nodding in acknowledgement. After posing a few more questions and receiving satisfactory answers, she closed her notebook. I've finished my inquiries. Xiaoyun, do you have anything you wish to ask? Ran Xiaoyun shook her head. Rong Yan had prepared thoroughly, asking detailed questions that instilled great trust. There was nothing more for her to inquire. Their work was effectively completed. As they emerged, the meeting in the adjacent office had concluded. Shen Yan removed his lab coat and handed it to Xia Xuan, glancing at his watch before addressing Rong Yan. Let us go. I'll take you to dinner. Rong Yan declined, stating she had other matters to attend to and would not be joining. Regarding the new product research, there were several critical data points that Xuan was unaware of, and she could discuss them further during dinner. Then please, Professor Shen, inform us now. There is no need for dinner. Shen Yan's expression turned serious. Again, if you choose not to go, I reserve the right to remain silent. He was pressing her, yet Ran Xiaoyun opened the car door and climbed in, waving at Rong Yan. Come on, why wait for a free meal? Let us hurry and eat. Rong Yan felt somewhat helpless. She sighed, realizing she had already made her points clear, and with Xiaoyun present, it was not as if she would be alone. This was a chance to clarify matters regarding the new product, and she likely wouldn't have further interactions with him afterward. Rong Yan opened the car door and took a seat inside. On the street behind, a Porsche was discreetly parked under the shade of trees, with two individuals standing nearby, quietly observing the scene. Chapter 72. You have a boyfriend, rest assured, my brother 1T bully AN. Your niece 1T suffer, Shen Mingzhu remarked to Qi Jingyuan as they watched the car disappear. Since leaving the research institute, Qi Jingyuan's gaze had been fixed on Rong Yan, his expression darkening, which surprised Shen Mingzhu. Yuan seems quite concerned about his niece. At the next moment, his phone vibrated. Qi Jingyuan opened it to find a message from Rong Yan. Professor Shen wants to discuss the new product. I won't be going home for dinner, he scoffed coldly, tossing his phone aside and shutting his eyes, attempting to suppress the rising tide of irritation and unease within him. It was merely a dinner. A discussion about work, just her usual social engagements. She had already clarified her relationship with Shen Yan. What was he truly angry about? He was typically composed. Why did he become so emotional when it came to her? Come on, Yuan, Wen has arranged a place for dinner. We're heading there now. Shen Mingzhu opened the car door, preparing to join him in the Porsche. Qi Jingyuan blocked the door. I have something to attend to. I am not going out. He entered the car first, closing the door behind him, and the vehicle sped away. Shen Yan chose a restaurant renowned for its fish dishes. He ordered several types of fish, And as the fragrant dishes were served, Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in delight. While Rong Yan sampled a few bites before focusing on the cold cucumber salad beside her, she then turned her attention to Xinyan. Inquiring about the new product, Xinyan's gaze dimmed slightly. He suppressed his concealed emotions, responding slowly and thoughtfully, occasionally placing deboned fish onto her plate with a gentle smile. "You seem to have lost weight lately. You should eat more." Ran Xiaoyun was taken aback. Throughout the journey, she had sensed a certain chemistry between the two, and now she was astonished to see Professor Shen personally serving food to Yan. These two clearly had a story. As she devoured the fish, her inquisitive eyes flitted between Rong Yan and Xinyan. Rong Yan, glancing at the fish on her plate, suddenly recalled that Wang Ma hadn't prepared fish in a long time. Yet didn't Qi Jingyuan rather enjoy fish? This restaurant served excellent fish, fresh and of high quality. Qi Jingyuan would surely appreciate it. Rong Yan's thoughts drifted far afield. She checked her phone, finding no messages. She wondered whether Qi Jingyuan had seen the one she sent. Another piece of fish was placed on her plate, yellow bonefish. Xinyan's expression was calm yet hinted at displeasure. Don't zone out while eating, it's bad for your stomach. Rong Yan regarded the fish on her plate. The yellow bonefish was delightful, tender, soft, and with few bones, especially the wild ones, which bore little fishy taste and were incredibly flavorful. She had once relished it. Now, however, the faint odor made her uncomfortable, her palate seeming to react adversely, stirring unease in her stomach. She clasped her mouth and hurried to the restroom. What was happening? Was her stomach acting up again? Xinyan followed her, carrying a cup of hot water. Rong Yan had eaten nothing that afternoon, and as she retched, there was nothing to expel, only dry heaves. After a considerable time, she finally calmed down. Her face paled. "I'll take you to the hospital shortly. Your stomach really needs a thorough examination." Xinyan expressed concern. She was still young. Identifying the cause of her ailment early would ensure she could live her life well in the future. Rong Yan replied lightly, "No need." After speaking, she began retching again. Xinyan, unable to bear it, reached out to soothe her back, hoping to provide some comfort. Just then, Xiang Yang approached from the opposite side of the restaurant. Glancing at Rong Yan and then at Xinyan, suddenly enlightened classmate Rong, "Professor Shen, so it turns out you too." He belatedly comprehended. "My apologies, I didn't mean to intrude. I only just realized that your boyfriend is Professor Shen. No wonder he stopped me from adding you on WeChat during our vacation at Yunqi Valley." Rong Yan was about to clarify when her stomach churned again. She quickly accepted the hot water from Xinyan and gulped it down. Barely managing to quell her discomfort, "Xiang Yang, you're mistaken. I am a Yan." Xiang Yang quickly gestured for silence. "Classmate Rong has already admitted it. What more is there?" Rong Yan. Finally she understood how rumors were born. She had merely mentioned having a boyfriend but never specified that it was Xinyan. Xinyan looked at Rong Yan, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light, though somewhat incredulous if it were true. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. Rong Yan evaded the hand Xinyan had placed on her back, calmly explaining, "You misheard. I mentioned having a boyfriend, but that person is not Professor Shen." "You've misunderstood. You two really aren't. You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Rong Yan. "Every word is true." Xiang Yang let out a resigned "oh," feeling deflated. He had thought he had stumbled upon an explosive gossip. But it turned out to be merely a misunderstanding. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao walked over from Xiang Yang's direction, holding her phone. She approached, saying, "Xiang Yang, I asked you to grab a drink, and you've taken ages. You wouldn't be, a yen?" Lin Xiaoxiao froze upon seeing Rong Yan. Rong Yan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and then at the awkwardly chuckling Xiang Yang, taking a while to accept the reality. "Xiaoxiao, you and Xiang Yang." Lin Xiaoxiao appeared guilty and anxious. Xiang Yang maintained a nonchalant expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly unconcerned. However, it was evident that Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiang Yang were indeed together. This world, after all, had turned upside down. After a hasty farewell, they returned to their respective places. Rong Yan had just vomited and lacked an appetite for food, continuing to question Xinyan about the new product. Ran Xiaoyun had two life passions, handsome men and delicious food. While Rong Yan inquired, she merely focused on her meal, and once the questions were addressed, her belly was delightfully full. Xinyan had hardly eaten as well. Upon returning from the restroom, he became rather taciturn, his countenance dark and brooding. Rong Yan's inquiries were met with terse replies. After the meal, Xinyan insisted on escorting them home. Ran Xiaoyun promptly took her seat in the back, enthusiastically waving at Rong Yan. Although Rong Yan initially intended to decline, a glance at the route revealed they were merely 5 minutes away from Anqin home, since she would not be alone with Xinyan. She deemed the brief journey acceptable. She opened the door to the back seat, only for the vehicle to veer off, bypassing Anqin home and first delivering the farther Ran Xiaoyun, unaware of Rong Yan's residence. Xiaoyun failed to sense anything amiss. Upon disembarking, she requested Xinyan's WeChat, cheerfully bidding farewell to Rong Yan. Rong Yan hurried to follow suit, eager to exit, but the door was locked. The car resumed its journey. Xinyan gazed at Rong Yan through the rearview mirror, seizing the opportunity for solitude with her. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he fixed his gaze ahead and posed the question that had long troubled him, "Do you have a boyfriend?" When Xiang Yang mentioned it, she had conceded. Rong Yan calmly responded with a soft Chapter 73, "Do you dislike me?" The knuckles of Xinyan's grip on the steering wheel turned pale. Biting his lip, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. Who was he? Rong Yan had no desire to divulge, nor was there much to say. She replied coolly, Teacher Shin, even if you regard me as a sister, I am not obligated to share my personal matters with you. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. Rong Yan, unbuckled, nearly collided with the front seat. I shall ask you once more, who is he? Rong Yan suppressed her rising anger. You truly are a madman. She attempted to open the door to exit, however, it was locked, leaving her unable to escape. Is he the man who kissed you last time? Is it Rong Yuanzhou? His hand clenched the steering wheel, trembling as he almost spat the name through gritted teeth. Since that last encounter, he had sought an opportunity to probe Rong Yuanzhou, yet their lack of acquaintance and absence of contact information had stalled his efforts. Rong Yan found his demeanor utterly amusing. Time and again, he intruded upon her private life, shattering the boundaries that ought to remain intact. What was his motive? Had he become addicted to playing the brother? Rong Yan remained silent while he continued to inquire of her. What is the extent of your relationship? Hand-holding, embracing, kissing, have you shared a bed? The veins on his forehead throbbed as he struggled to maintain his gentlemanly composure, which crumbled at the mere thought of those words. No one could touch her. No one was permitted to touch her. Rong Yan wished to refrain from further discourse with him. She cut to the quick, stating plainly, regardless of whether he is Dr. Rong, at the very least, he does not look down upon my status as a child born out of wedlock. Teacher Shin, no matter how you ask, you cannot compare to him. With a resounding crack, Shin Yan's fist struck the car window once more. This time, the glass did not shatter. Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful there were no injuries to warrant a trip to the hospital. Yan, are you intent on opposing me? You were never like this before. You used to be so obediently in love with me, your eyes filled with only me. Why could she not revert to that state where her heart and gaze were solely for him, revolving around him, unwavering in her devotion, rather than now, speaking up for another man? Rong Yan chose silence, opting instead to close her eyes and remain mute. The vehicle finally arrived at the entrance of Anshin home. Rong Yan eagerly opened the door to exit, as if lingering for even a second would suffocate her. Shin Yan exited as well, holding 2 concert tickets, approaching her with suppressed frustration, offering one. You once mentioned wanting to attend a concert, but there was never time, and now. Rong Yan stared at the ticket in her hand, momentarily dazed. In her senior year, she had longed to attend a concert with him, having heard from her roommate that the atmosphere could foster romantic feelings, making confessions less likely to be rebuffed. She envisioned seizing the opportunity to profess her feelings during the concert. However, he had been too busy, and that busyness culminated in the night of their fallout. Now, the long-awaited concert ticket lay in her grasp, seemingly an attempt to make amends, yet she no longer possessed that youthful sentiment or the desire to confess. She returned the ticket to him. No, my boyfriend would be displeased. Shin Yan did not take it. He turned and walked away, his voice icy and resolute. Do not mention him in my presence. Until I acknowledge him, he is not your boyfriend. The car drove off. Rong Yan gazed at the ticket in her hand, feeling a twinge of irony. At that moment, a car behind her flashed its lights, that familiar Porsche. Rong Yan paused, a warmth spreading through her heart as she approached and opened the back door. What are you doing here? Though she inquired, she was well aware he had come to fetch her. Shi Jingyuan held a phone in one hand, the other rhythmically tapping as he regarded the concert ticket in her grasp, silent and contemplative. Upon returning to Tingyuan, Shi Jingyuan retreated to the study to conduct an international meeting while Rong Yan took a shower and then settled on the sofa with her laptop to draw comics. When Shi Jingyuan entered, he caught sight of the concert ticket on the table. This Friday night, tomorrow. Silently, he tightened his grip on the cup in his hand and gulped down a sizable amount of water. She had accepted the ticket, intending to accept Shin Yan's invitation to the concert. Was their relationship truly limited to that of neighbors and teacher-student? Shi Jingyuan admonished himself not to overthink. The last time he had inexplicably been angry with Rong Yuanzhou, only to discover he was her brother, had resulted in a significant misunderstanding. This time, her interaction with Shin Yan was merely a professional communication. As a career woman, it was entirely normal for her to have her own social circle. If there were anything between her and Shin Yan, why had they not been together during university? Yet if Shin Yan had no romantic interest, why would he invite her to the concert? Shi Jingyuan massaged his temples. The concert ticket before him was exceedingly bothersome. It belonged in the trash. He stormed off to the bathroom, and upon emerging, found Rong Yan nestled with a large teddy bear, sleepily gazing at him. I'm going to sleep now, good night. She was utterly exhausted. Shi Jingyuan reclined on the bed, fully aware of his fatigue yet unable to drift into slumber. He observed the small figure beside him. Pulling her into his embrace, Rong Yan stirred awake, mumbling incoherently. He looked at her side and posed a question he had asked before. Do you dislike me? It seemed he was somewhat apprehensive, fearing both her disdain and her affection. In this moment, he felt as though he held no place in her heart. Never mind, don't answer. Rong Yan, still drowsy, instinctively rolled over in search of her teddy bear. All right, President Shi Jingyuan. He longed to awaken this little creature and tease her mercilessly. The following morning, after breakfast, Rong Yan rushed to the kitchen. And Wang, could you prepare some yellow croaker for dinner, the one you made before? Aunt Wang smiled. Of course, sir said that Madam does not enjoy fish, so I haven't made it recently. If Madam likes it, I can have someone deliver it this afternoon. Rong Yan was taken aback. So it was Qi Jingyuan who had noticed. He had perceived her aversion to fish, despite the fact that his days at home were few and far between. On her way to the office, Rong Yan found herself hesitating to speak, but seeing Qi Jingyuan seemingly in a foul mood, she refrained from asking. At noon, she met Lin Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria. Finally having the time, she inquired about her situation with Xiang Yang. It's nothing much, just that time at Yunxi Valley, I accidentally got drunk, and something happened. Lin Xiaoxiao appeared somewhat embarrassed. Rong Yan understood at once. So that was why she hadn't returned that night. In. You aren't angry, are you? Xiang Yang initially wanted to pursue you. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed concerned about this, fearing Rong Yan might feel wronged. Chapter 74. Do not keep your distance. Rong Yan chuckled softly. She hadn't expected Lin Xiaoxiao to still be preoccupied with this. Yesterday, you looked so guilty. Were you truly worried about that? What else could it be? Well, Rong Yan pondered. I don't have feelings for Xiang Yang. I made that clear when we met at KTV, so you needn't feel burdened. Pursue your love without hesitation. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, but I heard from Teacher Shen that he seems a bit flirtatious. Having previously shared rooms with other women, I worry you might get hurt. Rong Yan's expression turned serious. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. I've heard that too, but we are all adults now. We must be responsible for our actions. I can take the consequences. Rong Yan nodded. After discussing her own matters, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled Xiang Yang's words. By the way, Xiang Yang mentioned you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Rong Yan was taken aback. Not knowing the relationship between Xiang Yang and Lin Xiaoxiao at the time, she had used that excuse. Now, how could she explain? She couldn't just conjure a person out of thin air. What, is it inconvenient to say? It wouldn't happen to be someone from the company, would it? Lin Xiaoxiao's expression turned inquisitive. Rong Yan felt a pang of guilt and lowered her head to eat. Actually, my relationship with him isn't very stable yet. I'm afraid of breaking up later, so I haven't told you. Lin Xiaoxiao, ever the gossip, pressed. Is it really not? Teacher Shin? During university, everyone knew about Rong Yan's close relationship with Shin Yan. Of course not. Just eat. The food is getting cold. Rong Yan was reluctant to continue this conversation. In the afternoon, she went to meet with the product department regarding data. Upon her return, she found Ran Xiaoyun fuming with anger. How shameless, truly shameless. Ran Xiaoyun dragged Rong Yan to the tea room. Do you know what Yang Jie did? Rong Yan shook her head. She actually went directly to find General Manager Wu and obtained the data we collected yesterday. General Manager Wu, the formidable Wu Wanyue from the market center. It appeared their relationship was indeed quite extraordinary. Ran Xiaoyun grew increasingly indignant. That data was painstakingly gathered by us, according to protocol. It should be reported to the responsible leader and filed with the product department. Yet, Yang Jia, lacking any sense of shame, not only failed to collect it herself but also shamelessly appropriated our hard work. What is most infuriating is that President Wu actually sent it to her. Yang Jia has effortlessly acquired all the materials, and their progress now rivals ours. Winning this competition will undoubtedly be more challenging. Seeing Ran Xiaoyun so incensed, Rong Yan couldn't help but chuckle. So how did you find out? I overheard it while passing by President Wu's office during my communication with the marketing department. Rong Yan nodded, realizing the situation. Why aren't you excited or angry about this? You won't just give up, will you? Yan, you must rally yourself. Rong Yan let out a laugh. With a mysterious expression, she leaned closer to Ran Xiaoyun and whispered. There's some juicy gossip. Do you want to come and see? Before long, it was time to clock out. After seeing Yang Jia leave the office, Ran Xiaoyun exchanged a glance with Rong Yan and eagerly followed her out. Rong Yan stretched lazily. With some work still unfinished, she headed to the restroom, intending to return and continue. Just as she exited, Qi Jingyuan appeared. He had been in a meeting on the 6th floor with Wen Yusheng and, after it concluded, had deliberately sought an excuse to detour from the operations management department, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone inside. In the office, there was no sign of Rong Yan. Yao Yuan happened to come out just then. Approaching him with decorum, having guessed the boss's intention but not addressing it directly, President Qi, are you looking for someone? Qi Jingyuan's expression was somewhat awkward. Have all the employees left? The absence of anyone at their workstations strongly suggested that they had. Yes, it seems she had something to attend to today. Shall I give her a call? No need. Qi Jingyuan's demeanor turned icy. She must have gone to the concert after all. Did she genuinely want to attend the concert? Or was there someone she wanted to see? Sensing the unusual atmosphere emanating from the boss, Gao Yuan fell silent. It wasn't until Qi Jingyuan walked away that he exhaled deeply, surprised that the esteemed President Qi not only took his work seriously but also showed such concern for his distant niece. Even personally inquiring about her whereabouts. Upon returning to the office, Gao Yuan shut down his computer and left for the day. Meanwhile, Rong Yan returned to the office to continue organizing materials. After a while, feeling hungry, she packed her things and left for the day. Upon arriving home at Tingyuan, she instantly sensed that something was amiss. Madam, why are you back? What, am I not supposed to return? Rong Yan was taken aback by Su Guanzhe's question. Su Guanjia shook his head repeatedly, explaining, "No, sir," came back in quite the foul mood and smashed things in the study. We were about to prepare dinner, but he stopped us, saying you wouldn't be back to eat. Ah, where did he get such absurd information? I never said I wouldn't be back for dinner. Rong Yan set down her things and quietly ascended the stairs, with Su Guanjia following closely behind. Concerned, the study door was ajar, and the room was in disarray, having been thoroughly ransacked. It seemed he was indeed quite furious. Had he quarreled with Shin Mingzhu? Rong Yan hesitated for a moment before sighing and pushing the door open. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of smoke, and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Suddenly Rong Yan recalled that she hadn't seen him smoke in front of her for some time. She had assumed he had quit, only to realize now that he had been deliberately avoiding doing so around her. Cautiously, she stepped inside and tentatively spoke, "President Qi, are you feeling unwell?" Qi Jingyuan's back stiffened abruptly. He struggled to turn his head, seemingly incredulous. Why are you back?" Rong Yan found this question utterly perplexing, echoing Su Guanjia's words. What was wrong with her returning? She had completed her work and come back for dinner. What was the issue with that? Now it was Qi Jingyuan's turn to be stunned. She had been working at the company all this time, so she hadn't gone to the concert. She hadn't. Suddenly, he grasped this critical point. And his previously crumbling emotions began to settle, gradually transforming into a sense of clarity. So she hadn't gone, that was good. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips, as if the clouds that had been looming over him all day had evaporated. He stood up and pulled her tightly into his embrace. Rong Yan was taken aback by the sudden embrace, feeling somewhat awkward and shy, yet there was also a sense of reassurance in his scent. "In the future, don't stay so far away from me," he said gravely, his voice laden with unexplainable emotion. Am I far away? We work in the same building during the day and sleep in the same bed at night. This distance can hardly be considered far. Rong Yan did not respond, and his grip tightened further. "Promise me." Chapter 75. Just a hug. I promise. I promise. She thought it futile for a mere junior employee to quibble about such things. The happiness of her boss was paramount. When he was happy, work would be enjoyable. Qi Jingyuan was once again filled with delight. Naturally, he took her hand and led her downstairs for dinner. Rong Yan felt that holding hands seemed overly natural, making her uncomfortable. She wanted to pull away but didn't dare to. Never mind, the happiness of her boss was the most important thing. They could hold hands. After all, they had already crossed that boundary. Seeing the man who had once seemed so fierce transformed into a docile lion, Su Guanjia couldn't help but marvel at the truth of nature's balance. Soon, Wang Ma had prepared the meal. With a good mood, Qi Jingyuan kept serving Rong Yan, watching as she diligently consumed the dishes he had selected for her. What was this? Why did watching her eat the food he had picked for her bring him such satisfaction? His expectations had truly lowered. A plate of yellow croaker appeared on the table, and seeing how much his boss had served her, Rong Yan reciprocated by placing 2 pieces of fish on his plate. After finishing dinner, she turned and headed to the living room. What was going on? She couldn't stand the smell of fish. Hadn't she said not to cook fish? Why was it back on the table? Qi Jingyuan glanced at the fish with a slight frown. "It was madam who requested it. What's the matter? Didn't madam eat?" Qi Jingyuan shook his head. "Not a single bite." So why had she asked Wang Ma to prepare fish? Suddenly his gaze fell upon the fish she had placed on his plate, and he paused before leaning back in his chair with a smile. "Little one, has she discovered that I love fish?" So she hadn't requested it for herself but rather for him. A sense of fulfillment overwhelmed him, filling his heart with warmth. So this was what it felt like to be valued and cared for. It was wonderful, exquisite, so much so that he wanted to cherish it, to keep it to himself, wishing to have her by his side for a lifetime. Silently, Qi Jingyuan picked up his chopsticks, treating the fish as if it were a precious treasure. Savoring every bite with deliberate slowness. Upstairs, Rong Yan was engrossed in reviewing materials in the small study. Qi Jingyuan closed the door behind him and embraced her from behind. "Come on, let us go take a shower." He shut down her computer. Rong Yan's face flushed as she pushed him away. "But I still have materials to review tonight. We must balance work and rest. Tonight, the boss will personally help you unwind." "How does that sound?" His voice was magnetic, gradually coaxing her. Rong Yan felt increasingly flustered. How shameless! What kind of boss relaxes with their employee by sleeping with them? This was simply outrageous. "I have something even more shameless in mind. Would you like to know?" He lifted her up. Rong Yan quickly pressed down on his hand. "Stop it, I really have to look at the materials. I'm not very familiar with the new product. And if I don't look at it, I won't make the deadline. Please me, and I'll tell you everything you need to know about the materials." Rong Yan, was this person out of his mind? Why was he suddenly so clingy? Never mind, she thought. A form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Namo Amitpa, all emotions are but illusions, the 4 elements are empty. Seizing the moment when Qi Jingyuan was unprepared, Rong Yan broke free from his embrace and dashed away. "Tonight I really have materials to review. How about you take a cold shower instead, or we can sleep in separate beds tonight?" She looked at him with flushed cheeks, appearing pitiful. Qi Jingyuan sighed inwardly. Helpless, she was still pregnant. Fine, he would let her off this time. With another sigh, he turned and pulled her back into his arms, his tone softening with a hint of vulnerability. "Just a hug, just a hug." Unable to obtain more, a simple embrace would suffice to satiate his longing. The weekend finally arrived. After returning home last night, Rong Yan spent a long time studying materials. She was exhausted and had intended to sleep until noon, but ended up waking around 10. Going downstairs for a meal, she found Qi Jingyuan in the living room, beside him a laptop and a stack of reports, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the phone. How unusual, he was home on the weekend. For lunch, Wang Ma had made mushroom stewed chicken, braised chicken wings, pan-seared lamb chops, stir-fried vegetables, and several other dishes. Rong Yan glanced at the table, noting that aside from being healthy for pregnant women, all the dishes were her favorites. It seemed Qi Jingyuan was growing increasingly considerate of her. A piece of lamb chop landed on her plate, and after instinctively serving her, Qi Jingyuan quietly began to eat. After finishing dinner, Rong Yan nestled on the sofa, replying to messages from Ran Xiaoyun. Ran Xiaoyun, wow, so explosive. Yesterday, I followed your advice and went to the 10th floor with Yang Jia. She and President Wu were actually getting cozy in the office. Rong Yan, did you record it? Ran Xiaoyun, I did, it was fiery and intense. Rong Yan, they didn't notice you, did they? Ran Xiaoyun, no, I've hidden it quite well. You are truly astute to have detected their treachery with this video. Yang Jia is bound to lose this time. Rong Yan responded with an expression of understanding. In truth, she had no intention of using this evidence against Yang Jia. Provided that Yang Jia engaged in fair competition, however, should she resort to unscrupulous tactics against her, this video would serve as her trump card, and she would not hesitate to wield it if necessary. After their meal, Rong Yan set aside her computer. Returning to her data analysis, Qi Jingyuan appeared rather relaxed. After attending a meeting in the afternoon, he had been engrossed in analyzing data on his tablet, occasionally answering a couple of phone calls. Subsequently, he settled beside her, stealing glances in her direction from time to time. By chance, he noticed a segment on her screen regarding a PK, performance competition, and frowned slightly. She participated in a PK. He retrieved his phone and messaged Gao Yuan, quickly learning the full context behind her involvement in the competition. No wonder she had been so busy lately, clinging to her computer over the weekend. She was preparing materials for the PK. She had never mentioned it to him, perhaps out of a desire to succeed on her own merits. Qi Jingyuan pondered as he toyed with his phone. At that moment, Rong Yan lifted her gaze from her work and posed a question to her superior. Mr. Qi, what advantages do you believe our new product possesses? Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Jingyuan replied, firstly, we possess comprehensive intellectual property rights, whether it be chips or smart technology, all are developed and produced in-house, thereby maximizing convenience for our intelligent products and minimizing operational costs. Chapter 76, Is a colleague more important than me? Secondly, our developed smart products are versatile, covering nearly every aspect of daily life. Lastly, the raw materials we procure for production are acquired at the lowest possible cost, achieving minimal expenses and offering remarkable competitiveness. Rong Yan listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. She gazed at the data on the PPT, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to say that. Qi Jingyuan set down his cup and leaned closer. What is it? His handsome face was mere inches away, causing Rong Yan's heart to skip a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. I believe that a qualified product must meet consumer needs, that is its greatest advantage. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback. Intellectual property, functionality, and cost were undoubtedly significant, yet they stemmed from the perspective of a businessman. Ultimately, whether a product meets consumer demand, how the market responds, its ease of use, and whether it genuinely brings convenience to consumers are the matters we should contemplate. If a product is not designed with the customer in mind, then what value does it hold for them? Can it truly withstand the test of the market? Qi Jingyuan's gaze intensified, as if he had been moved. Continue. Rong Yan sifted through the data in her hands. Currently, our research and development of new products yields excellent data from various angles, verging on perfection. However, it is notably lacking in market feedback. Why is that? Is it because I have not accessed this portion of data, or has this aspect been overlooked from the beginning? Qi Jingyuan observed her quietly, his eyes reflecting admiration and astonishment. You understand product knowledge? Rong Yan shook her head. Not really, but I have always believed that a product praised by users is genuinely a good one. What we desire is not a perfect product, but one that holds the largest market share. Qi Jingyuan raised his hand slightly and sent a text message. Moments later, an email arrived in Rong Yan's inbox. Here is the market data from our research team. I have always harbored doubts about this data. Would you like to help me verify it? Rong Yan's eyes sparkled. The market data. Now that is truly intriguing. Received. I guarantee I will complete the task. Clutching her computer, Rong Yan continued to immerse herself in the dense sea of data. Qi Jingyuan sipped his coffee, a silent smile gracing his lips. So this is how she works, serious, focused, engrossed, even amidst such tedious data. She could pinpoint the essentials, drawing conclusions with precision. It must be said that she possesses a certain talent for data analysis. That evening, after completing her evening routine, Rong Yan once again immersed herself in the data. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired of the person beside her, did we previously develop a model to simulate the actual effects of product development? Yes, the model is in my office, would you like to see it tomorrow? Of course. As she reviewed the data, she contemplated that if there were a model capable of yielding the final results based on the output data, it could resolve many issues. On Monday, Rongyan feigned a meeting to discreetly evade everyone and slipped up to the 16th floor. Just as she exited the elevator, she collided with a cleaner coming towards her. The cleaner, carrying a bucket, accidentally splashed water onto Rongyan's skirt. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, please forgive me, Su Jing exclaimed. Her head down, repeatedly apologizing, Rongyan was taken aback. Su Jing looked up, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in the sight of the bright-eyed, rosy-cheeked Rongyan clutching her computer. You work at Shengshi? Su Jing was utterly astonished. She never expected that the very Rongyan who had caused her dismissal from Tianweishan would also be at Shengshi. Are you working too? Su Jing, dressed in cleaning attire, wielding a mop and carrying a bucket, seemed to have adopted a new approach to getting close to Qi Jingyuan. She was reluctant to answer Rongyan's question. Apathetically mopping the spilled water while avoiding eye contact, though resentment and bitterness were evident on her face, after a moment of silence, Rongyan turned and headed for the president's office. What happened? Qi Jingyuan frowned at her drenched skirt. Rongyan explained the incident with the cleaner. Qi Jingyuan promptly took out his phone and made a call. Shortly afterward, an identical skirt was delivered to the president's office. Rongyan felt a twinge of gratitude. Qi Jingyuan had actually purchased an identical skirt rather than opting for some random alternative. Had she returned to her workstation in a different skirt, the ensuing rumors would have been far more than mere whispers. There is a lounge inside. You can change there. A small door across from the bookshelf led to a room furnished simply, presumably a space Qi Jingyuan used for occasional rest. A painting adorned the wall, seemingly depicting Qi Jingyuan in a whimsical style, vibrant and animated, as though crafted by a cheerful and innocent soul. The signature on the painting was somewhat unclear, but it appeared to be two overlapping characters. Once she had changed into the new skirt, Rongyan proceeded to test the model. She entered several sets of data to observe the model's final results, meticulously recording each outcome, after dedicating 2 whole hours to the simulations. She finally completed the task. Such a tedious endeavor, and yet you managed to engage with it for so long. Qi Jingyuan observed her from the sofa, noting her extraordinary passion for her work. However, the diligence she exhibited rendered her even more captivating. Feeling somewhat bashful, Rongyan said, I should head down now, my colleagues are waiting for me to have dinner. Qi Jingyuan reached out, pulling her into an embrace. His voice soft, you came up to accompany me. Are your colleagues truly more important than I? His words bore an almost childlike quality. Rongyan felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. And just then, the doorbell rang. And the next moment, Shen Mingzhu entered the office. Qi Jingyuan quickly withdrew his hand, while Rongyan frantically pretended to fix her hair. You too? Shen Mingzhu paused, clearly taken aback by the slightly ambiguous interaction she had just witnessed. Uncle and niece, could it be so? Why didn't you knock before entering? Qi Jingyuan asked, his brow slightly furrowed, his demeanor somewhat awkward. He seemed unfazed, but Rongyan felt her face heat up. I rang the doorbell. It's been like this before, hasn't it? Ringing the bell means I can come in, or should we now seek permission first? As she spoke, Shen Mingzhu shot another glance at Rongyan, who instinctively averted her gaze. That's unnecessary, just leave the lunchbox and head back. A lunchbox had been delivered from home, handed over by Su Cheng to the personnel in the president's office, and Shen Mingzhu had come to deliver it. As she turned to leave, Qi Jingyuan approached the table, methodically opening each container and arranging the meal. Rongyan felt a bit awkward, uncertain whether the earlier incident would lead Shen Mingzhu to misunderstand their relationship. If she did misconstrue it, Qi Jingyuan would have to soothe his beloved once more. Chapter 77. What, do you think you deserve it? How would Qi Jingyuan comfort his beloved? Contemplating this question, Rongyan suddenly froze. A sense of unease settling in her heart. After their meal, as Rongyan prepared to head downstairs, Qi Jingyuan observed her silhouette and suddenly spoke, raising an eyebrow. There is still half an hour before the afternoon shift. How about we take a nap together, huh, on that bed of yours? No, that is entirely unnecessary. Rongyan's face blanched, shaking her head vigorously and hastily opening the office door, eager to escape this den of temptation. At the moment the door swung open, Qi Jingyuan's laughter echoed behind her. Shen Mingzhu stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned. Yuan, can you truly smile so joyfully, and is it all because of this distant niece? This distant niece is far more special than I had imagined. Before the end of Wednesday's workday, Rongyan submitted the new product report and sent it in advance to the 3 judges' inboxes. The judges for this PK competition included Wu Wenyue from the Market Center, Xiao Yuan from Management, and Wang Fei from the Product Department, with a copy also sent to Ran Xiaoyun upon receiving the email. Ran Xiaoyun nearly fainted in fury. Wu Zong is Yang Jie's backer. By revealing your trump card early, you are merely giving the enemy an opportunity. As soon as the message was sent, Yang Jie, on the other side, grabbed her computer and left the office, seemingly heading to Wu Wenyue's office. Rongyan chuckled. Oh dear, I didn't mean to, I wasn't thinking that far. Ran Xiaoyun was fuming with rage. By the way, Wang Fei from the branding department, you must be quite familiar with him, right? What is he like? Rong Yan asked while munching on some cookies, feeling a bit peckish. Wang Fei is Yang Jie's husband. Didn't you know? No one told her. How could she possibly know? Only someone as naturally gossip-loving as Ran Xiaoyun would be privy to such information. This was disastrous. Ran Xiaoyun felt utterly deflated. Wang Fei was Yang Jie's husband. Wu Wenyue had a close relationship with Yang Jie. Two of the three judges leaned towards Yang Jie, and the report had already been leaked. How could they possibly navigate this situation? When Rong Yin finished work, she saw Yang Jie frantically working overtime at her desk, observing her diligence. Rong Yin smirked. The fish is already hooked. That evening Rong Yuanzhou had invited her out for dinner. He had been trying to arrange this for a week, but Rong Yan had been swamped with work and had to decline. Tonight, however, she finally had some free time. They dined on hot pot. Rong Yan actually preferred spicy food, but due to her sensitive stomach, she hadn't had it in a long while, and now that she was pregnant, she had even less. It had been ages since she last enjoyed hot pot, and it nearly brought her to tears. Rong Yuanzhou watched her devour her meal with a bemused smile. Dr. Rong, what a coincidence, we ran into Xinyan while dining. Xinyan's gaze was heavy with scrutiny and hostility as he fixed his eyes upon Rong Yuanzhou. Accompanying Xinyan was another individual, Rong Yuanqi. Upon spotting Rong Yuanqi, Rong Yuanzhou sprang to his feet like a cat spotting a mouse. Qi, I'm just inviting Ayan to dinner to make amends. Please don't think too much of it. Xinyan paused, glancing between Rong Yuanzhou and Rong Yuanqi, seemingly understanding. She is your sister, Rong Yuanzhou retorted. Professor Shin, the Shin teacher my sister often speaks of. Wouldn't he that be you? Rong Yuanqi was also studying at a university. She was in her senior year and had yet to graduate, taking a course that happened to be taught by Xinyan. Among so many students, only Rong Yuanqi had left a lasting impression on Xinyan. He presumed it was because of her surname, as she bore a slight resemblance to Ayan. Thus, they often interacted after class and occasionally dined together. Rong Yuanqi looked at her brother, her lips pressed tightly together and her expression grim. Though she refrained from exploding like last time. With Xinyan present, she had to consider her image. If she lost her temper now, what if Xinyan deemed her to be unruly and ignored her? Brother, it's nothing to have dinner with friends. Just give me a heads up next time. I'm not as petty as you think. Hearing this, Rong Yuanzhou was deeply moved and embraced his sister. His sister had finally grown up. Alright, I'll definitely let you know next time. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks, watching the intimate sibling exchange. Her previously hearty appetite for hot pot suddenly evaporated. Ayan, could you step outside for a moment? Xinyan said sternly, disregarding Rong Yan's protests as he tugged her arm, leading her to a quiet corner. Why didn't you come to the concert? He had sat there alone, waiting until the concert concluded, feeling a profound sense of loneliness amidst the ebb and flow of the music. He had messaged her, but aside from work, she hardly replied. Xinyan had never felt so despondent. He began to wonder if he had truly made a mistake 2 years ago by saying those things, by letting her hear it. By telling her to leave, she had departed so decisively, and he was left bereft. Now, she had even started dating someone else. I told you, my boyfriend will be upset that night. She had already rejected him face to face. It was he who had been stubborn. Hearing the words my boyfriend ignited the fury within Xinyan, and he couldn't contain his temper. I told you, don't mention him. You cannot date without my permission. Do you understand? His voice rose, immediately drawing the attention of Rong Yuanzhou nearby. Rong Yuanzhou approached, standing protectively in front of Rong Yan, calmly addressing Xinyan. Professor Shin, please speak respectfully and do not raise your voice at her. Oh, so you're rushing to defend your girlfriend now? Xinyan scoffed, grabbing Rong Yuanzhou by the collar, the veins on his forehead bulging. What are you? Do you think you deserve to stand in front of her? Rong Yuanzhou retorted coldly, and you think you do? By what right do you question me here? Are you Ayan's teacher, her brother, or something else? As a doctor, Rong Yuanzhou had encountered all sorts of people, but he had never truly seen through Xinyan. Their lack of deep interaction was one aspect, Xinyan's intricate thoughts were another. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. No matter your position, you cannot treat her harshly. She is not a tool for you to summon or dismiss at will. She is a person with feelings, understand? Xinyan gradually released his grip. He felt a twinge of regret. I apologize for losing my composure. Rong Yuanzhou calmly adjusted his collar, his expression indifferent. It's alright, just a minor issue. You treat Ayan so well, are you determined to care for her for a lifetime? Xinyan finally posed the question he had long wanted to ask. Was Rong Yuanzhou's interest in Ayan a fleeting whim, or was it with the intention of a lifelong commitment? Observing Rong Yuanzhou's attire and demeanor, he surmised that his family must be affluent or of some standing, as families of such stature often prioritized lineage and background. He doubted Rong Yuanzhou could accept his uncertain family history, let alone gain his family's approval. Chapter 78. Because she sleeps beside me. Rong Yuanzhou found Xinyan's question rather peculiar. He had no familial ties to Ayan. Why would he need to make such a commitment to care for her for a lifetime? However, from a friend's perspective, providing care for a lifetime among friends was certainly acceptable. Is it really such a difficult thing to care for her for a lifetime? Rong Yuanzhou countered. Xinyan clenched his fists. His complexion paling. He let out a bitter laugh, saying nothing more, and turned toward the exit. Teacher Shin. Rong Yuanqi gritted her teeth, first glancing at Rong Yuanzhou and then at Rong Yan before chasing after Xin Yan. This woman, Yan, was truly despicable. Not only had she seduced their father, but she had also provoked Xin Yan to anger on her behalf, with even her brother, who had always favored her, standing in front of her. Saying something about a lifetime. No one could take away her loved ones, and certainly no one could take away her Xin Yan. Just wait and see, she would make her pay out. Yan, I'm worried about Achi. I'll take my leave now. We'll talk another day. He was somewhat anxious, but didn't he know what else to say? It seemed he was always telling her next time. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Go ahead, I can take a taxi back. Are you sure you can manage? Rong Yuanzhou hesitated. I may be pregnant, but I'm not disabled. I can certainly manage a taxi. You should go after your sister. I'll be fine. Rong Yan was so considerate it tugged at his heartstrings. Finally Rong Yuanzhou stopped hesitating and hurried after Rong Yuanqi. Rong Yan watched his retreating figure, silently returning to the dining table to continue eating hot pot. Just a moment ago, he had promised to care for her for a lifetime, and now he was off chasing someone else. She smiled and took a bite of the food. This hot pot was indeed spicy. It nearly brought tears to her eyes. By the time Rong Yan returned home, it was rather late. She opened her phone to find no calls, only a message from Rong Yuanzhou. Have you made it home? Rong Yan replied, Rong Yuanzhou, sorry, I was mainly worried about Achi. She is young and impulsive, unlike you who is so sensible. Rong Yan contemplated how to respond to that message. Being sensible was an original sin. The child who cries gets the candy. Her being so sensible meant she didn't require concern. This line of thinking seemed somewhat valid. Rong Yan chuckled, tossing her phone onto the bedroom desk before heading off to wash up. Upon her return, she saw another message from Rong Yuanzhou. Is Xin Yan really not your husband? Rong Yan laughed softly. He really isn't. That's good to know. The atmosphere between them was indeed peculiar. And his questions were equally strange. The situation from earlier still left him somewhat uncertain. After a moment of silence, Rong Yuanzhou sent another message. Then, what about Qi Jingyuan? This question was originally meant to be asked in person that evening. Rong Yuanqi's departure and Xin Yan's outburst had disrupted his plans. Rong Yan hesitated, unsure how to answer. She didn't want to lie to her brother, but he was also part of this circle. If the news got out, it could negatively impact Qi Jingyuan. That if you want to tell him, it's fine. Qi Jingyuan, sitting nearby, glanced at her phone screen and interjected gently. After all, he didn't wish to offend his future brother-in-law. Is it really okay? Rong Yan still felt a bit hesitant. Being open about it wouldn't harm her, but her considerations had always revolved around Qi Jingyuan. Qi Jingyuan smirked and took the phone from her. Pressing the voice call button. In, why did you call me? Are you feeling unwell? Qi Jingyuan spoke softly. No, she is perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Rong Yuanzhou was taken aback. He glanced at the phone. Confirming he hadn't dialed the wrong number, and cautiously asked, Qi Jingyuan, how do you have In's number? Because she sleeps beside me. Rong Yan. Had Qi Jingyuan lost his mind? What a shocking revelation. How was she ever going to face anyone again? However, his next statement was even more explosive. The scumbag you previously condemned, the animal in the lower half, the irresponsible dogman. Yes, that's me. Rong Yuanzhou was utterly flabbergasted. What has he just heard? Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yan, they actually. Initially, he merely harbored some doubts. One was a friend, and the other, someone he cared for deeply. The thought that they were concealing something from him left him feeling discontent. Yet, he never imagined that they would share such a relationship. It was utterly preposterous. Surely, you cannot be suggesting that your secret spouse is Yan and that the child in her womb is yours? Rong Yuanzhou could hardly believe it and felt compelled to resist further. Qi Jingyuan smirked. Indeed, you have answered correctly. Rong Yuanzhou, truly, being struck by lightning could not evoke such shock. He was rendered nearly speechless. What on earth have these two been up to? Now, he was rather curious about how Mingzhu would react upon learning this news. If he was thunderstruck, then Shen Mingzhu would undoubtedly be even more so. Everything seemed to take on a newfound interest. This matter must be kept confidential. Understand? Qi Jingyuan admonished. Rong Yuanzhou quickly nodded. Understood. Do you not trust me? After years of camaraderie, Qi Jingyuan naturally understood his character. Keeping a secret would pose no challenge for him, which was why he felt so at ease divulging it. However, why did you suddenly choose to show such kindness and reveal this to me? You had been so secretive before. Yan did not wish to deceive you. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, feeling a sense of comfort. Yan's desire for honesty in revealing the truth to him showed her trust. Qi Jingyuan indeed indulged her and agreed. Given your cooperation, the land belonging to the Rong family will be returned to you. Qi Jingyuan appeared quite pleased. Rong Yuanzhou, spare me the display of affection here. What is having a wife such a monumental achievement that you dare to halt even my family's land? Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, who told you to bully her? Should you dare to bully her again, I shall impose another halt. Rong Yuanzhou, Qi Jingyuan, how have you become such a scoundrel? Is this truly the same Qi Jingyuan he has known for decades, the one who was always composed, profound, and too lethargic to engage in trivial talk, someone justly declared, "It is a lesson from my wife, Rong Yuanzhou. Ah, this damn dog food, it infuriated him to no end. Truly, it was enough to drive him mad." Being fed such nonsense in the dead of night, no, he could not endure it any longer. This call must end immediately. The next second, the call was terminated. Qi Jingyuan gazed at his phone screen and could not help but exclaim, "My dear wife. It seems your brother-in-law's self-control is rather lacking." Rong Yan's ears flushed crimson as she covered her burning face with her hand. "Oh dear, how bothersome. I am going to sleep now." Chapter 79, Rong Yan digs a pit for Yang Jia. Wife and brother-in-law, calling so naturally, Rong Yuanzhou was right. It seemed Qi Jingyuan was becoming increasingly shameless. There appeared to be considerable change in daughter, perhaps, beneath that aloof and noble exterior lay the true Qi Jingyuan? Very well, time for sleep." Qi Jingyuan quickly set down his phone, turned off the lights, leaving only the small light at the foot of the bed, and turned to embrace her, drifting into slumber. Finally, Friday arrived. As they set off for the company in the morning, Qi Jingyuan asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with today?" Rong Yan looked at the documents in her hands and shook her head. It seems the little one is still determined to face the fire alone. Although he trusted her capabilities, he could not help but worry about her potential losses. The PK would take place in the 8th floor conference room. When Rong Yan entered, 2 out of the 3 judges had arrived, and Yang Jia was also there, seated between Wang Fei and Wu Wenyue. She and Wang Fei were whispering to each other while Wu Wenyue, seated beside them, had removed his shoes and was playfully teasing Yang Jia's calf with his foot, causing her ears to redden. "Rong Yan, how bold they are, engaging in such antics before her husband." Unafraid of being caught in the act, soon, all participants had gathered. In addition to the 3 judges, Yang Jia, Wu Tong, Rong Yan, and Ran Xiaoyun, an HR representative was present as a witness, along with 3 colleagues from various departments observing. As this was a public PK, they were permitted to attend outside the conference room. Qi Jingyuan sat composed in a partition area, separated from the conference room by a layer of glass, allowing him to observe every action inside while remaining unseen. Originally, this conference room was designated for special circumstances. He had notified Gao Yuan in advance and selected this location. The PK process was quite simple, drawing lots, with the winner reporting first. The 3 judges would then score based on the presentation. Using a 10-point system, that said, Wu Wenyue held the highest rank and his opinion would undoubtedly carry significant weight, making his vote vital. In the draw, Yang Jia emerged victorious and took the stage first. She cast a provocative glance at Rong Yan, confidently standing at the podium. "Esteemed leaders, our new product possesses significant competitive advantages. Based on the current data, I will analyze the following aspects to provide you with decision-making insights regarding product development." Yang Jia spoke eloquently. Ran Xiaoyun, however, widened her eyes in shock. "These contents, these conclusions, were not they the very ones on your PPT? How shameless! Not only the conclusions but many data points, the analytical logic and thought processes mirrored those mentioned by Rong Yan." Merely rephrased by Yang Jia. A change of presentation but not of substance. Should she be judged for plagiarism, she would have room for defense. Ran Xiaoyun was infuriated. While the workplace often relied on one's own means, Yang Jia's indirect plagiarism was undeniably despicable. Rong Yan remained silent, calmly taking notes when necessary. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly astonished. She could not comprehend Rong Yan's mindset. Her materials had been plagiarized, yet she maintained such composure. Truly, she was worthy of being President Xi's niece, capable of enduring such a situation. Before long, Yang Jia concluded her presentation, and applause erupted around her. Yang Jia's content was undeniably impressive, covering all aspects, and the judges appeared satisfied. It seemed Rong Yan's chance of a comeback was slim. Ultimately, Wang Fei awarded 9 points, Wu Wenyue also gave 9, while Gao Yuan, only 5. Ran Xiaoyun silently admired Gao Yuan. His perspective was commendable, granting a mere 5 points to the plagiarist. How principled! Yang Jia stepped down from the podium, still brimming with confidence. With a total score of 23, it was somewhat low, yet more than sufficient to defeat Rong Yan. Today, she would ensure that Rong Yan suffered a complete defeat. Humiliated and cast down from the position of deputy manager, Rong Yan rose, clutching her laptop, and took the stage. "Esteemed leaders, today, I shall present something fresh." As she clicked through her presentation remote, the projected PPT instantly transformed, displaying several large characters. "Client, please share your true feelings. A qualified product is determined by the clients. What feedback does the market have regarding the new product from Shangshur? Previously, we conducted a superficial analysis, but let us delve deeper into the data." Rong Yan continued to flip through the slides below. Yang Jia, Wu Wenyue, Gao Yuan, and Ran Xiaoyun's expression shifted in unison. This is not the report sent via email. Not only the content but the style, logic, and data were entirely different. There was not a single point of similarity. Rong Yan had prepared 2 versions of the report. If she had prepared 2 versions, why release the first one in advance? What was her intention? Could it be that she deliberately leaked the earlier version to Wu Wenyue and Yang Jia? Did she intend to ensnare them? Ran Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with understanding. She suddenly grasped Rong Yan's strategy. This was a clever trap, inviting them into a pit of their own making. She was aware of the extraordinary relationship between Yang Jie and Wu Wanyue but did not exploit it as leverage. Instead, she skillfully utilized this relationship to communicate the information she wanted the other party to know through this method. The foundational data and the previous report were all mere distractions, in an instant. Ran Xiaoyun looked at Rong Yan with admiration. Truly, she was the niece of President Qi. Her intellect, calm demeanor, and quick wits were simply remarkable. Yang Jie also sensed that something was amiss. The data mentioned in Rong Yan's materials encompassed two aspects: the market research data analyzed in this report and the foundational data previously sent via email. However, Yang Jie did not possess the market research data, while the foundational data sent earlier was entirely different from the content presented in Rong Yan's current report. Moreover, Rong Yan's data was more comprehensive and accurate. Complete with sources and corroborations, this indicated that the data in Rong Yan's current report was far more authentic. Why was this the case? Gradually, Yang Jie's expression darkened, her chest heaving with agitation. The two sets of data being entirely different suggested that the initial data Rong Yan released was fundamentally flawed. She had dug a pit for her, because of her relationship with Wu Wanyue. Yang Jie had sought a shortcut, attempting to obtain Rong Yan's ready-made data directly from Wu Wanyue, thus saving effort while also aiming to undermine Rong Yan, having neglected to conduct foundational work. She was oblivious to the accuracy of the materials and had foolishly fallen into the trap. In contrast, Rong Yan's data was the result of her own diligent effort. She had invested considerable time verifying, simulating, and gathering genuine feedback from the front lines. She treaded each step with steadfast determination, grounded and ruthless. Yang Jie's pale face glistened with beads of sweat. It was evident she was flustered. How did Rong Yan come to realize that she could ensnare her using data and reports? Was it because she knew of her relationship with Wu Wanyue? Chapter 80, Premarital Pregnancy. No, wait, she also shared the materials with Wang Fei. Wang Fei was her husband, although few in the company were aware of this relationship. Perhaps she had precisely understood this connection, leading her to set the trap. Yang Jie was momentarily filled with uncertainty. Wu Wanyue scrutinized Rong Yan's report, examining the unfamiliar yet incisive data, his brows furrowed in thought. Evidently, he has also come to realize that he has been deceived. Thus, if he rates Rong Yan too lowly, causing her to lose face today, would she, in a fit of desperation, reveal the truth about his relationship with Yang Jie? If that were to happen, it would indeed spell trouble. At that point, he could only shift the blame onto Yang Jie, claiming that she had seduced him. Outside the conference room, Qi Jingyuan observed the girl on stage. His expression a mixture of gloom and satisfaction. She did not disappoint him, presenting a report that could only be deemed flawless, providing him with the most authentic market data, effectively compensating for the weakest link of the new product. Her confident, calm, and composed demeanor as she spoke was nothing short of radiant. A glimmer flickered in Qi Jingyuan's eyes as something in his heart surged, yearning to emerge. Soon, Rong Yan concluded her presentation, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. She slowly closed her laptop and smiled. Given that this competition pertains to the careers of two individuals, I recorded my presentation in advance for contingencies. Now, I kindly ask the judges to provide their scores. Gao Yuan chuckled. The young lady was indeed cunning. The original material she had leaked beforehand contained numerous issues that Yang Jie had used without verification. This was the most significant flaw in Yang Jie's report. By recording her presentation, if any of the judges dared to show favoritism, that recording would serve as evidence, ready to turn the tables on them. How remarkable, she was truly a gem in the workplace. He had thought she would lose, yet she had skillfully laid traps without revealing her intentions. Steadfast and unflappable, she was truly worthy of being the niece of General Manager Chi. This remark. Yang Jie and Wu Wenyue's expressions shifted. First, Wang Fei, unaware of the details, had initially intended to show bias towards his wife, but Rong Yan's report was sharp and genuine. If these conclusions were applied to the research and development, they would indeed bring significant benefits to the new product project. The value of this report far outweighed that of Yang Jie's. Wang Fei paused for a moment, ultimately awarding a score of 9. Yao Yuan hesitated not at all, giving a perfect 10.9 points for the report, and an extra point for the entertainment value. Wu Wenyue maintained a stoic expression. After a moment, he raised his gaze and smiled. Very good, excellent. I did not expect that Manager Gao would have such talent under his wing. However, this set of data differs greatly from the one I received earlier. I would like to know. Why is that? Rong Yan replied unhurriedly. Mr. Wu, the data you possess is incorrect. How do you know it is incorrect? Rong Yan did not take the bait. You should inquire with your team, after all. They provided the primary data. Wu Wenyue leaned back. Very well, I would like to invite Miss Rong to my office after the meeting, so we can have a thorough discussion about the data. His gaze held a hint of ambiguity. This woman was indeed more intriguing than Yang Jie. Ultimately, he scored her a 9. Yang Jie faced a crushing defeat. In the audience, Ran Xiaoyun was beaming with delight. Yang Jie, pale-faced and silent, felt that a pay cut was trivial compared to losing face. More regrettably, she had failed to undermine Rong Yan, and her own initiated competition had resulted in a dismal defeat, leaving her uncertain of her future standing. Rong Yan, you are truly despicable, you deliberately leaked erroneous data to set me up. Yang Jie's expression was filled with fury and coldness. Rong Yan gazed at her calmly. Yang Jie, do you know what is most important in our position? It is data. Data speaks for itself. It provides the answers one seeks. This is the crux of our profession. If you are unwilling to invest effort into the data and merely aim to copy mine, you will ultimately be defeated by it. Yang Jie stiffened her neck, unwilling to concede. After a moment she scoffed, her words sharp and pointed. Rong Yan, what qualifications do you have to preach to me? Are you truly a good person? Rong Yan found this amusing. She asked, what do you mean? Yang Jie looked at her, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. You, a young woman, unmarried and already pregnant, how can you prove you are capable of handling the role of deputy manager? Yang Jie's suspicion stemmed from a day she had worked late and noticed the medication in Rong Yan's drawer: folic acid, iron supplements, calcium acetate, items typically consumed during pregnancy. Having experience with childbirth, she recognized them immediately. At that moment, she had doubted whether Rong Yan was pregnant. Now she merely sought to bait her with this comment. The onlookers were evidently astonished. Rong Yan appeared quite young. Who would have thought she was unwed and expecting? This revelation was indeed explosive. Rong Yan's expression hardened. She looked at Yang Jie, her demeanor composed. Whether I am pregnant or not has no bearing on my ability to perform my job. 4 months along. Her belly was beginning to show, making denial or admission unnecessary. The expression on her face, it was genuine. It must be true. Yang Jie seemed to seize upon a lifeline, her excitement palpable. You are a woman. Your energy is limited, and being pregnant further restricts it. The demands of a deputy manager are high. Surely you don't believe you can work during childbirth? Yang Jie's expression was filled with mockery. Forgetting that she was a woman herself, when has ability ever been determined by gender? At the entrance of the conference room, a cold voice interrupted. Qi Jingyuan. Unbeknownst to them, he had been standing there, arms crossed, his expression serious. The room fell silent as everyone turned to face him. Yang Jie quickly composed herself, standing upright. Good day, General Manager Qi. Good day, General Manager Qi. Qi Jingyuan surveyed the room, his aura imposing. Do your jobs well. It's a simple principle that seems lost on you. Women endure the pains of childbirth and contribute more in the workplace than men, sacrificing greatly. Why should they be deemed unworthy of management or advancement? The room was enveloped in silence. Wu Wenyue replied, General Manager Qi is correct. There should be no gender divide, regardless of gender. If one creates value for the company, they are a good employee. If she continues to work while pregnant, as a leader, I would admire her resilience and dedication rather than mock her sacrifices. Qi Jingyuan turned his gaze to Yang Jie. Do you understand now? Yang Jie nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling. I understand. I understand. Your admonitions are well taken. General Manager. Chapter 81. General Manager Qi and his wives. Qi Jingyuan ceased speaking. He cast a sidelong glance at Rong Yan, who stood quietly, composed and unassuming, a stark contrast to the confident, radiant figure she had been on stage. Nevertheless, there was something inherently pleasing about her demeanor. He silently smiled. Having fortuitously passed by, he had listened to the entire PK. The employee named Rong Yan had presented sharp, highly practical arguments that held significant implications for the development of the new product. The product department should engage more with her. If necessary, they could collaborate on the new product development. Wang Fei promptly agreed. Understood. General Manager. As Qi Jingyuan turned to leave, Wu Wenyue felt a twinge of concern. What did he mean by collaborating on the new product development? Was General Manager Qi considering transferring Rong Yan to the product department to partner with Wang Fei? Hadn't she just been promoted? Was she to be reassigned so soon? Wu Wenyue pondered, his gaze toward Rong Yan growing more inquisitive. Rong Yan watched Qi Jingyuan's retreating figure. At that moment, his aura seemed to tower at nearly 2 meters, his charisma palpable. In a challenging environment for women in the workplace, often subjected to discrimination due to their gender, Qi Jingyuan's words reflected genuine empathy for the struggles they faced. He was not only a businessman but also a visionary entrepreneur. Rong Yan felt grateful to be at Shengshi, where every individual was respected equally. Returning to her workstation, Ran Xiaoyun, seeing no one around, hurried over to Rong Yan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. So, are you really? She gestured toward Rong Yan's belly. Rong Yan sighed. Could you be more discreet? Please don't tell anyone for now. At least until her belly grew larger. She wished to work in peace without being troubled by rumors. Oh my gosh, you really, you. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly shocked. She never expected that Rong Yan was genuinely pregnant. She had thought Yang Jie was just spouting nonsense. Moreover, Rong Yan worked so hard, often staying late, hardly resembling a pregnant woman. Rong Yan glanced at the door and made a shushing gesture. Ran Xiaoyun quickly covered her mouth, nodding fervently. I promise I won't say a word. But there are others around today, so it's difficult to guarantee that the news won't leak. Ran Xiaoyun scratched her head, worried for her. Rong Yan understood, so she decided to let things unfold naturally. Are you truly unmarried? Or, Ran Xiaoyun could not resist her curiosity. I'm married. Rong Yan is married? Ran Xiaoyun was taken aback. While she could understand hiding a pregnancy, keeping a marriage secret was a different matter. Rong Yan was being excessively low-key, but if you're married, why aren't you living with your husband? Instead, you're staying at General Manager Chi's place. Doesn't your husband mind? Rong Yan was momentarily speechless. See, a single lie necessitated another to cover it up, and she had to concoct an excuse. He accepted an overseas assignment in Africa and won't return until next year. Rong Yan felt guilty. Unable to meet Ran Xiaoyun's gaze. I see. By the way, you're really impressive. With your husband away, you managed to secure the SEAS project and win the PK while pregnant. At such a young age. She maintained composure and command, showing immense potential. In the afternoon, the Human Resources Department issued a company-wide announcement regarding the PK results. The text above recounts an incident where Yang Jia proactively initiated a challenge, ultimately succumbing to Rong Yan and willingly accepting a salary reduction as a form of punishment. Simultaneously, another regulation concerning the enhancement of maternity benefits for women was disseminated among all staff. Compared to the previous maternity benefits, this version is more comprehensive and better safeguards women's rights. Many expressed their admiration for the grand vision of their boss Chi Di, pondering why so many aspire to marry him. However, they are reminded that he is already married, leaving no opportunity for those present. In the break room, a group of 5 or 6 employees gathered to discuss this matter, expressing their astonishment. My dear Chi Di, I wonder what kind of woman managed to win him over. What kind of woman could it be? With his status and position, it's likely a business marriage. One of them remarked. I heard the woman is rather unattractive. Somewhat like an old-fashioned person, and she seems to be older than him. At this moment, Feng Huanhuan from the product department interjected, causing Rong Yan, who was drinking water, to choke. Are you alright? Seeing her face flush, Feng Huanhuan quickly offered her support. No, I'm fine. I just felt surprised hearing you talk about Mrs. Chi. Rong Yan wiped the water from the corner of her mouth, feeling guilty as she glanced at the ceiling. You've been with the company for a short time. It's understandable that you're unaware. Feng Huanhuan looked at Rong Yan's employee badge, which indicated her joining date, with the long-standing relationship between President Chi and Sister Mingzhu. How could he suddenly marry someone else? It must be a business arrangement. Rong Yan nodded earnestly. That seems quite plausible. However, she recalled that during their vacation at Yunqi Valley, President Chi had denied the notion of a business marriage. Feng Huanhuan looked at her as if she were naive. You actually believe what he said? I've heard from other colleagues about the Yunqi Valley incident. We privately analyzed it, and it's very likely that President Chi fabricated that story to provoke Sister Mingzhu, including the news of pregnancy, which should also be untrue. Rong Yan was taken aback. Think about it, President Chi is such a low-profile person, how could he speak the truth in front of employees? He was merely trying to stir up trouble with Sister Mingzhu. Rong Yan, feeling dazed, subconsciously nodded. That makes sense. Feng Huanhuan, noticing Rong Yan's innocent demeanor, felt an immediate fondness for her. She took out her phone. Hey, would you like to join our group? We've created a chat group to share exclusive information about President Chi. Rong Yan was astonished. What? There's even a group? Shocked for a century, she silently retrieved her phone and added Feng Huanhuan on WeChat. The latter promptly added her to the group, which was humorously titled President Chi and His Wives. Rong Yan stared at the group name, then glanced at the number of members, 68, making her the 69th. President Chi certainly has many wives. Upon returning to her workstation, Rong Yan noticed a message from Lin Xiaoxiao. She did not inquire about the challenge or congratulate her on her victory. Instead, she gossiped. I heard from our colleagues that you're pregnant. Is it true? Since there were HR colleagues present during the morning challenge, it was likely she was informed by them. Rong Yan sighed, realizing that keeping secrets in the workplace is exceedingly difficult. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, unsure of what to type. Her feeling distressed, Lin Xiaoxiao texted again. Last time you told me your relationship was unstable, and now you're pregnant so soon. Is it an accident? Why didn't you take precautions? Rong Yan replied. Well, it was indeed unexpected. Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on. So have you registered your marriage? Rong Yan responded. Yes, but, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Oh my goodness, you quietly got married and are pregnant. I need some time to digest this. It's a bit hard to accept. Rong Yan remained silent. Chapter 82. Am I beautiful? After work, Lin Xiaoxiao invited Rong Yan to dinner, claiming it was to treat the pregnant woman and to buy her some maternity supplies. Lin Xiaoxiao did not pry further into her situation or the identity of the child's father. She seemed genuinely happy and respected Rong Yan's decision, even announcing the news in their university roommate group. The long silent group erupted with excitement. Wow, Yan is married, my goodness, it's simply unimaginable, Zhang Shulan exclaimed. Not only is she married, but she is also pregnant. Didn't Yan always want to earn money? I never expected her to marry so early, said room leader Zhouya. Nevertheless, congratulations. Only Wenqing did not respond in the group. She was abroad, likely still asleep due to the time difference. However, she had been informed beforehand, so her response was no longer significant. I want a grand feast. Everyone chimed in with their congratulations, and Rong Yan, unable to decline, agreed to meet for a meal another day, after shopping and dining with Lin Xiaoxiao. Rong Yan returned to Tingyuan after a week of work. She could finally enjoy some well-deserved rest. She first watered the daisies, then sat on the terrace with her laptop to draw. The big tiger stood sternly before the little rabbit, looking serious. If she were to pull radishes while having a baby, I would admire her perseverance and determination even more rather than ridicule her sacrifices and efforts. Wow, the big tiger is so warm. This statement encapsulates the hardships of working women. The big tiger is so manly, exuding charm. Another day lost in the allure of the big tiger. I want to marry the big tiger right now. He is absolutely captivating. Rong Yan gazed at her drawing, and as she looked, she smiled. In the morning, Rong Yan was awakened by the heat. She opened her eyes to see the man enveloping her. Momentarily stunned, Qi Jingyuan is also here. In the past, he always left before she woke up, but recently she had noticed him there more often. Rong Yan couldn't help but marvel at his face, up close. It was breathtakingly handsome. Unable to resist, she reached out and pinched his nose. His warm hand caught her mischievous one and brought it to his lips, kissing her fingertips in a subtle manner. Why aren't you sleeping? Rong Yan blushed. I need to use the restroom. She seemed to sense the changes in her body. Before danger approached, she needed to escape. Qi Jingyuan released her hand, allowing her to get out of bed. Rong Yan hurried away as if fleeing. Lunch was lavish, but Rong Yan had a poor appetite and didn't eat much after the meal. Qi Jingyuan went upstairs, while Rong Yan settled on the sofa to watch a variety show. Half an hour later, Qi Jingyuan descended, impeccably dressed, exuding both elegance and charm, appearing more approachable than usual. Rong Yan turned off her phone and looked at him. Are you going out? Qi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow at her. What, you're not coming? Noticing the confusion on Rong Yan's face, he smirked and teased, pinching her cheek. Did you forget about what I mentioned earlier? Oh, right. Today, they are going to the Qi family. How could she have forgotten? It's all Qi Jingyuan's fault. Such an important matter, why mention it at a time like when she was working? At that moment, she was utterly exhausted, only thinking about how to meet with the dream god. Leaving no room to ponder other matters, Rong Yan hurriedly went upstairs to change her clothes. She didn't know what kind of daughter-in-law MRS.Lu preferred, but it didn't matter, regardless of her preference. She wouldn't be in the Qi family for long. This was merely a formality, and as long as she didn't embarrass Qi Jingyuan, that would suffice. After their divorce, Qi Jingyuan would likely reconcile with Shin Mingzhu and marry the woman he truly loved, forming a lasting and happy family. As she contemplated this, her hand suddenly halted mid-change. Rong Yan stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes looked despondent, her expression bewildered, and her lips slightly pursed. She seemed not as happy as she had imagined. A sense of heaviness and pain weighed on her chest. Why did she feel this way, especially at the thought of Qi Jingyuan marrying someone else? Qi Jingyuan's voice interrupted her train of thought. MRS.Lu doesn't like black. Leaning against the doorframe, he noticed Rong Yan staring blankly at a black dress and couldn't help but remind her. Oh, Rong Yan cast aside her strange emotions and picked out a cheongsam to wear. The cheongsam was a light purple adorned with white accents, dignified yet elegant. Rong Yan had a lovely figure, and the cheongsam accentuated her waist perfectly, highlighting her curves. However, her belly had already begun to show a slight curve, no longer as flat as before. Qi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her intently. Rong Yan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and cautiously asked, Do I look good? Qi Jingyuan remained silent. He stood up, retrieved a white shawl from the wardrobe, and draped it over her shoulders. This way, it looks even better. His words sounded like a sweet whisper, causing Rong Yan's ears to flush. She styled her hair up and applied light makeup. Her skin was flawless, a rosy white, and the subtle makeup enhanced her natural brightness, making her fox-like eyes seem to hold countless stars. So, do I look good? She slightly raised her chin, blushing as she asked the man. Qi Jingyuan gazed at her, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion, his heart racing. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I believe it is necessary to validate this with action. How do we validate? Qi Jingyuan stepped closer and kissed her. After changing and applying makeup again, 2 hours had passed. Rong Yan pouted, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. She shouldn't have asked him earlier. Now her dress couldn't be worn, and her makeup was ruined. While he seemed to be quite content, she on the other hand had to start all over. Qi Jingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He embraced her from behind. Mrs. Qi, don't look so dissatisfied. It makes me want to reignite my motivation. Rong Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Shameless, I can be even more shameless. Would you like to know? He began to tempt her. Rong Yan hurriedly pushed him away, a hint of urgency in her voice. Stop it, it's already quite late. If we don't set off now, we'll be too late, and I certainly do not wish to arrive tardily. Only then did Qi Jingyuan relent. He couldn't help but reflect inwardly, once the child is born and she has regained her strength, he would surely engage in a fervent endeavor for several days and nights to make up for the time lost. Chapter 83. Meeting the Qi family. Half an hour later, the car slowly exited Tingyuan. Rong Yan began to feel anxious. She rubbed her small hands together, rehearsing in her mind the words she would say upon meeting them, the actions she would take, and various etiquette details. Suddenly, a thought struck her. And she asked Qi Jingyuan, "Why do you refer to your mother as Madame Lu rather than Mother Mama, or Mrs. Qi?" This was her personal request. Rongyan felt somewhat bewildered. Don't mothers typically wish for their children to be close to them? Isn't it best to call her mother or mama? Why would she request this designation? She loathes my father loathes. Why? Qi Jingyuan glanced out the window, a cold smile playing on his lips, his expression tinged with irony. My father abandoned his wife and children for the sake of a so-called first love, renouncing both honor and wealth, severing all ties with the Qi family. He harbored resentment towards his father. Hence she refused to identify as Mrs. Qi. She despised his father, and consequently she also disliked him and is calling her mother. When the topic of parents arose, Qi Jingyuan's demeanor noticeably shifted. It became oppressive. Heavy, fraught with discontent and bitterness, Rongyan silently averted her gaze. She hadn't anticipated that someone as proud and distinguished as Qi Jingyuan could possess such an unhappy side, abandoned by his father and unwanted by his mother. Both of his closest kin had forsaken him. His childhood appeared to be even more tragic than hers. The Qi family now under your grandfather's authority. Rongyan wished to avoid provoking his painful memories and swiftly redirected the conversation. Qianhua, the elder of the Qi family, was the one who held absolute sway, even in retirement, maintaining control over the family's fate with wisdom, shrewdness, and decisiveness. This was information Rongyan had gleaned from her online research. In a sense, yes. The ambiguity of his response left Rongyan somewhat confused. Why only in a sense? Qi Jingyuan smiled, playfully curling a strand of her hair with his fingers, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Because, in a sense, I also hold sway over the Qi family. Since Qi Jingyuan assumed control, the family's enterprises had gradually diminished the elder's influence. In certain domains, decisions were predominantly his alone, for instance, in Shengshi. Neither the elder nor anyone else in the Qi family could intervene. The car came to a stop at a secluded old residence. Rongyan followed Qi Jingyuan out of the vehicle. The old residence was a traditional Chinese courtyard adorned with meticulous landscaping that harmonized with mountains and waters. They traversed the garden and arrived at the reception hall. Inside the hall sat numerous people of all ages. Some children frolicking about while adults congregated in conversation. At the center of the hall sat an elderly gentleman with graying hair, glasses perched on his nose, leaning on a cane as he observed the children nearby. A kind smile gracing his face. As Qi Jingyuan and Rongyan entered, the room fell silent. Qi Jingyuan, who had been holding her hand, released it and led her before the elder, bowing respectfully. "Grandfather, this is Rongyan." Rongyan followed suit, greeting, "Good day, grandfather, welcome. Did you encounter traffic on the way?" Qianhua inquired kindly. "No traffic. I heard you were still working." Rongyan nodded. "I work at Shengshi, managing operations." The elder turned his gaze to Qi Jingyuan. A hint of reproach in his eyes. "Look at you, are you in such dire need of a salary? Your wife is pregnant, yet you still have her working. What are you thinking?" Qi Jingyuan maintained a calm demeanor. "Rongyan enjoys working and possesses talent in this area. I respect her choices." Such insensitivity. Qianhua feigned anger before shifting his gaze to a nearby individual. The person immediately understood and approached Rongyan with a tray. On the tray lay some gold jewelry and a large bulging red envelope. "For your first visit, we appreciate your effort. This is a small token from the Qi family, please do not refuse it." Rongyan hesitated, unsure whether to accept. She glanced at Qi Jingyuan, who nodded encouragingly, prompting her to receive the tray with a grateful expression before sitting beside him. "I heard that in your family. Only your grandmother remains?" Qianhua's gaze was sharp yet his tone remained gentle. Rongyan nodded. "Yes, it is no small feat to support a family at such a young age. Have you considered reconciling with your father?" The Rong family, while not as affluent as the Qi family, was still considered a prestigious clan. Rongyan felt a twinge of surprise at his direct inquiry before a sense of discomfort washed over her. She clenched her hands, momentarily at a loss for words. There was nothing wrong with her situation. She did not need to seek reconciliation with them. Qi Jingyuan stepped in front of Rongyan protectively. Qianhua's eyes flickered with surprise. After a moment, he waved his hand. "Go on and greet your elders from the Qi family." Qi Jingyuan guided Rongyan to meet the other elders. "This is your aunt. That is your uncle, and that is your third uncle's daughter." Rongyan followed Qi Jingyuan's lead, greeting each relative with "Hello, aunt," "Hello, uncle," "Hello, sister." The others responded warmly, greeting her with smiles, and several elders reciprocated with formalities. After this round of introductions, it could be considered a formal meeting. Rongyan felt a bit shy. The reality seemed to differ from her expectations. Given her background, she had anticipated being subjected to challenges akin to those depicted in dramas. Yet apart from the elder's slightly awkward question, everything had been amiable. Indeed, true aristocracy possesses remarkable grace. After the round of greetings, Rongyan found herself nearly overwhelmed with gifts, which she carefully handed to Su Chang before distributing the red envelope she had prepared to several children. Once the greetings were complete, Qi Jingyuan led her to a secluded area of the courtyard. "Are we going to meet someone else?" "Yes, Madame Lu." The tension in her heart surged anew. The ugly daughter-in-law. Finally to meet the mother-in-law. She hoped everything would proceed as smoothly as it had thus far. Lu Wenlan sat in the courtyard, engaged in a card game with several affluent ladies. Her attire was casual. Typical of a woman, yet there was an indescribable air of nobility about her. She smiled slightly, her demeanor reminiscent of Qi Jingyuan's, nonchalant yet laced with a hint of mockery, upon hearing an announcement. Lu Wenlan pushed her cards aside, lost. Turning, she glanced at Qi Jingyuan before shifting her gaze to Rong Yan. Then, she smiled. She took Rong Yan's hand, gently patting it while casually sliding a jade bracelet onto her wrist. It's been a few months. Rong Yan quickly realized the implication of her words, her cheeks flushing. It's been over 4 months. I heard it's twins. Rong Yan nodded. How fortunate. Lu Wenlan released her hand and handed a red envelope to Rong Yan. Her attention returning to the card table. This is a welcome gift for the children. Qi Jingyuan has shown a lack of respect towards me as a mother, concealing such a significant event as marriage from me. I must adhere to customs. Chapter 84. Eggs and fish. Rong Yan felt somewhat awkward and turned to look at Qi Jingyuan. He scoffed lightly, his gaze turning frosty. Isn't this what Madame Lu delights in? Wishing for me to marry soon. What is there to be angry about? Lu Wenlan also chuckled coldly. Indeed, she desired him to marry soon, but not to just anyone. She sought a noblewoman of both lineage and character. Not some illegitimate girl from the backwoods. However, with the child on the way and the marriage certificate already obtained, what good would it do to voice such sentiments? She had never held much standing in this family. Her husband was of questionable character, and her son was not particularly close to her. What more could she say? Enough, do not disturb me while I play cards. You may leave now. Ensure your wife takes good care of herself. If she needs anything, do not let her suffer like those impoverished souls and neglect the child in her womb. Rong Yan replied. Then we shall take our leave. Thank you, mother. As she turned, she found Qi Jingyuan had already stepped forward, prompting her to hastily follow his lead as they exited the garden. Once outside, Rong Yan exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Meeting the mother-in-law was indeed far more daunting than encountering the other members of the Qi family. Do the Qi family members know about my pregnancy? She inquired of Qi Jingyuan. Of course, there is nothing to hide, and what of our arrangement? This is our matter, they need not be privy to it. Rong Yan nodded, sensing the mood of the man beside her. Qi Jingyuan paused and turned to look at her. What is it? Do you have something to ask? Rong Yan was uncertain if her feelings were justified. So she tentatively questioned, is it true that your mother does not like me? Why do you say that? It's just a feeling I have. Although Madame Lu reprimanded her son, she smiled when looking at Rong Yan. Yet her demeanor was clearly indifferent. She seemed to regard her daughter-in-law with little emotion, even neglecting her presence. Qi Jingyuan was her only child. One would expect a different reaction upon bringing home a partner. Her calmness was unsettlingly detached, as though she were an outsider. Qi Jingyuan was momentarily at a loss for how to explain. She was far too perceptive, having detected it with such ease that he hadn't even formulated a reason yet. It was unsurprising that Lu Wenlan disdained her. After all, she was not the daughter-in-law she desired. In her eyes, the granddaughters of the He and Su families were infinitely superior to Rong Yan. And naturally she preferred them as her daughters-in-law. Rong Yan possesses an undeniable advantage that she cannot refuse. She is pregnant, with twins nonetheless. As long as the children are born safely according to the old man's rules, the shares of the Qi family will inevitably lean towards the two children. As their grandmother, her interests will naturally be better safeguarded. Thus, even if she harbors no affection for Rong Yan, she would not reject this marriage. Yet, her ability to adopt a more favorable attitude is beyond her reach. The situation is too intricate for Qi Jingyuan to elucidate to her at this moment. He softened his gaze and expressed it differently. This is not directed at you. If I were to marry someone else, her attitude would be the same. Aren't you her only child? Even if she harbors resentment towards your father, it should not translate into such dislike for you. Qi Jingyuan let out a cold laugh, a sense of injustice stirring within him. Should the only child be loved? Observing the depths of Qi Jingyuan's eyes, Rong Yan fell silent. Within them lay a chill, a frostiness, a mocking disdain, but devoid of any affection or reliance on his mother. He truly had never experienced maternal love. A sudden pang of sympathy welled up in Rong Yan. Qi Jingyuan led her to a room. The styled layout and decor of the room bore a resemblance to Ting Yuan, and Rong Yan's eyes brightened in realization. Is this your room? Yes, the room was somewhat smaller than Ting Yuan, and the furnishings bore a hint of age. It also contained a small study, which Qi Jingyuan seemed to favor. The study was filled with books, and a painting hung on the wall. The painting depicted Qi Jingyuan, albeit the technique appeared somewhat unrefined, the execution lacking in skill, rendering it somewhat unrecognizable as him. The signature was hastily scrawled, barely legible. However, it seemed to have been created by the same hand as the painting in Qi Jingyuan's office, for the handwriting was identical. Rong Yan took a sip of water and, feigning casualness, inquired, is there anything special about this painting? Qi Jingyuan averted his gaze. No, I simply like oil paintings. This was hung at random. Ah, you like oil painting. I can paint too. Perhaps when I find the time, I shall create one to express my gratitude for your kindness. Rong Yan turned and approached the bookshelf. The books were primarily on business, physics, chemistry, and historical philosophy, revealing Qi Jingyuan's vast knowledge and academic prowess. Suddenly, a picture frame fell from the shelf, gathering a bit of dust, which Rong Yan picked up and set right. In the photograph, she recognized young Master Zhou. young Master Gu Lawyershua, and two young women. One was Xin Mingzhu, while the other girl, she did not recognize, yet stood beside Qi Jingyuan, smiling brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Is this an old photograph? Yes, it was taken a long time ago. Just left there, Qi Jingyuan explained somewhat flusteredly, casting an uneasy glance at her. Rong Yan remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. She did not wish to probe into any hidden sentiments the photograph might carry. Instead, she excused herself to explore other areas and left the study. Soon, someone called for dinner. The dining hall was set with 2 or 3 tables, and Qi Jingyuan seated Rong Yan at the main table beside Madame Lu. Throughout the meal, others engaged in conversation, keeping the atmosphere lively, the topics surprisingly pleasant. You will be staying here tonight. Your grandfather wishes to speak with you. Madame Lu casually served a bowl of steamed egg custard in front of Qi Jingyuan. His expression dimmed slightly, and he did not touch it. Rong Yan glanced at the custard, her eyes flickering. Madame Lu, she was unaware that Qi Jingyuan did not eat eggs, amidst such an array of dishes. She had inadvertently chosen the one he never consumed. Boss Qi, truly seems a bit pitiful. At that moment, the pickled fish was passed in front of Rong Yan. Silently, she placed several pieces of fish onto Qi Jingyuan's plate. His eyes flickered. He gazed at the egg custard and fish before him, and suddenly smiled. His mother, who had been by his side for 30 years, did not know he detested eggs, while Rong Yan, having only known him for a few months, recognized his fondness for fish. Human emotions are indeed both cruel and poignant. After dinner, Rong Yan was drawn into a card game with several aunts and sisters-in-law. While Qi Jingyuan was summoned by the old man, who claimed there were matters to discuss, before departing, he cast an inscrutable glance at Rong Yan, seemingly apprehensive. I may be gone for a while. If you feel tired, you can rest in my room. Rong Yan nodded. Qi Jingyuan entered the old man's study. The old man, wearing glasses and holding a book, spoke nonchalantly upon hearing the noise. Are you truly just marrying that little girl out of necessity? Qi Jingyuan's expression shifted slightly. Of course, grandfather, the old man scoffed lightly. It better be so. He set down the book and raised his sharp gaze. You are my carefully trained successor. You should understand my temperament. Should you choose to follow in your father's footsteps and abandon the Qi family for a woman, I need not elaborate on the consequences, do I? Such disgrace to the family can only occur once. Qi Jingyuan had been groomed to be the heir. Having endured rigorous training since childhood, he was the most satisfying result of the old man's endeavors. He had not disappointed during his years of leadership. The Qi family thrived, with their enterprises and assets multiplying exponentially. Therefore, he absolutely could not, under any circumstances, follow the path of his father. Qi Jingyuan remained silent. Throughout his life, his father had served as a cautionary tale, fallen, ineffectual, too emotionally driven. Thus, he was taught to remain calm, decisive, and rational, for he held the lifeblood of the Qi family and could not sacrifice even a fraction of its interests for personal gain. Yet, he believed that protecting the Qi family and safeguarding Rong Yan were not mutually exclusive. He could construct a prosperous commercial empire for the Qi family while also protecting Rong Yan. She was not a pawn to be sacrificed. You handled this marriage too hastily. According to the rules, you will spend a night alone to reflect. Xianguo waved his hand. Qi Jingyuan clenched his fists. He acknowledged with a yes and turned to leave. The bodyguards led him to that familiar room, confiscating his phone. The room, surrounded by 4 walls, was cloaked in darkness. From childhood, whenever he disobeyed or acted on his own accord, or caused any trouble, he would be cast into this dark room to fend for himself. This was termed training, or punishment. There was a time he fainted from hunger. Once, he suffered a high fever for 3 days before being discovered. On another occasion, during a thunderstorm, his mother frantically burst in. He thought she was there to rescue him from this wretched place, only for her to grip his neck, claiming she would take him to the underworld. In this way, his father, who abandoned his family, would bear guilt for a lifetime. Qi Jingyuan smirked, his smile tinged with irony. Those trials, which should have broken him, had made him stronger, though he still feared the stifling darkness. It was merely a transient shadow. Even if no one came to guide him out, he could find his own way. The door to the room was shut. Darkness enveloped him once more. An instinctive tension and fear set in, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow as countless cries and shouts echoed in his ears, gradually consuming his sanity. Qi Jingyuan clenched his fists, standing there as the warmth of his body ebbed away. After 3 hours of playing cards, Rong Yan began to feel weary. After bidding farewell to her aunts and sisters-in-law, and with Madame Lu's consent, she followed Su Cheng toward Qi Jingyuan's room. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar bed, or the absence of the large bear. After washing up and lying down, sleep eluded her. She got up and randomly picked up an album from the shelf. The album contained photographs of Qi Jingyuan from childhood to adulthood, starting with a family of 3, transitioning to a family of 2, and finally culminating in his solitude. He was handsome, yet he did not smile. The only picture capturing a smile was a family portrait from when he was a few years old. It dawned on her that his childhood was so devoid of happiness. He was not an illegitimate child, nor had he faced ridicule from peers. By all accounts, his life should have been better than hers. Yet it was not. His life was bereft of love. Despite the Qi family's wealth, it was steeped in rules and distance, elements that offered him no joy. Rong Yan sighed softly, a wave of sorrow washing over her. She found herself feeling pity for him once more. It was already 2 a.m., and Qi Jingyuan had yet to return. At that moment, she heard Su Cheng on the phone outside. Instinctively, she listened in. Her face paling as she turned and opened the door. "Madam, you are still awake," Su Cheng exclaimed, hurriedly ending his call. "What did you just say? What's wrong with Qi Jingyuan?" Su Cheng hesitated, unsure of whether to speak. Meeting Rong Yan's gaze, he ultimately could not hold back, letting out a sigh. "Sir has been punished by the old man and is currently confined in the small dark room." "The small dark room?" Did they not know that Qi Jingyuan feared the dark? What would happen to someone frightened of darkness left in such an environment for an entire night? Rong Yan's expression hardened as she stepped forward. But Su Cheng hurriedly followed. "Madam, you cannot go there at this hour. Madam, you are with child." Su Cheng led Rong Yan through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a door. The entrance was unguarded. A key was inserted in the lock, and turning it would grant entry. Rong Yan found the situation quite perplexing. On the way, she had heard Su Cheng say that whenever Qi Jingyuan misbehaved, the old man would confine him here for self-reflection. She had assumed there would be at least 5 or 6 bodyguards stationed at the entrance, each armed with submachine guns, yet it was left unguarded like this. The key was available, and anyone willing could simply unlock the door and free Qi Jingyuan. But who had ever come? Had Madame Lu come? Had those uncles and aunts, with their strong familial ties, ever visited? In that instant, a strange pain pierced Rong Yan's heart. She reached out and grasped the key on the door. "Madam, what are you doing?" Su Cheng's face turned pale with fright as he hurried to stop her. "There are only a few hours left until the punishment is over. Sir can endure this. You need not risk offending the old man by opening this door." Truly, Rong Yan smiled. "If offending him is the price to pay, then so be it. At worst, I shall accompany him in confinement. 2 souls together are far better than one languishing alone." With that thought, Rong Yan twisted the key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant light flooded the room, revealing Qi Jingyuan standing tall and motionless at its center. Embodying his pride, the door swung back shut, plunging the room into darkness once more. For just an instant, he glimpsed the silhouette of the one who had entered. His heart raced as he fixed his gaze on the doorway. Instinctively reaching out, in the next heartbeat, a warm, soft hand slipped into his grasp. Rong Yan felt at ease, her voice light and cheerful. "Ah, I've caught you." Qi Jingyuan's chest heaved with emotion, and in that moment, all feelings poured forth, yet the words that escaped his lips were tinged with reproach. "Fool, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to keep you company. Do I still need company?" He feigned stubbornness. "Well, you may not need it, but I do." Rong Yan tightened her grip on his hand, which was clammy with sweat, his back drenched. He must be terrified, yet even in fear, he remained steadfast, standing tall like a resilient pine. The next moment, Rong Yan found herself enveloped in his embrace. He held her tightly, as if a suppressed force within him yearned to break free. All these years, it was only her, only her. Qi Jingyuan's hands trembled slightly, as if addicted, inhaling her fragrant scent, his eyes inexplicably moistening. Chapter 86. "We are going home." Qi Jingyuan, I can hardly breathe. He was holding her too tightly. Qi Jingyuan quickly loosened his grip, steadying her as they slowly sank to the floor in the corner. A thought struck her, and she suddenly smiled. "You know, we artists actually have a fondness for black." The emotions in his chest were still surging. The night no longer seemed so terrifying. He silently curved his lips. "Why is that?" "Because black encompasses all. It can be mixed with yellow to create blue. When combined with red, it yields purple. Many hues cannot exist without it, just as humanity cannot escape its grasp. So, since we cannot escape it, let us conquer it." Each word she spoke was resolute. "It's merely a color. What is there to fear?" Qi Jingyuan smiled faintly. This little one had a way with reasoning. Rong Yan leaned against his shoulder, stifling a yawn. Oddly enough, just moments ago, she felt no drowsiness on the soft bed, yet now, in this dim, decrepit room, sleepiness washed over her. She closed her eyes, yearning for rest. Suddenly, she felt a slight movement in her belly. Startled, Rong Yan exclaimed joyfully, placing her hand on her stomach. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qi Jingyuan asked anxiously. Rong Yan shook her head, too exhilarated to articulate her thoughts, instead guiding his hand to her gently rounded abdomen. As if responding, the little baby stirred again. It moved. They were alive, responding tenderly to their parents, as if protesting, as if comforting. Qi Jingyuan was taken aback, his hands pressed firmly against her belly, feeling the gentle movements, and in that instant his heart swelled with happiness, illuminating his entire world. What was the darkness to him? He had her, they had each other, and it was no longer frightening. "I will take you both out of here." Qi Jingyuan rose, pulling Rong Yan into his embrace, his tone firm. "We are going home. He could endure punishment here, but his wife and child should not. The Qi family, he would take it or leave it without regret." He directed Rong Yan to remain where she was and strode toward the door. Bang! He kicked the door fiercely twice, the force shaking the entire room. After several kicks, the lock broke, and the door swung open. Su Cheng stood at the threshold, bewildered, staring at the couple emerging from within. He had been waiting to open the door for them, yet they had chosen to kick it down instead. He returned to the room to gather their belongings and headed straight for the exit. Lu Wenlan sat at the stone table by the garden gate, seemingly having received word of their arrival, deliberately blocking their path. Upon seeing Rong Yan, Lu Wenlan's ire flared, her displeasure evident. On your very first day here, you incited Jing Yuan to rebel. You have quite the audacity. Rong Yan lowered her head, silent. I thought you were obedient, yet you show such disregard for the rules. Was it really such a great offense for the old man to have punished him? He had endured much worse throughout his life. Losing a piece of meat was hardly a tragedy. Why must you make such a fuss? Qi Jingyuan stepped in front of Rong Yan. He scoffed. Madame Lu, you truly have a knack for picking on the vulnerable. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not her. The moment Qi Jingyuan spoke, it seemed to ignite Lu Wenlan's wrath even further. What? Am I not allowed to speak my mind about her? When I argued with your father, where were you to defend me? Truly, he was a dutiful son, always turning his elbow outward. Qi Jingyuan had no desire to engage in such discussions. He was merely a child when she severed ties with her father. How could he have known to support or oppose? Lu Wenlan coldly sat down, arms crossed. Daylight is approaching. Stay in there for a few more hours. Don't provoke him. Most of the Qi family's shares were held by the old man. If they wanted to enjoy a better life going forward, enduring a little discomfort now was hardly an issue. Return, Qi Jingyuan scoffed, his eyes icy. No, I am going home. Isn't this your home? Lu Wenlan countered. This is the Qi family, not my home. He took Rong Yan's hand and strode toward the parking area. As for the old man, if Madame Lu wishes to explain, let her do so. I have no time for it. The car swiftly vanished into the night. Lu Wenlan watched their departure, a knot of frustration tightening in her chest, leaving her feeling utterly miserable. In the car, their hands clasped together, Rong Yan studied Qi Jingyuan's somewhat detached expression and suddenly wondered if she had truly acted too impulsively. He had been getting along well enough with the Qi family, and her hasty decision to pull him away might have jeopardized their relationship. Was this truly the right course of action for them? Qi Jingyuan tightened his grip on her hand. Do you wish for me to return and re-enter that room? Rong Yan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Qi Jingyuan's lips curved slightly. Then that settles it. You don't want me to go back, and I have no desire to appease those people any longer. You are not in the wrong. They would not go to such lengths to make my life difficult over this matter. This is for the best. Will they truly not make things difficult for you? The elder of the Qi family appeared rather formidable. Madam Qi, your husband currently holds half of the Qi family's fortune. What do you think? The old man's punishment was twofold, testing his limits and attempting to rein him in. For his rapid ascent was not entirely beneficial. Qi Jingyuan had initially considered enduring the situation, believing there was no need to confront the old man directly, but then she arrived, and he no longer wished to endure. Someone cared for him, favored him, and did not want him to suffer. Why should he continue to suffer for others? Rong Yan could not discern whether Qi Jingyuan was comforting her or if he truly held little regard for the Qi family. Yet regardless, she trusted him to handle everything adeptly. She merely feared being a burden to him. She wished to be his wings, not his weight. After a restless night, Rong Yan was exhausted, leaning against Qi Jingyuan as she slowly drifted off to sleep. Awakening to the midday sun of the following day, yawning, she turned over to find Qi Jingyuan standing not far away, changing his clothes. Upon catching sight of his sparkling fox-like eyes, her heart softened instantly. He approached her, bending down to kiss her lips. Are you still sleepy? If so, sleep a little longer. It's the weekend, and there is no need to work. Rong Yan felt a slight flush. This kiss felt different from the others, devoid of the usual fervor, instead embodying pure tenderness, yet somehow, it was even more enchanting. Are you going out? There's a banquet I must attend, and afterward, I'll be on a business trip for a week. A hint of resignation shadowed his brow. How delightful it would be to hold her in bed on such a day. He found himself increasingly reluctant to leave her side. Rong Yan nodded, turning over to fall back asleep. Chapter 87, deeply poisoned. After waking and having breakfast, Rong Yan headed out. Recently she had been busy with a project, returning home late and appearing somewhat fatigued, for several days following. She maintained this state. Wang Ma observed her concern. Madam, if work is too demanding, perhaps delegate some tasks to others. It's alright to lighten your load. Rong Yan savored the pork rib soup, nodding vigorously. Understood. Soon Friday arrived. Today, Qi Jingyuan was coming home. Rong Yan had gone to the store early, retrieving the fruits of her labor from the past few days, a hanging lamp she had designed and crafted entirely by hand. The lamp featured 99 tigers, suspended like stars, with the largest tiger modeled after her own comic creation. It was a solar-powered lamp, charging by day and illuminating by night, though the light was not overly bright. It sufficiently met her needs. Rong Yan was quite pleased with it. She instructed Su Cheng to move the lamp into the master bedroom, hanging it by the window where Qi Jingyuan often sat. Then placed a card on the sofa beneath the lamp. As the clock struck 11 at night, Qi Jingyuan had yet to return. Rong Yan could hardly withstand the wait any longer, embracing her large teddy bear and drifting into a deep sleep. When Qi Jingyuan finally arrived home, it was already past 1 in the morning. The flight had been delayed, and he had been caught up in socializing. Those people could drink endlessly, and he found it difficult to extricate himself. Even though his heart longed to be elsewhere. Has my wife fallen asleep? Having fallen asleep, she had asked several times that evening when he would return, expressing concern about disturbing him, hence refraining from making a phone call. Steward Su responded. Shi Jingyuan's gaze softened. He ascended the stairs quietly and opened the door to the master bedroom. Almost instantly, he noticed the hanging lamp by the window. Its gentle light was both tender and powerful, illuminating the dark room and kindling a light within his heart. Shi Jingyuan stood still, the warmth in his eyes deepening. He approached the window and lightly touched the dangling lamp, which was shaped like a tiger, adorable yet carrying a hint of majesty. After contemplating the lamp for a while, he finally noticed the blue card resting on the sofa. It's okay not to be invincible. Who says the big boss cannot have weaknesses? Here is a tiger lamp for you. May light accompany you and good fortune reside forever. Rongyan. The hand holding the card trembled slightly. A familiar sensation washed over him, a chest filled with warmth, blood surging with fervor, a recent experience. As if he were enveloped in a profound love, Wang Ma informed him that she was always out early and back late. He had assumed she was working overtime, but she was crafting a lamp for him. Shi Jingyuan set the card down and walked to the bedside. A small kitten was peacefully asleep. He resisted the urge to scoop her into his arms, gently caressing her brown nose and rosy lips. Then, unable to help himself, he leaned down and kissed her. Like a fleeting touch of a dragonfly on water, he swiftly withdrew. What should I do? It seems I have deeply succumbed to this, he murmured softly, his voice hoarse and laden with helplessness. On the weekend, Rongyan unexpectedly received a call from Lu Wenlan, requesting a conversation. Stealing a glance at Shi Jingyuan on the sofa, she took her phone and stepped out onto the lawn. I'll send you the address on your phone. Don't tell Shi Jingyuan. Come alone, alright? After hanging up, Rongyan went upstairs to change and prepare to leave. Aren't you having dinner at home? Wang Ma made your favorite ribs. Just as she finished changing, she spotted Shi Jingyuan at the door. His features softened. I have something to attend to. You all eat without me. Rongyan applied a touch of light makeup, wanting to appear more presentable. I'll have Su Chang drive you. Shi Jingyuan prepared to call Su Chang. Rongyan hurriedly declined it today. I finally gave Su Shifu a day off. It would be inappropriate to call him back. I can just take a taxi. Although she could drive, she preferred not to, lacking confidence in her driving skills. Shi Jingyuan did not insist, his gaze fixed on her. Alright, call me anytime if you need anything. After Rongyan left in the car, Shi Jingyuan returned to Tingyuan. He drove his Rolls-Royce, quietly following her vehicle. The little one never concealed her phone calls, and her deliberate avoidance of him today indicated that this call was related to him. The Chi family, Lu Wenlan, he could think of nothing else. How dare they seek her up behind his back? Assuming she was too gentle and understanding to be taken seriously, Lu Wenlan chose a CAF as their meeting spot. After Rongyan settled in, Lu Wenlan suddenly recalled. Apologies, I forgot you were pregnant. You can't have coffee. It's fine. Rongyan ordered some pastries. That would suffice. Lu Wenlan scrutinized her. Though young, she was strikingly beautiful, sensible, and courteous. Apart from her humble origins, she appeared to have no other shortcomings, proving more approachable than her stern-faced son. After a long pause, Lu Wenlan spoke with indifference. You must know why I sought you out today. The Chi family had a complex situation with many descendants, yet the old master had singled out Shi Jingyuan as the chosen heir due to his potential. The old master was strict. Confining him to a room was a form of training, not a lack of compassion. He bore the weight of the entire Chi family. His burdens were heavier than you might imagine. Rongyan, do you understand? Rongyan nodded. I understand, mother. The term seemed unfamiliar to Lu Wenlan, causing her to stiffen slightly. Her gaze softened. I share this with you in hopes that you will persuade him. The old master is already displeased. As a junior, he must humble himself, apologize, and accept punishment once more. For this matter to be resolved, accept punishment again. In that pitch-black room, having spent just a moment there, Rongyan felt nearly suffocated. Would he need to endure another night? After some contemplation, she asked earnestly, what would happen if he doesn't go? Lu Wenlan frowned slightly. Why do you ask that? Rongyan averted her gaze, fiddling with the pastries on her plate. If there are no severe consequences, I think it wouldn't hurt for him to be a little willful this once. Lu Wenlan's expression darkened. After sharing so much with her, did she truly not grasp the gravity of the situation? How could she suggest he be willful? If the old master grew displeased, what if the Chi family's shares were given to someone else? Did she not realize that only by appeasing the old master could they secure a lifetime of power and wealth? Indeed, those born in the countryside were often unrefined. Lu Wenlan did not wish to waste any more words, grabbing her bag to leave. Do you know that Shi Jingyuan is afraid of the dark? Lu Wenlan froze. She turned to look at Rongyan, disbelief etched on her face. Shi Jingyuan, afraid of the dark? How could that be? Lu Wenlan blurted that he is afraid of the dark. He always leaves a light on when he sleeps. He also dislikes eggs, never touching any food made with them. He loves fish, relishing every variety. Do you know this? Chapter 88. Why not? Lu Wenlan stood dumbfounded. Shi Jingyuan dislikes eggs and loves fish? The fact that she, as his mother, had to hear this from someone else was undeniably ironic. Avoiding Rongyan's gaze, Lu Wenlan felt more embarrassed by her own negligence than by Rongyan's candor. Why are you telling me this? Apologies. I did not mean to blame you. I merely believe that, compared to the old master's views, his feelings are of greater importance. Rongyan played with the cake on her plate. As you mentioned, he bears pressures far beyond our imagination. For years, he has diligently managed the Qi family, with his enterprises multiplying significantly, particularly excelling in new ventures. His partners hold him in high esteem, and the company's employees revere him. He has created a commercial legend for the Qi family, yet, he is not just a member of the Qi family, he is Qi Jingyuan. He suffers and endures in that room, leaving him with lifelong shadows. As his wife, I only wish for his well-being. Rong Yan took a deep breath. Since she had already crossed the line, she might as well speak her mind. You have not disclosed the true reason for urging him to return, but I suspect it relates to the shares of the Qi family. If I may be so bold, even if Qi Jingyuan appeases the old master now, would he be willing to bestow significant shares upon him? Hasn't he been obedient enough over the years? If obedience is the criterion, then why can't he be willful just this once and do what he truly desires? Lu Wenlan fixed her gaze on Rong Yan. After all these years, it was the first time someone had spoken so boldly to her. She sat back down, scrutinizing Rong Yan. Are you reprimanding me? Rong Yan shook her head. I simply feel he should not bear these burdens. He has sacrificed too much for the Qi family. They cannot have it both ways, can they? To enjoy the power and wealth he creates while not treating him as a human being, what logic is that? Lu Wenlan was at a loss for words. This girl was articulate, leaving her momentarily speechless. She regarded the young woman before her more seriously this time. Do you really trust him that much? If he were to offend the old master and be cast aside by the Qi family, becoming destitute, would you still wish to stay by his side? Rong Yan met her gaze, smiling. Her eyes radiated sincerity and determination. Devoid of hesitation, why not? Sharing hardships with him was something she would gladly embrace. Lu Wenlan felt a jolt of surprise. It seemed she understood why Qi Jingyuan had married her. The seemingly obedient young woman appeared to be underestimated by everyone. I hope you remember your words today. Lu Wenlan rose again. Regarding the old master, I will find a way to explain, but only this once. With that, Lu Wenlan swiftly exited the CAF. In a corner of the CAF, Qi Jingyuan quietly absorbed every word of their conversation. His tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed, leaning back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Rong Yan, an indescribable emotion flooding his chest once more. His little one had not sought to please her mother-in-law but had resolutely defended him, chosen him. Though she was so young, she had been so powerful when reasoning with Madame Lu. He stood up and walked towards the windowside table. Rong Yan continued savoring her pastries. In truth, she sensed that Madame Lu still cared for Qi Jingyuan, otherwise she wouldn't have privately arranged this meeting. It seemed that this mother and son had both suffered from an inability to express their feelings, one failing to show concern for her son, the other stubbornly refusing to yield, leading to their current predicament. Rong Yan found herself contemplating deeply. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the light in front of her. What are you doing here? Rong Yan looked up at Qi Jingyuan. Slightly surprised, the curve of his lips was perfectly placed, and he appeared to be in good spirits, his eyes brimming with warmth. What, can't I come? Rong Yan shook her head, candidly admitting, well, I met with your mother. Yes, I saw. She felt her cheeks flush, turning to the window, watching passers-by and the scenery, but unable to meet his gaze. You didn't overhear our conversation, did you? Awkwardness enveloped them, although those words were meant to defend him. If he had heard them, she would have wished to burrow into a dog hole. Qi Jingyuan gazed at the little one, silently extending his hand towards her. What were you discussing? I've been waiting outside and didn't catch a word. Not having heard was a relief for Rong Yan, who exhaled softly. She placed her hand in his palm, her eyes brimming with laughter. Oh, it was nothing, just casual chatter. Come on, let us head home for dinner. This dessert isn't to my liking. I still crave some ribs. Right, let us go home for ribs. He held her hand firmly in his, warming her slightly cold fingers inch by inch, leading her out of the CAF. That evening Rong Yan was in her small study, drawing a comic. The great tiger pulled along the little white rabbit, its eyes filled with tenderness. Let us go back and have some ribs. The little white rabbit, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, replied, okay. Just as she uploaded the comic to the platform, her WeChat buzzed incessantly. Upon opening it, she saw messages from Mr. Qi and his wives, as someone in the group shared the latest gossip. Shen Xiaojia exclaimed, family breaking news, I saw the rumored Mrs. Qi today while passing by a certain CAF. A stone stirred 1,000 ripples, and the group erupted in excitement. What? The mysterious Mrs. Qi has made an appearance. Is it true? Bu Qitu replied. Quick, send a photo. I need to see a photo. A flurry of ones and 10086 followed. To blend in. Rong Yan casually added a 1, her heart racing slightly. Could it be that she was photographed while out today? No way, it couldn't be, could it? Would her undercover life end so swiftly? The next moment, Shen Xiaojia sent the picture to the group. Of the photo indeed captured the scene at the CAF, with Qi Jingyuan holding Rong Yan's hand. Her head bowed, her long hair perfectly concealing her face, thanks to the mirror's reflection. Aside from her figure, it was highly unlikely her face could be discerned. Rong Yan, her anxious heart finally settled. Fang Huan remarked, this photo looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen her before. Rong Yan, her heart, which had just settled, lifted again. Shen Xiaojia retorted, come on, have you met Mrs. Qi? What a joke. Fang Huan replied, I suppose I haven't. I certainly don't have the qualification to meet her. Rong Yan, her heart hung in uncertainty yet again, Lua Woody commented, but looking at her figure. She doesn't seem to match the rumors of being old and ugly. She looks like a great beauty, especially those long legs, TSK, Xiao added. Indeed, she looks quite good. I'd like to befriend her. A flurry of ones followed. A Fong Huan interjected, family, isn't the main point that they are on a date, aren't they in a marriage of convenience, yet here they are on a date. Xin Xiaojia dismissed it. I don't see it that way. Rong Yan, unable to resist, inadvertently replied, it's also possible they're meeting the elders. Chapter 89, The Roommates Reunion. Fong Huan responded with an eye-catching expression, hey. Do you know something? Spill the beans. Rong Yan, she wished she could take back her words. Why did she have to say anything? Now she was in a predicament. Seeing her silence, the group fervently hurry. Tell us more. After a moment of hesitation, Rong Yan clumsily typed, just my guess. Fearing further inquiries that might expose her, she added, I have something to attend to, I'll take my leave. Then she promptly exited the chat view. Luckily, she had escaped swiftly. On Monday, after breakfast, she prepared to head to work. Today, Shi Jingyuan was driving his black Maybach. He sat in the car reviewing data on his tablet while waiting for her. As Rong Yan stepped out, she happened upon this scene. Her eyes curved into a smile. Her heart warmed. Lately, they had been commuting together more often. On days when she lingered in bed, he would simply wait for her in the car without calling out. Such an instinctive tenderness was utterly disarming. Shi Jingyuan seemed to be undergoing a subtle transformation. Why are you driving this car today? Rong Yan asked as she settled beside him. I have a social engagement tonight. The client prefers this model, and it could serve as a conversation starter, he replied, setting aside his tablet. If you don't like it, I can switch to another. No need, she quickly reassured him. She had no particular desire for luxury cars. To her, they were merely a means of transportation. Since this car could assist him, it was undoubtedly of value. Recalling her plans for the evening, she mentioned, I want to be home for dinner tonight. My college roommates want me to treat them now that they know I'm married. After Lin Xiaoxiao learned of her marriage, she eagerly shared the news in their roommate group, leading to this dinner invitation. Shi Jingyuan nodded, observing her expression with a hint of anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Rong Yan failed to elaborate, and he furrowed his brow, pursing his lips, feeling somewhat frustrated as he gazed out the window. Engrossed in replying to messages, Rong Yan remained oblivious to his mood. Shi Jingyuan picked up the tablet again, but after a while, he set it down once more, turning to her with a hint of grievance in his soft voice. So? You have nothing to say to me? Rong Yan was taken aback by the question. Had she zoned out? What was it that she was supposed to say? She couldn't recall having anything particular for him. Her mind was a swirl of question marks. Seeing her bewildered expression only deepened Shi Jingyuan's frustration. He leaned back against the seat, helplessly rubbing his brow. His wife had no idea what he was feeling. She was treating her roommates to a celebratory dinner for their marriage, yet hadn't even considered bringing him along, although their contract stipulated that their marriage news was not to be disclosed. The fact that she hadn't thought of him hurt even more. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to close his eyes, choosing to ignore the discomfort. Send me the address. I'll pick you up after my engagement. After a moment of silence, he spoke again, attempting to probe her feelings. No need. I'll just take a cab. Send me the address. He held her hand. His voice tinged with a playful pout, refusing to let her exit the car. Rong Yan couldn't help but laugh. The childlike demeanor of the great CEO Qi would likely terrify his employees if they ever witnessed it. The contrast was too striking. Rong Yan was in a hurry to get to work. Being late meant a deduction in her salary, and she didn't wish to prolong the encounter. She casually sent him the address, opened the door, and exited the car in one fluid motion, not glancing back at him even once. Shi Jingyuan, his frustration escalated. His wife didn't even spare him a glance. To her, he seemed entirely inconsequential. As Rong Yan entered the building and waited for the elevator, she noticed people pointing and whispering from a distance, occasionally stealing glances at her. Could it be that they were discussing the unwed pregnant girl? What was her name? Rong Yan. Yes, that was her. She looked so young. One wouldn't have guessed. However, she had quite the alluring figure. With such a face and body, wouldn't it be a shame not to entice men? 3 female colleagues were gossiping nearby. Ran Xiaoyun approached Rong Yan, standing beside her, and coughed lightly, declaring loudly, "What is going on? Why are there a few mosquitoes buzzing around? It's the season for them to come out. Aren't they afraid of being swatted?" A few of them paused, quickly realizing that Ran Xiaoyun was subtly implying something, feeling a bit awkward, and hastily silenced themselves. After all, they were all from the same company. What if they had to collaborate in the future? Wouldn't that be digging their own graves? Rong Yan smiled softly and leaned closer to Ran Xiaoyun's ear. Thanks, Dud, if you really want to thank me. Have your uncle give me a raise up to 30,000? Just then, the elevator arrived, and Rong Yan nudged her inside, adding, I think you should elevate your pillow a bit higher when you sleep tonight. After work, Rong Yan joined Lin Xiaoxiao for a gathering with their roommates. Upon entering the private room, all 5 of them were present, except for Wen Qing, who was studying abroad. Rong Yan felt a pang of nostalgia. She missed Wen Qing dearly after graduating when Chang went overseas, leaving Rong Yan without a true confidant. During the past 2 years, whenever she felt down, she had no one to talk to. Don't worry. She should be back soon, the dorm leader, Joya, consoled her. Rong Yan sat beside Joya, nodding. I know, she told me she'd be returning shortly. Leader, you've become more beautiful. Joya's heart fluttered at the compliment. Yuri still as sweet-tongued as ever, but you seem different now. How so? Her figure was more curvaceous, her complexion rosy, and her attire appeared more refined. She was no longer the drab girl from before. The others nodded in agreement. Ayan, you really have become quite pretty, your eyes shine much brighter, your skin has improved significantly. It's evident that someone in love truly is different. Listening to their discussions, Ning Qian across the table fiddled with her chopsticks, casually raising her hand to flaunt her diamond ring. That's so different, yet you didn't even mention your marriage. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Ning Qian and Rong Yan grew up in the same village, attended the same high school, and later the same university. Naturally, comparisons between them became inevitable, leading to a subtle rivalry. Over time, Rong Yan had grown accustomed to her jibes. She raised her glass and boldly declared, to make amends, I am treating everyone tonight. Feel free to order whatever you like. The topic shifted smoothly, and the others enthusiastically participated, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Dishes were served one after another as they dined and chatted. Ning Qian was the first to speak. Rong Yan, you're treating us to a wedding dinner. Why didn't you bring your husband? Is there something to hide? Her gaze carried a hint of provocation. Chapter 90. The best life for a pampered man. As Rong Yan enjoyed her meal, she smiled serenely and explained, he has something to attend to and cannot make it. I hope everyone can understand. Perhaps another time, he will join us. Ning Qian began to stir the pot. Oh, why bother with this wedding feast if he isn't here to celebrate? Joya quickly interjected, well, the main focus is on Ayan. Whether her husband comes or not is inconsequential since we hardly know him. Rong Yan quietly continued to eat. She understood Ning Qian's true intent. It was not concern for her husband, but rather a desire to ascertain whether her own spouse measured up. Ning Qian's husband was in the building materials business, with assets in the millions, and she took great pride in that, seamlessly transitioning into a full-time housewife, focused on managing her home and raising children. It's alright, we'll have another opportunity to meet. Rong Yan deftly shifted the conversation. Suddenly, Ning Qian recalled something and brought up an old topic. By the way, you're quite close with Teacher Shen. Right, your husband isn't Shen Yan, is he? Rong Yan quickly shook her head. No, this response seemed anticipated, and Ning Qian smirked with newfound satisfaction. Shen Yan, it seemed, looked down upon illegitimate children. How well he treated Rong Yan back then was merely a fleeting dalliance. But if it wasn't Shen Yan, who was this remarkably handsome husband rumored in the village? Could it be just gossip? Ayan, are you also working at Shangshi? Joya, aware of the rift between Rong Yan and Shen Yan, hurriedly changed the subject. Rong Yan nodded. Xiao Xiao and I are both at Shangshi. Wow. You both are amazing. You were the top students in school, always winning year-end awards, and now you've both landed jobs at the same company. Jiang Shulan expressed her admiration. Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in with a smile. Ayan is even more impressive. She has been there for just a few months and has already been promoted to deputy manager. Wow. The group collectively expressed envy. Ayan, a place like Shangshi, rising to deputy manager in just a few months indicated exceptional talent. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao had been there for over 2 years and was still a junior employee, highlighting the fierce competition within the company. How's the salary? It must be quite high. Rong Yan was reluctant to discuss her earnings, fearing the stark comparison it would invite, and replied, it's all hard-earned money. We often work overtime, and it's not easy. Come on, this month you have the bonus from the SAES project. It must be a substantial amount, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, holding up 4 fingers. 400? 4,000? Surely not. 40,000. About that, Lin Xiaoxiao grinned, knowing that Shangshi offered excellent benefits and rarely shortchanged its employees. Rong Yan quickly expressed her gratitude, emphasizing that it was a collective effort. Internally, she wondered why Lin Xiaoxiao felt the need to mention this, as if to exacerbate the tension between her and Ning Qian. Upon hearing this, the group was once again filled with envy. 40,000, that was equivalent to 10 months' salary, and Rong Yan had earned such a sum from a single project. Indeed, further education paid off. Ning Qian clenched her chopsticks, her expression darkening. She hadn't anticipated that Rong Yan, an illegitimate child, could achieve such success, leaving her feeling utterly discontent. Speaking of bonuses, my husband will be receiving his this month too. He plans to buy me a necklace. Honestly, he spends money like it's nothing. It's quite bothersome, Ning Qian interjected. The group fell silent, acutely aware of her ostentation, yet unable to muster any witty retorts to her blatant display of wealth. Ayan, why aren't you wearing anything? Your husband hasn't even bought you a wedding ring, has he? With that, everyone turned to Rong Yan, noticing her bare fingers. Ning Qian, that's not fair. Perhaps she simply forgot to wear it. Considering she just got married, Joya attempted to mediate. Yes, they probably just forgot, Lin Xiaoxiao added, and Ning Qian sneered. If she hasn't even received a wedding ring, it's clear her marriage isn't anything to boast about. Either her husband doesn't care for her enough to buy one, or he simply lacks the means to. In that moment, Ning Qian's sense of superiority peaked. Rong Yan couldn't be bothered to explain the significance of the ring. which symbolized love and commitment, something only shared between true partners. She and Qi Jingyuan were not a conventional couple, so she never harbored expectations. In the future, she yearned to wear a ring with the person she truly loved. That would be the epitome of romance, not a fleeting show of vanity. Later, Ning Qian found more opportunities to ridicule Rong Yan, but the others tried to smooth over the tension, and the gathering remained relatively harmonious. After the meal, as they exited the restaurant, rain began to pour heavily outside. Ning Qian promptly called her husband. "Darling, the rain is torrential. Could you possibly come to pick me up?" The response from the other end seemed stern, causing Ning Qian's complexion to pale as she quickly hung up, forcing a laugh. "He is in a meeting and a bit busy." Lin Xiaoxiao waved her phone. "My boyfriend is coming to get me. Why don't we all go together?" Ning Qian eagerly nodded, curious to see what kind of man Lin Xiaoxiao had chosen. "Why don't you join us?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, not wanting to leave Rong Yan behind. Just as Rong Yan was about to decline, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, her lips involuntarily curled into a smile as she answered. "Are you done?" "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Don't take a taxi, just wait for me." The soft voice of Qi Jingyuan on the other end was intoxicating. "Didn't you say you had social engagements and wouldn't make it?" He pouted slightly, feigning a hurt expression. "Mrs. Qi, do you not want me to pick you up? Are you displeased with me? Do you hate me now?" Rong Yan sighed, feeling her resolve weaken. "No, of course not. How could he be so childish? Just wait for me. I'll be there in 3 minutes. No, 2 minutes." The call ended, and Rong Yan exhaled deeply. She hesitated to have him pick her up with Lin Xiaoxiao present. Their relationship would be exposed, and she didn't want Lin Xiaoxiao to know about it. Yet, when Qi Jingyuan acted all cute, her defenses crumbled. A pampered man truly has the best life. Chapter 91, the husband who drives a Maybach to prevent Lin Xiaoxiao from catching on. Rong Yan sent a message to Qi Jingyuan. "Please park further away. I'll walk over, there are acquaintances here." His response was instantaneous. "At your service." "Ah Yan, is your husband coming to get you?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired upon hearing her on the phone. Rong Yan nodded. Excitement rippled through the group. They were eager to finally meet Yan's husband, curious about his appearance and whether he was handsome. Ning Qian too was intrigued, wanting to see if Rong Yan's seemingly impoverished husband could possibly compare to her own, and if not, she would revel in her superiority. 2 minutes later, a Maybach came to a stop about 50 paces ahead. The door opened, and a gray umbrella was raised first, revealing Qi Jingyuan, who stepped out with his long straight legs, tall, distinguished, and affluent. In the dim light of the evening, obscured by the heavy rain, the crowd could not discern his features clearly. Yet they could unmistakably feel the man's extraordinary charm and presence. Instinctively, they all gasped in awe. Ning Qian widened her eyes, striving to scrutinize every detail of this man, hoping to uncover some flaw, perhaps a missing limb or signs of poverty. Yet, she was left utterly disappointed. This man appeared even more exceptional and affluent than she had anticipated. Ning Qian clenched her fists, her expression darkening to an extreme. How could Rong Yan, an illegitimate child, land such a remarkable husband? Lin Xiaoxiao was equally astounded. Whether she cared about who Rong Yan had married was irrelevant. What mattered was this man's physique and gait, which bore a striking resemblance to President Qi Jingyuan. The realization struck Lin Xiaoxiao like a bolt. The last time at Yunqi Valley Rong Yan had gone to the rooftop late at night, was it to see Qi Jingyuan, and that man she had noticed hiding behind the curtains upon entering? Was it Qi Jingyuan as well? No, that was impossible. Rong Yan was merely a junior employee, having joined Shengshi not long ago, with minimal chances to interact with Qi Jingyuan. They were hardly even acquaintances, let alone a married couple. Moreover, someone of Qi Jingyuan's stature wouldn't even glance at Shen Mingzhu, so how could he possibly be interested in Rong Yan? It was inconceivable, merely a coincidence. Lin Xiaoxiao patted her chest, attempting to reassure herself. At that moment, a car approached from the opposite direction, its high beams illuminating Qi Jingyuan's vehicle. "Oh my gosh, Yan, your husband drives a Maybach?" Joya exclaimed, her keen eyesight catching the emblem on the front. Of the group turned their attention to the car. A Maybach, indeed a Maybach. Rong Yan's husband drove a Maybach. How could a man who owned a Maybach possibly be unable to afford a diamond ring? Surely Rong Yan must have chosen to remain low-key and simply hadn't worn it. Upon reflection, it seems that Rong Yan's husband is in no way inferior to Ning Qian's spouse, judging by his attire and demeanor. He might even possess greater wealth than her partner Ning Qian, who also grasped this unfortunate truth, wore an even more displeased expression. Rong Yan paid no heed to the thoughts of others when Qi Jingyuan approached her. She waved to the crowd and announced, "He has arrived. I must take my leave." Before hastening forward, she contemplated the necessity of ushering this man back into the car before Lin Xiaoxiao could catch on. The onlookers had hoped to witness the spectacle, but Rong Yan had no intention of indulging them, leaving them with no choice but to bid her farewell. Qi Jingyuan instinctively reached out his hand towards her. Rong Yan glanced at it but did not take it. Instead, she grasped his arm and proceeded towards the parking area. At that moment, Ning Qian suddenly recalled something and stepped forward. "Rong Yan, don't think that just because you found a model and rented a Maybach, you can fool everyone. If you have the capability, bring him back to your hometown. I am quite curious to see how you intend to deceive your grandmother," Ning Qian declared, a hint of triumph in her tone. She had realized that Rong Yan's husband couldn't even afford a diamond ring, so how could he possibly drive a Maybach? It was highly likely that he was merely an actor hired for appearances. A mere faade to bolster her own pride, Qi Jingyuan halted, directing his gaze towards Ningxian, slightly raising an eyebrow. A model, my dear wife, your friend certainly has a talent for insulting others. Has she perhaps had prior experience? His words were light, yet laced with sarcasm. Only those with sordid minds would conjure such vile notions, and it was evident that Ningxian was precisely that sort of person. Her countenance darkened to an extreme of this man, with a single utterance, shattered the meager remnants of her dignity. How can you prove that you are not? Ningxian retorted, arms crossed, a cold smirk on her lips. You can't even bear to buy her a ring, yet you dare claim to be her husband. Rong Yan could no longer tolerate it. With a stern expression and a chilling tone, she replied. Whether or not to buy a ring is our affair. He owes you no justification nor explanation. Furthermore, he is not a model that if you continue to insult him, do not blame me for severing ties. The Rong Yan who had quietly endured for an entire evening, the obedient and gentle Rong Yan, could no longer contain herself upon hearing such slander directed at Qi Jingyuan. She could withstand any vile language aimed at herself, but not against him. Ningxian pouted, unwilling to concede, yet she refrained from further comments. After all, they shared the same village and dormitory. It wouldn't do to create an irreparable rift. Whether he was a model or not would soon be revealed when she hosted a gathering in her village. Rong Yan pulled Qi Jingyuan into the car, and the Maybach sped off, quickly vanishing at the end of the road. The onlookers remained beneath the eaves, still somewhat dazed. Chen Shen, your previous remarks were rather excessive. Zhouya defended Rong Yan. It is quite insulting to suggest a friend is merely a model. Indeed, after 4 years of camaraderie, such comments are unbecoming. Others concurred. Ning Xian's expression darkened. She had spoken out of anger. It did seem a bit over the line. Just then, a BMW came to a halt before them. Xiang Yang rolled down the window, revealing his sunny disposition, and waved at the dazed Lin Xiaoxiao. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Lin Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. That voice. It sounded remarkably like the esteemed CEO Chino. It couldn't be. How could that be possible? She would rather suspect she had misheard than accept that it was indeed Qi Jingyuan. For this truth was one she was most unwilling to confront. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her emotions swirling in a complex turmoil. The car sped toward Tingyuan. Qi Jingyuan observed the little creature with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. How endearing she looked when fiercely defending him. To be called a model and still managed to smile. In their circles, model carried another connotation, akin to the princesses in nightclubs. The thought of Ningxian denigrating Qi Jingyuan ignited a fire within Rong Yan. Chapter 92. It seems she misses him. She should have been more assertive earlier. She had been too soft. Qi Jingyuan lowered his gaze, his eyes deeply fixed on the irate Rong Yan, a perfectly measured smile gracing his lips. His mood buoyant. He instinctively reached for her hand, but upon noticing her bare fingers, devoid of any adornment, including a wedding ring, his smile gradually faded. That woman, despite her faults, had spoken the truth. He was indeed not a suitable husband. She had sacrificed so much for him, yet he hadn't even bestowed upon her a ring, leaving her to face ridicule and scorn from friends. He truly was despicable. Suddenly, Qi Jingyuan enveloped her in his arms, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling the scent of her hair. His long, slender fingers gently intertwined with her cool ones, their hands clasped together. You must despise me, he murmured, his voice a low rumble tinged with emotion. His breath warm against her neck, creating an intimate and slightly overwhelming closeness. Rong Yan was taken aback. What is going on? Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why the sudden shift to childish sulking? It is quite difficult to manage these mood swings. Why would you think that? Rong Yan inquired. The ring, he uttered, a hint of guilt in his voice, as if a heavy stone had lodged in his chest. Rong Yan exhaled, relieved. She had feared it was something of great consequence, but it was merely this. After a moment's contemplation, she spoke soothingly. What we share is different from others. We entered into a contract beforehand. So I do not place significance on a ring. Really? He asked, his tone earnest. Indeed, Rong Yan replied softly. If a relationship develops naturally, then that is one thing, but if it is transactional from the outset, there is no need for ostentation. Qi Jingyuan's gaze deepened as he scrutinized her eyes. While her statement seemed reasonable, there lingered an unarticulated dissonance. Why was it acceptable to purchase a ring in a naturally formed relationship, yet not in a contractual one? What distinguished the two in her heart? Recently, with the new product development keeping her busy, Rong Yan decided to take her marriage leave and spend time with her grandmother. Lin Xiaoxiao mentioned that Xingshir's marriage leave spanned 15 days, requiring only a marriage certificate to apply. A marriage certificate? This posed a dilemma for Rong Yan. If that certificate were to be issued, the news would surely spread like wildfire throughout the entire corporation, or rather, all of Huaguo would be in an uproar. Unsure of how to proceed, she decided to consult Qi Jingyuan upon hearing her concerns. His brow relaxed. You needn't worry about that. I will have the HR department handle it. However, I won't be able to accompany you during your leave. He would be departing for France for about 10 days. No worries, you do what you need to do. I will return home to keep my grandmother company, she responded. She had no expectation of him accompanying her to that small village while her home was tidied up. It would still be an inconvenience for him, Qi Jingyuan nodded, wrapping his arms around her. Rong Yan felt somewhat flustered. Although they had forged a more intimate bond, such a platonic embrace still left her feeling anxious and awkward. After a brief struggle, she stiffly returned his embrace. There was no helping it. This man was intoxicating, and it seemed she would rather endure discomfort than see him suffer. Wait for me to return. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. When he returned, it would coincide perfectly with the time to host a gathering in her hometown. Everything would align seamlessly. Qi Jingyuan departed in the early hours of the following day. He did not wake her but quietly slipped out of bed after changing his clothes, casting one last glance at her before turning off the light by the window and leaving. Half an hour after Qi Jingyuan's departure, Rong Yan awoke. Typically she would still be deep in slumber at this hour, but for reasons unknown, she had inexplicably woken up, her sleepiness completely gone. There was no one beside her. She reached out to touch where Qi Jingyuan had lain, inhaling the lingering scent of him on the blanket. After a good 10 minutes of daze, she finally threw off the covers, got out of bed, and sat by the window to sketch. She drew the same old tiger and rabbit. The tiger was giving a basket of carrots to the rabbit, its deep-set eyes filled with emotion as it said, "Wait for me to return." For a fleeting moment, Rong Yan felt a pang of realization. As she traced her fingers over the tiger in her drawing, the image of Qi Jingyuan embracing her surfaced in her mind. So earnest and profound, in that brief instant, she hazily understood something. It seemed she missed Qi Jingyuan a little. Following Qi Jingyuan's guidance, Rong Yan approached the HR director, Linda, to discuss her marriage leave. Linda promptly replied, "Mr. Qi has already informed me, you can rest easy, and I will take care of the rest." As a seasoned professional, Linda was eager to demonstrate her loyalty, wishing to lay her heart and soul bare before the boss's wife. Words alone could not convey her fidelity, only actions could speak volumes. Rong Yan responded. "Thank you." Linda replied, "You're welcome, please feel free to reach out anytime you have requests." Rong Yan glanced at the screen before shutting her phone. Linda was the only person at Shengshi who knew of her relationship with Qi Jingyuan, and this delicate balance of their concealed marriage was beginning to unravel, both intentionally and unintentionally. At Shengshi's headquarters, Linda gazed at the marriage certificate photo Qi Jingyuan had sent her, her hands trembling. She had never imagined that the Rong Yan singled out by the CEO a few months prior was, in fact, the boss's wife. Good heavens, was this a game of such magnitude? She was fortunate to have exercised caution in her work, avoiding any unguarded remarks, otherwise offending the boss's wife might have led to dire consequences. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. However, how should the marriage leave be managed? Although she had the privilege of directly noting it in the system, the backend required marriage certificate information, otherwise, the entry would fail. However, once the marriage certificate is entered into the system, the colleague responsible for human resources will have access to all information. After much contemplation, Linda finally devised a plan and dialed the IT department. "Please grant me access in the system immediately, right now." Upon hearing the news that Rong Yan was on maternity leave, Lin Xiaoxiao lost her appetite and rushed back to the office. Without a moment's pause, she logged into the human resources system. As a recruiter, her role intertwined with personnel management, and her account had the privilege to view the HR files of all employees at Shengshi, including Rong Yan's. However, after entering her credentials, the system displayed a message: "Sorry, you do not have permission to view this employee's file. If needed, please contact the administrator." Lin Xiaoxiao thought she had made an error and re-entered her credentials, yet the prompt was identical to the first. Why was access denied? It had been available before. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the most unbearable conclusion. Rong Yan had indeed married Qi Jingyuan. Who else could possess the authority to directly revoke access to the file? Who could have the leisure to encrypt the records of a subordinate? Chapter 93. Encountering the Rong family during their time at Yongsegu, President Qi had mentioned that his wife was pregnant. And now Rong Yan was as well. Over the past few months, her fashion sense had become increasingly refined, starkly contrasting her previous style, the takeout meals that had made her suspicious, the contacts labeled as people not to offend on WeChat. All these coincidences were too striking, yet, when so many coincidences converge, they cease to be mere chance. Lin Xiaoxiao stared intently at the screen, struggling to accept this reality. 2 years ago, she had personally discarded Rong Yan's resume. Fully aware of how exceptional she was resilient, focused, tenacious, and gifted. Wherever she was, Lin Xiaoxiao felt overshadowed. Her ambition and hard work would merely serve as a backdrop to Rong Yan's brilliance. As expected, Rong Yan was promoted within a few months of joining Shengshi, while she remained a mere junior staff member. Now Rong Yan had ascended to the role of the boss's wife, while she still occupied the position of a lowly employee. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly. She had once believed that her own capabilities would allow her to stand shoulder to shoulder with Rong Yan, at least not to fall behind, yet now, it seemed she would never surpass her. Shengshi loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain, one she would never conquer. Her lifetime of effort might amount to little more than a fraction of Rong Yan's fortune. As she laughed, Lin Xiaoxiao felt her nose tingle and her eyes redden. Mist slowly gathering in her gaze, threatening to spill over. Rong Yan, why did you come to Shengshi? Why? Taking a leave of absence, Rong Yan cheerfully packed her belongings, preparing to return to her hometown. Su Cheng insisted on accompanying her. With her luggage being somewhat excessive, she did not refuse his offer. However, upon their arrival, her grandmother mistook Su Cheng for someone else, her eyes sparkling. "Is this the young Qi? Come in and sit." Rong Yan, who was drinking water, nearly choked. Young Qi. If Qi Jingyuan were to hear this title, one could only imagine the expression that would adorn his face. Setting down her cup, Rong Yan walked over to her grandmother to clarify. "Grandma, this is Qi Jingyuan's colleague." Her grandmother's eyes lit up with understanding, chuckling. "So young Qi is the driver, huh? That's a decent job, respectable and cultured. You must be earning a good salary, several thousand a month, right? Does the company provide social security?" Su Cheng, feeling anxious, could only stammer, Meanwhile, Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. During the days Rong Yan spent in her hometown, it happened to rain, making it impossible to engage in farming or any other activities. To pass the time, she began drawing comics. After a couple of days, the weather finally cleared. Having rested the night before, she rose early to pack her things. That morning, she intended to accompany her grandmother to pay respects to her mother. With Su Cheng present, they would not have to wait for the bus at dawn. He swiftly drove them up to Jiuquan Mountain. Rong Yan felt a wave of nostalgia. Just a few months prior, she had been waiting in the rain for a bus, awkwardly hitching a ride with Qi Jingyuan. Now, this very car had become her constant companion. The twists of life truly are a myriad of changes. Assisting her grandmother out of the car, her grandmother looked at the Rolls-Royce with satisfaction, saying, "Yan, this is young Qi's car, right? It must cost several tens of thousands." Rong Yan gazed into the distance at the mountains, smiling. Roughly. At that moment, a black Bentley drove into the parking lot, and as the door swung open, Rong Yuanzhou emerged from the vehicle. Surprised to see Rong Yan, he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! What brings you here?" Rong Yan replied, equally astonished, "My mother is buried at Jiuquan Mountain. I came to pay my respects." Lost in thought, she mused how wonderful it would be if he could visit her mother's grave. Her mother surely would be delighted, as she must have missed him too. "And you, what brings you to Jiuquan Mountain?" she asked. The Rong family had a set date every year to honor their ancestors. Rong Yan fell silent, realizing it was a family gathering. Just then, several black sedans drove up from the foot of the mountain, signaling the arrival of other family members. Rong Yuanzhou's expression shifted slightly, becoming awkward. "Yan, I must take my leave for now. My family has arrived. Let us meet another time." His sudden haste suggested that one of those vehicles contained Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yan merely smiled. "All right." She turned and led her grandmother toward the cemetery management office. Rong Xian was the first to disembark from the car, his gaze fixated on Rong Yan's silhouette, and he hesitantly asked, "Rong Yuanzhou, is that Rong Yan?" Rong Yuanzhou nodded. "Her mother is buried here. She has come to pay her respects." He then glanced at the sleeping Rong Yuanzhou in the car, feeling a sense of relief that she had not seen Rong Yan. Otherwise, the situation could become unmanageable. Rong Xiang remained silent, his expression darkening. "So, Yulan is buried at Jiuquan Mountain. She has not forgotten their vows." On the other side, the management office staff, upon spotting the Rong family's vehicles, hurriedly reported to Hu Youxiang. Flustered, Hu Youxiang rushed out, unprepared as he had not received prior notice from his superiors about the family's visit. He approached Su Cheng with a bow of apology and explanation. Su Cheng gestured to the slightly lagging Rong Yan. "Madam is here to pay her respects to her mother. She has everything prepared, so you can attend to other matters, madam." Hu Youxiang was taken aback. He looked at Rong Yan, who smiled at him, unable to conceal his astonishment. "Yan, Master Su referred to you as madam. I am Qi Jingyuan's wife." For the first time in public, she referred to herself in such a capacity. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed and a bit bashful, since Su Cheng had already informed Hu Uncle of their relationship, it was clear that Hu Uncle was trustworthy, and thus Rong Yan had nothing to hide. The expression on Hu Youxiang's face shifted dramatically. He immediately corrected himself, his demeanor excessively respectful. "Understood, madam. Please inform us in advance next time you visit, and I will prepare everything for you, so you won't have to worry." "All right." Hu Youxiang followed behind Rong Yan, who assisted her grandmother at the entrance, and together they proceeded toward the cemetery's center. The staff at the management office marveled at how, just a few months prior, Yan had been fretting over the 60,000 for the burial plot. In the blink of an eye, she had become the owner of Jiuquan Mountain. Such a transformation was truly beyond comprehension. Rong Yan placed osmanthus cakes, fruits, and other offerings at her mother's grave, gently wiping the photo of her mother. "Mom, I'm married now, and I'm doing well. I understand your concerns. The 10 million will remain untouched unless absolutely necessary. I will take good care of Grandma, so don't worry." Her grandmother gazed at the photo of Yang Yulan, lost in thought. Momentarily speechless, Rong Yan stepped aside to give her grandmother space, finding a quiet spot to wait. Her gaze fell upon the Rong family's gravesite, where a large group of relatives stood in orderly lines, bowing solemnly to pay their respects. Rong Xiang stood beside a woman, likely his wife, while Rong Yuanzhou and Rong Yuanqi stood on either side. Their family appeared joyous and harmonious, while her mother lay alone in the grave. Sometimes life is truly ironic. Chapter 94, no longer needed as Rong Yan descended the mountain. She encountered Rong Xiang at the crossroads. He stood before his car, and upon seeing her, he slowly extinguished his cigarette and approached her. Rong Yan scanned her surroundings, noting the absence of his wife and children. It seemed he had deliberately dismissed them to speak with her. Rong Yan instructed Su Cheng to take her grandmother home first. Your mother, is she buried here? His voice carried a heavy sorrow. Yes, Rong Xiang took a cautious step toward the mountain, looking at her intently. I can't find it. Can you lead me there? The daylight was still sufficient, and the path up the mountain was manageable. In just a few minutes, they arrived at Yang Yolan's grave. Rong Xiang gazed at the headstone, his eyes welling with tears. They had loved each other, yet reality was too harsh. He placed the osmanthus cake he had brought before the grave, only to notice that there was already a plate of osmanthus cake there. His movements faltered momentarily, but he continued to set down the offering. When did your mother pass away? 2 years ago. Did she leave any messages for me before she passed? Rong Yan scoffed. Mr. Rong, don't you find it ironic to ask such questions? You're holding another woman in your arms, yet you expect her to leave you messages? Do you think she was that cheap? Having paid her respects and seen enough, she turned to leave. Rong Xiang followed her, contemplating her retreating figure in silence for a long while. I embarked on a love affair with your mother? A romance born of freedom. I was captivated by her at first glance, yet the Rong family disapproved. He spoke as if lost in his own thoughts, claiming that your mother was a proud woman who wished to avoid humiliation from the Rong family, ultimately leading her to seek a divorce. At that moment, I was burdened with countless unspoken grievances, and reluctantly, I acquiesced. He seemed filled with regret. I vowed to care for her for a lifetime, to shield her from suffering, yet all her tribulations stemmed from me. Rong Yan said nothing, her pace quickening. Over the years, it has been your father who has wronged you. Rong Yan's expression turned icy, her tone frigid. I have no father. I made it clear during our first meeting that my father has passed away. Do not call me Yan. Overwhelmed by emotion, Rong Yan felt a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen. Steadying herself, she coldly continued, you are well aware that my mother was not a mistress, nor am I an illegitimate child. Everything she did was to help the Rong family navigate a crisis of public opinion. The 10 million she took was solely for my sake, yet, over the years, have you ever sought to clarify our situation? While you indulged in a life of luxury, did you ever consider that we might be going hungry? When you stood upon that dazzling stage, did you reflect on the fact that we were being attacked, insulted, and pelted with rotten eggs? You did not, you never have. He fathered her, yet he remained oblivious to her appearance. Conversely, she had scrutinized his image, stealing glances at his photographs as a child and searching for news about him online as she grew older. But what use was that? He was someone else's father, not hers. Rong Shiheng's face was a mask of guilt. I am sorry. I have wronged you both. If there is a chance for redemption, no need, it is no longer necessary. The most excruciating times have passed. What need have I for a father? Rong Yan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, suppressing the subtle tremor in her chest. I shall ask you one question. Rong Yuanzhou is my biological brother, is he not? He is 4 years my senior, born in the year you married my mother, and was subsequently taken back to the Rong family, correct? Rong Shiheng's expression shifted to panic. How did she know? The Rong family had kept Yuanzhou's identity under wraps, daring not to reveal a whisper to the outside world, let alone allow Yuanzhou to discover it. Indeed, her maternal grandfather. She had promised the Rong family to remain silent upon accepting their money. Rong Shiheng's countenance darkened, tinged with an air of pleading and appeasement. Yan, please do not disclose this to Yuanzhou. If he learns of it, he will undoubtedly be heartbroken. He is your biological brother, and you would not wish for him to suffer, would you? Rong Yan smiled, a smile laced with desolation. The truth she had yearned for him to know was, for him, a calamity. Yes, he must not be saddened, thus let me bear the sorrow alone. Rong Yan's tone dripped with sarcasm. After all, she was not the cherished child he had doted upon. She was neither Rong Yuanzhou nor Rong Yuanqi. He disregarded her feelings, as was to be expected. Rong Yan wished to sever ties with him and turned to descend the hillside, yet, she collided headlong with Rong Yuanzhou, who was ascending. You, what are you doing here? Rong Yuanzhou had noticed his father's prolonged absence. The mountains were not akin to the city, and a venomous snake might lurk nearby. He felt compelled to return and check, only to stumble upon this scene. Tears adorned Rong Yan's cheeks, her eyes reddened, and her father's expression was equally peculiar. Instinct told him something was amiss. Rong Yan remained silent, lacking the spirit to provide any explanation, and hastily departed. Rong Yuanzhou turned to his father. Dad, do you not intend to explain why you and Yan? Rong Xiang merely sighed deeply, gazing towards Jiuquan Mountain, his face clouded with worry. Yuanzhou, let's return. He could not muster the courage to reveal the truth to Rong Yuanzhou. He was afraid, he was weak. Rong Yuanzhou's gaze turned cold. His father's hesitance suggested that he might indeed have developed feelings for Yan, falling into old patterns, unhesitatingly harassing her in such circumstances. Dad, Yan is already married. Rong Xiang was unaware of his son's thoughts and paid no heed to his words. He turned to walk towards the parking area. Is that so, Rong Yuanzhou? Perhaps I have misjudged. Observing his father's demeanor, it seemed he was unwilling to speak, yet intuition told him there was something between his father and Yan. For the moment, Rong Yuanzhou found himself without answers. His mind swirled with questions, and before he could collect his thoughts, Rong Yuanqi charged forward, delivering a slap to Rong Yan. "You vixen, are you attempting to seduce my father again?" Unlike Rong Yuanzhou, who had spotted Rong Yan from a distance during the memorial, Rong Yuanqi had felt a pang of unease. Thus, when Rong Xiang had claimed he had matters to attend to, she sensed something was off and concocted an excuse to follow her mother. Rong Yan seized Rong Yuanqi's wrist, preventing the slap from landing on her face. She had fallen for the same trick once and would not be ensnared again. Enraged, Rong Yuanqi broke free and aimed another strike. But Rong Yan was quicker, delivering a resounding slap to Rong Yuanqi's face, leaving her stunned. Before she could react, another slap struck her right cheek. Chapter 95. What is your name, Yan? How can you resort to violence? Rong Yuanzhou quickly shielded his sister behind him, frowning at Rong Yan. He wished to prevent any escalation of conflict between them. Rong Yan ignored him, fixing her gaze on Rong Yuanqi. "Miss Rong, I have already warned you previously. Since you refused to heed my counsel, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Rong Yan was never one to play the saint, especially when provoked. First, Rong Yuanqi was taken aback. She had always been a paper tiger, wielding her family's power. After receiving 2 slaps, her arrogance vanished, and she turned to her mother with reddened eyes to complain. "Mom, she hit me. Not only is this vixen trying to seduce my father, but she also struck me. Mom, it hurts." Qin Yulan scrutinized Rong Yan. Beneath the evening glow, her features were somewhat cool, yet undeniably beautiful, pure and unblemished. In that instant, she seemed to see Yang Yulan. "What is your name?" Qin Yulan's eyes flickered, seeking to confirm her suspicions. "Mom, at this point, why are you even asking her name? Is it necessary to play nice first?" Rong Yuanqi retorted in frustration. Qin Yulan paid no mind to her daughter's outburst. Her gaze firmly fixed on Rong Yan. Rong Yan returned her stare. The middle-aged woman, dressed in a black formal gown, exuded elegance and grace. Unlike Qi Jingyuan's mother, she was gentle, composed, and possessed an inscrutable aura. Rong Yan remained silent, and Rong Yuanzhou quickly interjected. "Mom, this is Rong Yan, my friend. There seems to be a misunderstanding here." Rong Yan, indeed. Qin Yulan's eyes softened momentarily, and she refrained from harshness, saying gently, "You are welcome to visit our home anytime. Today, my daughter has acted thoughtlessly, so please do not hold it against her." Rong Yan felt a flicker of surprise. What was this attitude from Qin Yulan? Was she putting on a performance? She did not defend her daughter and even invited her to the Rong family home. Was this a calculated display of magnanimity? Moreover, she had asked for her name, indicating she recognized her and sought confirmation. "Mom, she was the one who hit me. Why are you defending her, without receiving her mother's support?" Rong Yuanqi was both shocked and incredulous, her fair face a portrait of defiance. "Qi, did I not tell you to present evidence in every matter? Your father has stated that he and Miss Rong merely exchanged greetings. You cannot casually accuse someone without proof, understand? I am not wrong. I am not wrong. She is the one seducing my father. Since you all support her, then I shall leave. I will leave." "Fine." Rong Yuanqi, overwhelmed, covered her face and ran away in tears. Rong Xiang hurried after her, while Rong Yuanzhou cast a glance at Rong Yan before following suit. Qin Yulan remained composed, quietly observing Rong Yan, a smile of apparent satisfaction gracing her lips. "You bear a striking resemblance to her." "No. You are even more beautiful." Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed been recognized. Qin Yulan knew she was Yang Yulan's daughter, but the meaning behind her attitude eluded her. What was her intention? Was there a need to compliment a rival's beauty? Qin Yulan retrieved a business card from her bag and placed it in Rong Yan's hand. "Once you return to the city, if you are willing, I would like to invite you for coffee. What do you think?" Rong Yan stared at the card, lost in thought, and offered no reply. Qin Yulan, unfazed, said, "I shall take my leave now," and followed her family, going to comfort her daughter. On the way back, Rong Yan felt somewhat distracted. After alighting from the vehicle, she inquired of her grandmother about Rong Shiheng's wife, Qin Yulan, and what sort of person she was. Her grandmother appeared somewhat taken aback, asking why she was suddenly curious about her. "Just a casual question," she replied. After pondering for a moment, her grandmother shook her head, indicating a lack of clarity. "I'm not quite sure. Your mother seldom spoke of her, so I don't really know." Thus, it seemed there would be no answers forthcoming. Rong Yan gazed at the business card in her hand. Apart from Rong Yuanzhou, she had no desire to connect with anyone from the Rong family. And she certainly did not wish to engage with that affluent clan, Qin Yulan included. Therefore, there was indeed no necessity for a meeting. After a brief hesitation, she discarded the card into the wastebasket. Supporting her grandmother, she made her way homeward. As night descended, the dim light at the rose-covered entrance cast shadows upon her tall figure, which lingered there for some time. Rong Yan blinked in disbelief, rubbing her eyes. It was indeed Qi Jingyuan. Wasn't he supposed to arrive the following morning? How had he returned so abruptly this evening? A flutter of excitement surged within her as she hurried towards him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What brings you back so soon?" Qi Jingyuan smiled gently, his eyes filled with warmth. "I finished my tasks ahead of schedule." Looking at the little one before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and shower her with kisses. However, glancing at the elderly woman behind him, he restrained himself. "This is my grandmother," he introduced, "and grandmother, this is..." Little Qi." Rong Yan felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. Indeed, this form of address was quite disarming. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated that Ian's husband would be so strikingly handsome, more so than the stars on television, as if he had stepped out of a painting. I should have come to visit earlier, but I was delayed by many matters, Qi Jingyuan explained, bowing slightly as he assisted the elderly lady with polite humility. No need for concern. It's wonderful that you could come. Her grandmother replied joyfully, her smile broadening as she bombarded Qi Jingyuan with inquiries about his life. Fortunately, Rong Yan had provided timely information, ensuring that everything remained seamless. Pleased with the conversation, her grandmother finished her meal with an extra half bowl of rice. Little Qi, you shall stay in Ian's room tonight, while Ian, you should sleep in your mother's room. Before retiring to her own quarters, her grandmother reminded them to rest well, as they would be hosting a dinner the following evening. In their rural customs, it was considered improper for a married daughter to share a bed with her husband when returning to her parental home. Rong Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She nodded in agreement, stealing a glance at Qi Jingyuan before shuffling towards her mother's room. Chapter 96, The Unconscionable Little One. Qi Jingyuan, what was the purpose of his arduous return? If not to hold her close and kiss her to his heart's content, how had the situation devolved into this? Lying on the bed, he felt a profound sense of grievance. Rong Yan, unable to sleep, found her mood affected after meeting her family. The sight of Qi Jingyuan's return had initially lifted her spirits, but now, a touch of disappointment nagged at her. She turned slightly, caressing her abdomen, when suddenly she heard a creak. The door to her room swung open. Sitting up, she noticed the dim light from a wall lamp illuminating the room, but before she could discern the visitor's face, a warm palm covered her lips. The familiar scent enveloping her senses, her heart settled as she whispered, Qi Jingyuan, what are you doing, sneaking in at this hour? Qi Jingyuan gazed into her eyes, sighing softly as he leaned his head against her shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair as if it were an addictive elixir. What do you think I'm doing, my ungrateful little one? Rong Yan. How amusing it was that he would accuse her of ingratitude upon their first meeting. How had she wronged him? Have you been well these past few days? She wanted to ask, but the words morphed into, have you missed me? She nodded, her voice barely a whisper. I've been well. Eating and sleeping soundly. Qi Jingyuan gently tapped her head, exasperated. You ungrateful little one. For the past few days, he had been restless, unable to find peace, feeling a void in his life, while she seemed to be thriving, indulging in her meals and slumber. Rong Yan thought, was he really pouting like a child? After a moment of embracing, feeling unsatisfied, he cradled her face with both hands, leaning in to capture those lips he had longed for. Just then, the door swung open again. In an instant, Rong Yan impulsively pushed Qi Jingyuan away, pulling the blanket over him to conceal him entirely. What are you doing? Her grandmother inquired, her vision slightly obscured. As if she had glimpsed a figure beneath the covers, Rong Yan shook her head, her heart racing as if she were a thief caught in the act. And nothing, grandmother? Are you still awake? Is there something you need? About Qin Yulan? Her grandmother paused, pondering for a long while. I suddenly remembered, she visited us when you were just born. She came to our hometown? Rong Yan asked, surprised. Her grandmother nodded, though her memory was hazy. She mentioned something about bringing you back to the Rong family. I can't recall the details, but after their conversation, your mother cried for 2 whole days, crying for 2 days. That must have been an unpleasant discussion. Shall I take a guess? Perhaps the Rong family wanted to bring her back, but your mother was reluctant and thus refused, but it no longer mattered. Dwelling on it would yield no fruit. After her grandmother departed, Qi Jingyuan lifted the blanket, his lips pressed into a thin line, his cheeks slightly puffed as he regarded Rong Yan. Was he merely a secret lover? Why was he only fit to hide beneath the blanket and not to hold her in his arms? Rong Yan bit her lip, feeling awkward and silent. Was Qi Jingyuan upset with her? She couldn't be blamed. After all, her grandmother's sudden appearance had thrown her off balance. How could she soothe him now? After a while, it was Qi Jingyuan who first yielded, shifting slightly closer, his voice low and filled with grievance. You ungrateful little one. Rong Yan rubbed her nose. What about Qin Yulan? That name was familiar to him. She was the wife of Rong Xiang and the mother of Rong Yuanzhou. Their discussions about her were bound to be significant. Rong Yan recounted her encounters with the Rong family, omitting the grievances and details, only asking Qi Jingyuan, is Qin Yulan good to Yuanzhou? Without hesitation, Qi Jingyuan responded, very well. The Rong and Song families had some cooperation, yet it wasn't deeply intertwined. At occasional banquets, he had observed how this lady of the Rong family treated Rong Yuanzhou with genuine kindness, better than one would expect from a biological mother. It was so sincere that it never raised any doubts about his relationship with Qin Yulan. As for how the other members of the Rong family treated him, he wasn't privy to every detail. But he had heard Rong Yuanzhou mention that the elder and matriarch of the Rong family were always accommodating to him. Rong Xiang wished for his son to inherit the family business, and the elders indulged him, allowing him to study medicine, stating that his happiness was what mattered. In the world of the affluent, he had the freedom to pursue his own aspirations. Was that not a form of affection? Rong Yan felt bewildered. If Qin Yulan truly treated her brother well and the Rong family treated him kindly, revealing the truth to him would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Could he accept it? the conflict within her intensified. Enough of this contemplation, Qi Jingyuan urged, gazing into her eyes as a swell of emotion surfaced. After such a long separation, did you not miss me, Rong Yan, her face, already flushed from his earlier kiss? Turned even redder. How could he utter such shameless words? It truly felt like a matter of life and death. Avoiding his intense gaze, she felt utterly embarrassed. Can we return to my room to rest? It's a bit farther from grandmother's room. Without hesitation, Qi Jingyuan scooped her up effortlessly, his long legs striding towards the adjacent room, gently placing her on the bed. This time, he sensibly locked the door. Another exhausting night passed. Chapter 97, The Engagement Ring. During breakfast, her grandmother sipped her porridge and inquired, "What was that noise in your room last night, like clanging? Surely it wasn't a mouse." But that couldn't be. For she had purchased rat poison days ago and had not heard any sounds since. Rong Yan buried her head, her cheeks aflame as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. I didn't sleep in that room." Qi Jingyuan set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. "Grandmother, it was my fault. Ian has always slept in that bed. She's light, but I am not, so I accidentally broke the bed." Rong Yan buried her face even lower. How was Qi Jingyuan able to discuss such matters with a straight face? Just hearing it made her feel mortified. Her grandmother looked astonished. "The bed broke? No worries, I'll have someone come to fix it later. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? After breakfast, perhaps you should catch up on some sleep." Qi Jingyuan nodded affirmatively and elegantly picked up his chopsticks to continue his meal. By noon, they summoned a local uncle to repair the bed. Qi Jingyuan, being young and strong, was asked to lend a hand. He shed his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and soon his hands were dusted with grime as he immersed himself in the rhythmic sound of hammering. Rong Yan watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of wonder. In her memory, Qi Jingyuan had always seemed so elevated. When she first met him, she had fainted in his arms, and he had looked at her with disdain. Now, here he was repairing a bed. The contrast was striking. The repair was not difficult, and it was completed swiftly. With the dinner party still hours away, Qi Jingyuan had ample time to linger in the house. And he began to explore Rong Yan's room. The small space contained only a bed, a wardrobe, and a bookshelf. Against the wall stood a desk, adorned with an array of sketchbooks and various books. The walls were festooned with certificates of achievement, alongside photographs capturing Rong Yan's moments of triumph. Surprisingly, during her childhood, she was quite the academic prodigy. Among the numerous accolades, several were of considerable difficulty, yet she managed to secure them all. Qi Jingyuan casually flipped through the sketchbook resting on the desk. Much like the one in her rented apartment, it contained her spontaneous bursts of inspiration, some pages completed, others merely half-finished. Nonetheless, each was quite impressive. A subtle smile graced Qi Jingyuan's lips. His little one was indeed remarkable. Suddenly, he paused on a particular page, narrowing his eyes at the depicted object. The sketch illustrated a bracelet, its shape, design, and style reminiscent of... Ah yes, Xinyan, the very one adorning Xinyan's wrist. Could it be that she had personally designed and crafted it as a gift for him? Qi Jingyuan tightened his grip on the sketchbook, his gaze narrowing as uncertainty washed over him. What was amiss? Just then, the time had nearly come. Rong Yan had changed into her attire and approached him, only to find him lost in thought while staring at the sketchbook. "It's nothing," Qi Jingyuan replied, closing the book and meeting her gaze. "Are we ready to depart?" Rong Yan nodded in affirmation. The venue for their gathering was the finest restaurant in the county town. While it may not hold much significance for Qi Jingyuan, it was an extraordinary treat for the villagers. Choosing this place was a point of pride for both Rong Yan and her grandmother. In line with Rong Yan's wishes, the event was kept modest, inviting only close relatives. Since her mother had no siblings and Rong Yan's only relatives were distant branches of the family, the guest list comprised only a few distant relatives and the offspring of her grandmother's siblings. 3 tables had been reserved for the banquet. Upon their arrival, Qi Jingyuan unexpectedly took her hand, slipping a cool object onto her ring finger. "Wear this. If you dare lose it, I shall spank you." Rong Yan stared at the item on her hand, momentarily stunned. It was a diamond ring, elegantly understated yet lavish, encased in a design reminiscent of petals, glimmering with a hint of blue under the sun. Particularly striking on her finger. An inexplicable wave of emotion washed over her. She looked up to see Qi Jingyuan ahead, his back slightly hurried, as if evading something. Unbeknownst to her, he too wore a matching ring, albeit far more understated than hers. He had traveled to France specifically for this purpose. Su Chang, arriving unexpectedly, added, "Madam, this ring is truly unique. Please ensure you take good care of it, for it was crafted by the hands of the esteemed master himself." During his days in France, he had diligently followed the designer, sketching, learning, and perfecting the craftsmanship, ultimately creating this one-of-a-kind diamond ring for her. The ring held hidden surprises, though these details remained unspoken by the master. And Su Cheng dared not elaborate further. He could only hope that the madam would discover them soon. Upon entering the restaurant, a considerable number of relatives and friends had already arrived. Qi Jingyuan had taken the initiative to arrange everything for the banquet. And the proceedings were progressing smoothly. Oh, my Rong Rong's husband is remarkably handsome, far superior to Qian Qian's husband. Upon entering, the villagers began to gossip and Ning Qian's expression darkened. That night, she had been unable to see the man's appearance. Only sensing his impressive demeanor, she had not anticipated such excellence. Indeed, he had overshadowed her own husband. A wave of embarrassment washed over Ning Qian. She felt she should not have come today, yet Ning Qian's mother scoffed derisively. Does looks put food on the table? I hear he only has 3 or 4 properties, and those are mortgaged. My son-in-law, on the other hand, is different. His assets exceed 10 million. Ning Qian's mother felt a surge of pride. Convinced that her son-in-law was far superior to this mere driver, how could a child born out of wedlock possibly compare to her own daughter, who says good looks can't put food on the table? Rong Yan smiled lightly. And who'll look at Chen Shen? She has lost weight. It seems her husband has affected her appetite. As for me, merely gazing at my husband has opened my appetite, and I've gained several pounds. Ning Qian's mother was momentarily speechless, her eyes nearly rolling to the back of her head. Ning Qian chuckled coldly. You certainly know how to self-soothe. Yet, within her heart, she felt a slight comfort. Regardless, her husband was wealthier than Rong Yan's. And in this round, she had not lost. At that moment, Su Cheng led 2 individuals upstairs laden with bags. Thank you all for attending my and Yan's wedding banquet. Our elders could not be present due to prior commitments. So we have prepared a modest gift. We hope you will accept it. At that point, Qi Jingyuan, who had been standing back and observing, joined the fray. Su Cheng and the others quickly distributed red envelopes to everyone present. 1 for each person, with an extra for the children. They had also prepared favors, ensuring everyone received 1. When the envelopes reached Ning Qian and Antu, Qi Jingyuan withdrew his hand, saying, I nearly forgot. Your son-in-law has assets exceeding 10 million. He likely looks down upon such trifling red envelopes and gifts. Antu's hand, poised to take the envelope, froze in midair. Reluctantly, she gazed at the envelope, her face flushed with embarrassment as she pulled her hand back. Just then, a child nearby opened a red envelope, revealing a thick stack of cash. Wow, 3,000, so much. Others began to unwrap their favors, revealing a well-known brand of white liquor priced around 4,000 yuan. The crowd erupted in astonishment. My goodness, to come to a banquet not only with red envelopes but also gifts, this is quite the generous affair. Relatives and friends beamed with delight. Ning Qian and Antu became increasingly restless. 7,000 yuan worth of gifts, they had not received a single thing, and to ask for it would be embarrassing, leaving them in a state of turmoil. At that moment, a village ant spoke up. Yan's husband is truly generous, he far surpasses Qian Shen's husband. I remember when Qian Shen got married there were only wedding candies, right? No red envelopes, let alone favors. Ning Qian's face darkened immediately. These people had not spoken this way before. They had all praised her husband for being young and capable, a big boss with plenty of prestige. Now that money had been exchanged, they were suddenly flattering this young man. Young man, are you truly a driver? Someone questioned, puzzled. A driver wouldn't he be able to afford such generous gifts? I am indeed a driver, but my family has been in business for generations, leaving me with some assets. The crowd nodded in understanding. So he was a second-generation wealthy heir. No wonder he was so generous. It seemed his family had considerable wealth, well hidden. Suddenly, everyone regarded Qi Jingyuan with newfound warmth. A wealthy heir was far preferable to any big boss. He wouldn't have to struggle, and his life would be free of worries. Yan had truly made a wise choice. How fortunate she was to find a wealthy heir. TSK and Ning Qian was left speechless in her fury. Originally she had come to mock Rong Yan, yet it turned out she was the one being laughed at. Rong Yan stood nearby, smiling as she observed the scene. All of this had been orchestrated by Qi Jingyuan. She was unaware of his meticulous planning, and he truly was so thoughtful. After addressing matters on this side, Qi Jingyuan drew Rong Yan into a corner. There is someone I want you to meet. Who? She inquired. Hadn't all the expected relatives and friends already arrived? Who could possibly be someone they both knew yet had not appeared? In the next moment, Rong Yuanzhou appeared at the entrance of the hall. He waved at Rong Yan, a gentle smile gracing his face. I'm the one you're talking about. Congratulations on your marriage, Yan. Rong Yuanzhou presented her with a wedding gift. Qi Jingyuan had informed him earlier to ensure his presence. Coincidentally, he had come to Jiuquan Mountain to pay respects to their ancestors and stayed behind after the family departed. Thank you, Rong Yan replied, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice somewhat choked. Although this was not an official wedding ceremony, Rong Yuanzhou's presence brought immense happiness to Rong Yan. Qi Jingyuan had truly put in effort. Why are you crying? Good day should be met with smiles. Looking like a little flower cat is not appealing at all. Rong Yuanzhou produced a tissue to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Qi Jingyuan, unable to tolerate it any longer, pushed him aside. Although he was her brother, it was best if he kept his distance. Otherwise his possessiveness might lead to unforeseen consequences. What a jealous fellow, Rong Yuanzhou muttered, observing the protective demeanor. He could hardly believe it was Qi Jingyuan. I am hungry. Where's the banquet? Which table should I sit at? He turned to head inside. Qi Jingyuan shot Rong Yan a glance and followed suit, reassuring her that there would be plenty for him to eat. As they departed, their grandmother, trembling slightly, approached Rong Yan. She pointed in the direction where Rong Yuanzhou had vanished, her wrinkled hand shaking. "Who is he? He can't possibly be." Rong Yan nodded. "Grandma, he is my brother." Rong Yuanzhou, tears welled in the grandmother's eyes. After enduring much, she finally broke down, resting her head on Rong Yan's shoulder. "This child, I thought I would never see him again in this lifetime. Who would have thought? He has grown so tall. If only Lan knew, she would surely find comfort in the afterlife." At the very least, her two children had not met with tragic fates, they had found decent outcomes. The banquet proceeded relatively smoothly. Qi Jingyuan set aside his pride and aloofness, transforming into a humble and gentle groom. That he accompanied Rong Yan and her grandmother, toasting to relatives and addressing everyone as uncle. Aunt, brother, sister-in-law, second grandmother, second uncle. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled, a blend of warmth and emotion within her. This obedient and rule-abiding Qi Jingyuan was a sight to behold. It was Rong Yuanzhou's first time witnessing such a sight of Qi Jingyuan. To be honest, he was utterly stunned, seriously questioning whether he was dreaming. Soon, the toasting reached the table where Rong Yuanzhou was seated. Rong Yan filled his glass, also pouring a small cup for their grandmother. A rare occurrence indeed. Grandmother, with trembling hands, approached Rong Yuanzhou, carefully observing him. As she gazed, her eyes welled up with tears. "You are truly wonderful, simply remarkable, having grown so much." With that, she began to weep. Rong Yuanzhou, bewildered, looked towards Rong Yan for clarification. Rong Yan's eyes were also misty as she stepped aside to wipe her tears. "Yuanzhou, grandmother is happy. Why not share a drink with her?" Qi Jingyuan suggested. Rong Yuanzhou quickly raised his glass in respect to the elder, contemplating briefly before saying, "As a friend of Yan, I shall also address you as grandmother. To grandmother, I drink this. Please enjoy at your leisure. Oh." Grandmother lowered her head, dabbing at her tears, reflecting on her life. She felt unburdened now that it was coming to an end, and Ning Qian was also at the table, having had enough of the situation. She merely wished to finish her meal and leave. Watching Rong Yan and Qi Jingyuan and their affectionate exchange made her furious, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Rong Yan introduced, "This is my childhood friend and university classmate, Ning Qian." So she was the one who had called him a model. Qi Jingyuan sneered, slightly raising his glass as a sign of respect. "For Yan's sake, I will not dwell on past grievances. However, I cannot guarantee the same for the future." He was not one to be trifled with. Those who provoked him would have to bear the consequences. Ning Qian, with a stiff expression, lifted her glass, aware of the gazes directed her way. "I was merely joking that day. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Let's just pretend I never said anything." Ning Qian downed her drink in one gulp. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the diamond ring on Rong Yan's hand. Though not well versed in jewelry, she could discern the quality of the diamond. Judging by its appearance, it was certainly worth no less than $5 million. A jolt ran through her. $5 million. Her man would toil for a year and still not earn such an amount. How could this man afford such an extravagant ring for her? What was the extent of his family's wealth? Why was it that she could never encounter a man like him? Why did all the fortune seem to favor Rong Yan, who was merely an illegitimate child? What made Ning Qian lesser than her? Ning Qian's expression darkened once more, noticing Ning Qian's unwavering gaze on her hand. Rong Yan quickly withdrew it, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed with Qi Jingyuan. Chapter 99, unwittingly captivated today, grandmother was in high spirits. Qi Jingyuan had brought her pride, showering her with red envelopes and gifts, and the villagers praised her good fortune. Noting her grandson-in-law's admirable character, a smile had not left her face. After the meal, Qi Jingyuan and Rong Yan gradually saw off their guests. With their task accomplished, Rong Yan had fulfilled her obligations to grandmother. Qi Jingyuan stepped out to handle a phone call, and Rong Yan decided to escort Rong Yuanzhou downstairs. Grandmother seemed to have much to say. Was she always this chatty? Rong Yan nodded. "Elder, that's how she is, Dr. Rong. Thank you for your patience and listening." Rong Yuanzhou chuckled. It wasn't a matter of verbosity, but rather grandmother always asked about his well-being, which struck him as peculiar, as if she recognized him. But how could that be? This was their first meeting. The black Bentley was parked downstairs. Yan, did you know my father before? Is there something you were hiding from me? Before getting into the car, Rong Yuanzhou finally voiced the question that had been on his mind. The atmosphere between his father and Rong Yan was decidedly odd. Rong Yan anticipated his inquiry, feeling unsurprised, yet she was uncertain how to respond. "Why not ask your father? If I do, he won't tell me." Rong Yan fell silent, unsure whether to divulge anything of the Rong family. Rong Xiang and their feelings were of little concern to her. All she wished was for her brother to be well. She was only invested in his feelings. "Never mind, I won't force you to." It would be a lie to say he wasn't upset, yet he felt helpless. He reached out to ruffle her hair, sighing, "Just live well with Qi Jingyuan. He treats you quite differently." He had initially assumed their marriage was a result of an unexpected pregnancy without any emotional foundation, but today he realized his error. Having known Qi Jingyuan for so long, he was witnessing a side of him he had never seen before, one that was humble and courteous, engaging in actions he had previously deemed beneath him. Qi Jingyuan appeared to be unwittingly captivated by her. "Is he really that different towards me, or could it be you are mistaken?" Upon hearing his words, a ripple stirred within Rong Yan's heart. As if something deep inside had been gently prodded, she recalled that Qi Jingyuan had feelings for Shin Mingzhu. Even if he exhibited a modicum of difference towards her, it was likely due to the child. Yes, that must be it. Yuanzhou has certainly misunderstood, perhaps. He chuckled softly to it. Seemed the little girl had not yet grasped the situation. Both of them appeared rather slow on the uptake. However, these matters were theirs to navigate, and he, as an onlooker, had no right to interfere. He had fulfilled his duty to advise them. The rest was up to them. As they conversed, a white sedan sped past them. Today, Xia Xuan was accompanying Shen Yan to meet a professor concerning the laboratory's experimental data. Coincidentally, they spotted Rong Yan. Oh, isn't that Yan? Xia Xuan glanced at Shen Yan. Shen Yan's eyes lit up momentarily before he turned to look out the window, only to have the smile vanish from his face. Yan was with Rong Yuanzhou. Did they meet often? Yan was dressed quite formally. Was that her boyfriend beside her? Were they getting engaged? During their last product data meeting, Xia Xuan had been quite impressed with Rong Yan and couldn't help but comment. Shen Yan's expression darkened immediately. Don't speak carelessly, but they really are dressed quite formally. In our hometown, such attire is typical for engagements. Besides, they do seem well-matched. By the way, Professor Shen, surely Yan would invite you to her wedding. Considering you are her teacher, Xia Xuan continued enthusiastically. Shen Yan's face grew even more forbidding. Stop the car, he bellowed, and the driver hurriedly pulled over. Get out, he commanded coldly. Xia Xuan was taken aback. Wasn't Professor Shen typically mild-mannered? Why was he suddenly so furious? Had she said something wrong? But he was clearly in a rage, and Xia Xuan dared not argue, so she quickly exited the vehicle as it drove away. Inside the car, Shen Yan's face was a stormy shade of blue. His eyes were tightly shut, his mind flooded with images of Rong Yan and Rong Yuanzhou together. Were they truly getting engaged? Impossible, it couldn't be. Yan had feelings for him. She only sought a boyfriend to provoke him. How could she possibly get engaged to another man? He desperately tried to reassure himself, yet the last bastion of his heart began to crumble without warning. Engulfed by a wave of panic. If she were genuinely engaged to someone else, Shen Yan couldn't bear to finish the thought. He would go mad. Trembling, he retrieved his phone, scrolling to find Rong Yan's WeChat. Their chat history was predominantly one-sided, with her rarely responding. In an instant, the anxiety intensified. His hands shook as he began to type, deleting and rewriting his message multiple times before finally settling on, Yan. Where are you? I need to talk to you. Can we meet? A few minutes later, her response came, no need, I have something to do. Shen Yan replied, what is it? You're in the county town. Right, I just saw you. What is your relationship with Dr. Rong? Rong Yan stared at Shen Yan's message, feeling perplexed. She had no desire to respond, so she silently turned off her phone. She had already clarified everything that needed to be said. Their relationship ended there. Moments later, Shen Yan's call came through. Without a second thought, Rong Yan hung up and headed upstairs. Upon reaching the corner, she inexplicably glanced back at the mall, where she spotted two familiar figures in a glass room, Qi Jingyuan and Shin Mingzhu. Rong Yan instinctively halted, concealing herself behind a poster. Shin Mingzhu seemed to say something, and Qi Jingyuan's brows furrowed. Then, she stood on tiptoe, reaching out to gently touch Qi Jingyuan's face. Rong Yan quickly averted her gaze and turned to ascend the stairs. As if compelled at sensing something, Qi Jingyuan glanced in her direction as he evaded Shin Mingzhu's touch, yet saw nothing amiss. Yuan, I didn't mean to touch you, there was something on your hair, and I was just helping you remove it. Shin Mingzhu hastily explained to avoid any misunderstanding. Qi Jingyuan lightly brushed his hair. I understand the project. Please contact General Chen. I will meet him later to discuss it. Shin Mingzhu nodded. She had approached Qi Jingyuan because the company faced an unexpected issue that required his attention. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Jingyuan sent a message to Rong Yan. I have something to attend to. Su Cheng will take you and grandmother home. I will come to pick you up later. Chapter 100, I want her dead. Rong Yan stared at the message for a long moment before replying, okay. On the way back, Rong Yan remained silent, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Was Qi Jingyuan on a date with Shin Mingzhu? Had they reconciled? Was the matter he needed to attend to related to her? She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a vague discomfort. A dull ache. It was strange. She had often seen them together before, even knowing their relationship at the wedding, yet it had never bothered her until now. Had she inadvertently begun to feel a sense of possession over Qi Jingyuan? Rong Yan pondered in confusion, remaining unable to grasp her feelings until grandmother called her to the room. As soon as Rong Yan stepped through the door, her grandmother locked it with a decisive click. Grabbing a rattan whip from the corner, she struck Rong Yan fiercely, her temper seemingly flaring to a peak. Though her strength began to wane. You've become quite the adept one, haven't you, to deceive even me? Rong Yan, you have truly disappointed me. With that, several more lashes fell upon her. Rong Yan hurriedly shielded her abdomen, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Grandmother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand. Her grandmother began to berate her. Then pray tell, where did you procure the funds for the burial plot? Rong Yan's gaze darted away. Didn't I mention before, the project bonus? You dare to lie to me. Another 2 lashes struck her. Rumors have reached my ears, and still, you persist in your deceit. They say you've been working as a hostess at a club, sleeping with men every day. That money is from those men. No, grandmother, it's not like that, it's not. How dare you claim it? Isn't? Then enlighten me, where did Shao Chi come from? Is he not the model you deceived me with? Sending red envelopes, offering gifts, you've tarnished the Young family's reputation. From now on I disown you as my granddaughter. Rong Yan grasped the whip, but her grandmother yanked it away with ferocity, causing Rong Yan to stagger back. Barely managing to steady herself against a cabinet, however, as she braced herself, her abdomen became evident. Her grandmother's face paled in an instant. She approached, lifting Rong Yan's skirt, trembling fingers pointing at her belly. You've done such a thing, and now you're pregnant. Today, I shall end your life, to cleanse the Young family's honor. Though her grandmother was aged, her physique remained robust, and the force behind her lashes was heavy. With each strike, Rong Yan's skin broke. Bloodied, fearing for her child, she attempted to wrest the whip from her grandmother's grasp, but the latter seized a nearby stick and struck at her abdomen. Rong Yan quickly relinquished her hold. Protecting her belly as she dodged, "Grandmother, please don't heed the slanderous words of outsiders. I have not engaged in such acts. I am truly married to Qi Jingyuan. The marriage certificate is in my bag for you to see. The child is Qi Jingyuan's. I have not sullied our family's name. Why do you believe outsiders instead of me?" When Qi Jingyuan returned to the village, he could hear the shouting from within the house even from a distance. His expression shifted slightly as he rushed inside, forcefully kicking open the door. There he found Rong Yan, battered and bloodied in the corner, and his grandmother collapsed on the floor. Rong Yan's face was streaked with tears, her pale lips quivering. His grandmother, clutching the marriage certificate, wept, gasping for breath. Qi Jingyuan had no time to ponder. His expression was dark as he lifted Rong Yan and rushed her to the hospital. To be safe, he called Rong Yuanzhou along the way. By the time Rong Yuanzhou arrived at the hospital, Rong Yan had already been taken into a room. She lay asleep, her injuries bandaged, her face somewhat pale and appearing utterly exhausted. Qi Jingyuan stood by her side, watching her intently, his hands and clothes stained with her blood. Rong Yuanzhou pulled aside a doctor to inquire about Rong Yan's condition, his expression turning grim upon learning the extent of her injuries. What kind of grudge could lead to such violence? Rong Yuanzhou rubbed his face and continued, "What about the child? How is the child? The patient has consistently protected her abdomen. There has been no external trauma to it. And the child's condition is currently stable. However, the other injuries are severe, quite distressing to behold." Rong Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He entered the room, gently patting Qi Jingyuan's shoulder as he stood by the bedside. "Rest assured, everything will be fine. The child's safety is a small blessing amidst this misfortune. For the remaining injuries, we can only hope for a gradual recovery. I want her dead." Qi Jingyuan's gaze was steady, calm, as he uttered those words with chilling clarity. He had never harbored such hatred for anyone before. Seeing her drenched in blood, his only thought was to ensure that those who had harmed her would pay with their lives. Rong Yuanzhou felt a jolt in his chest, his expression turned serious. "That is your grandmother, who raised Yan since childhood. She is her closest kin. If you harm her, Yan will suffer as well." "Do not act impulsively," Qi Jingyuan coldly retorted. "I am not referring to her. It is that woman named Ning Qian. Only she knows about the modeling situation, so it is highly likely that she informed my grandmother." Claiming Rong Yan was engaging in immoral conduct. "I have warned her before. Since she refused to heed my words, she must face the consequences of her actions." Su Cheng knocked on the door and entered. "Sir, I have found out that Ning Qian's husband is in the building materials business, operating several stores in Anqing, apparently suffering significant losses and currently seeking a bank loan. Ning Qian is currently unemployed, and their child attends Sanzhong School. Stop the loan at the bank, and cut off all supplies from his suppliers. Anyone who dares to provide them with goods will find it impossible to remain in Anqing. Additionally, find a few people and incapacitate Ning Qian in the same manner as tonight." Su Cheng hesitated. "But she is the madam's classmate. What if the madam disapproves of such actions?" At the mention of Rong Yan, Qi Jingyuan paused. "Then let her take a beating first. For every strike she has received, she shall repay double, but leave her hands and feet intact for now." Su Cheng accepted the orders and left to carry out the tasks. Qi Jingyuan turned his attention back to the figure on the bed, tightly holding her hand, occasionally tucking the blanket around her and smoothing her hair, his demeanor quietly focused. Rong Yuanzhou observed him in silence. This was no longer the Qi Jingyuan he knew. The man who had always maintained a calm demeanor, rational and alert, with a touch of aloofness, seemed to have completely lost control at this moment. Qi Jingyuan went to the restroom, his body and hands stained with her blood. Expressionless, he scrubbed and washed, gradually increasing the speed of his movements, his eyes darkening with fury. He struck his fist against the glass in front of him. How infuriating! This is a society governed by law, where everything is dictated by rules. Otherwise, he would make those responsible taste the agony of slow slicing.